Chapter 69 Zhang Xiaoyu Wang Chao dies. Xie directly translated Wang Chao's words, his tone dripping with contempt. How do these people have the nerve to say that? If it's all worthless, then what's the point of staying alive? A waste of resources. If you don't want to save them, just say so. Is it necessary to talk so cruelly? Zhang Xiaoyu, as if deeply sympathetic, immediately retorted. The looks directed at Ruan Yu were full of resentment and malice. Why was it that some people were born with everything, while she had to serve her younger brother? In college she had already worked so hard. Yet Ruan Yu could always surpass her with ease. Without scholarships she could only keep taking on part-time jobs. She had no time to read, and the gap between her and Ruan Yu only grew. Her parents not only failed to understand, they tightened her allowance even more. Yet could in the blink of an eye buy limited edition sneakers for their son. If she asked for 500 yuan, they all considered it a waste. As soon as she graduated, it was either being nagged to give money for living expenses or being pushed to marry some ugly brute who could afford a bride price. Ruan Yu clearly had no parents left, yet somehow also inherited a huge fortune and never had to worry about food or clothing. She could buy any designer brand she wanted. Why was the world so unfair? At the very start of the apocalypse she was actually happy, because she was the only one in her family who awakened an ability, and it was a relatively strong offensive firepower. Later she also awakened a control-type ability. But her parents still thought she was useless, and her brother continued to exploit her as always. All her resentment exploded in that moment, and she killed them all. At that moment she felt nothing but excitement, a pleasure that sprang up from being freed from control and possessing the power over someone else's life. When she heard about Ruan Yu's healing ability, she could only feel schadenfreude. What of being a favored child? Weren't they being hunted like dogs now? So the first thing she thought when she saw Ruan Yu was how to suppress him, how to regain her sense of superiority. Ugly? Is your dog's bark ugly? Ruan Yu sneered. Some people always think that awakening an ability lets them control others, arrogantly issuing orders. Wang Chao's expression changed, turning somewhat bluish-purple. When Ruan Yu looked over, he guessed it was because the mutated fruit couldn't suppress the zombie virus. Ruan Yu, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Ruan Yu with an angry face. If you don't want to save him, you can also hand over the peaches you just picked. Anyway, there's no point in you taking so many, you're not going to eat them. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes flicked. Thinking of those peaches, she was just saying it. If Ruan Yu was wanted by other bases, she certainly wouldn't risk saving someone. First throw out a demand the other person can't accept, then lower the requirements. She thought Ruan Yu would probably give in easily. As for Wang Chao, it wasn't really her concern. Or you could give me the lotus seeds you picked earlier. Those seeds can also neutralize the poison. That line was just her trying to bluff Ruan Yu. She only knew Ruan Yu had been to D-City Botanical Garden, and that place has lotus seed pots. Although she didn't know whether Ruan Yu actually had any, Ruan Yu clearly wasn't someone who would come back empty-handed. Ruan Yu's expression didn't change, but she was somewhat surprised. What was going on? She clearly remembered that no one had seen her pick any lotus pods, not even Tu Nan. Otherwise Tu Nan would have brought something to trade for them already. What did you say? What lotus seeds? Seeing Ruan Yu's reaction, Zhang Xiaoyu thought Ruan Yu probably didn't have the seeds, so she continued pressing Taozi. Taozi, it's first come, first served. There are 8 of us here. You take out 8 and whatever's left will be yours. She looked so righteous, as if those peaches were all her property, and giving them to Ruan Yu seemed like alms. Miss Ruan, don't listen to her nonsense. We just happen to be passing by. We're not part of those 2. The moment Lin Yu spoke, he cut off any connection. It's not just strength that lets him be captain. Quick thinking matters too. Anyway, he thought Zhang Xiaoyu and the other were already living corpses who could still breathe. Zhang Xiaoyu, you seem never to have recognized your place. You're only a level 2 esper. How can you be so arrogant? Watching Zhang Xiaoyu's confident face, Ruan Yu was full of curiosity. Not just her, Xie was also very curious. A level 2 is already this arrogant. Then how outrageous should he, a level 5 ability user, be? Mind your own business. Hurry up and take out the peaches. If they don't want them, give them to me. As she spoke she formed a fireball in her hand. If Ruan Yu refused she would not hesitate to throw it at her. Ruan Yu gave a low chuckle and hurled a water sphere. Vines quickly and accurately coiled around Zhang Xiaoyu's neck. Are you a dual attribute ability user? No wait, a triple attribute. Surprise filled Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes. As the vines tightened, her face and neck flushed red from the congestion. But she did not beg. Instead, taking advantage of Ruan Yu's momentary inattention, she controlled a rebar behind her and thrust it directly toward Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu turned slightly, and the rebar that Zhang Xiaoyu had desperately tried to control, because of inertia, smoothly stabbed into her own body. How was it thrilling? Being injured by a rebar, you were controlling yourself. Ruan Yu said, sighing regretfully. It just wasn't very precise. It almost hit the heart. How did you find out? Zhang Xiaoyu asked, astonished. She had twin branch abilities and always acted this way. Feigning weakness while taking advantage of someone's inattention to directly control nearby sharp objects for a sneak attack. It had never failed. Ruan Yu loosened her grip on the vines, wrapped them around the rust-stained rebar, and pulled it out. Ah! Hearing that cry, Ruan Yu once again controlled the vines and precisely thrust them back in. Did you not inquire about my power level? Did you think everyone else is a second-tier little trash like you? No, that's impossible. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with terror. She had previously ambushed a third-tier ability user and succeeded very easily. You awakened to fourth-level abilities? How is that possible? Why is the world so unfair? They awakened around the same time, yet Yuan Yu could level up so fast. This isn't fair. Zhang Xiaoyu kept murmuring to herself, why? Why, after all her hard work, being a second-level ability user, she could easily kill a third-level, fourth-level users weren't uncommon, and most of them were uniformed personnel, which made sense, so why Yuan Yu? Yuan Yu watched her with amusement, retracted the vines, and released the already zombified Wang Chao. When you knew I was being wanted by all the major bases, why didn't you ask on what grounds? Was it because you were taking pleasure in my misfortune and ready to kick me while I was down? Too bad, now it's my turn to kick while you're down. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Chao lunged straight at Zhang Xiaoyu. Already badly wounded, Zhang Xiaoyu was quickly devoured and rapidly turned into a corpse zombie. Seeing both of them become zombies, Ruan Yu directly controlled Little Rose to pass through the two brains, and the two bodies collapsed to the ground. The 6 people across from them, upon seeing this scene, either looked up at the sky or glanced left and right, acting as if it had nothing to do with them. It originally had nothing to do with them either. Although they also wanted to profit from the leftovers, they couldn't be that bold about it. Life was important. With 2 troublemakers dealt with, they should actually be thanking Ruan Yu Tsai. All along, because of Zhang Xiaoyu, their squad had made no few enemies. Many familiar squads had let things slide only out of respect for their captain. Seeing Little Rose pull 2 crystal cores out of the 2 heads, Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. Has evolution become this fast now? He remembered she had been waiting for corpses to mutate before killing people, and she hadn't managed to get crystal cores then. Xie look. Xie happened to see 2 crystal cores on the vines, 1 second rank and 1 third rank. Now it seems zombies evolve much faster. When an esper turns into a zombie, whatever rank they were in life becomes the rank of the zombie. Ruan Yu suddenly had a novel idea. After third rank, zombies of the same rank are stronger than espers. Do you think some squads might lose to others and just turn into zombies to fight? Xie thought carefully. It seemed not impossible. People from the Qingqing base shouldn't be that stupid, right? Just then, a voice came from the bottom of the building. Colonel Xie is really easy to find, isn't he? Chapter 70 Tujing. They could tell without thinking that the voice was from the Qingqing base. Out of respect, the 2 of them looked down the stairs at the same time. A group of big crabs. They hadn't lost any personnel, though the vehicles were a bit battered from speeding away. As for Lin Yu's squad, when they heard the noise, they had already hidden inside the house. With adversaries on both sides, it was better to stay out of sight. Xie cast a disdainful glance and looked at the leader. Isn't that because you lot are too useless? Colonel Xie, boasting wins you nothing. Better think about how to get out of here. This time there won't be anyone arriving just in time to save you. The man leading them didn't look angry either. He glanced at Xie as if he had already become a prisoner. Then he looked at Ruan Yu. You must be the healing type esper that's been causing such a stir across the major bases. It's a pity we only knew your name until today. Truly thanks to Colonel Xie for arranging this meeting. Miss Ruan, would you be interested in touring the Qingqing base? Is Qingqing base really that impressive? But if trash like you can make it into management, does that base even have any worth to visit? Ruan Yu smiled and asked curiously. After being called a waste by 2 people in a row, Chu Jing's face went completely dark. The look he gave the 2 was filled with murderous intent. Whether it's valuable or not, Miss Ruan will have to go and see for herself. After all, Ruan Yan lived there for a long time, and especially the laboratory. Colonel Xie must still remember it clearly. Xie eyes were sharp as he looked at Chu Jing as if at a dead man. Thanks for the reminder, Captain Chu. Both men were 5th-tier psychics with exceptionally acute hearing. Hearing a noise at the stairwell, Ruan Yu had already gone ahead, while Xie continued to confront Chu Jing. It must be said that the people at the Qingqing base really level up their abilities fast. Last time most were only at rank 3, and now they're rushing toward rank 4. This made Ruan Yu can't help but suspect that it was them who chopped the mutated trees. As soon as he went in, someone popped their head out at the stairwell turn, and Ruan Yu immediately tossed several grenades down. Bang! 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 A few consecutive explosions rang out. Xujing heard them too. So it turns out you took all of City D's munitions. Let me think. Why would Colonel Xie bring along such a burden? Healing ability, wood element ability, and spatial ability. Adding it up, you're the real burden. Hearing the sarcasm, Xie Xingzhou didn't even twitch his eyelids. He's the one living off others? So what? Not as good as Captain Chu, first the boyfriend of a political official's daughter, then the military son-in-law, and now serving the lab to boot. It's rare for someone with 3 masters to last this long. Captain Chu really must live well. Xujing's face went completely dark. So what if he rose to power by using women? What right did he have to criticize Xie Xingzhou, a wanted man? Coincidentally, Ruan Yu finished tidying up and walked over, holding binoculars and staring at Xujing's face. What did you say again? He looks like he's about to faint from anger. Nothing, just reminiscing about the past. Xie Xingzhou glanced at Xujing, curled his lips into a smile. Anyone with eyes could see the people from Qingqing base wanted to use his hand to kill Xujing. Their squad now had 4 people left, with 4 pursuers approaching. Clearly he was the strongest, yet the weakest one showed up, and on top of that, that person was undetectable. Otherwise, with his old methods, that man could still have tracked him here. What a joke. Oh, more than a dozen came up, all taken care of. How do you want to fight this time? Ruan Yu asked curiously, watching him. He didn't look very smart, and Xie Xingzhou hadn't even thought of killing him. How strange. She casually handed an assault rifle and grenades to Xie Xingzhou. She only took a pistol outside. That's the only thing she knows. There was no other way. In her previous life she never had access to this, never learned. Her brother only taught her how to use a pistol. Bring them all into the building, we'll slide down directly. Xie Xingzhou took the items and headed straight for the rear of Xujing to attack. When those people saw Xie Xingzhou raise his gun, their first reaction was to hide and duck back. They didn't expect Xie Xingzhou's target to be the rear, and for a moment things became chaotic. Xujing recovered and immediately shouted, "Get up, go upstairs, charge up there." Seeing Xujing so ordered, Xie Xingzhou kept his gun raised and swept a circle of fire around him. Xujing's face was already as dark as it could be, so sullen it was terrifying. He raised his gun and fired at Xie Xingzhou. Xie Xingzhou immediately turned and walked away, giving no chance at all. While Xie Xingzhou was saying something about running, Ruan Yu walked to the back, tied the climbing rope, and when Xie Xingzhou walked over, handed one to him. "You go down first, I'll set up a few traps." "All right." Before going down, Ruan Yu handed him a few more grenades and several thin wires, then slid down along the rope. Having climbed rocks before, he was fairly practiced and went down quickly. Not long after he descended, Xie Xingzhou came down too and happened to see Ruan Yu packing items from the vehicle, taking whatever was usable, though there weren't many. With so many people here, it's not surprising that there are also spatial ability users. Xie Xingzhou also placed a few grenades on the car on the way, then drove off satisfied. Bang bang bang. Several explosions rang out on the rooftop in succession, making the listener break into a satisfied smile. "Wasn't he with you? How did he fall into your trap?" Ruan Yu looked at him in puzzlement. Such a simple trap would be forgivable for ordinary people, but these guys had at least been trained. Last time they were in a hurry, fine, but how could they fall for it so easily this time? "I'm a soldier king, they're not." Xie Xingzhou smiled with complete confidence. Trapping a few useless people was child's play for him. Xujing stood on the rooftop, this time truly wearing a black expression. His 2 not very lively eyes glared viciously at the Hummer that had already driven some distance away. "Xie Xingzhou, just you wait. Sooner or later I'll make you wish you were dead." "Is the captain still chasing?" "Of course, hurry and get down." The group once again swept down in a grand procession and approached the car. This time Xujing was a bit smarter. He casually pointed at someone and said, "Wait a moment, go up and check first." The man went up without the slightest hesitation, looked around and only then came down. "Captain, there's nothing. Check the other vehicles for me." "Captain, we've checked them all, inspected the chassis too. No grenades, no other explosives." Xujing was momentarily stunned when he heard the answer. Xie Xingzhou was so useless he wasn't even going to set a trap? "Get in the car, hurry and chase." The lead car had just started when a familiar explosion rang out, followed by 2 more blasts. Hearing the explosions, Ruan Yu even took out a telescope to look back. "Where did you put the grenade?" "They didn't find it." "Secret." Ruan Yu rolled his eyes. "If you won't say it, then I won't." "What's the name of that leader?" "Lucky guy, he actually didn't die." "Good that he's alive. By now half of them are probably dead or wounded." "He won't need us to lead him. He'll head to Yunshan on his own." Ruan Yu thought for a moment and felt it made sense. If they couldn't beat them, they'd go find help. But are you sure that when he goes up the mountain he won't get into a fight with Fenglan's people? Or run into the zombies hiding on the mountain? Chapter 71. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Xie Xingzhou looked calm. If they fight, what does that have to do with us? You thought that from the start, didn't you? Ruan Yu shot him a look. The man was full of mischief. I thought so, but I didn't expect him to be this cooperative. Going home now? Or should we look around some more? Let's look around first. If there's a tail, it'd be bad. Okay. The two of them drove around, checking out the orchards and the like in the suburbs. They came away with a bit of a haul, so it wasn't a loss. After they got home, Ruan Yu hugged He Yao and gave him a thorough petting. Once she was satisfied, she took out the two little ones' rations. Looking at the empty food bowl, she muttered, I didn't expect you two to eat so much. She remembered packing what she thought was one day's worth of food when they left, but without anyone watching, the two of them had run wild. She poked He Yao and said, Thanks for your hard work today, you two. Obsidian meow. Meow. Good that you understand, now give me a bit more rations. He gave Obsidian 2 more fruits and a piece of roasted meat. Only after tidying up did he sit down to eat dinner with Xie Xingzhou. Let's skip the roasting tonight. We'll set out early tomorrow to find that 5th-tier zombie. All right. Yunshan Summit. A group of people were waiting until they were nearly wilting. Hey, that Bai Cha. Didn't you say that someone named Ruan Yu would definitely come? Bai Cha was a bit puzzled too. Ruan Yu actually didn't show up, and this was a perfect chance to take them out. I don't know either. Aren't you supposed to be able to foresee things? Bai Cha gave an awkward laugh. I can't predict this one. Let's wait a bit longer. Ruan Yu will definitely come. Song Xiai interjected from the side. If he doesn't come, let's wait another couple of days. That guy Xie Xingzhou loves making people wait and holds grudges. He's probably planning to leave us hanging for a couple of days. All right, Captain Song has spoken, so let's wait a couple more days. Feng Lan didn't mind either. It would be best to meet him, but if not, it didn't matter. Since people lived on this side, they'd run into each other eventually. But waiting like that was boring. So she looked at Song Xiai with a face full of gossip. By the way, how did you find out? Did he stand you up? Song Xiai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yeah. During a mission before, I spoke a bit too much and was left hanging for several days. And in the end I got screwed over. Feng Lan smiled. No wonder you know so much. This time I'll give you the chance to take advantage of it. Although they weren't on the same page now, they had at least worked together before, so after a bit of small talk they still found quite a few common topics. By contrast with Bai Cha, it was clear that Su Yanji's attitude toward her was not as it had been before. They were still together, but they had far fewer shared interests. Wenli and Li Yi didn't even dare speak. They could only huddle in the back chewing on compressed biscuits. No spatial ability, so can only bring this kind of filling food that doesn't take up space. As for Feng Lan's group of about 100 people, many had spatial abilities. It wasn't big fish and meat, but there was a balance of meat and vegetables. Seeing it made Bai Cha and the others drool, but they could only watch helplessly. Feng Lan wasn't a kind person either. She just watched and wouldn't give up 2 pieces of meat. On the other side, Chu Jing drove with his people all the way to the foot of the mountain. They had been chasing Xie Xingzhou, but ended up being led in circles. When they fell behind, the others even slowed down, and in the end they disappeared without a trace. Seeing more than half of his people wounded, Chu Jing was itching to kill Xie Xingzhou, but this time he finally had to grudgingly acknowledge his own strength and had no choice but to cooperate with Feng Lan. Those 3rd-tier zombies didn't move when they saw people. They just followed behind Chu Jing and the others. When Chu Jing reached halfway up the mountain, a horde of zombies surrounded them. Captain, so many 3rd-tier zombies. I'm not blind, I saw it. Throw a few grenades out, Chu Jing said impatiently. These zombies were clearly controlled by someone whose mountain would be full of zombies. Feng Lan, who was eating heartily, heard the explosions and immediately stood up. What was that noise? Captain, it sounds like it's coming from halfway up the mountain, and there are gunshots too. Looks like there are quite a few people. Feng Lan laughed twice. He knew who it was, probably someone chasing Xie Xingzhou. Captain Song, go down and meet them. It's most likely Chu Jing. Song Xiai thought for a while, then remembered Chu Jing this time. How would he come? Feng Lan said with a look of schadenfreude. He's chasing Xie Xingzhou, of course. His assigned task is to bring Xie Xingzhou back. He's actually still alive? Song Xiai asked in astonishment. That person hadn't been killed by Xie Xingzhou? Probably figured it doesn't matter whether he's dead or not, so he couldn't be bothered to bother with him. The two spoke as they walked, and then saw the 40 or 50 people surrounded by zombies. Captain Chu, long time no see. What brings you here? Although a bit disheveled, Chu Jing still said calmly. I followed Xie Xingzhou here. I heard you arranged to meet him, so I came to join the fun. When Song Si walked over, he was already keeping the zombies away. He glanced at the 40 or 50 people. Have any of you seen Xie Xingzhou? Feng Lan also looked like she was watching a show. Hurry up, tell us. How did he get tricked this time? I saw him this afternoon. He was chased by a mutated giant crab for a while, and stepped on 2 traps set by Xie Xingzhou. Xujing said without concern that it had already happened anyway. If he didn't say it now, who knew where they'd learn of it later, and at least the version he gave was correct. Being able to survive after stepping into 2 traps showed he was indeed lucky. Feng Lan reached out and patted his shoulder. It's okay, being alive is what matters. There will be chances to get revenge. Coincidentally, we're preparing to set a trap for Xie Xingzhou too. Join us. Although the people weren't particularly strong, there were still 40 or 50 of them, enough to jointly besiege Xie Xingzhou. I'm here to see you about this. Then let's go. Let's go up and talk it over slowly. The next morning, Ruan Yu and the other person got up early. They packed up early, finished breakfast, and prepared to depart. Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou. Did Song Si come last night? He did. I sent him away and told him I'd go today. That's perfect. He can stay at Heiyao's to watch the house. After securing the provisions, the two of them drove straight toward City B. The 5th-rank zombies were coming. The road was clear the whole way. Toll collectors who saw their car from afar all moved out of the way, probably on Tu Nan's orders. Ruan Yu sneered, thinking she should give a little extra next time. After driving for over 3 hours, the two arrived at the little base where old Zhao used to be. They stowed the car and Ruan Yu led Xie Xingzhou along a path toward the interior, walking for over 10 minutes before reaching a courtyard. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. This is the place? I didn't expect it to be so dilapidated. Xie Xingzhou followed Ruan Yu's gaze. A few low houses had partially collapsed, the courtyard wall had crumbled halfway, and there were some headless corpses on the ground. The two of them walked over cautiously. A faint sound came from inside one of the houses, and Xie Xingzhou reflexively hurled a large fireball in. The flammable materials inside ignited instantly. Ruan Yu turned to him in a daze. What was that supposed to mean? Xie Xingzhou gave an awkward laugh. Do you believe me if I say I didn't do it on purpose? Chapter 72, 5th-rank Zombie Soldier. Do you think I would believe that? Ruan Yu's eyes widened. How could someone make such a basic mistake? It was just a conditioned reflex. Maybe that zombie would just jump out like that. No sooner had the words fallen than a figure burst out of the room that had just caught fire and lunged straight at Xie Xingzhou. Ruan Yu watched with a bit of schadenfreude and said, You guessed perfectly. Watching the two figures already fighting, Ruan Yu silently wondered whether she should join in. A 5th-rank zombie was so rare after all, but judging by Xie Xingzhou's look, it didn't seem like he couldn't handle it. There were quite a few dual-attribute psychics in the last life as well, yet none of them could take on a high-level zombie alone. Could it be because Xie Xingzhou is a half-zombie? Zombies of the same level do fight. After all, eating the other's crystal core lets them level up. But a half-zombie doesn't have a crystal core. At its essence, it's still considered a person. Ruan Yu watched for a while, then called out to the two figures. Do you want me to help? No need. Since everyone said so, Ruan Yu took out a packet of sunflower seeds and watched while eating. Xie Xingzhou's windfire dual affinity, and that zombie was actually waterwood dual affinity, which made Ruan Yu watch even more intently. Xie Xingzhou launched 3 fireballs at the zombie in succession, and the zombie was not to be outdone, sending out 3 water spheres. Unexpectedly, there were wind blades following Xie Xingzhou's fireballs, and the zombie was directly hit. Luckily its body was tough, and it stubbornly controlled vines in response. Though not as agile as her vines, they were still formidable. Maybe it had been tricked before. The zombie had learned to imitate. It controlled the water spheres to attack Xie Xingzhou, while using vines to ambush from underground. Xie Xingzhou dodged, and a vine suddenly shot up from under his feet. Fortunately he reacted quickly and flung out fireballs and wind blades like they were free, narrowly avoiding being entangled. Though they were far apart, Ruan Yu could clearly see the shock on Xie Xingzhou's face and let out a somewhat uncharitable laugh. It had to be said that a 5th-rank zombie was indeed clever. Xie Xingzhou had tricked it several times before, but the moves he used were learned and turned back against him. Luckily Xie Xingzhou was quick-witted. By striking unexpectedly, he hit the zombie several times in succession and finally severed its head. But he was exhausted. Only then did Ruan Yu put away the sunflower seeds and walk over, first collecting the crystal core, and then using her ability to treat his wounds. How is it? Not bad. That zombie was pretty tough. If it had been a 6th-tier zombie, we probably would have needed to team up. Xie Xingzhou lay on the ground, not feeling embarrassed. It's normal to be unable to win. Aren't you a zombie type? You can't beat them either. Ruan Yu was genuinely puzzled. Logically, Xie Xingzhou should be able to beat opponents of the same rank. Why was he saying he couldn't handle anyone above level 6? It's a half-zombie constitution. We still feel pain, severe injuries can still kill us. Zombies won't die as long as their heads are still on their necks. Alright. She had forgotten, apart from immunity to the zombie virus, half-zombie bodies are no different from humans in other ways. She poured some water for Xie Xingzhou to wash his hands and handed him a mutated fruit from the space. Here, eat this and go back early. I just have a feeling someone's coming this way. Xie Xingzhou sat up, didn't bother with politeness, took it and ate. Alright, it's better to go back early anyway. But next time bring He Yao along. Mutated animals are still easier to fight than zombies. We'll talk about it when we get back. Watching the house still burning, Ruan Yu released a large water sphere and doused more than half of it, then sent out several smaller water spheres, finally putting the fire out completely. Setting fire to the mountain invites a life sentence. Even though it's the end of the world, burning the mountain is inadvisable. What if it reaches the mutated trees? That would be disastrous. After the two rested and were about to leave, a sweet child's voice sounded. Sister, are you an ability user? Ruan Yu turned her head and looked at a 6 or 7-year-old girl standing not far away. Her clothes were dingy and tattered, her face filthy. Before the end of the world she would surely have been a child who instantly stirred people's pity. Yes. Little sister, is there something you need? Ruan Yu answered gently, her face wearing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She hadn't forgotten the little girl who had given her a stab in their previous life. Now when she saw children, she inexplicably felt uncomfortable, always feeling that if given the chance, these children's choices would all be the same. My daddy is hurt, sister, can you save him? The little girl asked innocently. A woman suddenly rushed out from behind her, looking like her mother. The woman covered the little girl's mouth. Sorry to bother you, her father got hurt. And I wasn't watching her for a moment, so she ran out. I hope we didn't cause you any trouble. No. After speaking they both turned and left. The woman was stunned. This wasn't how the scene should play out. Shouldn't they ask how her husband was injured? Might as well go and see him. The young girl struggled her way to Ruan Yu. Sister, can you please save my father? Ruan Yu smiled gently, her eyes coldly watching her. No. In the apocalypse, busybodies rarely live long. She still remembered the lesson from the last life. Even if she knew the girl had no weapon, that didn't stop her from keeping her distance and staying on guard at all times. She was also a bit curious. If that little girl from her previous life appeared in front of her, could she cleanly and decisively strike her down with a single blade? Why? The girl's tone was full of accusation, but what was there to ask why? If you called for help, I'd help you. I don't want to save them / anyone. After finishing speaking, Ruan Yu wanted to leave. The little girl stepped directly in front of the two of them. No, isn't your healing ability meant to save people? Why won't you save my father? A flash of murderous intent passed through Ruan Yu's eyes. She turned to look at the little girl's mother. Did you teach her that? Miss Ruan, I know you have a healing ability. Could you please save my husband? He was scratched by a zombie and is about to give out. If we lose him, how will An and I survive? As long as you save him, my life is yours. Say the word and I would go through fire and blade without hesitation. Anen's mother immediately knelt toward Ruan Yu, tears streaming as she wailed. Seeing this, Anen also knelt toward Ruan Yu. Sister, please save my father, okay? I can't live without him. Sister, I will repay you. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. Xie Xingzhou frowned, staring at Ruan Yu as if afraid her saintly impulses would flare up. Someone who would stop her from saving people like this couldn't be a good person. Ruan Yu took a deep breath and said, Bring the person over. She wanted to see who it was. When did her face become so recognizable? Besides, when Xie Xingzhou had killed the 5th-tier zombie, she had already scanned the area and there was absolutely no one there. How did these two people suddenly appear without either her or Xie Xingzhou noticing? Even though she had only just arrived, anyone who could recognize her immediately and morally blackmail her had no value in living. Anen's mother felt a surge of joy and hurried to her feet. Thank you. Thank you. I'll go fetch her right away. Anen also stood and thanked them, her tone full of childlike innocence. Thank you, sister. Ruan Yu glanced at Anen, expression cold. How do you know me? Chapter 73 Traditional Virtue. Because sister is very pretty. Anen looked up at Ruan Yu, her eyes completely sincere. Ruan Yu snorted coldly. There are plenty of beautiful people. The farthest she'd been was City D, she hadn't been anywhere else, and the people who knew her came and went in waves. Bai Cha really is something. That's true, but it's a pity for you, you're so ugly. Xie Xingzhou crouched down and looked at Anen with a tone of, I'm just being honest. His expression sincere with not a hint of teasing. As soon as those words left his mouth, neither of them missed the flash of poisoned resentment in Anen's eyes. How could a child from the end times be someone to take lightly? When did you get so kind? Really want to save people? Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu and asked directly, not bothering to hide. A little brat couldn't turn the world upside down. From the way they'd gotten along these days, he didn't think Ruan Yu was that kind-hearted. She seemed sane enough, wouldn't save someone most likely. I'm not saying I want to save anyone. Ruan Yu shot him a glance, then looked at Anan, speaking honestly. Sister, you just now. Anan grew anxious, looking at Ruan Yu with eyes full of urgency. What did sister just say, didn't you hear? You said to have mom bring dad over. Yeah. Did that word say I should save someone? You're lying. Anan, furious, lunged straight at Ruan Yu, but being too short, Xie Xingzhou held her head and waved her arms. It actually looked rather comical. Who did I lie to? It's you, so young and not learning properly. I don't know how your parents raised you. The little girl couldn't argue back or hit anyone. She burst into tears with a wail. Anan's mother also came over. Anan, what's wrong? What's wrong? Did someone bully you? The words were addressed to Anan, but her gaze swept over to Ruan Yu. Mom, Ruan Yu is lying, she doesn't want to save dad. Mom, she's deceiving us. Anan's mother looked at Ruan Yu, hesitated a little and said, Miss Ruan, I brought everyone here, look. I'm looking, can't be saved, bury him here. Ruan Yu glanced over, didn't recognize him, had no impression, probably never met him in a past life either. Miss Ruan, you said you would save people. Anan's mother spoke sharply, as if Ruan Yu's refusal to save would keep her from leaving. You tell me first how you know me. You save them first. Her confident voice left Ruan Yu a little stunned. Then let him wait to die. Ruan Yuman said indifferently, after all, who is begging? Say it if you like, I don't care. I have news about Ruan Yen. If you don't save him, I won't tell you. And then? You don't want to know about your brother? Hearing the indifference in Ruan Yu's tone, An's mother was somewhat surprised. The person before had said that as long as news of Ruan Yen was mentioned, Ruan Yu would surely act to save him, so why was this different now? Ruan Yu looked her up and down. In her previous life she went to City B first, and judging by the timeline, Bai Cha must have gone to City B too. That person wouldn't tell people at the City B base. As soon as her brother is mentioned, she'd come to save him. The people who captured her brother wouldn't say upon seeing him, I have news of your sister Ruan Yu. If you don't come out, you'll never know where she is in your life. Hiding in the primeval forest, Ruan Yen just wanted to say, Sister, you guessed exactly right. Luckily your brother isn't stupid either. She looked down on An's mother. You're from City B, aren't you? Indeed. The person who told you that is called Bai Cha. She had only been in City B a few days and had already tried every trick. One could only say she truly deserved the female lead role. Anan's mother's pupils constricted. Shock showed plainly on her face. How did she know? Seeing her reaction, Ruan Yu knew she was almost certainly right and sneered. Didn't she tell you I hate people who use moral coercion? I was going to save someone, but you know Bai Cha, anyone who's heard her name I won't save. Friendly reminder. If you can't go on living, just go die. Suicide doesn't hurt as much as becoming a zombie. Becoming a zombie is fine too. Your whole family would be perfectly neat and tidy. No sooner had she finished speaking than Xie Xingzhou dragged her away. Anan tried to stop them but was slapped aside. Two people without supernatural abilities, whether they can return or not is up to fate. What does it have to do with her? She's not the one taking a loss. Anan's father lay on the ground, propping himself up on his hands as he sat up. Shaoling, go quickly, take Anan and leave. I feel like I'm about to turn into a corpse. No, I won't go. I want to stay with you, Anan's mother sobbed. Anan stepped forward. Mom, do you not want me anymore? She didn't want to die nor become a zombie. She wanted to live. Shaoling, if not for yourself then for Anan, she's so young. Shaoling, be sensible and go quickly. Honey, I don't want to go. Mom. Ruan Yu and the other person hid in the shadows, watching a battered taxi drive toward City B. While An's father had already fully turned into a corpse. Ruan Yu directly unleashed vines to harvest the crystal core. Even a mosquito is still meat. After all, it was at least a third-rank crystal core. Let's go home. Watching Ruan Yu put the crystalline core away, Xie Xingzhou finally spoke. The two got into the car and started it up, heading off immediately. They barely spoke the whole way. Ruan Yu snacked and looked at Xie Xingzhou with puzzlement. This man was also from the military, so why did he, like her, treat human life so lightly? Maybe her gaze was too intense. Xie Xingzhou turned his head and glanced at her. What kind of look is that? That's a little strange. Isn't your duty to protect the people? Even if not now, your instinct should tell you to save someone, right? You already said it yourself. My original duty was to protect the people. Where are there any people in the apocalypse? Ruan Yu fell silent. No wonder she had done so poorly in her last life. It was the apocalypse after all. All those previous apocalyptic novels really were useless. She hadn't learned a single lesson. You're right. I was being narrow-minded. Xie Xingzhou smiled. I was especially afraid just now that you'd interfere and save him. You don't live long sticking your nose into other people's business these days. Ruan Yu looked at him speechlessly. Who was he implying? I'm not that stupid. I'm just curious. Do so many people now recognize my face? So you already guessed the reason? Xie Xingzhou chatted idly while driving. Besides Bai Cha, he couldn't think of anyone else. By the timeline, Bai Cha hadn't been away long. He was surprisingly good at stirring up trouble, but storms are fleeting no matter how big or far. Yeah, so I'm wondering what would be good to bring when I go to Yunshan. Reciprocity is a time-honored virtue. Even in the end times it shouldn't be forgotten. Why don't you just control the vines to bury a few explosive charges? Feng Lan will definitely bury them, right? Then help him change the location. Alright. Everything has been resolved and Ruan Yu feels much more relaxed, but she still feels a bit uneasy. Could Bai Cha be up to some more mischief? Yunshan. Bai Cha suddenly woke up, covered in cold sweat. Cha-cha, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Even though he still resented what happened before, on the surface Su Yanji still acted caring and attentive, like a model-devoted boyfriend. It's nothing, I just dreamed that Ruan Yu came and I was accidentally pushed off a cliff. Bai Cha's pale face forced a smile, speaking with some lingering fear. Luckily it was just an ordinary nightmare. Cha-cha, if you're feeling unwell about anything, tell me sooner. Okay. Bai Cha lowered her head to conceal the fleeting dark light in her eyes, glanced at a remote control button and a bottle of spray in her hand, confirmed that only she could see them, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the dream she had indeed been blown off a cliff, but someone had come to her, claiming to be the Tian Dao, heavenly Dao, of this world, saying that to kill Ruan Yu she would have to use the bomb he provided. He also gave her a bottle of medicine that could temporarily prevent ability users who sensed Dao Qi from using their powers. After he spoke, he vanished, and she continued dreaming of being blasted off the cliff. Then she woke up with a start, and to her surprise there really was something in her hand, just like in the dream. Thinking of this, Bai Cha felt a surge of dark pleasure. Even the Tian Dao was on her side. Ruan Yu, what can you possibly use to fight me? Chapter 74. Surprise Attack. Ruan Yu and the other returned along the road. Since the path had been cleared, nothing unexpected happened. But just as they entered City A, they ran into Tu Nan. To be precise, he had been waiting for them right there. Seeing Ruan Yu and the others, Tu Nan's face lit up like he'd seen the god of wealth. He grinned so wide his eyes disappeared and rubbed his hands lecherously. Thanks, brother, sister-in-law is back. I suppose everything's been settled. Brother Tu, is something the matter? What could be the matter with me? It's just that little business. If we run into each other, why not carry it on? Xie Xingzhou looked at him speechlessly. If it weren't that Ruan Yu had a lot of stock, he probably really couldn't afford to do this deal. Seeing Ruan Yu nod, Xie Xingzhou finally said, Then let's go. Brother Tu, how much are you planning to trade this time? This time not much, just 10 4th-order crystal cores and 100 3rd-order crystal cores. Brother and sister-in-law can take care of them. Ruan Yu was speechless. Weren't they just asking for the peaches they picked? Ruan Yu picked and chose, found the 2 ugliest-looking ones, and handed them over along with the fruit she'd picked earlier. Seeing the peaches, Tu Nan's eyes lit up. Thanks, brother and sister-in-law. But earlier I saw those people from Yunshan carrying bundles of explosives. If you're going, be careful. Ruan Yu nodded and handed Tu Nan half a cigarette. Thanks for the warning, Brother Tuesday. After a few casual words, the two of them headed toward the market district. They stopped at any shops along the way that hadn't been looted and helped themselves. No one would complain about having extra supplies. They still had to go to Yunshan. If they didn't go and mess with someone, in a few days people would probably be crowding around where they were staying. A heavy rain doesn't cause a disaster just because it lasts a couple of days. The two of them got home by 6, had a simple dinner, and Ruan Yu said, How about we go at midnight? Catch them completely off guard. There will definitely be all 3rd-tier zombies on that mountain. How about we go train first? Looking at Ruan Yu's bright big eyes, Xie Xingzhou could only nod in agreement. Alright, your call. Should we bring those two along? Take it with you. After saying that, the two each went back to their own homes. A few more hours? First get some more sleep. In the early morning the two were ready to go. Yunshan said it wasn't far. By car it would only be about 2 hours. Xie Xingzhou drove and Ruan Yu kept sleeping. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xie Xingzhou pulled over to the side from a distance. Ruan Yu directly scooped up the obsidian and put the car away. Xie Xingzhou looked at her, hesitant to speak. Silver Moon was still in the car. Then he thought Ruan Yu couldn't be that foolish, could she? Doesn't that mean Ruan Yu's space? Thinking of this, Xie Xingzhou stopped talking and followed Ruan Yu and Xiao Yunshan as they walked. Since it was somewhat of a tourist spot, The mountain path up was neatly built with steps. The two walked while mowing down nearby zombies, trying to make as little noise as possible. Their ascent was several times slower than usual. Having used his psychic power, Ruan Yu took out a fruit from the spatial knot, consuming it to recover as he went. The first to notice something was wrong was Song Si. After waking, he didn't alarm the others, he just quietly went down the mountain to take a look. In his impression, Xie Xingzhou usually came openly and aboveboard. Sneaking around really wasn't his style, so he just figured some careless person had broken in. Halfway up the mountain, Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yu were sitting and picking at fruit. Song Si is pretty impressive. So many third-tier zombies and he still hasn't managed to control them all. I wonder how far he'll have to run. If there were more, they'd have been slaughtered to begin with. He'd probably be furious when he sees this. Xie Xingzhou laughed with malicious delight. He was sure Xie would have come during the day. This secretive approach was a first for him. He had no idea what Song Si's mood would be when he saw the ground littered with zombies. Prepared all these zombie traps, didn't expect them to be gone just like that. Why do I feel like you're smiling with ill intent? Not really, I just think with such a commotion, Song Si should be coming down soon. True, so many brothers died. If he still doesn't wake up, then he really deserves to be outdone by you at every turn. The two of them were deep in conversation when they saw Song Si walking over. Ruan Yu greeted him politely. Captain Song, what a coincidence. Seeing the ground covered with zombies, Song Si's face went ashen. The four of them had taken 2 nights to bring them here, and now more than half had been dealt with so easily. Xie Xingzhou, since when did you learn to do these sneaky petty things? Xie Xingzhou looked at him innocently. What did that have to do with him? He was just more obedient, that's all. So you mean it's okay for you to shamelessly do as you please, but others aren't allowed to anticipate? You. Don't you me? Since you're here, settle down and accept it. Understand? One person coming alone is pretty bold. Then let's just bury them right here. No sooner had he finished speaking than He Yao leapt directly at Song Si from behind, striking with a single claw. Song Si reacted quickly, sensing the danger and dodging. He had barely come to a stop when several vine-like tendrils, as thick as arms, shot up from the ground. Even though she reacted quickly, the barbs on the vine still scraped her, prompting several streaks of purple psychic energy before she managed to dodge past the vine. In fact, it was Ruan Yu's conditioned reflex that controlled the vine to dodge. Ruan Yu caved. She didn't want to get electrocuted. Xie Xingzhou controlled wind blades. Ruan Yu controlled water droplets. He Yao went straight in with his claws, and Song Si, a 4th-level psychic, was taken down quickly. Xie Xingzhou, don't think that killing me will let you walk away. Do you know how many people are on the mountain? How much explosives are buried under the ground? And you, Ruan Yu, do you dare to confront all the bases alone? I advise you to surrender. That way you might at least die quickly. Ruan Yu pouted. Boring. I thought someone abandoned by the base like you would let us avenge you on the side. But I can't blame you. You're such a loser, who are you to say that? If you didn't beg for mercy, maybe it's just your old professional habits acting up. You not daring doesn't mean I don't dare. Stay buried here. Song Si smiled. With you accompanying me to the grave, I don't consider it a loss. Then he froze, his face incredulous, and shouted at Ruan Yu. What's going on? What did you do? Ruan Yu looked at him with a calm expression. Of course, she controlled Little Rose as a parasite. At first she thought it was just a simple parasitism. Later she discovered that when Little Rose burrowed in, it was actually siphoning off the other's supernatural energy, which perfectly avoided the possibility of the other person detonating themselves. No wonder after Little Rose tunneled into the zombie's body, the crystal core had been eaten significantly less. She had thought it had lost its appetite. Who knew it was simply full and turned its nose up? Want to self-destruct? There's no chance for that anymore. It's better for the dead to stay quiet. After saying that, Ruan Yu gave him a decisive move. Considering his constitution, Ruan Yu directly pried open his skull. Inside was half of a crystal core that hadn't fully formed. Is he about to turn into a zombie? Xie Xingzhou thought for a long moment before saying, probably. He did say at the start that he would slowly turn into a zombie. Chapter 75 Space Exposed. Ruan Yu said regretfully, if only we'd stayed a few more days, maybe it would have been another 5th-tier zombie. Xie Xingzhou looked at her helplessly. Let's go, finish this quickly. The two of them grew closer and closer, and there was no need to hide anymore, because Feng Lan had already risen and was calling the others, who stood before them fully armed. Thank you, Colonel Xie. Miss Ruan, what a coincidence. Ruan Yu snorted and said rudely. Not a coincidence at all, we came here specifically to kill you. Ruan Yu, long time no see? When Bai Cha saw Ruan Yu, she jumped out and spoke immediately. Long? Maybe you've been recovering too long. Otherwise we might never have met in this lifetime. At the sound of Bai Cha's voice, Ruan Yu spoke sarcastically. constantly reminding her that she had just been blown up by her. Ruan Yu, I don't even know what I did wrong to deserve such malice from you, but I won't change. Rather than wasting myself trying to fight it out from within, it might be faster to make others change. Don't you think I'm right? A cold glint flashed in Bai Cha's eyes. If she couldn't change other people's attitudes, wouldn't it be quicker to change her fate directly? Why had she insisted on following Ruan Yu before? When the protagonist dies, of course a new protagonist will appear. You're right, so why aren't you dead yet? Like Xiao Chong, what's the use of living so long if you can't even beg for it? Ruan Yu looked at her with contempt. If she wanted to kill her, she should at least know her own limits. She didn't try to improve herself and only wanted shortcuts. If she died, it would be deserved. Colonel Xia, we've at least worked together before. It's not good to be so hostile. Why not take this chance to have a proper talk? Feng Lan glanced at Xie Xingzhou, then cast a look at Chu Jing and said that with so many people around he shouldn't be afraid of Xie Xingzhou pulling tricks. There were still quite a few bombs buried on the ground. Talk about what bombs? Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to dig up all the bombs, then looked at Feng Lan with a mocking smile. Feng Lan's face darkened as she looked at the earth element ability users behind her. Trash. Those few could only lower their heads and endure. After all, several of them had failed to snatch Ruan Yu before, which was rather embarrassing. Bai Cha glanced over. The bomb she controlled wasn't there, and she was secretly pleased, just waiting for Ruan Yu to let his guard down. Ruan Yu held He Yao in one arm and frowned in thought. Earlier there had been another odd spot underground, but when the vines passed through there was nothing. He looked at Bai Cha again. There was really no choice but to overthink it. It can't be that the heavens in this book are all siding with Bai Cha. That's not something you can gamble with. Since Miss Ruan has already been found, can we now talk in peace? The people Chu Jing brought went straight to the path down the mountain and looked at Ruan Yu, their eyes full of certainty. Miss Ruan, why don't you decide whether you'll come with us willingly, or whether we should help you make the choice? A healer-type psychic, once they take her back, if the others die, they die. Who would dare cause him trouble? Ruan Yu looked around. Everyone's eyes were full of ill intent. If that's the case, then let them die. She turned and gave Xie Xingzhou a signal, tossed out several smoke grenades, and Xie Xingzhou opened fire with his submachine gun. She, for her part, kept throwing a few tear gas canisters and tossing grenades. I'm the kind of person who likes to voluntarily help people ascend to heaven, so you don't need to thank me. The vines control it, so every grenade explodes with relative precision. The scene gradually descended into chaos. It was right where Bai Cha stood. The vine spun several times and still couldn't throw accurately. This is something you can't play with. Can it protect her for a lifetime? Ruan Yu, aren't you afraid your secret will be exposed? Hearing the voice, Xie Xingzhou also immediately swept his gun over. Ah Yezi, what's wrong with you? No sooner had she spoken than when Li herself was shot. Only Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi, at most with scratches, were standing there fine. Ruan Yu turned and looked at Xie Xingzhou. Since when did your shooting get so bad? Xie Xingzhou was a little helpless too. Does this really have anything to do with him? Then you tell me, what secrets do I have? Your space is %yuan. Bai Cha was stunned after speaking. She actually couldn't finish the sentence. Ruan Yu smiled. If the heroine herself hadn't obtained it yet, the way of heaven probably wouldn't allow it to be said aloud. Why can't you finish the sentence? Still too scared to say anything? Where do you all get so much useless talk? Hurry up and fight? Feng Lan cut in, her tone full of anger. He's here fighting himself to death, and over there they actually have the mood to chat. Xie Xingzhou shot again. Where did that cockroach come from? It still won't die. You don't get cocky. Do you dare to come over here? Seeing she couldn't say it, Bai Cha had no choice but to lead Ruan Yu over to the bomb. This time Ruan Yu had to die. The spatial ring could only be hers. What am I afraid of? But if I walk away when you tell me to, I'll lose face. Do you dare to come over here? Now it was confirmed. That abnormal thing was something Bai Cha had done. She wasn't stupid, just provoke her a bit and she'd lose her life. White Tea panicked, immediately pulling out her spray. Not knowing where Ruan Yu was, she ran out and sprayed whoever she came across. Voices rose and fell all around. Why can't my ability be used anymore? Feng Lan accidentally inhaled a little and frowned, unable to see the spray in White Tea's hand, assuming it was her ability. White Tea has this ability. Why didn't she use it sooner? Also, do you want us all to die together? He's decided. After this, as long as Bai Cha isn't dead, he will definitely take her back to the Qingqing base. Having one or two more test subjects doesn't matter. It would be such a waste not to study this kind of supernatural ability. I forgot, where is Ruan Yu? Bai Cha said with a face full of grievance. In front of you. Bai Cha ran over and then hurriedly ran away. Ruan Yu dodged as soon as she heard the sound, but still caught a scent. Xie Xingzhou. The moment she smelled it, Ruan Yu immediately called for Xie. She clearly felt that her ability was unusable. Even her healing power couldn't be used. The surrounding sounds were all created by Feng Lan and the others, misleading their judgment. Fortunately, the space could still be used. She threw out several smoke grenades. Hey Yao, go find Xie quickly. Just as the two of them and the leopard met, Ruan Yu saw Bai Cha's malicious smile. Isn't her position exactly the problematic spot? There wasn't time to think more. At the moment Bai Cha pressed the button, Ruan Yu directly took Xie and He Yao into the space. Explosions rang out. The violent shock made half the mountain collapse. The charge Ruan Yu had dug up earlier was detonated as well, and for a time nothing but explosions could be heard. White Tea was still stunned. Wasn't the space supposed to be inaccessible to people? Even the book never mentioned that this space could take people inside. Why could Ruan Yu go in and even bring others? White Tea's eyes were full of disbelief. Such a good opportunity, and Ruan Yu slipped away again. Su Yanji, seeing her like this and thinking he would still have to rely on her later, grabbed her and ran off immediately. As for Li Yuanli, who cared who came for her? Feng Lan actually wasn't dead. She pulled Chu Jing along and followed Su Yanji as he ran. Because of the smoke bomb they assumed Xie and the other were still at the center of the explosion. Unfortunately, the explosion was simply too fast, and several people were knocked off the cliff by the blast. Inside the space there were no powers and the other side had more people, so Xie still sustained some injuries. With powers unusable, Ruan Yu thought for a moment and directly kicked him into He Yao's bathing pit. Xie remained in a dazed state. Although he had guessed it, being brought in like that still gave him a fright. I didn't expect your space to be like this. Chapter 76. People are social animals. Ruan Yu shrugged. You didn't ask either. Your abilities can't be used right now, so just soak for a while. It'll help relieve your injuries. Xie. Is that something he could ask? As soon as they entered the space, He Yao bit at Ruan Yu's sleeve with emu in its mouth. Ruan Yu shot He Yao a look, then picked several fruits and gave them to it and emu. Only then did the two calm down. She casually picked a few more fruits and handed them to Xie. We'll probably be stuck here for a while before we can get out. All the bombs outside have gone off. You have such a nice space. Why don't I ever see you staying in it all the time? Xie looked as if he'd never seen the world, glancing left and right. Indeed, Ruan Yu's space was a bit excessively well stocked. Humans are social animals. She would like that, but when she had that idea before, the space immediately kicked her out. She couldn't even just think about it. Then again, if she didn't go out, how would the plot unfold? But this time those people, even if they don't die, should at least be seriously injured. Xie nodded, seeing his wounds had improved a bit, climbed out of the pit, looked around and said, Aren't you afraid I'll just stay in your space and not leave? There are so many supplies I can barely move, and you've even planted so many vegetables. Ruan Yu yawned. Take something and try it. If you betray me, I'll just lock you in the space. Hearing Ruan Yu, Xie really tried to take something, and then was stunned. No matter how he reached, he couldn't grab anything. The items were right there, yet separated by some unseen barrier. It suddenly made sense why Obsidian wanted Ruan Yu to pick fruit for it. If you were locked inside here, you would truly starve to death. Like a mouse that had gotten into a rice jar, yet would starve to death in the rice jar. Thinking of this, Xie shuddered. It was horrifying. Nobody else knows about this space, right? No, Bai Cha probably knows a little though. That's good. Although others can't steal it, having a jewel invites trouble, so don't reveal it lightly. Xie thought silently. That Ruan Yu brought him in, did it mean Ruan Yu trusted him deeply? Such a big secret was laid bare before him. Suddenly he felt a heavy burden of responsibility. He must protect Ruan Yu well. Ruan Yu, unnerved by his staring, said, Are you just bored? Pointing to the patch of land beside them. Then go farm. Harvest those vegetables that are ripe. And the corn should be ready to eat. Bring it down while you're at it. After speaking, Ruan Yu walked toward the small bamboo hut beside her. She was too tired, she needed to rest. Living under someone else's roof, Xie dutifully held things and worked. With Ruan Yu's permission, he could still touch the vegetables in the field, but he still couldn't take other things. Then what are you doing? I'm going to sleep. Xie. So he was dragged in to be free labor? There's a bed over there. If you're tired, find a place to sleep yourself. Ruan Yu touched his nose, realizing he might have gone too far, and had to point to the nearby bed. After eating, He Yao and Inu curled up under the fruit tree. A black and a white dumpling snuggled together. There was hot water in the room. After Yuan Yu finished washing up, she lay down on the bed and closed her eyes contentedly. Xie finished harvesting the vegetables in the field, the beans and lettuce, and set them aside before going to bed to sleep. His biological clock acting up, Xie woke early. Unable to fetch the things, he could only wait, and in the meantime he hoisted He Yao up. Watching He Yao walk into the bamboo house with practiced ease, Xie Xingzhou nodded in satisfaction. In no time Ruan Yu was trailing behind He Yao, looking half asleep. They took out their breakfast separately, then went back to wash up. On the other side, Bai Cha and Su Yanji were struck and, clinging to each other, tumbled down the hillside. They had barely stopped when Feng Lan rolled down and crashed into them, followed by Chu Jing who rolled down after her. The four rolled down the mountain again at a steady pace. As for the others, they weren't lucky enough, some died, some were injured. The zombie Song Si had brought, including Ruan Yu, hadn't finished them off. Seeing people on the ground, they became like mice that had fallen into a rice jar, excitedly running over to nibble left and right. Those who were seriously injured but not dead successfully joined the ranks of the zombie horde. Some who had been closer to the explosion were torn apart and thus lost the chance to join. Their severed limbs were picked up and gnawed on, which was a twisted form of joining. The four rolled for quite a while before they finally reached the river that protagonists are supposed to leap into. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, one of them finally came to. Unfortunately, my whole body felt as if it had been run over. I couldn't move at all. With Bai Cha's spray, my ability still hadn't recovered, so I could only lie there quietly. Bai Cha was already in rough shape. When she tumbled down, she hit a rock, swallowed some water, and passed out immediately. By the time everyone else's abilities had returned and they dragged her up, she slowly stirred and woke. Cha-Cha, you're finally awake. Su Yanji watched her wake and breathed a sigh of relief, quickly asking, where is this? Looking around at nothing but trees and grass, nothing but mountains and water, Bai Cha was a bit dazed. Her carefully laid plan had failed just like that. Ruan Yu was perfectly fine, but she was half dead, lying here. At the foot of Yunshan. If you're awake, get up quickly. Feng Lan said irritably from the side. Although he had come willingly, why didn't this person tell him they had planted explosives? He almost ended up being buried with Xie Xingzhou. Even with his quick reflexes, the blast still hit him and forced him to roll down. The summit was that small. Their original plan was to lure Xie Xingzhou up there, trick him into the center, and slowly detonate the explosives so they'd have time to run. Who knew he would trigger the bomb right away? If she hadn't been half dead, he really would have gone up and beaten him. Their powers had all returned, so the few of them had to help each other back to the road. Bai Cha felt guilty and didn't dare say anything. Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou finished breakfast and inspected their surroundings before leaving the space. Fortunately, the supernatural powers had already recovered after the night, and as soon as they exited the space, they attacked the surrounding zombies. Seeing the uniforms on many of the fourth-tier zombies, the two exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. The people from Qingqing base really turned into zombies. Xie Xingzhou fought off zombies while looking at the bodies around him. These aren't Bai Cha and the others. These people were probably severely injured and chewed on by the mountain zombies, which is why they turned. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement with his assessment, but Bai Cha's bomb had set off the other explosives. Those people were all scrambling for their own lives and had no time to organize a retreat. She hadn't retrieved the bomb at the time. She was fully intending to wait for the right moment to detonate it and run off with Xie Xingzhou. She didn't expect Bai Cha to produce something that could temporarily disable her power, and of all things, it was a non-discriminatory attack. Even if these people survived the explosion, they'd be swarmed and bitten by the zombies coming up from the foot of the mountain. It wouldn't be surprising if they turned into zombies themselves. The two of them fought for quite a while before finally finishing off all the zombies. Fortunately, they killed a lot of zombies last night. It's such a pity, with an explosion that big the mountains half collapsed. And yet Bai Cha still got away. How do you know she isn't dead? Maybe by now there are no remains left. If someone hasn't seen the body, then to them she must still be alive. Chapter 77, Hoarding Vegetables. Ruan Yu spoke firmly and earnestly, and Xie Xingzhou didn't dare to argue. That's not wrong. Isn't that how TV drama protagonists are? As long as there's no corpse, they might suddenly reappear one day. After a good rest, the two left by car. On the way they happened to pass Tunan's vehicle. Tunan glanced back and murmured, "Good that the big god of wealth is okay." "What did you say, boss?" "Nothing, drive on." The younger brother driving continued to drive with a face full of grievance. According to the forecast, heavy rain would start tomorrow, so Ruan Yu and the other person didn't waste time. Once home, they began checking the house for leaks, and also went to inspect the other several buildings in the complex. Only after confirming there was no one did they return home. It felt like they hadn't done anything, and evening came. It wasn't raining tonight, so the two carried on directly with their previous barbecue plan. A rich aroma filled the air. This time there were finally no living people around. Ruan Yu sliced the meat, Xie Xingzhou fried the crispy pork and ribs, and He Yao watched the roast meat being flipped, their coordination seamless. A whole pig was taken out neatly and then put back into the space just as neatly. Both of them felt drowsy, so they stopped working and went straight home to rest. The morning light was faint. The two of them got up early. Xie Xingzhou went over to Ruan Yu's side to have breakfast with practiced ease. Nothing much was happening, no need to go out, so breakfast was plentiful. Youtiao soy milk, xiaozuebing steamed buns and mantou and eggs. Ruan Yu poured Inua's milk before sitting down. Xie Xingzhou had already peeled an egg and placed it in her bowl. Seeing her take her seat, he began to eat. What are we doing today? Ruan Yu thought for a moment and then said, nothing special. Spend this time cooking all the dishes stored in my space. I'll cook the rice you stir-fry. Xie Xingzhou was about to say something when Ruan Yu had already divided the tasks. He could only look at her helplessly. Fine, then pack it up while you're at it. No problem. She had plenty of takeout containers in her space, it was just a matter of packing. Mainly, Xie Xingzhou's stir-fries tasted better than hers, and since he had nothing else to do, it was okay to make him work a bit. After the meal they started on their tasks. Ruan Yu immediately took out 5 rice cookers. She was afraid the generator couldn't handle more. Various greens and potatoes were taken out in a small pile, and the corn was taken out as well. Thinking of the fish in the space, Ruan Yu took out a large bucket and placed several fish inside, along with 2 mullets. He also brought out quite a bit of pork. As for lobsters and crabs, the big supermarket beforehand had some, but seeing so many items already taken out, Ruan Yu didn't bring those out. There was no rush for the next day or two. Ruan Yu finished cooking the rice and immediately helped handle the vegetables. Looking at the mountain-like pile of produce, Xie Xingzhou gave a wry smile. Deal with these vegetables this morning, and with more time in the afternoon we'll fry them slowly. Fine, if we don't finish it today we can do it tomorrow. Meats and cuttlefish were all handled by Xie Xingzhou. Ruan Yu mainly washed the greens and briefly snapped the green beans. Watching Xie Xingzhou do so much, Ruan Yu felt a little uneasy. She took a watermelon, cut it into pieces and fed him with a fork. His hands never stopped working. Xie Xingzhou took a bite and casually asked, you bought watermelon before as well? You didn't see it yesterday? Your space has so many things, do you expect me to see everything? Ruan Yu was silent, it seemed reasonable. Indeed, you couldn't see the end at a glance. The watermelons that had been put in first were indeed blocked by those supermarket items. We have watermelons, grapes, peaches, bananas, plums and some other fruits. A few of those were bought at the supermarket, not many. Most of these were bought separately. Hearing Ruan Yu say that, Xie Xingzhou didn't hold back. If there wasn't enough, better to leave it for Ruan Yu himself to eat. Those bases didn't know when they'd be able to grow vegetables. But since Ruan Yu's space could grow things, his worry seemed a bit unnecessary. Xie Xingzhou worked while Ruan Yu assisted and incidentally fed him some food. The whole morning passed quickly. The vegetables hadn't been stir-fried yet, so the two could only eat the takeout Ruan Yu had ordered earlier. Ruan Yu picked through it and took a large portion of dry pot shrimp, and they ate rice that Ruan Yu had just cooked. Freshly made ones still differ somewhat from those in takeout boxes, but both of them were very happy with the meal. After lunch, Ruan Yu packed the cooked rice into containers and started a second pot of rice. Seeing Xie Xingzhou preparing to stir-fry, he took out a few cans of liquefied gas and set them aside. Various seasonings were also laid out, just waiting for Chef Xie to start. Ruan Yu took out several large basins to make it convenient to hold the dishes, and then portion them out herself. They cooked for 2 hours, took a break, and Ruan Yu cut a few fruit platters. The two of them were eating when Tu Nan's voice came up from downstairs. After thinking for a moment, the two of them went downstairs together. After all, they were partners of sorts. Brother Tu, what brings you here? Smelling the fragrance on the two of them, Tu Nan took a deep breath. Isn't this to report something to the two of you? White Tisu Yanzhi and Fenglan Chu Jing, those 4 are still with me. Xie Xingzhou was a bit speechless. Those 4 really were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed, they still hadn't died. Fortunately Songxi's 4-person squad was dead. Otherwise it would have been really disgusting. Thanks for letting me know, Brother Xie. But Brother Tu wouldn't have come for only this one thing, would he? Xie Xingzhou asked directly. From Tu Nan's expression, he didn't seem to have come to exchange mutated fruits. They just traded, and they didn't have that many mutated fruits to keep exchanging, and those grown in the space definitely couldn't be taken out. Here's the thing. I heard from others earlier that your sister-in-law went to a pig farm. Brother Xie should understand, right? Xie Xingzhou's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Tu Nan. His body on guard and ready to move at any moment. Who said that? Seeing Xie Xingzhou looking like an executioner, Tu Nan spoke out directly. How could someone working to pay off debts compare to his great god of wealth? White tea. Only Ruan Yu frowned slightly. In the previous life they never went there. How did Bai Cha know about it? Could it be that the plot she knows is different from her own? Entering a book world, Bai Cha is the heroine in the transmigration novel. So who was the heroine before she transmigrated? Judging from Bai Cha's attitude, the original protagonist in the book must have been herself. So now it's a conflict between her and Bai Cha as the two protagonists? So in the original book where she was the protagonist, she had gone to the pig farm, so it's not surprising that Bai Cha knows about it. Since it came out of Bai Cha's mouth, whether it's switched or not, I still have the supplies from that pig farm. Judging by Tu Nan's attitude, giving them to him would be fine. He glanced at Xie Xingzhou and nodded. Only then did Xie Xingzhou say, "Brother Tu, how much do you want in exchange?" Although it was a question, his awkward look seemed to say he was weighing things before speaking. Seeing this, Tu Nan could only cautiously open his mouth. "Oh, and head, how about that?" "Exchange with what?" When Tu Nan heard Xie Xingzhou's words, he knew there was a chance, and he called a thug forward, taking out 2 wall-mounted stoves. "Brother Xie is well informed. You must understand what I mean." Chapter 78 Upgrade. Xie Xingzhou felt a bit surprised, but his face remained calm. "Brother Tu, these 2 stoves still can't be exchanged for an entire pig." "Thanks, Brother Xie. I of course understand that. It's just that I don't know how many crystal cores you think it's worth?" Tu Nan said with a smile. If it was a bit lower than the price in his mind, that would be perfect. Xie Xingzhou curled his lips into a smile and didn't take the bait. "Brother Tu, just give whatever you think is right." Seeing Xie Xingzhou like this, Tu Nan felt like he was quietly hemorrhaging. "Then I'll add another 100 third-tier crystal cores?" Xie Xingzhou just stared without speaking. Tu Nan cursed under his breath. 200. Seeing Tu Nan's expression, it seemed that was the best he could offer, and only then did Xie Xingzhou nod. When Ruan Yu saw the price agreed upon, she quickly produced a whole pig and casually put the fireplace crystal core away. After packing up, Tu Nan got ready to leave immediately. "Then I won't bother you two any longer. Goodbye, Brother Tuesday." They watched the person walk away, and only then did the two of them go upstairs. Ruan Yu suddenly said, "How about we go tie up some zombies nearby and bring them here?" Xie Xingzhou looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Why?" "They just think Tu Nan and the others came in far too easily." Xie Xingzhou looked at her amusedly. "No need. The reason they were so relaxed is that in the past few days Song Ci and the others drew the zombies away. In a few days those zombies will circle this place again." "All right then." Hearing Xie Xingzhou say that, Ruan Yu stopped worrying so much. Besides, most of the city is now full of 4th-tier zombies, so ordinary people wouldn't come in. For the time being there was no need to deal with moving. "How about we find time to install that fireplace first?" Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Install it tomorrow. Today let's finish frying the dishes." After a few casual words they quickly went upstairs. Xie Xingzhou washed his hands and continued cooking while Ruan Yu packed the food into containers. It had been bright and sunny a moment ago, but suddenly a light drizzling rain began to fall. Neither of them paid much attention and continued their work. After all, they had already prepared yesterday. Ruan Yu took a moment and looked out the window. It had been a light rain earlier, but it was now basically pouring. The dim sky was briefly illuminated by a long flash of lightning accompanying a loud clap of thunder, then returned to its previous state after a moment. She didn't know how long this rain would last. In the last life the heavy rain persisted for more than half a month. This life, her and Bai Cha's paths were different, so these disasters should be different too. After the heavy rain there was half a month to catch one's breath. Then winter set in. The sudden drop in temperature had caused many people to die in their sleep. She wondered if this life the heavy rain would be prolonged and lead directly into winter. "What are you thinking about?" Seeing Ruan Yu daydreaming, Xie Xingzhou shook the spatula in his hand. Ruan Yu only then came back to herself. "You finished cooking so quickly?" She said that and looked toward the kitchen. The several large basins that had been full of prepared dishes were now steaming in a big basin, just waiting for her to portion them out. "Can't you check the time? It's almost 6. Besides, this amount of food is nothing. You still haven't said what you were thinking just now? I called you several times." Seeing that Ruan Yu's expression hadn't changed, Xie Xingzhou finally pressed on, not forgetting to pack up with her. "Nothing much, just wondering how long this rain will last, whether it will be extended this time." Ruan Yu sighed, answering honestly, there was nothing to hide. This time she wasn't worried about food or clothing, but she didn't know where her brother was now. "Why are you worried about Ruan Yen?" "Yes." Xie Xingzhou didn't know how to comfort her either, so he could only say awkwardly, "Your brother isn't stupid. He'll definitely find a good place to hide. Don't overthink it." This was something Ruan Yu naturally knew. In her previous life she even saw her brother before she died. What she feared was that the plot might change this time and affect her brother. She hoped he would escape danger and prosper, just like in her last life. For dinner the two of them packed up the remaining shared dishes and ate them together. Not too much, leaving a bit behind that was taking up space, so they finished it. Ruan Yu then remembered the peaches they had picked earlier and looked at Xie. Right, the peaches we picked last time. We exchanged 2 and there are 11 left. If you take 6 later, you can upgrade your special ability. Xie didn't answer but instead asked, "Are you about to be promoted to level 6? Ruan Yu nodded, feeling a bit guilty for not having told the truth earlier. Xie glanced at her. He had suspected she hadn't been honest. It wasn't like they hadn't fought side by side several times. How could he not have noticed? They hadn't seen each other for a while, so it was only natural for her to be a little guarded with him. Consequently, she didn't care about those details. Then you go upgrade first, give me the rest later. I can't get to 6th rank anyway. Alright, if I find a mutated fruit next time, I'll upgrade you first. Okay. Seeing Ruan Yu was full, Xie immediately started ushering people out. He was a bit curious about the difference between 6th and 5th rank. You go upgrade your ability, I'll clean up. Used to squeezing out every bit, Ruan Yu didn't hold back either. He went straight back to his room, closed the curtains and only then entered the space. He first absorbed that 5th rank crystal core, then ate 5 peaches in succession. Only after that did Ruan Yu feel signs of a breakthrough, and he grabbed another peach to chew. 2 hours later, Ruan Yu finally opened his eyes, checked his abilities, and found they had all broken through to 6th rank. He then got up to inspect the space. The little river hadn't changed much. The grove had grown a bit larger and the fruit was denser, but beside the grove there was now an entire vineyard. Ruan Yu walked closer in delight, only then noticing that behind the grapevines there was another patch of melons, watermelons, cantaloupes, hominy melons, and beside them a small strawberry garden. There were also many varieties of grapes, purple, red, green, big and small, long and round. Each type had a single vine. Perhaps because it had just leveled up, only a few clusters had formed sporadically, and the melons were likewise only a few here and there. Thinking that the next level up would yield a lot more. After taking a look around, Ruan Yu walked toward the small bamboo house. The 2-story little bamboo house looked the same, but the furnishings were much more refined. Other than not being able to cook, everything else was there. Seeing the change, Ruan Yu was fairly satisfied and wrapped herself in the quilt, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, bright and early, Ruan Yu left the space. After all, the food was kept there, so she had to get up to feed them. Just as she stepped out of the room, Xie and 2 fluffy creatures were already sitting there waiting for her. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. "You're up early. Take out the breakfast. Silver Moon can eat a little meat now." Ruan Yu didn't skimp. She put the meat, milk and fruit into a bowl and set it out for them, then finally sat down opposite Xie. Seeing Xie hadn't picked up his chopsticks, she had to say, "You don't need to wait for me next time. Go ahead and start eating." "Okay. Did your ability upgrade?" To level 6. There are 5 peaches left. Will you upgrade in my space first? Or go back to your room to upgrade? Chapter 79 Bai Cha is in debt again. Can I go to your space to upgrade? Xie looked at Ruan Yu in surprise. Last time it was out of necessity. He hadn't expected Ruan Yu to offer letting him upgrade in her space. Sure. Since everything was already exposed, there was no need to keep avoiding him. It was fine for Xie to go in and upgrade. The space was inherently safer, and they wouldn't have to worry about any sudden situations. Then go upgrade your space. Tell me a good time to let me out. Okay. After breakfast, Ruan Yu took Xie straight into the space. Seeing the denser trees and the newly added vineyard, Xie was even more astonished. Your space can upgrade along with you? Yes. Watching Ruan Yu answer so casually, Xie doubted himself. Was he making a fuss over nothing? Spaces of space ability users do enlarge as the power grows, but this seemed like a different matter altogether. She handed the peach to Xie. Ruan Yu picked 2 clusters of grapes and went out. She tried one and found it no different from ordinary grapes, just a bit tastier. It seems the other melons and fruits are probably the same. But there's already an orchard, so even ordinary grapes are nice. At least they won't have to worry about these things anymore. Stored supplies always run out. Being able to grow things is what truly lasts forever. Ruan Yu looked around. It was still pouring outside, and Xie was still leveling up. After a moment's thought, she took out a large bag of flour. Yesterday when she cooked, she only thought about lunch and dinner. It wasn't until this morning that she realized there didn't seem to be many steamed buns or bao left. There was a fair amount of frozen food in the space, but who would want to eat frozen things when they could have fresh? She added water, kneaded the dough, and let it rest in one continuous process. Ruan Yu took a piece of meat and ground it with a meat grinder, then took some cabbage and shiitake mushrooms and chopped them all together. After everything was ready, it took about an hour. Ruan Yu glanced at the space and Xie happened to open his eyes. Ruan Yu simply pulled the person out. The fireplace still needed to be installed today. They couldn't idle. Once the upgrade's done, get to work. I'll cook. You hurry and install the fireplace. Xie Xingzhou looked helpless. Work. Luckily Tunan had included the manual when he gave it yesterday, so after reading it twice Xie Xingzhou began. Elsewhere at Tunan's base, Bai Cha, Su Yanji, Fenglan, Chu Jing and a few others were sitting together. Brother 2, I've already told you all the news from the past 6 months. Can you let us go now? Bai Cha looked at Tunan and spoke in a soft, slow tone. Hearing such a gentle voice was rare. Tunan still wasn't used to it. That information can only be used to offset the debts you owe. Didn't I bring you back from the foot of Yunshan? You were all badly injured and certainly couldn't have left on your own. Shouldn't the medical bills and lost wages compensation be taken into account? And the rain has only just started. We have to wait at least a week. If you leave and the rain stops, wouldn't that prove you were lying to me? Bai Cha was starting to freak out inwardly. What was up with this guy? We had agreed. He clearly said he voluntarily brought us back. And now he was starting to count all kinds of costs. Isn't this just taking advantage of the fact that they can't resist now? So brother 2, how much more do you think I have to make up for? Asking her to supply goods was impossible. She was nearly starving herself. It's all Ruan Yu's fault. Why didn't she go to the birthday party that day? Why didn't she give her the ring? It's all Su Yanji's fault too. She couldn't even fake it better and lure her over first. Fenglan and Chu Jing stood silently on the side. Now they were lone commanders with no say. Fenglan looked at Bai Cha thoughtfully. Although he looked down on Tunan, he had to admit the man's ability. It seemed Bai Cha really could predict things. But how could Yunshan have been fooled so badly? Can he only foresee others but not things related to himself? Tunan wasn't stupid either. He pulled out the list. 104th tier crystal cores, 500 gene of grain, 10 mutated fruits. Miss Bai, you 4 can pick whatever you like, we're not picky. Bai Cha took the list with a sullen face and handed it to the other 3 to look at. Chu Jing, a bit slow to react, blurted out. So much, why don't you just steal it? Tunan glanced at him. His meaning was clear. Wasn't I stealing it? Brother 2, I suppose you've already traded with Ruan Yu to get the pig back. Could this information offset part of the supplies? Bai Cha looked at the list. The fake smile on his face was barely holding. Tunan didn't bother to look up and said, this is after deductions. Having finally caught a sheep, how could he not make the most of it? If he didn't do this, where would he get the supplies to trade with the God of Wealth? Based on the God of Wealth's route, they had quite a few good items on hand. They had to swap a few more times to get familiar with it. Otherwise it would be hard to exchange for other things. Seeing that Tunan's argument didn't work, Bai Cha had to look to the other 2. Captain Feng, Captain Chu, what do you think? As for Su Yanji, he had nothing to say for the moment. Who told him he couldn't foresee things? Fenglan looked at Bai Cha with a half smile, half scorn. Bai Cha, the reason we're in this situation now is mainly because of the bomb you set off. If you'd chosen a different time to detonate it, would we have had no one left on our hands? I haven't even finished calculating that debt. How do you expect us to look at you? There's no way he'll give supplies. Of course he's trying to shift the blame after being unlucky enough to follow her plan. And now that the plan has failed, he has to find someone to take the fall. With this heavy rain, there's no way we can go back now. Bai Cha has to pay a heavy price. Bai Cha took a deep breath. Don't get angry, can't beat them. Then I'll give brother 2 6 months worth of intel. Would that count toward the debt? Hearing a satisfactory outcome, Tunan smiled and agreed. Of course that's fine. I have paper here. Miss Bai can write it up and give it to me. Seeing Tunan so well prepared, Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief. It was one thing to have Tunan listen in, but letting those 3 freeloaders do it was another matter. Over on Ruan Yu's side, a whole pot of steamed buns was quickly finished. After watching, Xie Xingzhou first took the stove back to his place to practice. Only after installing it did he come over for lunch. How's it going? Can you install it properly? The 2 ate while Ruan Yu asked. If they couldn't, since it's still raining now, they could go find Tunan and pay someone with some supplies to install it. Xie Xingzhou didn't hesitate and said, I've finished installing mine. I'll test it this afternoon, and if it works, I'll install yours. It didn't look difficult. He'd already finished installing it earlier and was just double-checking. Testing it this afternoon would probably be fine. Okay. Seeing Xie Xingzhou so confident, Ruan Yu didn't argue. She had seen the style Tunan sent installed by others before. It really wasn't difficult. Your buns are pretty good, make more. Xie Xingzhou took a big bite of a meat bun and looked at Ruan Yu with some surprise. He hadn't expected her to have that skill. Since Ruan Yu always let him cook, he thought she couldn't do it. Turns out she was just too lazy to bother. There are plenty, they won't kill you. Once these are done, I'll keep frying more tomorrow, stock up. Chapter 80 Hail. Hearing Ruan Yu say that, Xie Xingzhou didn't get angry. He was idle anyway, and his ability had only just reached the late 5th rank, so it couldn't be upgraded for the moment. Making more food was fine. Fine, but you collected so many guns, don't you want to learn? At the mention of this, Ruan Yu immediately became interested. She only knew how to use a pistol. Now she had the chance to learn more, which wouldn't hurt, so she said without hesitation, "Teach me tonight." Okay. Xie Xingzhou let out a light laugh and agreed. The enemies would only grow in number. Killing still required firearms, fast and accurate, and teaching Ruan Yu wouldn't be a bad thing. Besides, Ruan Yu already knew how to use a pistol. The others only need explanations and instruction on how to use them. He actually wanted to spar with Ruan Yu himself. He could bring it up casually when he taught her tonight. It probably wouldn't be a problem. After they finished eating, Ruan Yu picked up the binoculars to look out the window while Xie Xingzhou washed the dishes. Staring at the thin layer of standing water on the ground, Ruan Yunan murmured, "How did there already become standing water so quickly?" In her previous life at the base, it rained for 4 or 5 days before the low-lying areas of the base had any standing water. Judging by the current rate of accumulation, within 2 days the first floor would be flooded. Xie Xingzhou put his bowl down and came over. That's normal too. Before the apocalypse the drainage systems were well maintained and people kept them up. Now the sewers are probably all clogged up. You're not wrong. Ruan Yu nodded, agreeing with Xie Xingzhou, and said with some worry, "It's just that I don't know how long it will rain this time. Last life it lasted half a month. This time it feels like it will be longer. Maybe it's just my imagination. Thinking about it won't help. Since it's here, make the best of it. Get back to work." Xie Xingzhou changed the subject outright. He understood Ruan Yu's worries, but fretting wouldn't help. Living well in the present was the right thing to do. In the afternoon, Ruan Yu kept steaming buns, mantou, and made quite a few flour rolls. Xie Xingzhou went over to try out the fireplace on his side. He took quite a while to come back and install things for Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu looked up at him. "Is yours finished?" "Of course." The whole afternoon passed like that. After Xie Xingzhou finished, he came over to help Ruan Yu steam buns. Dinner was the fried dishes from the day before. "It's okay to make a little extra. Let's go. You said you'd teach me how to use a gun." After speaking, the two disappeared into the room, and the 2 dumplings were taken into the space as well. Xie Xingzhou stared at the heap of weapons, his eyes almost glowing green, especially when he saw 2 Z-10 attack helicopters. He prodded here and touched there. He cleared his throat twice, then put on a serious expression and picked up 2 targets to place them at a distance. "Well, it's been so long since I've seen so many good things. Let's start with the submachine gun." It was rare to see Xie Xingzhou with such a serious expression. Ruan Yu studied very diligently, not wanting to waste bullets. After learning each type of gun, she would try shooting once, then move on to the next. Fortunately, the powered individuals had robust bodies and healing abilities. Otherwise, Ruan Yu thought her arms and shoulders would probably have been ruined. Finally finished. Ruan Yu collapsed to the ground and sighed deeply. "Tired already?" Xie Xingzhou looked at her with an amused expression. Ruan Yu lay flat on the ground and rolled her eyes at him. "Isn't that obvious? You still want to test my skills?" Seeing Xie Xingzhou's expression, Ruan Yu understood instantly and hurriedly said, "Let's do it tomorrow." Having an expert sparring partner wouldn't be a bad idea. Supernatural abilities are important, but one's own strength also can't be weak. Ruan Yu was indeed a bit tired, and Xie Xingzhou couldn't be unreasonable either. "Alright, how about we spar together for a while, every day during this period?" "Fine, let's do it in the evenings. I have to cook during the day." After speaking, Ruan Yu kicked Xie Xingzhou out of the space. Seeing the suddenly changed surroundings, Xie Xingzhou helplessly rubbed his forehead. His intentions had been good too. He was just a bit impatient for quick results. He'll be more careful during tomorrow's sparring. On the other side, the Tunan stronghold. "Boss, the rain hasn't stopped. Many places are flooded. In a few days we'll have to use boats to go out." A subordinate said cautiously in front of Tunan. "Don't we have quite a few rubber boats? Gather more supplies these days, take the rubber boats when you go out, and send more people." Tunan looked out at the heavy rain. He had sent the news to the boss right away, but he didn't know how the brothers in other places were doing. But thinking about it more wouldn't help. He still had a few hundred brothers here. "By the way, have Bai Cha and the others said they were going out these past 2 days?" "No." "Okay, I'll go talk to them." Tunan picked up a large umbrella and walked toward Bai Cha. His brothers had risked such heavy rain to bring things back. They couldn't let others freeload. These people had to go out and find supplies too. Walking into the room, seeing all 4 were there, Tunan casually handed the umbrella to the little brother behind him and smiled. "You're all here, perfect. I have something to discuss with you." Seeing that perfunctory smile, Bai Cha instinctively wanted to step back. He'd been burned before and was scared, yet still lacked the strength to resist. "Brother 2, it's pouring out. What is it you need?" "It's nothing serious. It's just that the money Ms. Bai gave can only be used to pay off previous debts, but you haven't paid for food and lodging these past couple of days. Those supplies were brought back by my men risking that heavy rain. I don't want to make things hard for you either, but Captain Feng and Captain Chu came from the military. They should be willing to go out and find supplies. Tu Nan looked at Chu Jing, the meaning clear. All of you go out and find supplies. There's no free food and lodging. Told you I'd call you dark and fat. Now you're in my hands, huh? Brother Tu, how about we go out to find supplies tomorrow? Su Yanzhi said, looking at Tu Nan. He actually wanted to go find supplies himself. Always asking others felt awkward, and it wasn't like before when he could ask Ruan Yu for anything good. Brother Su, you're decisive. In that case I won't bother you. You can talk it over among yourselves. The pickup truck from last time is still parked outside. After speaking, Tu Nan left. A younger member had come to find him, so he hurried back inside. Feng Lan and Chu Jing wanted to say something, but they opened their mouths and didn't speak. Fine, let them go look. It's not like they hadn't searched for supplies before. Ruan Yu woke up, washed up, then exited the space. Xie Xingzhou was already seated waiting for her. He took out breakfast and set it on the table, and also put food into the two fluffy ones' bowls. This rain today seems different from yesterday's. Xie Xingzhou mumbled around a bun as he spoke indistinctly. Ruan Yu carried her bowl straight to the balcony to look. It was indeed different from yesterday. The rain contained some white solids about the size of soybeans. Is this hail? There's even a way to have it like this, heavy rain and hail together? Saying it out loud, Ruan Yu himself was a bit stunned. What is it? Hearing Ruan Yu, Xie Xingzhou holding a bun, also walked over. It really is hail, quite a rare thing. Chapter 81 Sparring. Xie Xingzhou watched with little reaction. Such small hail didn't have much effect. If anyone went out to look for supplies right now, they'd probably be in a bad way. Hearing that, Ruan Yu immediately thought of Bai Cha. Tu Nan, typically unscrupulous in business, certainly wouldn't let the four of them eat and drink for free over there. Feng Lan and Chu Jing wanted to return to the Qingqing base, and first had to consider the problem of crossing the river. With such heavy rain the water had risen and the current was strong. Ordinary people really wouldn't dare to try. Besides, it was over 1,000 kilometers on this route. Who would dare to go back in such heavy rain? She had deliberately left them hanging for a few days right there. If they didn't die they'd at least lose a layer of skin. Otherwise all her efforts would have been for nothing. Everyone has their own way of living. Eat first and then hurry to cook. Stock up a bit more. When the heavy snow comes later you won't have to cook. It's so cold you'll hardly want to move. Ruan Yu's eyes shifted as she looked at him and said, "Didn't you say you'd make dumplings for me for life? Let's start making them today." After speaking, Ruan Yu took out several large bags of flour, as well as chives, eggs, cabbage, shiitake mushrooms, greens, and beef. She also brought out a good amount of corn she had previously grown. Then she looked at Xie Xingzhou with a beaming smile. "You said this yourself, after all." Seeing that pile of stuff, Xie Xingzhou drew a breath in. If they had to roll all of that, wouldn't his arm end up useless? He dug his own hole and had to fill it himself. Next time he wouldn't blurt things out to get a bargain. Then he said, "Why didn't Ruan Yu react back then?" So she keeps grudges, same as Ruan Yan, both like keeping little notebooks of grievances. Xie Xingzhou kneaded the dough while Ruan Yu prepared the dumpling filling. After rolling out dumpling wrappers for a while, Xie Xingzhou started folding them, and Ruan Yu folded them too. She picked up a wrapper, scooped a spoonful of filling, pinched it with both hands, and a dumpling was finished. Ruan Yu looked at what she had pinched, then at what Xie Xingzhou had pinched, met his provocative smile and said, "They're the same once they're cooked. As long as they don't turn into noodle soup it's fine." Yes, you're right, but at least right now the nice-looking ones are more pleasing to the eye." Xie Xingzhou admitted he hadn't been acting stingy in a while, and felt a bit uncomfortable. Ruan Yu rolled her eyes and heavily stomped on his foot. "Didn't you see those bags of flour? If you wrapped them all, they'd look even more pleasing. They're all going in the mouth anyway. What's there to put down? It's already good that she, a southerner, knows how to make them. Does she not know that southerners eat chow shou?" Seeing Xie Xingzhou with a sullen face, "Let's not rush this for now, okay? As for that, depends on my mood." Ruan Yu snorted lightly, as if daring you to laugh at me. Bai Cha, Su Yanzhi and the other two set off in a small pickup to look for supplies. Although it was Su Yanzhi who suggested looking for supplies, the four of them would still stick together for the time being, and Feng Lan and Chu Jing couldn't live off others for nothing. But the nearby places had surely already been ransacked, so the four had no choice but to head toward the city district. Feng Lan and Chu Jing were both fourth-tier ability users, so they didn't have much objection. Halfway there, Su Yanzhi remembered a canning factory he had passed before and said, "How about we check to the left first? I saw a canning factory over there before." Bai Cha gave him a strange look. She didn't know. "Yanzhi, there's no factory around here, right?" It's an illegal workshop, small and hidden, probably no one will look for it, Su Yanji said awkwardly. It's all tech and tough work. We can trade it to 2 nan. Having something to eat now counts as being well off. After eating like this for so many years, as long as you don't see it, don't think too much. With Su Yanji guiding them, the group soon arrived at a 2-story self-built house. The house was rather long, surrounded by a ring of trees. If you didn't look closely, you might not even notice it. They got out of the car and walked another 10 minutes along a cement path before reaching their destination. Feng Lan's eyes widened as she looked at the place. This is the canned food factory you were talking about? A place the size of a palm called a factory? All the positions must be held by the same person. Chu Jing came from a lowly background himself, so he didn't react much. It's good that there is something. We can't just wander around aimlessly. Having said that, the group walked into the house, naturally staying on guard so they could react in time even if zombies suddenly burst out. They split up and checked the surroundings, and only after confirming there were no zombies did they begin searching the rooms. Found it, it's here, Bai Cha suddenly shouted, calling the others over. A small room of about 20 square meters was piled with many cans, all sealed. Although the place and process where they were made were a bit unsightly, the finished products looked clean. Now was not the time to be picky. The 4 of them picked up the boxes directly, covered them with the raincoat, and went back and forth several times before finishing the move. Even the unopened bag of rice in the kitchen and several bottles of seasonings were taken. Before long the little pickup was half full. Ouch, get in the car, Feng Lan suddenly said, clutching her head. They had been planning to continue searching for supplies, but were suddenly interrupted. Then he himself was hit on the head. Once the others recovered, they got straight into the car. Why is it hailing now? How can we look for it now? Go back first. Let's go back first. The 4 agreed unanimously. The hail wasn't exactly heavy, but it wasn't light either. What if it got worse later? Anyway, they had already loaded half a carload of canned goods. Now that it was hailing, 2 nan couldn't really say anything. Supplies are important, but life is important too. Once you get used to being in debt, you stop being afraid. Ruan Yu and Xiexingzhou really did make a whole day's worth of dumplings. Since they had boiled dumplings for lunch, they both agreed to have pan-fried dumplings for dinner, with Xiexingzhou doing the cooking. Good cooking, delicious. Ruan Yu popped one into her mouth and mumbled. Tasty, but you can't work like this next time. My arms can barely lift, Xiexingzhou said with a look of speechless resignation. It is tasty, but after rolling dumpling wrappers all day, who wants to also take care of the fillings all day? That person really took advantage of him, working him alone and then running off to rest when tired. Those who can do more should do more, isn't that what you said? Can't handle it after just one day. Xiexingzhou took a deep breath. Can that be the same? Alright, stop it. Eat the dumplings first. Aren't we supposed to spar together for a while tonight? After speaking, they both muted their mics and quietly ate the dumplings. He reserved some for heroine too. Xiexingzhou, who hadn't salted them, put 2 bowls aside. After eating, Heiyao looked at Ruan Yu longingly, still wanting more. Ruan Yu didn't want to move, turned his head to stare at Xiexingzhou, and Heiyao turned his head to stare too. In the end, Xiexingzhou obediently got up and made another portion, putting it in Heiyao's bowl. Only then did Heiyao settle down, and after finishing he picked up Inuatuan and left. The 2 rested for a while after eating, then began their sparring practice. After a greeting, Ruan Yu swung at him directly, each strike vicious, occasionally mixed with some underhanded moves. In her previous life, she relied on those tricks to kill quite a few ill-intentioned people. But against Xiexingzhou they seemed inadequate. Every time she made a move he seemed to anticipate it, not only dodging but counterattacking. Instead, her fierce attacks left her driven into a bit of a mess. Seeing she couldn't win, Ruan Yu feinted with her leg at his waist and abdomen, and while Xiexingzhou was blocking, she threw a punch that looked like it would land. Unexpectedly, Xiexingzhou reacted quickly, grabbed her arm and neutralized the force, then reversed his hand and pinned her. He even reached out and pinched her face, saying provocatively, "Not bad at kung fu, just a little worse than me." After pinching her for a while, he finally let go. The moment he released her, Ruan Yu threw a punch. Xiexingzhou dodged while guiding Ruan Yu's attacks. After fighting for over an hour, Ruan Yu collapsed to the ground. Although Xiexingzhou was teaching her, looking at his smirking face made her inexplicably want to beat him up. What a dog. He even pinched her face to take advantage of her. I told you you couldn't beat me without your power. And you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Ruan Yu glared at him angrily, then turned to look at the little black lump that had been awake for a while. Blackie, beat him up for me. Chapter 82. The crab drifts over. Xiexingzhou, who had been smirking arrogantly, turned instinctively and saw a big black panther leap toward him. Her body reflexively recoiled, dodging and evading for almost half an hour before Heiyao finally used his strength to pin her to the ground. she said weakly. You're really not playing fair. Heiyao released his claws, glanced over with a proud look, and walked toward Ruan Yu, keeping his head held high. Ruan Yu got up, hugged his head, stroked him for a long time, then reached for 2 fruits and handed them to him. My Heiyao is still the best. She snapped at Xie Xingzhou in a bad mood. Just practice more with the sword. I don't have any special abilities. Xie Xingzhou. Indeed, she had no special abilities, but she had invited outside help. After resting for a while, Ruan Yu brought Xie Xingzhou out of the space. It was still better to sleep outside so that any situation could be noticed in time. For more than half a month there had been hardly anyone around to bother them. During the day the 2 of them cooked, and at night they sparred. Ruan Yu's skills improved all the more, and she grew more adept at using her abilities. It's been raining for over half a month now. When will it ever stop? Ruan Yu sighed as she looked outside. Last lifetime it only rained for half a month. She hadn't expected it to last even longer this time. Could it be a magnetic field issue between her and Bai Cha? How long do you think it should last? Xie Xingzhou was cutting the meat, getting ready to make braised pork, and answered without looking up. I thought it would be at most half a month. I didn't expect it to have been raining for 20 days already. Ruan Yu finished trimming the water spinach in her hand, stood up to wash it, and set it off-handedly. You want to go look for Ruan Yan? Yeah. Anyway, now that it's come to this, I might as well take advantage of a break in the rain to go out and look for supplies. If I run into my brother that would be best. If not, it's not a loss. According to her original plan, this heavy rain would last at most half a month. Once it stopped, they'd go out in the direction her brother had headed to look for him and collect supplies along the way. Before I was afraid of causing trouble for my brother. Now no one should look down on anyone, everyone's a burden. According to the previous life after the heavy rain, the temperature would drop into winter in about half a month. If I hadn't found my brother, I could have timed my return accordingly. Now that the downpour has lasted so long, I don't know if the rain stops whether the temperature will fall immediately. I can only wait for the rain to stop and check again in a couple of days. A city whose drainage system has failed is really easy to flood. In just these 20 days, the water downstairs has already reached the 4th floor. Hearing Ruan Yu's muttering, Xie Xingzhou didn't know what to say for a moment. He was also very worried about the other 3 comrades, but information about him and Ruan Yu was easy to obtain. The fact that Ruan Yan and the others hadn't come to look for them meant they were tied up right now. Even if they did come over, they might still dodge Ruan Yu. They should be fine for the time being. I asked Tunan a few days ago. No one from the Qingqing base has returned. I guess they didn't catch anyone. If they had caught someone, those people would probably have braved the heavy rain to come back. This would be a major achievement, something they'd surely brag about. Maybe Ruan Yan has already looked into you and didn't want to bring the pursuers here, so he didn't come to find you. Let's hope so. As long as my brother is safe for now. After thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu continued. Once the rain stops in a couple of days, let's search all the nearby office buildings and any places we haven't looted yet. If the heavy rain is followed immediately by winter, it's not something to fear here. I've heard half-zombies aren't as sensitive to the cold, though I don't know if that's true. That way, even when winter came, brother wouldn't feel too uncomfortable. Fine, we'll do it your way. Xie Xingzhou lowered his head, scooped up the blanched pieces of meat, and set them aside. He heated the pan, added oil and rock sugar, and stirred with the spatula so the sugar would melt quickly. Caramelizing the sugar? Then I'll wait for Chef Xie's skills. While speaking, Ruan Yu set the dishes on the table. Watching the oil in the pan turn juju bread, Xie Xingzhou quickly added the blanched pieces of meat and stir-fried them rapidly so they would brown evenly. After adding slices of ginger, sections of green onion, star anise and other spices and frying until fragrant, he then added cooking wine, light soy sauce and dark soy sauce for seasoning, and finally poured in enough water to cover the meat. Smelling the aroma, Ruan Yu hurried over. Is it almost ready to eat? It needs to cook a bit longer. You can have some fruit to hold you over. No need, I'm not that hungry, it just smells so good. Xie Xingzhou lowered his head and let out a soft laugh. After spending more time together, he realized this person was a complete foodie. Not as good at cooking full meals as he was, but absolutely top-notch at making little snacks and cakes. Fortunately, the ingredients were plentiful, which allowed her to make and store quite a few things. At the thought of food, Ruan Yu's mind drifted again. Half-a-meter-wide crabs. Ah, what a pity. You're saying there's water everywhere. Do you think those crabs might float over here? Xie Xingzhou paused with the spatula in his hand. That was a good question. But the crabs are in the suburbs. Even if they moved, they'd probably head toward Tunan first. You really miss them? What if they drift over? Can you fight them? Thinking of those crab shells that no blade could pierce, Xie Xingzhou's mouth twitched. He'd been lucky before, managing to knock off a crab's claw. But if there were a whole bunch of them, he truly wouldn't have a way. No, forget it. Better not dwell on it. If they really come, we'll deal with it then. In a crisis, we'll definitely figure something out. After thinking a moment and coming up with nothing, Ruan Yu gave up and decided it was better to ponder where her brother might be. They chatted for a while. Xie Xingzhou lifted the pot lid, added some seasonings, reduced the sauce over high heat, and before long a plate of braised pork was brought out. Ruan Yu handed him the bowl with extra rice, picked up his chopsticks and put a piece in his mouth. He swallowed it whole and said, "Good, delicious. No one's going to snatch it from you. I meant to say, you can make it often. Preferably every day. When you don't feel like eating, you can just store it." Xie Xingzhou looked at her with a face full of disbelief. She really was a foodie. Lunch was just a simple 3 dishes and a soup, a bowl of blackfish soup and 2 servings of stir-fried greens, no more ordinary than before the apocalypse. But now many small bases couldn't produce those things. All things considered, he still got the better deal. If it were just him, he'd probably be eating instant noodles or gnawing on bread. Since Ruan Yu liked it, making a little extra to stockpile was fine. After all, storing it in her space wouldn't let it go bad. "Then I'll make a few extra portions tomorrow and put them in your space to store." Ruan Yu nodded with admiration. That's exactly what she meant. She could also make braised pork, but with the same ingredients it somehow turned out a bit off. Good food really does improve one's mood a lot. After lunch, Xie Xingzhou habitually cleared and washed the bowls, and Ruan Yu helped tidy the table. Then he collapsed on the sofa with a look of contentment, petting one of the fur babies with one hand. When Xie Xingzhou finished washing and came out, he saw this scene. "Aren't you going to walk it off?" Who was saying a few days ago they were afraid of getting fat. Actually, he couldn't really gain weight. The evening sparring had increased from just over an hour at first to 3 hours now. Maybe he just didn't understand a girl's perspective. When she heard the word fat, Ruan Yu immediately stood up and walked back and forth in the room. Catching sight of something moving in the distance, Ruan Yu quickly took out a pair of binoculars and looked. Seeing what it was clearly, she almost wanted to slap her own face. "Xie Xingzhou, those crabs have really drifted over." Chapter 83, Drowning the Crab. Xie Xingzhou held the telescope, his mouth twitching. What was he supposed to say? Then he heard Ruan Yu say excitedly, "This distance is perfect for using me as a target to test my shooting. The crab's shell is impenetrable. You aim for the joints of the claws. It's the best place to use as a target." Saying that, Ruan Yu took out 2 sniper rifles, one for each person. They went straight to it, picked up the guns, found their positions and opened fire. Bang! The first shot missed. Then the second shot luckily hit, but it didn't do much. The crab was unaffected. The third shot hit the joint. Through the telescope, Xie Xingzhou watched a crab lose one of its claws. Practice makes perfect. After the first time, his subsequent hit rate was much higher. Xie Xingzhou didn't want to be outdone. He picked up the gun and fired with 100% hit rate, truly living up to the title of War King. Before long, the crabs at the front had no claws left. Xie Xingzhou then turned to Ruan Yu and asked, "Did you think of a method? If they keep fighting like this, the crabs may have lost their claws, but they aren't dead, and there are so many of them. 2 people can't beat them all." Ruan Yu looked at him and smiled confidently. She had already decided. "Put them all into the space." "Oh? What kind of method is that? Once they're inside my space, aren't they under my control?" Xie Xingzhou fell silent, thinking about Ruan Yu's space. It seemed to be that kind of thing. Other ability users' spaces probably couldn't hold living things. Wouldn't that be perfect for suffocating these crabs? Tu Nan stood on the roof, loudly directing a group of his underlings. "Hurry up, go over there. Hit those crabs' claws, strike at the joints. Damn, why won't these crabs die? Big bro, there are a lot of crabs over there too. Big brother." Calling him Big Brother every moment gave Tu Nan a headache. "Miss Bai, none of you 4 have come up with a plan? Does Miss Bai's foresight not include a solution for the crab?" Bai Cha looked embarrassed. She didn't know. Who reads without skimming? She couldn't possibly remember all those details. Just by looking at the 4 of them you could tell they were unreliable. Luckily they knew to fight back. Otherwise he would have wanted to kick them straight off to feed the crabs. Originally the crabs weren't heading toward their side, but who knew that after those 4 left, they came back shortly after, followed by a swarm of crabs, and not one of the 4 noticed. They really hadn't noticed, or maybe they were pretending not to. There was no way to question them about it now. Everyone was so busy that in a moment's inattention a crab's claw would snap shut. Bai Cha's eyes flicked. If she couldn't think of a way, she'd let someone else do it. Isn't Ruan Yu the heroine? Perfect, Ruan Yu was in Cydia too, so she might as well lead these crabs toward the city center. She had originally brought the crabs on purpose. Who knew that after so long these crabs still hadn't killed anyone? It might also be because of her influence. She happened to be under the protection of the heavenly Tao. She thought for a moment and looked at Tu Nan, speaking with some ill intent. Brother Tu, how about we lure the crabs elsewhere? These mutated animals surely like to eat mutated fruits. If we separate and draw some of them away, the pressure here will definitely lessen. Tu Nan thought it over and felt it made sense, but he also suspected the man's motives weren't pure. Seeing his brothers locked in a bitter fight, he could only agree to the plan. Finally, Bai Cha and the others led some of the crabs away. After all, she couldn't die, and it was more reassuring to handle it themselves. Tu Nan then sent out several more squads, which eased the pressure considerably. One of the underlings sidled up to Tu Nan. Big brother, what if they take the crabs toward the city center? Hearing the warning, Tu Nan was startled. Although he thought the Tu Kaishan could handle it, he couldn't let people think he did it on purpose. He had told the brothers to take the crabs and run to other places. He never thought to head for the city center. Quickly send a message over there. Those two people are not easy to offend. Ruan Yu and Xiexingzhou each cradled half a watermelon, and were happily eating with spoons when Xiexingzhou casually switched on the radio. Just then they heard Tu Nan speak. Thanks, brother. Bai Cha and the other three took a bunch of crabs and went off somewhere. I think they were heading for you. Be on your guard. By the way, do either of you know any way to kill crabs? They've surrounded me twice already. I really can't hold out much longer. Ruan Yu was startled for a moment. Could these be the crabs Bai Cha brought over? Xiexingzhou picked up his binoculars and looked again. Another group just came in the back. It should be the one she led here. She doesn't know where we live, so she was probably just dragging them into the city at random. That makes sense. Judging by Tu Nan's condition, he really can't hold on much longer. Say something to him, believe it or not, up to him. If Tu Nan dies here, they'll probably send someone new. Might as well be Tu Nan, at least he's a bit more familiar. Hearing Ruan Yu, Xiexingzhou raised an eyebrow and glanced at her, set the melon aside, and then started replying to Tu Nan. Big brother Tu, we don't have a good solution for now, but spatial ability users can't put living things into their spaces. Brother Tu could try smothering those crabs. Tu Nan, clutching the radio, had thought they wouldn't answer, so he hadn't expected to hear that line. Out of his trust in the two, he felt sure Xiexingzhou wouldn't be talking nonsense. Xiaohu, go check how many space power users are over here right now. A little black-clothed underling ran off at the order and returned not long after. Big brother, there are 5 left, all early second tier. Call them all over. Soon the 5 spatial ability users hurried over. Big brother, what do you need us for? Come with me. Tu Nan was too lazy for small talk and led them straight toward where the crabs were. He casually pointed at one of them. Try and see if you can store the crabs in your space. The big brother's space can't hold living things. The man looked awkwardly at Tu Nan, then seemed to realize something. Big brother, are you saying? Enough nonsense, hurry up and try. The man immediately put the 2 crabs into the space and sent his consciousness into the space to observe the crabs. After about 10 seconds, the 2 crabs were dead, and the junior brother controlled them to take the crabs out. Staring at the motionless crab on the ground, Tu Nan walked over and kicked it twice. It's really dead. Do you all know what to do now? The 5 of them immediately nodded like pecking chicks. We'll go help right away. The other underlings around them watched Tu Nan with shining eyes. A boss is a boss. He could come up with methods like that. Little did they know Tu Nan was thinking the same thing inwardly. No wonder he was their money god, always full of ideas. Leading a bunch of crabs toward the city center, they finally circled several times to shake the crabs off, and Bai Cha returned with an excited face. Su Yanzhi and the other 2 also understood Bai Cha's intention, and by chance their thoughts coincided. The 3 exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. No one knew how Xiexingzhou and Ruan Yu would deal with this bunch of crabs. The downtown area was only so big. Sooner or later they were bound to run into Xiexingzhou. It all depended on the 2 of them luck. The group happily returned, only to see a huge pile of crabs stacked at the entrance, with many more piles not far away. Their eyes widened. If Tu Nan had a way to kill crabs, why didn't he say it earlier? He made them risk their lives going out to parade the crabs. It was obvious Tu Nan must have asked Ruan Yu, and he clearly could have reached her, yet he waited until she had gone out to ask. What was that about? Was it necessary to be so guarded against her? The moment he saw Tu Nan, Bai Cha began speaking sarcastically. I didn't expect that the moment we ventured out, Brother Tu would think of a way to deal with the crabs. If only Brother Tu had thought of it sooner, we wouldn't have had to send so many people out to attract the crabs. Tu Nan frowned at Bai Cha. What was that dog thing talking about? If she hadn't been there, wouldn't she have been surrounded by crabs? But he definitely couldn't expose the 2 gods of wealth. As for what she thought of, that had nothing to do with him. I didn't expect that as soon as Miss Bai left, my brain would think of a solution. Maybe when Miss Bai is around, my mind just can't react as fast. Chapter 84. The heavy rain stopped. At the sound of Tu Nan's words, Bai Cha's face instantly darkened. So it was my fault you didn't perform well? She wasn't stupid. She might as well have just said, go ask Ruan Yu. Besides, if Tu Nan hadn't been such a pain, would she have gone to lure the crab over? If it weren't for Tu Nan, she would have long returned to the base and wouldn't have to stand here taking this. But right now Tu Nan had no problem at all, yet she couldn't afford to offend him so quickly, so she forced a laugh and said, really? Brother Tu sure reacts fast. Then she changed her tone and pressed on. I wonder how Brother Tu killed those crabs? Tu Nan didn't even look at her, disdainfully and without holding back said, that? Go flirt with a bunch of crabs and you'll see. Before, when there were threats, he was too lazy to respond. As long as he understood the situation, that was enough. But now, since he was just having a hard time, anyone who came looking for trouble shouldn't expect an easy time. Might as well get a little satisfaction first. Once they leave, he can slowly set the trap. If someone dies here, it'll be quite troublesome for him. A flicker of surprise passed through Bai Cha's eyes. Has this person become so blunt now? Brother Tu, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Do you dare say these crabs weren't brought here on purpose by you? The four of you include 2 4th-level psychics, and you still didn't discover this? That useless. True, how impressive could someone I picked up really be? Tu Nan looked at the 4 with not a trace of affection. He had cheated them, but he had also saved them. How many of those half-dead people lying by the roadside make it through these days? How wrong would it be to repay a life-saving favor with a little worldly recompense? He had thought they'd at most try to trick him, never that they'd go straight for his life. To make matters worse, 2 of the 4 were from the Qingqing base, so he couldn't just kill them outright. What a disaster that lasts 1,000 years. Such a huge explosion at Yunshan didn't even kill anyone. It's really unlucky. Brother Tu, aren't you fine now too? Isn't it too late to pursue this now? White Tea could see from Tu Nan's expression that reasoning wouldn't work, so she gave up, figuring it didn't matter since Tu Nan wouldn't dare kill them anyway. Besides, Ruan Yu couldn't kill her either, let alone Tu Nan. And Fenglan had already said she'd take her and Yanzhi to the Qingqing base and that all debts would be settled. What is she afraid of? She had even thought of dragging him over to her side, but she hadn't expected Tu Nan to be impervious to flattery and persuasion, still clinging to Ruan Yu. Sooner or later doesn't matter. You 4 should leave as soon as the rain stops. You're an eyesore to me. Having said that, Tu Nan turned and walked away. There would be plenty of chances to entrap them outside of his territory. Were people alive and still afraid of them hiding in the base and not coming out? If he wasn't useful, didn't they still have the boss? As long as their boss didn't want someone to be betrayed, there was no one he couldn't protect. Seeing Tu Nan's attitude, the other 3 didn't care either. They were leaving anyway. They had wanted to get revenge before they left, but since that failed, they'd find another chance. Ruan Yu and the other person ate their popcorn. After waiting a while, the crabs finally surrounded the residential area. Ruan Yu repeated his previous move and directly took the crabs into his space. Although they'd been taken in, the crabs weren't dead. They were all confined to a patch of open ground, densely packed together in a huge pile. If they can't get out, let them be. If I run into Bai Cha later, she can give these crabs back. Thinking about it makes me happy. Collecting more means I can get double back. In no time, 1,000 crabs were all stored in the space. Xie Xingzhou asked curiously, those crabs shouldn't be able to die once they're in your space, right? They really can't die, so I locked them all together. Next time I meet Bai Cha, I'll return them to her. Xie Xingzhou nodded in understanding. He had thought the crabs would be thrown into that little river to be purified. When Ruan Yu kicked him into the water before, he noticed that water healed the hidden injuries on his body. He'd assumed Ruan Yu knew about it. It looks like Ruan Yu doesn't know either, but he wasn't seriously hurt, so it's normal that he doesn't know. Judging by Ruan Yu's plan, it's better not to purify that batch of crabs. After all, he definitely won't eat them, so give them to Bai Cha. That's a good idea. If you run into someone you can't beat, you can just toss out a bunch of crabs. Ruan Yu's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. They might not actually meet anyone their ability level can't beat, but if they run into someone like Chu Jing who brings a group, tossing them on would be so satisfying. You really know how to mess with people. I never thought of that. 10 days flew by in a blur. Xie Xingzhou, the rain has stopped. Ruan Yu shouted excitedly on the balcony. She had noticed the rain easing off a bit that morning and instinctively felt it would stop soon. She hadn't expected it to end so quickly. By the afternoon it had simply stopped. It had been over a month of gloomy skies, and now at last a little sunlight broke through. I saw it. It's a bit late today. Let's go look for supplies tomorrow. I wasn't planning on going out today. Ruan Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression. Was she that dumb? The zombies should be out by now. Isn't this the perfect time to bring them some food? Those zombies really lived up to being turned humans. They all knew to hide inside houses. If she hadn't been watching them with a telescope as they ran into the houses in the rain, she would have hardly believed it. At this rate, it's not impossible that these zombies could evolve into the handsome zombie kings from the novels. You look a bit eager, like you're itching to go out and kill some zombies? Ruan Yu curled her lip. I'm just curious whether those 4th-tier zombies have evolved into 5th-tier ones over the past month. Go out and see tomorrow. Ruan Yu thought it over and agreed. What was she rushing for? Normally 5th-tier zombies wouldn't appear so soon. But they had only killed one just before the storm. From her experience in the previous life, zombies and espers tended to stay balanced in levels. If a large number of 4th-tier espers showed up, 5th-tier zombies would soon appear in droves. So sometimes by looking at a zombie's level, you can basically know the level of the espers out there. She had a cheat, so she didn't count. As for espers above rank 8, she'd heard of 2 in her previous life, but she'd never heard of any zombies above rank 8. Powers are hard to level up and zombies are hard to level up too. In short, neither side can really kill the other. Even if the Qingqing base developed a serum to upgrade abilities, it still couldn't be used to upgrade large numbers of people, and it had side effects. Actually, she thought this was fine too. They could leave each other alone and each be well. If 5th-tier zombies really appear, then you'd better level up quickly. Being at the same level as the others, Ruan Yu always felt insecure. After all, none of those people had good intentions, right? Only strength can give her a sense of security. I know, don't overthink it. Eat. Go out earlier tomorrow. Okay. Finish eating first. Tomorrow's matters can wait until tomorrow. If things don't cool down in the next few days, she can still go look for her brother. If it cools down, she won't go out for now. Bai Cha can't beat her now and will definitely return to base first. Chapter 85 Re-encounter with the Blaze Squad. The next morning, Ruan Yu unusually didn't linger in bed. She and Xie finished breakfast early and headed out in the assault boat. A month of torrential rain had flooded up to the 6th floor, so Xie had to wedge a grenade against the door on the 7th floor. Heiyao and Inoue were standing guard at home. If whoever broke in couldn't handle them, Heiyao would surely know to come find them, and could also warn them. Let's go, head that way first? Let's go north first. Other places have already been visited, fewer people go that way, and there are the most office buildings. We can take a look there. The nearby supermarkets and such have all been ransacked. Let's just go a bit farther. Okay. Ruan Yu held the map while Xie drove the amphibious boat, and all along the way the zombies in those houses stared at them hungrily. Some of the zombies couldn't help but jump in directly. They couldn't swim, and since they couldn't sink either, they could only flounder there. Ruan Yu couldn't stand it and directly controlled the vines to harvest the crystal core. Honestly, don't underestimate it. Having so much water has its benefits. Look around, it's full of zombies, and they can only stare at us helplessly. Xie looked at her with an amused face. Weren't you curious about their levels? Now you can take your time looking. They're all around 4th tier, none are 5th. Ruan Yu let out a breath of relief. It looked like it would be a while before those zombies reached 5th tier. At first the two really did intend to go to the office building, but seeing so many zombies jammed inside, they abandoned that idea and hurried out toward the suburbs. They soon arrived at a mountain park. Ruan Yu looked it over. He hadn't been there before, but had seen good reviews online. They pulled their assault boat to the side and went in. Ruan Yu picked up his binoculars and scanned the area. Suddenly she noticed a small grate hopping and tugged at Xie. There seems to be something over there. Seeing it clearly, she excitedly tapped Xie arm. It's a wild rabbit, let's go over. Xie hadn't even had time to speak before Ruan Yu pulled him along to run. Fortunately, Ruan Yu was used to checking for people nearby first and there was no need to worry about traps, so he followed. After running for a while, Ruan Yu watched the rabbit and directly released vines to bind it. Seeing there were no barbs on the vines, Xie breathed a sigh of relief. When he sparred with Ruan Yu before, they also used supernatural abilities against each other. Ruan Yu's vines were simply unstoppable. He inevitably got struck a few times and thus learned what those barbs did. It was only then that Ruan Yu discovered that after she leveled up, the barbs on her vines became poisonous. Before, they only caused paralysis. But the toxin wasn't lethal, and since he had a somewhat unusual constitution, it didn't affect him much. In just a short while, Ruan Yu was already holding the rabbit up and weighing it in her hands. Xie, let's have braised rabbit tonight. This one is so fat. We can even save half to roast later. Xie looked at the plump rabbit and chuckled softly. There usually isn't just one rabbit like this. Let's find its nest and take them all. He had already thought of several ways to cook the rabbits. After eating fish or pork every day, it would be nice to have a change. I should have brought Inoue out earlier. They're all meat eaters. Their noses must be sharp. Quick, find it. The two searched around and finally spotted a spot with more droppings and a hole. Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to go in. Whatever was inside had to come out today. After searching so long she had to get the rabbits all at once. Her cold-spiced rabbit, braised rabbit, dry-pot rabbit couldn't get away. Xie Xingzhou saw her digging so happily and didn't bother to intervene. He just stood aside and kept watch. Seeing Ruan Yu pull out 7 or 8 rabbits, he finally walked over and picked one up to look at. Wild rabbits aren't worth raising. Are you going to kill them all today? Better to cook them all. Make some cold rabbit dishes so you can take and eat whenever you want. Rabbits breed very quickly. The two of them both felt that such a large place couldn't possibly have only 7 or 8, so they resumed a carpet-like search. After searching for a while without finding any, they did come upon a bamboo grove. Vowing to leave immediately, they were instead grabbed by Xie Xingzhou. Yuan Yu looked at him in puzzlement. What's wrong? Xie Xingzhou pointed at the small tips poking up from the ground. Look at the ground. Bamboo shoots. Ruan Yu was a bit doubtful. She only knew bamboo shoots grew in spring and summer. Isn't this autumn? How are there bamboo shoots now? Xie Xingzhou rolled his eyes at her and explained. There are bamboo shoots all year round, just different varieties. It doesn't affect edibility. Just after saying that, he saw Ruan Yu already running over with a small hoe. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and dig. Xie Xingzhou rubbed his forehead. He must have gone stir-crazy at home for a month. Being a little impulsive was fine. Give me a hoe. Unexpectedly, Ruan Yu casually grabbed one of those big farming hoes. You dig quickly. I'll go look for rabbits nearby. After saying that, she ran off, leaving Xie Xingzhou standing there in a daze. When did Ruan Yu get so eager to work? It turned out she had been waiting here. He sighed, resigned, and picked up the hoe to dig for bamboo shoots. Ruan Yu was still Ruan Yu. When it came to slacking off, she truly didn't hesitate to make him do the work. He was the one losing his mind, not her. How could Ruan Yu possibly be eager to work? Anyway, there was no need to worry too much about Ruan Yu's abilities. Let her be. After circling around several times nearby, Ruan Yu finally spotted a big gray rabbit. But this time she didn't catch it outright. She teased the rabbit a bit and then chased after it. The big gray rabbit ran wildly without thinking, and when it saw a hole it dove straight in. Ruan Yu followed and probed inside with controlled vines. She pulled out 10 white rabbits in succession, some large and some small. Ruan Yu looked at the rabbits, then glanced again at the big gray rabbit whose fur looked out of place. Was she really that scary? The big gray rabbit had actually been so frightened it ran into the wrong burrow. So she released the big gray rabbit and once more staged a game of chase. Fortunately this time the big gray rabbit didn't run to the wrong place, and Ruan Yu caught 8 gray rabbits. Ruan Yu squatted at the burrow entrance, the big gray rabbit at her feet, the last one cradled in her arms, just about to store it in the space when a big gray rabbit suddenly bumped into her highly. Ruan Yu was still a bit stunned, but her hands reacted quickly, and she immediately grabbed that rabbit. Brother, hurry up. It ran this way as soon as I saw it. Ji Jishi and Ji Chu ran over and saw Ruan Yu holding 2 rabbits, with one tied to her foot. Ji Chu reacted quickly and immediately greeted. Xie Yu, what are you doing here? Is Xie Xing also here? Ruan Yu thought for a moment before remembering who they were. Oh, it's Captain Ji. I'm chasing the rabbits. By the way, what are you two doing here? Ji and Xie Xingzhou both lived in City A, so it made sense they were here. But Ji Chu's squad, didn't their base seem pretty far from City A? How did they get out so quickly? And why come so far? Coincidentally, the rest of Ji Chu's team had also caught up, and Ruan Yu looked over. Jiang Yu was here too. This accomplice who burned the mutated trees could actually still walk out of the botanical garden alive? Fang Yan by Jian Suwu? Could they be dead? Did they take a blade for Jiang Yu? We've been staying over here for the time being. We were going to return to the base, but we got caught in a heavy storm and stayed here for a month. Now that the rain finally stopped, we wanted to come out and look for supplies first, then head back to the base. Ji Chu didn't hesitate and answered, half true and half false. Indeed, they hadn't returned to the base because of the heavy rain, but they had come here specifically for Ruan Yu. They had originally planned to ask Tu Nan for Ruan Yu's photo, but unexpectedly Tu Nan refused, so they had to inquire themselves, which delayed them and kept them from returning to the base. However, seeing that Xie Yu and his sister also lived nearby and probably knew news about Ruan Yu, they could ask them in a little while. Just then Xie Xingzhou came over. Looking at Ruan Yu holding a rabbit and then at Ji Chu and the others, he hesitated for a moment before saying, Captain Ji, what brings you here? Chapter 86 Being Targeted. Xie Xingzhou spoke as he walked over toward Ruan Yu, picking up the rabbit from the ground as he went. Ji Chu sized them up. Neat clothes, ruddy complexions. Clearly people who had never known hardship. Looking around, although they now had Jiang Yu, a spatial ability user, many people had already been here before, and the city's zombies were more ferocious than elsewhere. Most of their supplies had been stockpiled earlier, and the month of heavy rain had almost used everything up. At first it was still possible to go out and scavenge supplies, But as the water rose, more and more people didn't dare go out anymore, especially after encountering a group of giant crabs. Their shells were impervious to knives and guns. If the place they'd sheltered in hadn't been high ground, they probably would have died under the crab's pincers. We were out here scavenging supplies too. Isn't this a rare sighting of game? So we chased after it, and didn't expect to run into you. As they spoke, Ji-Chu's gaze remained fixed on the big gray rabbit in Ruan Yu's hands. Ji-Shi also didn't move his eyes. They'd been chasing that rabbit for so long, and didn't expect it to run straight into someone else's arms. They could only grit their teeth and speak up. After all, they knew her. She shouldn't be so unreasonable, right? Xiaoyu, that big gray rabbit just now was the one we saw first. Could you return it to us? Ruan Yu frowned. It had bumped into her hands. How could she possibly give it away? But she couldn't just let these people go without affirmation. They'd cause trouble otherwise. Xie Xingzhou had also dug up so many bamboo shoots. If those were seen, it would be awkward. These people hadn't committed any serious crimes either, so killing them outright was out of the question. Although she disliked Zhang Yu, who had helped burn the trees, with him in the group this squad would basically avoid the mutated fruit. These people might have come here looking for her. It was better to send them off sooner rather than later. She looked down at the rabbit in her hands and a little reluctantly said, "Fine." Then she threw it directly at Ji-Shi. If he didn't catch it, she wouldn't blame him. After all, they hadn't caught this rabbit in the first place. When Ruan Yu saw the rabbits handed out, Xie Xingzhou finally interjected. "Since Captain Ji still needs to look for supplies, we won't bother you. We also need to search for supplies." Ji-Chu didn't feel the same way. He thought these two clearly looked well cared for and must have a knack for finding supplies. Seeing them turn to leave, he hurriedly called out, "Wait a minute. Since we're both looking for supplies, why don't we team up? Whatever supplies we find, we can split evenly between us." Xie Xingzhou glanced back at them and refused outright. "No need. Captain Ji, have you forgotten what I said before?" Ji-Chu suddenly froze. After thinking for a long while, he finally remembered that when they parted, Xie Xing had indeed said he didn't like to associate with those who broke the law. But he thought Zhang Yu was an ability user with spatial powers. It felt wasteful to just kill such a monster, and being coerced into burning one mutant tree wasn't such a grave offense. However, seeing Xie Xing's serious expression, he couldn't insist. "Is that so? Then we won't force it. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Watching the two of them walk away, Ji-Chu glanced back at Zhang Yu. If it hadn't been for him this past month, they most likely would have starved to death here. The surrounding houses were full of zombies, and they didn't dare go too far. Even the inflatable raft they took out today had been traded for things with people from the Qinglong Society whom they saw yesterday. "Brother, let's go quickly. There should still be rabbits nearby. Let's go look for them." Ji-Shi clearly hadn't thought much about it. After gnawing on bread and biscuits for more than half a month, she only wanted meat now and had completely forgotten that they were supposed to be asking about Ruan Yu. Xie Xingzhou led Ruan Yu back to that stand of bamboo. All the shoots that could be seen had been dug up by Xie Xingzhou, and some of their skins had even been partially peeled off. Ruan Yu looked at the two small piles of pale bamboo shoots and put them away at once. No wonder Xie Xingzhou had been digging for so long. He was peeling them. "Why did you give the rabbit away just now?" Seeing no one around, Xie Xingzhou finally asked. "That rabbit was the one they chased and it ran into me. I was afraid that if I didn't give it to them, they'd start arguing. And if they saw those bamboo shoots, it would be even worse. They haven't really wronged us, so killing them wouldn't be right." Ruan Yu spoke plainly. She didn't miss that one rabbit anyway. By her count, she still had more than 20 rabbits in her space. She gave it to them just to get them sent off sooner. Xie Xingzhou thought it over and agreed. Even in the apocalypse, wantonly killing people wasn't right. As long as you know what you're doing. Next, keep looking for rabbits. Not here. Let's move. When Ji-Chu and the others see this, they'll know they haven't had meat in a long time, and will definitely hang around to catch more rabbits. Better not bump into them. Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment and felt Ruan Yu made a good point. Then let's go. Both of them tacitly didn't want to have anything to do with Ji-Chu, and that Zhang Yu didn't look like a good person either. Ruan Yu took out the assault boat. After they had gone a short distance, Ji-Chu ran out holding binoculars. "Xiaoxi, did you see clearly? Was that the assault boat Xie Yu took out just now?" Ji-Shi looked in the direction the two had gone with the binoculars. "Brother, I couldn't see clearly either. They were too close together." "These two should be Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou, right?" Zhang Yu suddenly interjected. "If they dare to come out shopping, they're probably not going anywhere." "Not confirmed yet, keep watching." "Xiaoxi, when they were packing up earlier, did you see clearly who was collecting the items?" Ji-Chu asked, watching the two as they walked away. The 4 people they met yesterday had said that Ruan Yu has a spatial ability. From their description and observing these two, aside from different powers, they're practically duplicates of Xie Xing and Xie Yu. If it turns out that only Xiaoyu has a spatial ability, then it's almost certain these two are the ones they're looking for. They had planned to ask Xiaoyu and the others, never expecting it would be the real deal. Jixishi looked helpless. She really couldn't tell. Being able to see through a telescope didn't help her analyze. Brother, I already said it. They're standing too close together, you can't distinguish them. If they were a bit closer you could definitely tell. But they couldn't sense the levels of these two people's abilities at all, and judging by their clothing it was clear their levels were higher than theirs. How could they get closer? Why be so cautious? Didn't the tip come from someone over at Tunan's side? A healer class ability user teaming up with a half-zombie body. Don't those two fit that description perfectly? If they didn't have that physique, would those two dare to come out so casually? Jiang Yu spoke as he looked excited. Those two obviously had a fair amount of supplies. If he could get them to hand some over, he wouldn't have to risk coming out to look for supplies himself. Besides, the 4 people they ran into yesterday also said that Ruan Yu still had a lot of mutated fruit on her, and they'd heard the garden's lotus pods had collected quite a few. There are only 2 of them and 5 on this side. Who knows what Ji Chu is afraid of? Ji Chu thought it over and found it reasonable. Their original goal was the mutated fruit. If they hadn't been escorting Jiang Yu, they wouldn't have kept chasing Ruan Yu. Su Wu died because he took a bite meant for Jiang Yu and was scratched by a zombie. If there had been an antidote lotus seed he wouldn't have had to die. Those who had picked the lotus pods earlier said that a single lotus seed could cure the zombie poison. Although they didn't know whether Ruan Yu had picked any lotus pods, remembering the vine Ruan Yu had used to tie up the rabbit, he thought it wasn't impossible that she had taken the pods without anyone noticing. Let's follow their direction, pretend to run into them and probe the situation. Chapter 87 Exchanging Supplies. Hearing Ji Chu say that, Jiang Yu had no objections either. After all, Ji Chu was the team leader so he couldn't really argue. As long as their goals were the same, that was fine. As for the others, they naturally had no objections either. With detoxifying lotus seeds it would be like having an extra life when fighting zombies. With Jiang Yu among them they couldn't pick any mutated fruit, but they really needed spatial ability users. The recent heavy rain made clear how important spatial ability users are. If he hadn't stowed away the supplies in the vehicle, with such heavy rain the supplies could be moved to tall buildings, but what about the vehicle? Cars are precious now. Few people can repair them, they're all at the major bases and their prices are high. Everyone agreed, and a few of them grabbed inflatable boats and paddled toward Ruan Yu and the others. Xie Xingzhou drove the assault boat, Ruan Yu held a telescope looking around, and saw Ji Chu's squad trailing far behind. Especially Jixishi, who was still holding a telescope, so Ruan Yu quickly turned his back to them. Ji Chu and the others followed us. Xie Xingzhou steered the assault boat around a bend. They're probably coming for us this time. They're not injured, so why come after us? Ruan Yu looked speechless. A group of people full of energy coming after her? She could understand if they were infected with the zombie virus and about to die. We still picked a lot of lotus pods, didn't we? Tunan also said this morning that Bai Cha and the others left yesterday. Maybe they just ran into these people. Whether we actually have anything or not doesn't matter. Once they suspect us, it won't matter what we really have. And you know perfectly well what kind of person Bai Cha is, don't you? Ruan Yu sighed helplessly. I was planning to give them the rabbit and send them off, but who knew they were really after me? Xie Xingzhou chuckled lightly. You're a hot commodity now. Everyone wants a bite of you. Let's browse around and look for supplies first. If they don't make a move, we'll leave them be for now. It's not too late to kill them when they show themselves. Fine 5 people, 1 4th-tier Esper and 4 3rd-tier Espers, that's pretty formidable. How could they be so irrational? Ruan Yu rubbed her face, puzzled. Bai Cha and the other 4. Even 2 4th-tier Espers didn't dare come after her. How can these people be so bold? Ruan Yu pointed to a place on the map. Xie Xingzhou watched as she set out along the route. It had to be said that Ruan Yu really had a knack for finding things. Wherever she led, they would never come up empty. When they arrived, Xie Xingzhou stared at the building in front of him, slightly bewildered. An office building? Yeah, how have I never seen it? Ruan Yu looked at him with disdain. How many supplies could an office building have? Although you could indeed find things by searching the offices and workstations, in this situation there was no need to look through such trivial stuff, right? With no pursuing enemies they could dawdle along. They weren't short on supplies to begin with, they simply wanted to go out for a walk. Are you questioning me? Ruan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at him with some hostility. Of course she'd thought this through before coming, besides there were very few zombies here, and even if there were zombies inside the office building she wouldn't be afraid, unlike that stretch they had just come through where zombies were everywhere watching. I wouldn't dare, I'm just curious. Xie Xingzhou admitted defeat very plainly. The ground here was a bit higher, the floodwater only reached the 5th floor. So Xie Xingzhou smashed a piece of the glass window and helped Ruan Yu climb in. Once inside, Xie Xingzhou was a bit stunned. So many snacks? Most of the businesses in this building are influencer companies. Their main work is live stream selling. Even if they don't do live streams, they do promotions and sales of that sort, so there are bound to be a lot of supplies. Not as much as a big supermarket, but comparable to some small shops and convenience stores. Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou as if he had never seen the world and began to explain. She wasn't directing people to run around. City is only so big. People like her with nothing to do would certainly wander everywhere, so it's normal for her to know about some odd office buildings. What about the building next door? Probably a pyramid scheme operation. The police go over there every now and then. What's the building behind that for? Just a regular office building, full of cattle and horses. People are working there even at dawn. The two talked as they searched, putting away the obvious Ruan Yu items, rummaging through drawers and so on. After searching, they swapped places and searched again. How did you know? I've walked around here before. There's a hotel not far from here, and the steam sauna over there is pretty good. After I went a few more times I knew. Now Xie Xingzhou fell completely silent. Someone like him who only thinks about missions every day really didn't understand. Hurry up and search. The middle floors are mostly food. The upper floors are mostly daily necessities. Quickly find the food. Don't let the people behind get it for free. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xie Xingzhou could only search even harder. The water had flooded 5 floors. The two of them searched those 5 floors for food-related items, and finally on the 11th floor they only found household supplies, which made them both breathe a sigh of relief. Because they both heard someone coming in. Unsurprisingly, it was Ji Chu's squad. With people chasing them, the two actually weren't anxious. They continued to carefully gather supplies, waiting for them to find them. As soon as Ji Zixi entered the building, she looked around everywhere. But it was all empty. Brother, stop looking. They've definitely been searched clean by Xie Yu and the others. Bai Jian nodded in agreement when he saw the neat, clean drawers. There wasn't even a power strip. They'd really stripped this place bare. The next 4 or 5 floors looked the same, so the 5 of them had to keep going up. After finally climbing 7 flights, they saw 2 people searching for supplies. Xie Yu, fancy meeting you again. I didn't expect you'd come over here looking for supplies too. Found anything? Ruan Yu held up the tea bag in his hand. Yes, a packet of floral tea. Captain Ji, what brings you over here looking for supplies? Xie Xingzhou asked politely. He was just curious what excuse this person could make up. People like them who were particularly short on supplies shouldn't be coming to the office building to collect them. This little bit of stuff wastes time and effort and doesn't really fill you up. There's no need to come at all. He and Ruan Yu themselves weren't short on anything, so whether they took more or less didn't matter. Mainly they'd been at home too long and wanted to come out for a stroll. Ji Chu was indeed silent for a long moment. He really hadn't thought to come to the office building to scavenge supplies. Isn't it that we couldn't find anything anywhere? I thought I'd try my luck here, and since I saw you I came over to say hello. Then Captain Ji, you'd better hurry up and find supplies. If it suddenly rains again, you lot will have a pretty hard time. Ji Chu's face looked a little sour. He felt Xie Xing was hinting at something, but the supplies on the outskirts and around the city had already been picked nearly clean, and there were too many zombies in the urban area, so they didn't dare go there. Otherwise they wouldn't have chased a rabbit for so long, although there was a bit of intentionality to it. If it rained for another month, they definitely wouldn't survive. Then can we trade some supplies with you? Using crystal cores. Xie Xingzhou looked up at him. What grade of crystal cores? 3rd grade. How many? About 50 or so. That's no good, low level, too few. Didn't you just reach 4th tier? How do you only have this many crystal cores? Chapter 88. What can we do? Ji Chu looked embarrassed. I only just reached 4th tier too, and there aren't many 3rd tier zombies around here. This reason Xie Xingzhou rather agreed with. Most of the 3rd tier zombies in City A had been taken away by Song Ci, so the zombies they could see were basically 4th tier. As for 1st and 2nd tier ones, those had already drifted off and were completely looked down upon. But they weren't running a charity, so Xie Xingzhou refused outright. Oh? Then why don't you hurry up and look for supplies? We're not short on crystal cores. Ji Chu obviously didn't want to give up yet. Really can't trade even a little? We can't. You can ask Tu Nan to trade. Xie Xingzhou again refused rationally. Who would trade if they were asked to swap supplies without offering enough leverage? Jiang Yu glanced at Ji Chu contemptuously. Why be so polite? Just say no directly. What if we insist on trading? Ruan Yu looked at him with amusement. Give a reason. Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Yu, a malicious smile on his face. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Ruan Yu. I suppose you wouldn't want your identity exposed so quickly. Although Ji Chu and the others felt uneasy, Jiang Yu had already spoken, so they would just watch. If anything unexpected happened, they could distance themselves. Space ability users are important, but so are their lives. Ruan Yu shot him a look, utterly speechless. Bai Cha leaving city meant her position was no longer a secret. She was now just waiting to see whether the weather would drop. If it cooled down in a couple of days, she and Xie could keep staying put. After all, heavy snow would block the roads, and no one would be foolish enough to come looking for trouble. If it didn't get colder, then she could go out to find her brother and scavenge supplies from other places. Glancing at Ji-Chu and the others, Ruan Yu decided to ask a few questions first, try to draw out a couple of sentences, and see how much this person knew so no one would die too unjustly. Then what do you want to trade for? I guess it's not just supplies. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Jiang Yu felt she was compromising. No matter how composed her face looked, it was only a forced calm, trying not to let others see through it. So he looked her over a bit lecherously. Maybe he had grown soft from an easy life and had completely forgotten about being interrogated by Xie before. He only felt he could now handle these two. Of course, the mutated fruit, and the lotus pods from the greenhouse earlier. Ruan Yu still wore that expressionless look. Xie looked at him awkwardly, unable to help wondering whether he had been too soft back then, giving that man the illusion that he could control them? Not killing that man was intended to let those mutated plants kill him, which would count as avenging their kin, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill people. We don't have the lotus pods. I'm very curious, how did you all get out back then? Those two golden shadings wouldn't let people pass so easily. With Jiang Yu's aura, the mutated tree wouldn't give fruit. Back then they had so many squads, there still wouldn't be enough to go around. Ji-Chu and the others all looked away. Jiang Yu also cleared his throat awkwardly twice. This has nothing to do with you, right? As for the lotus pods, for a plant-type ability user to sneak out the seeds isn't difficult. Just tell me whether you'll trade or not. We won't. Ruan Yu and Xie said in unison. Not trading? Aren't you afraid I'll expose your locations? And you have a large quantity of lotus seeds in your possession. You should understand how many people will come looking for you. Jiang Yu felt surprised inside, his face unchanged, and he continued his malicious threats. But the two of them couldn't be bothered to look. They turned to Ji-Chu and the others. Captain Ji, is this what you all mean as well? Well, you guys deceived us back then too. It's only right to give some compensation, isn't it? Ji-Shi met Ruan Yu's eyes. She thought Ruan Yu might be more reasonable since she had given her a rabbit. Then can you tell me what exactly we deceived you about? Ruan Yu asked, amusement on his face as he looked at her. This angle of moral blackmail was oddly intriguing and worth hearing. Lowering her head to think for a moment, Ji-Shi then continued, your names and identities, and you definitely didn't know there were things in the botanical garden back then. We were the ones who took you there. And that big mall, you actually emptied it out, didn't you? Ji-Shi looked confident, glancing at Ruan Yu with a provocative look. At the time she had suspected they were the ones who cleared out the mall. She was just too embarrassed to say it. Besides, they had nowhere to put them so they couldn't be bothered. Ruan Yu glanced at her. She had to admit that every word Ji-Shi said was correct. But why should she pay attention to an answer that didn't address the question? Miss Ji, what I asked was what I cheated you out of. Those things Ji-Shi mentioned weren't even hers. If someone took them, so what? It had nothing to do with her. Ruan Yu, that's not how it is. You really didn't tell us your true identities at the time. You lied plain and simple. Isn't it only fair to give some compensation? Hearing those words, Xie was stunned. He looked at Ji-Chu as if at some new species. No wonder this person could take in Jiang Yu, turns out they're the same kind. In peacetime you can present whatever identity you like when you're out and about. In the apocalypse you expect people to be honest? Isn't that insane? And compensation, give me a break. A knife to the chest would be more like it. I'm not wasting words. Of course there will be compensation. Let's see if you can catch it. With that, Xie immediately unleashed several wind blades, each sweeping toward the five of them. Ji-Chu and the others dodged aside. Xie, what do you mean by this? Jiang Yu hid in the back and chimed in. He's definitely trying to kill us to cover it up. Xie was too lazy to waste words. His power shot out like it cost nothing. 5 people, excluding Jiang Yu, the remaining 4. Each unleashed their abilities and attacked Xie. Ruan Yu looked around and saw no wood-type ability. Remembering Ji-Shi had said their team's 5 people had awakened exactly the metal, wood, water, fire and earth abilities, it seemed Suwu must be the wood-type ability user. For a team urgently needing a space ability user, the wood-type ability, which can only be cultured, was indeed the most likely to be discarded. When it came to how they had escaped, a trace of unease flashed across each of their faces. It turned out they also knew their actions hadn't been very honorable. Ruan Yu stood to the side watching Xie steamroll them. Captain Ji, why don't we talk about how Suwu died? I guess those mutated plants chased you, but you didn't want to give up the space ability user, so you chose someone to die in Jiang Yu's place, right? Jiang Yu hid behind the 4 of them and poked his head out. So what if that's true? Those useless ability users should have been the ones to take the hit for me. But you're wrong. We escaped from the botanical garden. He was killed by zombies. He wouldn't have died if he hadn't. He was hiding in the back like I was, but one of the zombies was smarter and ran to the side to attack me and Suwoo. I reacted quickly and pulled him in to take the blade for me. Ruan Yu clapped his hands. Impressive. No wonder you were the only non-aggressive ability user from your original squad to get out. Then he turned back to Ji Chu and continued. Did Captain Ji not see this? This man killed your teammate, and you all still teamed up with him without any grudges. A person who can be a captain really is different. His vision is on another level. After speaking, he looked at Ji Chu with genuine admiration. Xie didn't rush to kill either. It was like walking a dog. Letting them get away but not actually escape. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Not everyone is like you, invincible with both healing and space abilities, and following someone who can fight like that. We have to guard against zombies while we're alive, guard against our own kind and scrounge for supplies. Even if we see them, so what? Our supplies are in his hands, what can we do? Chapter 89. Then change it. Ruan Yu didn't really agree with that. She had died too. She just couldn't be infected by the zombie virus. She still had to guard against people, guard against zombies and scramble for supplies. Otherwise there would be those well-fed idle people who look for trouble. For now, the main thing is to guard against people. After getting used to them, the zombies even look rather refined. Some aim to show their intent on their faces, while others hide it in their hearts. Which kind should we be more wary of is obvious. When you don't know what to do, there's still one path you can take. You say it so easily, what path do you mean? Ruan Yu looked at him with the expression of someone looking at an idiot. Haven't you still got the path of dying that you haven't taken yet? Not brave enough? It's fine, we'll help you. As soon as the words fell, Ruan Yu immediately unleashed vines and bound Ji Chu and Jiang Yu. The vines were as thick as thighs. Even fourth-tier psychics could only resign themselves to being tied up. As for the others, they were simply told to go on ahead. Speak up. Any unfinished wishes? Say them so I can have a laugh. A blatant humiliation, yet Ji Chu couldn't resist. He could only look at Ruan Yu with resentment. Who said we had a lotus seed pod? Seeing Xie fight so well and Ruan Yu's vines looking equally lethal, Jiang Yu hurriedly buttered him up. I can tell you, but you have to let me go. Ruan Yu didn't even bother to look, directly using the vines to strangle him to death. She pointed at Ji Chu with an outstretched hand. You tell him. Ji Chu immediately turned his head and refused to look at her. Kill me then. Don't you want to know how we recognized you? You said you wouldn't tell, Ruan Yu said speechlessly, looking at him. She had thought this man wasn't afraid of death. Even with Ji Ji dead, he showed no reaction. If you don't let go of me, then I won't tell. Then go die. Ruan Yu tightened the vines, not one for reasoning, not one to be persuaded by words. I was just saying. Ruan Yu silently eased the vines a little. It was Tu Nan who gave us your photo. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at him. He wouldn't really think this would make her believe him, would he? Although Tu Nan was rather ruthless, his character was at least better than those others. When a person is about to die, their words are kind. You may not believe it, but that doesn't stop me from saying it. Ji Chu said calmly. Tu Nan not giving them any news about Ruan Yu probably meant he was collaborating with her. As for those four, they were likely enemies of Ruan Yu. In any case, Ruan Yu wouldn't let him off, and it would be just as well to drag Tu Nan into it. Whether Ruan Yu believed it or not, she would at least be suspicious. Is that so? I prefer confronting the person involved. How about you two confront each other in person? If I heard right, another group had come into this building. They should be next door now. Besides Tu Nan, there probably wasn't anyone else this considerate. If you call him over, I can confront him face to face. He refused to believe Tu Nan would happen to come here. Xie walked straight to the door and called out, Big brother too, since you're here anyway. Won't you come over and have a chat? Someone here wants to see you. Although he had just been fighting, that didn't prevent him from hearing other sounds. Tu Nan had just lit a cigarette when Xie called out to him, and he almost threw the cigarette away. He got up resignedly. When the god of wealth calls, one must go. Aya brother Xie, it looks like you're doing well these days, and sister-in-law, it's been a long time. He finished speaking without waiting for Ruan Yu to respond and walked straight toward Ji Chu. He had heard it earlier. Heard you wanted to confront me? Seeing Tu Nan, Ji Chu looked a bit panicked but forced a calm expression. How did this person end up here? I previously came to you to trade for Ruan Yu's photo. Yes, is there a problem? No, just verifying. Oh, I didn't give anything anyway, what do you want to verify? Ji Chu fell silent and Ruan Yu spoke. He said he could recognize me entirely because of the photos brother Tu gave him. Tu Nan's eyes widened, wearing a wronged expression. Sister-in-law, it's an injustice. Don't you know my character? Although I'm black-hearted, I still keep my word. I said I wouldn't expose your information, and I absolutely didn't. Nothing was exposed. That Bai Cha has nothing to do with me. I naturally believe Brother Two's character, but Brother Two, how do you think this person should be dealt with? Ruan Yu looked at him with a half-smile. Well, sister-in-law can of course deal with her however she wants. Seeing Tu Nan say that, Ruan Yu didn't bother wasting words. She directly controlled the vines to strangle the person to death, and Xie Xingzhou finished them off with a wind blade. After finding a few chairs and sitting down, Xie Xingzhou finally spoke. I wonder what Brother Two wanted to see us about? Tu Nan laughed. Of course it's business. Although Bai Cha is gone, she left behind quite a bit of information. For example, like that antidote lotus seed, and the younger sister-in-law bought a big supermarket. That's it. Ruan Yu looked puzzled. Would the White Tea Society only share such little information? Brother Xie's sister-in-law, since you aren't afraid of zombies, you naturally don't know how sought after the mutant fruit that can cure zombie toxin is. These things are priceless and have no market. One piece of information like this could get me a better car, while the other got a bit of food. Tu Nan spoke and directly sold the white tea, and although he thought Ruan Yu would surely guess, saying it aloud would make his stance clear. So you've come to trade for lotus seeds? It's mainly that, if we could trade for something else that would be fine too. Xie Xingzhou interjected. Something else like what? Like the freebie from our first transaction. That thing was in high demand. He had a hunch Ruan Yu must have a lot of them. Ruan Yu still harbored goodwill toward Tu Nan, who traded goods and could also give her information for free. And most importantly, Tu Nan's boss stayed neutral, not taking advantage of either side. There was of course no need to worry about becoming enemies later. Seeing Ruan Yu's expression, Xie Xingzhou knew she agreed and asked, Then Brother Two, why don't you start by saying the price? Sensing a deal, Tu Nan didn't waste words. How about 200 4th-tier crystal cores for one flower? Ruan Yu frowned. A lotus seed pod contains a dozen or so seeds. Although it's said each seed can cure the zombie toxin, that depends on the severity of the injury. If a lotus seed were severely injured it definitely wouldn't work, but a typical scratch would be fine. But after so long in the apocalypse, most people fighting zombies only suffer light wounds. It's not like those besieged by zombies situations where there's no way to run. 200 crystal cores for a dozen or so lotus seeds felt like a ripoff. Tu Nan would definitely sell them one by one when he got back. Judging by the two people's expressions, Tu Nan knew the price wouldn't do, so he continued to raise it. 300. A moment of silence. 400. Still silence. Tu Nan gritted his teeth and said, 450. That was his final bottom line. Although 4th-tier zombies surged, it wasn't easy to gather so many crystal cores. Many were borrowed from his brothers in other places, all waiting for these lotus seeds to make money to pay back the debts. Seeing Tu Nan looking pained, Ruan Yu nodded. Since Brother Two is so sincere, let's trade. Chapter 90 Continuing to Plunder. When Ruan Yu agreed, Tu Nan called a subordinate to take out several bags of crystal cores. Thanks brother, please take a few. Xie Xingzhou still poured them out as usual and counted them. Ruan Yu picked through them, taking out a lotus seed pod. She didn't want one with lots of seeds, but felt awkward about picking one with too few. In the end she compromised and took a pod with 15 seeds. At 30 seeds per 4th-tier crystal core, 1 seed per crystal core, it shouldn't be too expensive. 4th-tier zombies are everywhere now, so it's still easy to gather enough. Brother Two, here you go. He handed the crystal core on the ground to Tu Nan as he took it. Tu Nan accepted the lotus pod, glanced at it and saw 15 lotus seeds. He smiled with satisfaction. He had thought Ruan Yu would pick the pod with the fewest seeds for him. Now that the lotus seeds are exchanged, I wonder what else Brother Two wants to trade? Xie Xingzhou asked, watching both sides put their things away before continuing. Tu Nan hesitated a moment, then handed over a list. These items, I'm wondering if sister-in-law would be willing to trade a bit of them. Xie Xingzhou took the list, moved closer to Ruan Yu, and they read it together. Cigarettes, alcohol, small umbrella, cold medicine, antihypertensive drugs, quick-acting heart pills. Looking at these items, Ruan Yu frowned and said, I do have the first 3, but I don't have the ones after that. Brother Two should think of other ways. At the beginning of the apocalypse she had raided 2 pharmacies and visited a hospital, and the psychotherapist had gone on a round too. She wasn't short on medicines, but that didn't mean she wanted to trade them away. Medicines were extremely scarce in the apocalypse. If she gave them up once, the trouble that followed might be even worse. Tu Nan wasn't surprised either. Whether there were any or not wasn't important. What mattered was that Ruan Yu said there weren't, so he had to believe her. Those few things are fine. Medicines are scarce goods anyway. I just came to try my luck. But you've given away all the 4th-tier crystal cores. Can you at least exchange some 3rd-tier crystal cores? Okay. Although third-tier crystal cores are a bit low in rank, that doesn't stop the mutated plants from liking to eat them. Give them to the mutated plants to increase their favor. Maybe they'll yield a few more fruits in return. As for the fourth-tier crystal cores, of course they'd go to Little Rose. Little Rose can absorb the energy and reciprocate to her, and she has a feeling that if Little Rose eats all those fourth-tier crystal cores, her ability could rise to late sixth tier. As for seventh-tier abilities, she can't think about them for now. The main issue is that the zombies level up rather slowly. There are probably some fifth-tier ones, but they're too few, and sixth-tier ones are even rarer. Even if she has a cheat, her supernatural level would at most be one tier higher than the zombies, which is probably a kind of balance. I wonder how many Brother 2 wants to trade. Tunan didn't waste words. He called over another underling, then took a few more bags of crystalline cores. Xiexingzhou glanced roughly and estimated around 500. There had been 450 crystal cores just now, and now there were 500. Ruan Yu asked, somewhat surprised. Brother 2, did you go siege a city? Or did you poke a zombie nest? Tunan waved his hand casually. Sister-in-law, you're joking. We're merchants. How could we be so violent? These were all clearly priced goods he was profiting from. How long did he intend to keep killing so many zombies? Ruan Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Why hadn't she thought of that? Isn't this faster than killing zombies? Brother 2, how much do you want to exchange? Take as much as you think it's worth, sister-in-law. Ruan Yu rolled his eyes without a care. The unscrupulous merchant had finally been shown up. Ruan Yu, referring to last life's prices, gave a bit of a discount and took 40 boxes of beer, a carton of cigarettes, and more than a dozen small umbrellas. Along the way he also glanced at Tunan's expression, guessing he was fairly satisfied. Seeing that, Ruan Yu relaxed too. These things were useless to her anyway. Her brother and his comrades didn't smoke, and she had plenty of alcohol in her space. She wasn't short on that. Big Brother 2, what do you think of these? Good, sister-in-law is straightforward. Not stingy at all. After telling his younger brothers to put the things away, Tunan quickly stood up. There's a flower, bird and fish market out in the suburbs. I changed it a bit, it's a sort of simple trading market. When you two have time, you can go take a look. Okay, I'll try to come by when I have time. Xiexingzhou nodded. Then I won't disturb you two from searching for supplies. After saying that, he left, fully laden and walking quickly, afraid they'd call him back. The two watched Tunan leave. Let's go on and keep looking for supplies. Shall we go check out that trading market? After so long in the apocalypse, a trading market was rare, and it was so close to them, Xiexingzhou naturally wanted to take a look. Go a few days from now? Ruan Yu probed, though she also wanted to go out and wander. Maybe in a few days the temperature would drop. Then they could wrap their faces up and most people wouldn't recognize them. Okay. After saying that, the two continued upstairs searching for supplies, not leaving out drawers, cabinets, or the break room. Soon they had finished rifling through everything. Ruan Yu felt a bit regretful. She had expected a trendy internet company like this to have a safe or something. After all, it's so profitable. How could the boss have no taste for collecting anything? What's with that look? Xiexingzhou looked at Ruan Yu's slightly regretful little expression, his lips curling faintly, amused as he watched her. A bit of a pity, we didn't find anything particularly valuable. Do CEOs these days not have a collecting habit? Ruan Yu shook his head, looking regretful. If the items had been stored in a villa, they'd probably be hard to find now. The city center is likely flooded, and you wouldn't dare go to a mid-mountain villa. Who knows if the mountain's stable? People aren't stupid. Who would keep collectibles in their office? After saying that, Xiexingzhou felt something was off. He thought for a moment and remembered a classmate whose father liked to collect things in his office. There might be different finds in these offices of big companies, so he added, how about we go to that office building? Among generally normal people there are always a few eccentrics. Maybe there's a CEO there who loves collecting things in the office. Let's go then. Ruan Yu was too lazy to argue. She had planned to go anyway. Ruan Yu took out the inflatable boat, and the two of them soon arrived at the other office building. Getting in was still pretty simple. Xiexingzhou just smashed a pane of glass. After going inside, Xiexingzhou nodded. This was a proper office building. Files, computers, and things like a projector. Ruan Yu Gong opened an office. Xiexingzhou had already taken down the projector. Put this away. It's more convenient for watching TV and movies later. Ruan Yu silently put it away. She didn't have a projector in her space, so it was fine to add a few more. She checked through several companies in a row. The drawers contained nothing but coffee and milk tea, and the healthier stuff was all goji berries and red dates. Ruan Yu was speechless. Even after becoming nothing but a beast of burden, they were still doing wellness in the office. What use was it? Following a principle of not wasting things, she still put them away. Xiexingzhou had a clear objective. He dismantled several projectors in succession, And he also took one of the decent-looking computers. Ruan Yu sighed repeatedly as she rummaged through things. As expected, you can't count on these cattle and horses having anything good. Chapter 91. The road was blocked. We've only searched a few floors so far, don't rush. Usually the CEO is on the top floor. We'll search our way up slowly. Xie Xingzhou let out a light laugh and hurriedly offered some comfort. Hearing Xie Xingzhou's words, Ruan Yu perked up again. That's true. As they spoke, her search sped up considerably, and she even found some snacks, which brought a bit of pleasant surprise. Ruan Yu, come over here. She was doing fine when Xie Xingzhou suddenly called her. Ruan Yu felt there must be something, so she didn't ask and ran over. When she walked into the office, Ruan Yu's eyes widened. The small office held several antique vases and quite a few other antiques, and there was also a traditional Chinese painting on the wall that clearly had some age to it. On the shelf behind the chair was a tang sword. Its silver scabbard bore antique patterns and just looked expensive. Ruan Yu walked over and put them straight into her space. She didn't leave a single vase or painting behind. They weren't useful now, but what if they might be later? Anyway, her space wasn't lacking that bit of room. You really are shameless. Xie Xingzhou smiled, watching Ruan Yu put everything away, then pointed at the safe beside them. Aren't you taking that? No sooner had he spoken than the safe disappeared. Seeing there truly was nothing left, Ruan Yu walked out with a calm expression, and Xie Xingzhou followed closely behind. She found 2 more similar offices in a row, and Ruan Yu grew more and more excited. Finally finished searching. Too bad only 3 offices had anything good. Be grateful. They were useless now, who knows about later. But in this apocalypse you had to find things to lift your spirits and make yourself happy. If you kept breaking down all the time, people would start having problems. The 2 climbed up to the rooftop. Ruan Yu took out a pair of binoculars and scanned around, then handed them to Xie Xingzhou and brought out 2 meals. Let's keep lunch simple. We'll roast the rabbit when we go back tonight. She handed a meal to Xie Xingzhou, saying with a face of wonder, I thought Ji Chu would hang around with us longer. I didn't expect him to jump out so soon. How boring, she said, then thought of Bai Cha again. That person was really something, killed twice and still not even a scratch. Thinking of Bai Cha? Would have been better if we hadn't killed him and had killed a few more times instead. Who's that lucky all the time? When it came to this, Xie Xingzhou was at a loss too. How could someone be so lucky? Sai will just have to work them harder and make them kill a few more times, otherwise it wouldn't be right. The 2 chatted idly while eating. Where shall we go this afternoon? Ruan Yu chewed and thought for a while. I don't know either. I remember there's a vineyard around here and some orchards nearby. Let's go see this afternoon. Maybe we can pick some mutated fruit again. Speaking of which, there are plenty of orchards near City A that they hadn't visited at all. It would be good to take a look. If there's nothing there, no big deal, they could just treat it like a walk. 4th-tier zombies were all heading into the urban area, crowding into the buildings, which made it hard for them to search for supplies, so they had no choice but to run outward. Xie Xingzhou naturally had no complaints. He didn't come this way often and wasn't as familiar as Ruan Yu, so he naturally followed Ruan Yu's lead. This direction was opposite to Tu Nan's, so there was no worry about running into him again. Okay, but isn't there a reservoir here? Catching some fish would work too. It seems like there aren't many fish left in your space, right? I don't think so, but there are a few fishing spots, so there should be fish. Ruan Yu thought carefully for a long while. She really had no memory of a reservoir, only of places where one could fish. Then let's go take a look since we're passing by. If I don't want them, I'll give them to Tu Nan. He should be very happy. The 2 finished their meal in a few bites, paced around the rooftop twice, and then went downstairs to head to the next place. They roughly compared positions with Xie Xingzhou, and after looking at the map, the 2 of them set off in the assault boat. The water in the suburbs had gotten much shallower. They stowed the assault boat and drove for a while before reaching their destination. Having been here before, Ruan Yu led Xie Xingzhou skillfully to the picking area. They had expected to find at least some fruit, but the fields were desolate and some of the greenhouses had been damaged. Such a shame, you can tell these have been eaten away by acid rain. Ruan Yu said helplessly. Back then everyone was too busy running for their lives. Who would think to stop and pick grapes or fruits? The trees and fruits that remained had all mutated. We're here now, so let's take a walk around. There should be places to eat and sleep. Let's look. Maybe we'll find something. Although they had suspected this beforehand, since they were already here they had to try to bring something back. Returning empty-handed would be terrible. Then let's go. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and agreed, leading the others toward the place with a house. The door wasn't locked. The 2 of them pushed it open and went in. There was a layer of standing water on the floor, and a thick coat of dust on the tables and chairs. It looked like no one had lived here for a long time. Ruan Yu nodded in satisfaction. She liked searching houses like this. The room was only this big, so the two of them didn't split up. Let's stay together. There are about 10 employees here, so there should be a small canteen. Let's check it out first. 带着谢行舟转了几圈，两人才走到一个看起来像是食堂的地方。看着客厅里好几张大圆桌，阮玉就知道自己没走错地方。这食堂这么小，估计没多少东西，先收了吧，然后去看看能不能捞鱼。谢行舟看着这环境，估算着没什么东西，还是先去看看有没有鱼捞，都没有就直接回家烤兔子，明天继续出来逛。Okay. Ruan Yu went straight to the small storeroom. There were just a few bags of rice and a bucket of cooking oil. She put them away and left. Sure enough, there's not much. I'll just call this a little outing and go fish instead. On the other side, although Bai Cha and the other three had set out yesterday afternoon, but the rain had only just stopped and there was a lot of water on the road, so the cars were driving more slowly. Besides, the road had been bombed before, and Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi always felt that road was unlucky, so the four of them took another route. When Feng Lan and Chu Jing came over, they had also paid a toll, so of course they didn't know what the other route looked like. The few of them drove over excitedly, and they were almost at the bridge when, to their surprise, they saw a pile of cars stacked up like a small mountain. Who's so heartless? A few of them were angry but had no choice. They could only turn back, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Let's just make do in the car tonight and take turns keeping watch, how about it? Alright. Feng Lan and Chu Jing both wanted to get back early, so they naturally had no objections. The night passed without incident. After paying the toll again, the group felt certain there wouldn't be any more surprises this time. He drove over and found several cars stopped there. Su Yanzhi got out of the car on instinct. He grabbed someone at random and asked, "Buddy, what's going on up ahead? Are they not letting people through?" The man glanced at Su Yanzhi. There was a bit of a landslide up ahead that just blocked the road. People from Qinglong Association are clearing it. How long will it take to clear? I don't know about that. We've only been here a little while. There are several cars stopped up ahead. You can go ask up there. Su Yanzhi looked the place over but didn't go. He just returned to the car and said it, and Bai Cha looked helpless. Why is everything so unlucky? Chapter 92, Casting a Net to Fish. The road was completely blocked, and the four of them were helpless. If they went back now, they didn't know what kind of trouble they'd run into, and they'd already paid the toll. Even if they turned back, they wouldn't get a refund. Originally, Tu Nan was already stingy with supplies, and now he was even more heartless. Bai Cha cursed Ruan Yu to death in her heart. Since the apocalypse, nothing good had come from encountering Ruan Yu. Before, she could still swindle quite a few things from Ruan Yu. Now the only reason she's still alive is the protection of the heavens. Thinking this, Bai Cha spoke with a trace of grievance. So many people are waiting. It probably won't take long to clear them out. Let's wait a bit longer. Fine. Feng Lan replied that it just so happened they also didn't want to turn back. Ruan Yu walked around a few times with Xiexingzhou holding the map, and finally arrived at a fishing spot. This place used to be not only for fishing but also for catching lobsters. Thinking of that, Ruan Yu remembered the group of big crabs, along with some large lobsters mixed in among them. Be a little more careful this time. I remember there are crayfish in here. Ruan Yu patted Xiexingzhou and said, although there are ways to deal with things, if she solves everything, what chance will later arrivals have? Are you afraid of that? There isn't much standing water here, the fish shouldn't get out, but the crayfish probably run around like those crabs. Xiexingzhou replied casually. It wasn't strange to have crayfish where people fish, but with crabs running everywhere, the crayfish probably wouldn't just sit still either. Ruan Yu was silent for a moment, feeling she had a point. At worst they'd be taken into the space. They could let them out after they'd caught the fish. You're right, but I don't know if those fish have mutated, or whether they're still edible. She remembered that in her previous life the fish and shrimp in the river were all edible, provided no one fell in as fish food. Although they were technically edible, it felt off somehow. In any case, she couldn't bring herself to eat them. She could only pray those people weren't so free. If they were weak, they shouldn't wander around. They walked around a few times and finally reached the fishing pond. A pond of over 200 square meters. Normally it was only half full, but now it was completely filled, and it looked like a lot of water had overflowed before. There were still quite a few fish in the pond. Perhaps from lack of oxygen, fish occasionally leapt out. Ruan Yu and the other person each circled the area. There were no other footprints and no clothes in the pond. Ruan Yu nodded in satisfaction. These fish were edible. Then he looked at Xiexingzhou. How do we scoop them up? Ruan Yu took 2 fishing nets out of the space, long poles with a loop of wire, and after a glance silently put them away. With fish this fat, those nets probably wouldn't do the job. Watch here. I'll go look for some nets. Xiexingzhou figured there must be fishing nets nearby. Even though he didn't know how either, with so many fish here they were bound to run into someone foolish enough. After speaking, she turned and walked toward the small shed nearby. Ruan Yu glanced over and figured with so much water it would be hard to cast a net properly, so she controlled the flow and let it spill outward, stopping when the pond edge showed about half a foot of mud. By chance Xie Xingzhou was coming over with a fishing net. Ruan Yu looked at him. "Can you cast a net?" "No." He said it so confidently even though he couldn't. Still, with so many fish maybe they could catch a fair amount. The two of them held the fishing net and studied it for a little while, recalling the short videos they'd watched before, and roughly understood what it should look like. "Why don't you try first, see if you can haul it up? If you can't, we can adjust it." Ruan Yu looked at the net and thought it better to practice first. No amount of talk would help otherwise. So Ruan Yu stepped back a bit. Xie Xingzhou lifted the net with both hands and flung it out. The posture is good, but it's useless. The net only opened halfway. It's normal to be clumsy the first time. Try hauling it up in a bit. As long as there are fish, it's fine. Xie Xingzhou agreed. He didn't really know how to do it, so there was no need to expect too much on his first time casting the net. "I think so too. It's still early. I'll practice a few more times in a bit and it'll be fine." The two waited a short while, thinking the net should have sunk by now, so they slowly began to haul it up. Ruan Yu stood to one side. Seeing Xie Xingzhou struggling a bit, she sent out vines to help pull. Halfway through pulling, Ruan Yu saw a big fish in the net and her eyes lit up. Didn't expect there really to be such a stupid fish. How could it get caught like this? Xie Xingzhou was a bit speechless. Isn't this because he's skilled? But he was sensible enough not to say it out loud, and could only think it silently. Then the fishing net was pulled up, and there was only that one fish. Not bad, lots of room for improvement. Ruan Yu encouraged without stinginess. Fortunately there was no one around, otherwise she might not have been able to hold back her laughter. She thought others would laugh if they saw it, and that would make her laugh too. "Go ahead and laugh if you want. There's no one else anyway." Xie Xingzhou sighed and said helplessly. Ruan Yu put the fish into the storage space, then tossed it into the big water pit where Heiyao bathed. The water had been changed earlier. Heiyao was now holding Inua every day and had no time to bathe, so it was just right for raising fish. "I'm afraid of damaging your confidence. You should keep casting your net." Ruan Yu forced down the smile at her lips. It was rare that there was something Xie Xingzhou didn't know, but laughing out loud wouldn't do, so she could only sneer silently. By the second time Xie Xingzhou seemed to know how to exert force. The cast fishing net all opened up. "Impressive, you mastered it so quickly," Ruan Yu praised directly. "Better you don't speak yet. What if there's only one fish again? How will you spin your words this time?" That's what he said, but Xie Xingzhou thought with so many fish it couldn't be that he had no talent. He'd seen people on short videos who with a light flick could scoop up plenty. Ruan Yu sensibly shut up. If there were really only one fish, what could she have said? Fortunately there was a big improvement this time. He hauled up 5 fish. Only then did a faint smile tug at Xie Xingzhou's mouth. "Come take care of the fish, I'll keep casting the net." Watching Xie Xingzhou's upturned mouth, Ruan Yu didn't want to crush his confidence and instinctively reeled in the net. After casting the net several more times and moving to a few other spots, Xie Xingzhou was indeed catching more and more fish. But after 8 casts he had only about 100 fish. Was that really normal? Watching the fish leaping in the middle of the pond, Ruan Yu felt as if they were mocking Xie Xingzhou. "Why don't we think of another way? I think that fish was mocking you. You were mistaken. I think my skills are pretty good." Ruan Yu looked at this person with not an ounce of self-awareness and for some reason thought she herself was the same when playing the fish shooting game. Others kept gaining more and more coins, but after she played for a while her coins were already gone. If you said her skills were poor, she could still catch fish every time, but they weren't worth anything. She looked down at the time. She thought Xie Xingzhou was really getting carried away. There was nowhere else around to scavenge anyway, so let him play. After trying another 5 or 6 times, Xie Xingzhou seemed ready to give up. "Do I really not have this talent?" "Yes." Chapter 93. How big is your space then? She really wanted to say, "You just noticed?" Hearing Ruan Yu answer so earnestly, Xie Xingzhou felt as if his chest had been pierced by a sword. "How many fish did you catch?" Ruan Yu leaned into the space and roughly counted. "About 200. I enlarged the pit where I bathed the obsidian a bit, and kept all the fish in there." Ruan Yu thought that many fish were enough. She could come back tomorrow. Anyway, there were quite a few pigs in the space, over a dozen kept, so there was no fear of having no meat to eat. "It's still early. If you want to play a bit longer you can." "Forget it, we'll try another spot tomorrow." They chatted casually. Xie Xingzhou was still holding the fishing net when 7 people walked in. 4 men and 3 women, looking like a small team. Ruan Yu turned to look, raising an eyebrow slightly. Still familiar faces. It was the small team that cooked at the botanical garden. Just when he was about to leave, Xie Xingzhou began pretending to tidy the fishing net again. Hey, young man, any spare nets? The man who looked like the leader, an uncle type, saw the net in Xie Xingzhou's hands and asked directly. No. Xie Xingzhou answered very directly. He searched around and only found this one set of fishing nets. The group walked a few steps to the edge of the fish pond and saw Ruan Yu smiling and nodding. Ruan Yu nodded back in response. A younger, cute girl leaned up to Ruan Yu and asked, Big sister, how long have you been here? Ruan Yu remembered the last time she pulled out cooking tools at the lotus pond. Knowing this was a space power user, she still instinctively took 2 steps back in caution. Who knew what other abilities this person might have? I just got here a little while ago. I'm still figuring out how to use the fishing net. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with a wronged expression. Was his casting really that bad? Didn't he just catch 200 fish? Ruan Yu didn't care. She was waiting for these people to borrow the net to catch fish. Wouldn't that let her stockpile more fish? Freebies are the best. I see. I think there are quite a few fish here and I happen to know how to cast a net. How about I do it? We split the catch evenly. The uncle thought for a moment and said directly that these 2 youngsters obviously didn't know how to cast a net to fish. He could take a share himself and distribute some, otherwise it would waste too much time. Besides, if these 2 dared to come out here, their abilities were probably not low, so he suggested splitting it evenly. Later the fish would still be divided by him. Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou exchanged a glance, nodded in agreement and said, Okay. Xie Xingzhou walked over and handed the fishing net to the uncle. Here, there's only 1 set of nets here, just don't break them so quickly. But how do you handle the fish? It seems the space can't hold live fish, right? Xie Xingzhou asked curiously. The uncle smiled and said nothing. The adorable little girl had already taken out a table knife, a cutting board and a large bucket. After getting the items, the little girl casually pulled over a chair and sat to the side. The remaining 2, a woman of around 30 and another young girl, stood by the table waiting for the fish to arrive. Ruan Yu walked up beside Xie Xingzhou and poked him with her finger. Aren't you going to learn the technique? There's no need for that, right? I probably wouldn't learn it. This time Xie Xingzhou unusually answered with self-awareness. Just then the middle-aged man casually cast his net, and the whole net unfurled across the water before sinking. Xie Xingzhou grew even quieter. He had cast it the same way, but why did all those fish swim away? Ruan Yu looked at his little expression of existential doubt and comforted him. Every craft has its specialty. It's not enough just to throw the net out to catch fish. Sure enough, before long the uncle hauled up the fishing net, and a few of the boys nearby helped pull as well. It wasn't a large net, but there were around 100 fish of various sizes. Xie Xingzhou grew even more silent. He had a grudge against the fish. He'd cook a few extra when he got home tonight. Ruan Yu murmured. The ones you pull up are on the larger side. If we had caught this many with a net like that, neither of us would probably have been able to haul it up. Xie Xingzhou thought about it and agreed. Although he had hauled up 200 fish only after more than a dozen attempts, most weighed 5 or 6 jin, some 7 or 8 jin. The biggest had been the first catch, around 10 jin. By that count his technique was excellent. He only caught the big fish. Seeing that fish were being hauled up, 3 young men came over and took 2 large buckets. The 4 of them sifted and picked, dividing them into 2 buckets. Anything too small they threw back into the pond. In no time the 4 of them had carried the 2 large buckets over. Ruan Yu thought she would be allowed to choose a bucket, but to her surprise the uncle simply set one down in front of them. Ruan Yu glanced at the other tub, then at the one in front of her. It was half gone. She thought about it. She hadn't lifted a finger, so she said nothing, just stared at the uncle. Young lady, you see, our side worked harder, so I took a little extra. You don't mind, do you? The uncle didn't bother hiding it. He just said it outright, with no attempt at concealment. Xie Xingzhou frowned. He and Ruan Yu were indeed about to leave, but the uncle had already spoken of splitting it equally. Now he pulled this stunt. Did he think they were easy to bully? But I really didn't contribute much either. Since it was basically free, I didn't bother arguing. A third isn't nothing, and they'll be coming back tomorrow to scoop more, so missing this little bit won't hurt them. As long as this uncle doesn't go too far later, he's still a kind person. No objections, as long as the uncle thinks it's reasonable. Half a bucket of fish. Ruan Yu took a bucket out to make room, added some water, and left it outside for the time being, then continued watching them cast their nets with Xie Xingzhou. The 2 people by the table started processing the fish. The bigger one took a knife and slapped the fish twice to stun it, then descaled, gutted, rinsed each one with water and put them into the large bucket beside them. There seemed to be quite a lot of small crucian carp. The man said to the seated little girl, Xiaoya, there are too many of these small fish. Come help decale them. Xiaoya didn't even lift her head and kept sitting. Mom, we already agreed. You and sister-in-law cook. I'm responsible for packing things with my spatial ability, and dad and brother and cousins protect us. You don't have an ability, so why are you starting to boss me around now? You see, sister-in-law didn't say anything either, did she? Sister-in-law even has a wood-type ability. It's useless, maybe, but it's still much better than you. An ordinary person without any ability. Xiaoya's mother looked a bit helpless and gave Ruan Yu an apologetic smile. Indeed, she was the only one in the whole team without an ability. But the team's meals and daily chores were all handled by her and Xiaolan. She was fine, but Xiaolan's ability could induce growth. She provided a lot of vegetables along the way, and unexpectedly with Xiaoya they were treated the same. Since when did this start? It seemed to be when Xiaoya awakened her spatial ability. As soon as anyone said even half a criticism of Xiaoya, the others would protect her, unconditionally, defending her without asking why. She used to be at the top of the food chain. Now she had become the very bottom. The end of the world changed everything. Who asked her to be a burden? After some idle thoughts, she went back to her work. It was only a shift in status, she could get used to it. Ruan Yu glanced once and looked away. Matters that didn't concern her. Gossip was fine, but she wouldn't get involved. Miss, you're a space ability user too? Xiaoya didn't know when she had shuffled closer to Ruan Yu. Fortunately, Ruan Yu reacted quickly, and had already stepped back 2 paces before she got too near. Yes. She had already taken out a bucket and was too lazy to deny it. Judging by the looks of it, this squad hadn't recognized her in Xiexingzhou. Then how big is your space? Chapter 94. I have a relapse whenever I feel unwell. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and answered, as big as I can see. Xiao Yu clearly didn't understand Ruan Yu's meaning and kept asking, then how big can you see? I can see as big as it is. Xiaoya. Xiaoya was silent for a moment, then glared at Ruan Yu. If you don't want to say, then don't. Who does that? Ruan Yu spoke without thinking, naturally responding. As long as you're not blind or dumb, there are plenty of people like me. She glanced Xiaoya up and down. After so long in the apocalypse, and this person wasn't exactly inexperienced, why ask that kind of question? Who would reveal their hand? You insult me? Xiaoya pointed at Ruan Yu, disbelief all over her face. Ever since she awakened her spatial ability, everyone had coddled her and never once spoke harshly to her. Even her mother, who previously controlled the finances, now dared not discipline her. What gives this person the right? Does she not know how rare spatial ability users are now? Especially someone like her, a level 3 spatial user. She'd get very good treatment just by going to any base. Ruan Yu snorted. The girl's brain must be used for storing things, he thought. If that's how you want to think, there's nothing I can do. By chance the uncles hauled up another net of fish, looking a bit more than the first time. After sorting for a short while, they carried over 2 big buckets. Ruan Yu glanced and, just like the first time, only gave her a third of the fish. It was all freeloaded anyway, so she didn't mind. Xiaoya jumped out from behind, rubbed her tearless eyes twice and wailed. Daddy, she just yelled at me, called me stupid and said I'm blind. The uncle was silent for a moment, patted Xiaoya's back and comforted her. Xiaoya, go sit down for a bit. Wait until we pull up more fish and then we'll talk. While talking, he motioned to the 2 people beside him to carry the fish over to Ruan Yu. There were a few more fish this time, so Ruan Yu took out another bucket. Xiexingzhou helped and transferred the fish into the new bucket. The 4 men offered a few words of comfort to Xiaoya, then turned and went back to casting their nets. Xiaoya sat back down in her chair and glared at Ruan Yu with hatred. Ruan Yu was not affected in the least and looked at Xiexingzhou. Shall we process the fish here as well? Xiexingzhou thought for a moment. Okay, you bring out the tools. Ruan Yu took the table, cutting board, and knives out in a few moves, and also brought 2 large buckets filled with water and several basins for washing vegetables. Seeing Xiexingzhou's clothes, she handed him an apron. Go stand over there and watch, I'll handle it. Xiexingzhou took the apron, tying it on as he spoke to Ruan Yu. I'll keep an eye on things here. Why not go wander around elsewhere? Earlier when he was casting his net, he noticed Ruan Yu seemed a bit uninterested. Now she was fine. These people didn't look like they'd cause trouble for the time being, so it would be good for Ruan Yu to go stroll about. He thought Ruan Yu was particularly good at finding things. He'd never seen her come back empty-handed, and she was capable enough that there was no need for her to stay by his side the whole time. Since you put it that way, I'll go take a look around. Ruan Yu gladly accepted the suggestion. It was pretty boring to stand here watching, and she was basically freeloading anyway. Having Xiexingzhou watching was the same. After speaking, Ruan Yu chose a direction and walked off. Xiexingzhou looked at her retreating figure and expertly hauled the fish out, scaled and gutted them, then cut them into pieces, rinsed them with water, and put them in a basin nearby. Xiexingzhou didn't plan to do a lot, just pick some of the bigger fish to process. Xiaoya's mother and Xiaolan watched Xiexingzhou's practice movements with envy as they glanced in the direction Ruan Yu had gone. When will their men have such skills or even the idea of cooking? At first the 3 of them, the women, cooked. After Xiaoya awakened, it was her and Xiaolan who cooked. Later Xiaolan awakened her power too. It turned out to be wood elemental and not very useful, so everyone tacitly let Xiaolan and her continue handling the cooking. As for those men, whether they've awakened powers or not, they never have to cook. That's been the unspoken rule all along. Men don't enter the kitchen. In the end, it's their own doing. If they'd been firmer from the start, it wouldn't have come to this, with the men feeling they don't contribute at all and everyone fearing they'll be shoved off at the first chance to run. Xiaoya's mother sighed helplessly, exchanged a glance with Xiaolan, and went back to gutting the fish. Xiaoya watched Ruan Yu walk away, leaned towards Xie and asked, "Handsome, is that your girlfriend?" "Yes. You've already seen through me, so why don't you step a little farther away?" Xie didn't lift his head and said it outright. Xiaoya was stunned for a moment. Are there still men like this nowadays? Handsome, faithful and can cook. His girlfriend is a spatial power user, so his ability surely isn't weak either. Otherwise the two of them wouldn't have come out so casually. Thinking this, Xiaoya stared at Xie with sparkling eyes. "Handsome, you haven't asked my name yet? I'm Songyu, the Yu from Moon." Saying that, Songyu looked at Xie expectantly. "My name is Wang Taizhu." Songyu. Obviously a fake name. With that face it doesn't suit him at all. "Why aren't you talking? Do you think my name sounds bad? I knew only my girlfriend wouldn't mind me. Go walk a bit farther. I just feel uneasy when I see someone who dislikes my name. When I get uneasy I have an episode and then I grab a knife and attack people. Only my girlfriend has been stabbed and hospitalized twice and still hasn't disdained me." Xie spoke with a serious face. His gaze and tone were firm with not a trace of pretense. The kitchen knife in his hand was raised high and came down heavily, separating a fish head from its body. Xiaoya watched him, swallowed, then turned back to her spot, dragged the chair a little farther away before sitting down. Watching the person leave, Xie breathed a sigh of relief. The apocalypse always managed to unmask those monsters and demons. Not even a hint of a look. Didn't you see he didn't want to be bothered? Ruan Yu walked along a road for quite a while. There weren't any fruit trees nearby, but he did spot a clump of bamboo on a nearby hillside. Indeed, bamboo was one of the things a city's surroundings never lacked. Ruan Yu decided he'd go take a look later. For now he wanted to find where the fishing grounds boss and employees lived. He didn't expect to find much, but even the smallest catch is meat. Finding anything would be lucky. After walking some distance, Ruan Yu found two self-built houses. Seeing no one around, he headed straight inside. The door lock was mottled with rust. Ruan Yu kicked it straight on and the gate fell with a crash. Maybe the noise was too loud because a zombie came running from each side. So sound really can attract zombies. Ruan Yu murmured, then sent out vines that lashed toward the zombies. Both were fourth-tier zombies and not stupid. As they ran they unleashed abilities, one a purple energy orb and the other a blue one, both hurled at Ruan Yu. Instinctively dodging, Ruan Yu immediately controlled two large spheres of water and smashed them into the two zombies. Seeing Ruan Yu dodge, the zombie continued to gather its psychic energy. Watching the purple energy orb slowly form, Ruan Yu directly controlled a huge water sphere and slammed it over. Seeing that zombie get electrocuted, Ruan Yu nodded in satisfaction, then used the vines to wrap up another zombie and slam it onto the electrified one. Seeing the purple light still flashing, Ruan Yu kept hurling water spheres. After quite a while, Ruan Yu finally used the vines to pry out the crystal core, and Little Rose immediately began absorbing the core. Chapter 95 Nonsense. After absorbing the crystal core, Little Rose climbed onto Ruan Yu's shoulder. Ruan Yu poked her twice and then lost interest. If zombies showed up, Little Rose would react much faster than she would. After sizing up the room, Ruan Yu headed straight for the kitchen. Self-built houses usually have larger kitchens. Inside the house there was a traditional wood-burning stove and a gas stove, and the cabinets were modern. When Ruan Yu went in she found the rice jar was still more than half full. Although some of the rice had gotten weevils, Ruan Yu didn't care. If she wasn't going to eat it, she could always feed it to the pigs. She searched around and found some corn kernels, plus 2 unopened bags of rice, which Ruan Yu put away immediately. After making sure there was nothing else to find, Ruan Yu turned toward the other house. There were even fewer things in the neighboring house, just 1 bag of rice. The rest were unusable. After stashing them, Ruan Yu headed straight for the bamboo grove. Seeing quite a few pointed shoots poking out of the ground, Ruan Yu felt a bit happy. Finally found something good. It wasn't for nothing that I walked so far. She pulled a hoe out of her space and began digging right away. There weren't many bamboo shoots here. After digging up 20-odd of them, Ruan Yu couldn't find any more. Sighing, she had to give up and crouched down to strip the bamboo shoot leaves. When she finished, Ruan Yu realized it seemed a bit late, so she quickly stood up and headed back. "Brother, your knife skills are pretty good. Did you used to be a cook?" The Song brothers gathered around Xie, watching his practice knife work in clean, efficient technique, and couldn't help but speak up. No, I learned it specially because my girlfriend loves to eat it. The Song brothers snorted. In their family the rule was that men don't enter the kitchen. They say men handle the outside world and women stay at home. Brother, you're taking care of everything yourself. Women shouldn't be indulged like that. Xie Xingzhou took a deep breath and glared at them speechlessly. Losers always like making excuses. Clearly useless. Yet they cling to a sense of superiority. In my family, the rule is that you must pamper and dote on your wife. Otherwise you deserve to stay single for life. The two Song brothers, both nearly 30, suddenly felt as if a dagger had pierced their chests. They must be implying them. Aside from little Yu, who is a minor, the only singles here are those two. Ruan Yu returned just in time to see the scene and asked, "Are all the fish hauled out?" "The remaining ones are pretty small, so we didn't bother," Xie Xingzhou said, pointing to the big bucket of small fish left. "Want these? Keep them then. Fry the small fish into dried snacks." After speaking, Ruan Yu looked at little Yu's mother and the four men standing idly by, and couldn't help but ask inwardly, can this little team really survive in the end times? They're all fairly close people, and yet they can be so strictly professional? Are those men blind and clumsy? She turned to look at Xie Xingzhou and found him increasingly agreeable. Thankfully, in her family it was always Dad and her brother who cooked. At most she helped wash and chop vegetables. As for her cooking skills, she only developed them later after her brother was no longer around. All right, wait a little longer, only 2 big fish left. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xie Xingzhou naturally did not object. Ruan Yu walked over and put the 3 large basins of fish Xie Xingzhou had prepared into the space. Uncle Song came over, saw there was some dirt on Ruan Yu's clothes and asked, "Where did the mist go just now?" Ruan Yu pointed toward the direction she had come from. "There. Then how did you get dirt on you?" "Ran back and took a tumble." Uncle Song was silent, then asked again. "Xiaoya said you cursed at her earlier. What happened there?" "She said that. If you want to ask her, why ask me?" Ruan Yu frowned at Uncle Song, then turned his gaze toward Song Yu. Song Yu raised her head and met Ruan Yu's gaze without the slightest reserve, her eyes full of provocation. What an attitude! She couldn't believe she had felt a twinge of pity for him just now. Someone obsessed with love should be with a man like this. Ruan Yu noticed Song Yu's strange look and turned to Xie Xingzhou. "What did you just say?" Uncle Song had already stepped aside to ask Song Yu. They spoke privately. Song Yu softened her expression and Uncle Song didn't say anything more. He knew exactly what his own daughter was like. He only used the excuse to strike up a conversation, but who knew she would completely ignore him? He glanced at the fact that more than half of the fish on their side hadn't been processed and his temper flared immediately. "Zhao Yu, what's wrong with you? We worked our asses off to catch these fish and you can't even handle them? What have you been doing this whole time? Look at them, that one person's almost finished handling everything and you two, what are you doing? You haven't even dealt with half of it. If it's not finished before dark, neither of you will eat tonight." Xie Xingzhou was about to respond to Ruan Yu, but seeing the 3 Song brothers still hovering nearby, he couldn't really speak and just signaled with his eyes. "I just said a few casual words." Ruan Yu also knew this wasn't the time to speak, so she could only look around. When she heard little Yu's mother and sister-in-law being scolded, Ruan Yu finally looked over. She glanced at the proportion of fish and silently looked down on those men. They promised to split evenly, but this was probably being divided per person. They even complained that the others were slow. "If you can do better, step up, you're not incapable." Xiaoya's mother and sister-in-law each handled a big fish and a small fish respectively. Their division of labor was pretty good. It was just that there were a lot of fish which made them seem slow. But this kind of thing is just gossip, it has nothing to do with her. Xie Xingzhou finished cleaning the last fish and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "What are you thinking about? I called you a few times." "Nothing. That's a wrap." Xie Xingzhou washed all the knives, took off his apron and said. Ruan Yu packed things away and the two turned to leave. "Wait a moment, may I ask where you live?" Seeing the two with somewhat dangerous looks, Uncle Song continued. "Don't get me wrong, we've only just come here and don't know which area is good to live in, so we wanted to ask for some advice. If you don't want to help, that's fine." Xie Xingzhou pretended to think, then said slowly, "Is that so? There's nothing we won't share. We're at home. You can pick any house you like." Uncle Song's face darkened as he glared at the receding backs of Xie Xingzhou and the other. He was now as ready to hit someone as Xiao Yu. The way these two got angry was exactly the same. Xiao Yu looked at Song Dad's dark face and snickered. She couldn't be blamed for that. She turned to look at the huge pile of fish. "Mom's sister-in-law, when will you be done? I'm starving." "Xiao Yu, I saw that girl already put the fish into her space. Could you also put the fish away? Next time we'll handle it the same way." The space is supposed to be stationary, so it's fine even if they're dead. No, if you don't deal with it now, are we supposed to wait for you to slowly process the fish every time we want to eat them? Uncle Song walked over and interrupted. Hurry up and get it done. I'm hungry too. I'll start cooking first. When I'm finished you can continue processing them. There's a room nearby, let's spend the night here. If you two don't finish cleaning the fish, don't expect to sleep tonight. Xiaoya made a face at her mother. She knew her father would take her side. After all, she was in charge of everything. If she were displeased, a lot of people would suffer. Mom, hurry up, I want to eat pickled fish. I want braised fish. After the Song brothers finished reporting the dishes, they fetched a few bamboo poles from the shed. Come on, let's fish for a while first. Ruan Yu and the other drove for quite a while, then turned towards the bustling city center. What did you say to that Xiao Yu? She asked my name. I said it's Wang Taizhu. And I also said that anyone who looked down on that name would get ill and start wielding a knife to hurt people. Then she walked away. Ruan Yu. Oh, you're still a good storyteller. With such a solemn tone anyone would believe it. Where did the mud on you come from? From digging bamboo shoots. Chapter 96 Qingqing Base. Xie looked at her somewhat surprised. You went to dig bamboo shoots again? Yeah, the houses around here had nothing, so we happened to see some bamboo and went to take a look. Didn't expect there really to be bamboo shoots. Ruan Yu's tone was full of helplessness. She had really walked a long way and found nothing. Xie gave a slight smile. You should have seen how long it's been since the end of the world. Places with few zombies like this were probably already ransacked. True. Let's go. Fish for dinner tonight. Okay, what kind of fish do you want to eat? Ruan Yu tilted his head and thought for a moment. Let's have boiled fish in chili oil. The bean sprouts I put out a couple of days ago are ready to eat. Throw some in. The two drove for a while. Then when they reached deeper water they switched to an assault boat and continued back home. Before going upstairs they checked the traps they'd set when they left. All of them were intact. Right, no one has come in. Having said that, Ruan Yu went upstairs first, Xie following her steps at a slow pace. Hearing someone go upstairs, He Yao immediately turned into a big black panther to guard the staircase. Then catching a familiar scent, he changed back into a black cat and curled up on the sofa. Ruan Yu went into the room, reached out to ruffle both their heads, then casually filled their food bowls before sitting down on the sofa. After running around all day she could finally relax. Ruan Yu collapsed onto the sofa. It's still more comfortable at home. Rest for a bit first, we'll cook later. It happened that Xie was thinking the same. He'd been cutting fish for over 2 hours and his hands were aching now. Ruan Yu took out some fruits and tossed two to Xie. Drawn by the scent, He Yao hurried over and pawed at her. Meow. Mine. Ruan Yu stuck a finger on its head. You won't be left out. Then he gave it 2 fruits. He Yao took them in his mouth and ran off. Ruan Yu turned his head and came back to keep watching the fruit in her hand. Ruan Yu watched it turn its head to look at Inua who was nibbling a fruit, and gave He Yao 2 more. Looking at the now much larger silver moon, he patted Obsidian with an approving look and gave 2 more fruits. Well done. After finishing the fruit, Xie went to the kitchen to start preparing. Ruan Yu brought out a basin of fish and took out quite a few side dishes as well. By the way, you've been with those people for so long. Didn't they recognize you? Ruan Yu asked suddenly. Xie was stunned for a moment, then realized. Probably not. Try to have as little contact as possible. I don't think their team will go far. There are quite a few conflicts. I think so too. Let's change places tomorrow. There are several fisheries we haven't been to yet. Ruan Yu replied while chopping side ingredients. Xie nodded. I hope we don't run into them again tomorrow. If we do, there's nothing we can do. There are only a few fish ponds and they're all in the suburbs. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and continued. How about we scout tomorrow first? If we see them, we'll move somewhere else. All right. Are the pickled chili and ginger chopped? Xie asked Ruan Yu as he heated the oil. All right. Ruan Yu pushed those side dishes and condiments directly over to Xie. Okay, go sit down. Okay. Ruan Yu wiped the table, then sat back on the sofa and took out a tablet to watch a movie. Meanwhile, Bai Cha and the 3 others were sitting around together, gnawing on bread. They had planned to set out early this morning and should have reached Qingqing Base by evening, but with the rain that had been falling for so long, landslides occurred in multiple places. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived in City D. The nearest route had to pass through the urban area, but the city, like City A, was largely flooded, so they had to take a detour. They had walked a long way and the sky was growing dark, so the 4 of them had no choice but to find a house closest to the highway. She didn't have a space ability. She could only gnaw on the bread she had traded from Tu Nan. Big Brother Feng. Does Qingqing Base have any serums that can enhance abilities? Bai Cha asked quietly. She remembered the book mentioning that Qingqing base was the largest base. Inside they not only researched solutions to the zombie virus, but also methods to enhance abilities. There were even serums that could awaken abilities, though the success rate wasn't high. Thinking of this, Bai Cha felt somewhat relieved that she had awakened the fire ability. Otherwise, in such an ability-driven world, ordinary people might not have any chance of survival. There are quite a few. Want one? I'll get you a vial when we get back, Feng Lan said outright. These weren't really secrets, just that there were side effects and further upgrades would be more difficult. Really? Of course. But if your precognition ability goes with you, you won't be treated any worse than I am. Plenty of people give this kind of serum as gifts. Originally she had wanted to take this person for experiments, but wasting a precognition ability like that wasn't right either. For now she'd report it first and see what the people in the lab had to say. It had been raining for so long. Although that couldn't completely prove what Bai Cha said, the thing she had foreseen had indeed happened. I'm just lucky. It's a pity I don't have much offensive power. I can only hold everyone back, Bai Cha said, a little embarrassed. One wrong step leads to another. If they had had Su Yanzhi take the ring from Ruan Yu at the start, she wouldn't be in such an sorry state now. You can't say it like that. Your foresight let Tu Nan prepare in advance and saved many lives. If you had foreseen things at the base, who knows how many more you might have saved. By that measure, we're the ones holding everyone back. Feng Lan said exactly what Bai Cha liked to hear. The person hadn't gone to the base yet, so he had to placate her first, otherwise she'd run off halfway and he'd surely be scolded to death when he went back. A hint of pride flashed through Bai Cha's mind. Even without spatial powers, with the plot she knew, she could thrive at any of those bases. At first that person looked down on her too, didn't he? Now he was fawning over her. Brother Feng, you flatter me. I'm not that impressive. Feng Lan didn't respond, he was just speaking casually. Doesn't he have some awareness of his own abilities? It's so late, you should rest early. Leave early tomorrow. If anything unexpected happens you'll be able to deal with it, Su Yanzhi suddenly interjected. Bai Cha didn't press further and could only find a spot to get some sleep. Arriving at the base early was indeed safer. Ruan Yu and the other had finished dinner early and gone back to their room to sleep. If they could still go out now, they'd stock up on more supplies. If too many people came to capture her later, she and her brother would just find an empty place to hide. No need to go out or scavenge for supplies, and no need to worry about anyone chasing them down. Thinking that, she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, just as Ruan Yu had set out breakfast, Xie came over from next door. He looked at Ruan Yu with some surprise. Why are you up so early today? I get up early every day. Ruan Yu rolled her eyes at him. Who doesn't like sleeping in? If we head out earlier today, maybe we can catch a few more fish. If we run into that crew again, we'll just leave and take our nets to another spot. Xie answered while drinking his porridge. Fine by me, I don't really want to interact with them either. Ruan Yu had visited the space several times. They didn't really lack supplies, but no one minds having extra, so when opportunities arose they always thought to stock up a bit more. Chapter 97, Letting water into the pond to catch fish. They seem to welcome you though, Ruan Yu said curiously, looking at him. Maybe our vibes just don't match. Seeing Xie didn't want to say more, Ruan Yu didn't bother asking. The two finished breakfast in a few bites. Xie cleared the dishes, and Ruan Yu refilled the 2 food bowls for the house guards and added 4 or 5 pieces of fruit. After rubbing the black obsidian fluffy head, the two set off. Is the fog always this thick? Ruan Yu said with a surprised look that she hadn't paid much attention upstairs earlier. There was fog yesterday too, but not this thick. A light breeze blew by and Ruan Yu shivered. Is it going to get colder? You mentioned before that winter might turn sharply colder. Maybe these past 2 days are a warning, Xie said, watching the heavy fog outside, answering thoughtfully. Ruan Yu handed him a jacket. Yesterday they could still wear t-shirts, today they needed an extra layer. At this rate they'll need down jackets by tomorrow. Then let's go early and come back early. Xie put on his coat and the two set off in the speedboat. Not wanting to run into the people from yesterday, they picked a pond that was farthest from yesterday's fishing ground. They were all in the suburbs. After a long ride in the speedboat, they switched to a car and drove for quite a while before they reached the pond. Walking to the gate and seeing no footprints on the ground, Ruan Yu suggested, how about we split up and take a look around? If someone is living inside, we can be on guard in advance. Okay. Xie had no objections. With the two of their strengths they could act separately, and if they met someone they couldn't defeat, they could run. Ruan Yu chose the left path. Xie took the right. For safety, Ruan Yu had rummaged through the space for a long time last night before finding 2 walkie-talkies. She had even forgotten she'd stashed those things. It was only last night that she suddenly remembered. She gave one to Xie. Take this. If we run into someone troublesome, You can notify me in time. Xie Xingzhou took the walkie-talkie, and only then did the two of them set off separately. Following the road, Ruan Yu walked for more than 10 minutes before seeing a small shed and hurried inside. Inside were fishing and fish-catching tools, all covered in a thick layer of dust. Ruan Yu sifted through them, putting the fishing nets and net bags into the space, and took a few fishing rods before leaving. After walking for another 20-odd minutes, they reached a large fish pond that looked somewhat bigger than the one from yesterday. Xie Xingzhou was just walking across from the other side. Looking at the empty-handed person, Ruan Yu asked directly, "You don't have anything over there?" "No." "All right." Ruan Yu took out a fishing net and handed it to Xie Xingzhou. "Want to keep practicing?" Just as Xie Xingzhou's hand touched it, Ruan Yu took it back. "Never mind, I'll try first. Maybe I have a talent for this." Xie Xingzhou just quietly watched Ruan Yu cast the net, and only after the net sank did he walk over to help. "Guess how many fish I can catch with this net?" "1." Xie Xingzhou said, very unconvinced. Ruan Yu immediately reached out and swatted him. "Shut your crow mouth." The two of them laughed as they hauled the net up, and looking at the net that had finally been raised, Ruan Yu felt a bit existential. Seeing the single lonely fish in the net, Xie Xingzhou laughed without restraint. "Looks like you don't have the talent for this either." Ruan Yu glared at him and said sharply, "It's all your jinxing mouth." He reached out to put the fish into the space. "Here, you take it. Let's see how many you can catch today." Xie Xingzhou gave a muted laugh, took the fishing net, adjusted it, and cast it out in a different spot. This time he was indeed much more skilled than yesterday, the first time he had spread the net all the way. He looked at Yuan Yu provocatively. "Guess how many fish I can catch?" 2. "You're jealous. We're equally skilled. What do I have to be jealous of?" Xie Xingzhou fell silent. There was some truth to that. He hadn't done any better. Didn't he only catch one fish the first time too? Xie Xingzhou hauled the net, and as it slowly rose to the surface, Ruan Yu leaned over to take a look. Finally, when the entire fishing net was hauled up, Ruan Yu's wanton laughter echoed all around. "Ha ha ha. Your skills really have improved a lot since yesterday." Ruan Yu spoke while trying to stifle his laughter, then broke out into loud guffaws again. Xie Xingzhou looked at the two fish in the net and suddenly felt a bit existential. Could it be that both he and Ruan Yu possessed the word spirit constitution? After laughing enough, Ruan Yu finally walked over to his side and patted his shoulder. "You've improved a lot. Maybe it's because there are fewer fish here." Looking at Ruan Yu's smiling face and the fish that kept jumping out of the pond, Xie Xingzhou was speechless. "You'd better stop talking and just keep smiling." Watching Ruan Yu put the fish away, Xie Xingzhou cast his net again, and sure enough he pulled up a few more each time. After 2 straight hours of hauling in fish, Ruan Yu took out 2 chairs and sat to one side, casting a fishing rod with a small piece of banana dangling from the hook. Seeing Ruan Yu looking so content, Xie Xingzhou walked over. "Any more?" Ruan Yu looked up at him, handed over a fishing rod. "Here." The two of them sat like that and began to fish. Suddenly Ruan Yu's line twitched, and he excitedly stood up and started reeling it in. He slowly lifted the rod, feeling the tug, then sharply raised the rod. "Wow, what a big fish. Fishing really suits me." Xie Xingzhou looked at the fish. "Fishing does suit you better." In just a short while she caught a big fish. What luck. Then the fishing line on his side tugged as well. Xie Xingzhou reeled it in, also a big fish. "You're lucky too. Could it be that because this is a fishing ground, the fish all hate being pulled up by a net?" Xie Xingzhou nodded and smiled. He thought that explanation made sense. They kept catching several more fish and were in high spirits when Uncle Song and his family came in. "Oh my, you two meet again, what a coincidence." Luckily, when Xie Xingzhou wasn't casting his net, Ruan Yu had already pulled the fishing net in. Seeing these people, Ruan Yu really didn't want to pay attention to them. Coincidence, she had purposely gone far away, and still ran into them. What rotten luck. This place is only so big. It's normal to run into each other. "Are you here fishing again?" Uncle Song looked left and right. "Why aren't you using a fishing net today? Can't you see the fishing net?" Ruan Yu said, looking at him. Actually there were 2 or 3 sets of fishing nets, but she had put them all away. "Then let's go look for them. Who knows how long it'll take to catch anything just by angling," Uncle Song said, watching the fish that kept jumping now and then. He turned to Song Yu. "Xiaoya, did you put the fishing net over there into the space?" Suddenly being called out, Song Yu was a bit dazed. "No, you didn't say to put it away, and that fishing net is so dirty anyway." Uncle Song was silent for a moment. "Let's go look, there should be fishing nets here too." The 3 Song brothers went to look for the fishing nets. Song Yu took out yesterday's set of stuff the same way, taking everything out, and also brought 2 buckets of fish. It looked like they hadn't finished processing them yesterday. She thought for a moment then put a bucket back, probably afraid she couldn't handle it and it would go bad. Song Yu's mother looked at the big bucket of fish, exchanged a glance with Xiaolan, gave a bitter smile and continued cleaning the fish. Song Yu remained the same, took out a chair and sat to the side. The Song brothers searched around and only brought a few fishing rods back. Second uncle, we didn't find a fishing net, only saw a few fishing rods. Uncle Song glanced at Ruan Yu, then at the people over there. Xiao Yang, use your ability to let some water out of the fish pond. I'll go see if there are waiters. We'll go down and catch the fish ourselves. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow and looked over, quite resourceful, huh? But in such a large fish pond there should be more than just fish. Chapter 98. Encountering Tu Nan again. Just then the fishing rod in his hand twitched. Ruan Yu stood up and skillfully reeled in a big fish, almost in sync with Xie Xingzhou. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow and looked over. What a coincidence. Then tidy up and let's go. Xie Xingzhou put the fish into the bucket and handed it to Ruan Yu, then packed up the fishing rod. Change spots or go somewhere else. Ruan Yu packed everything away and said as they walked, of course we'll check out another pond. Let's find somewhere to eat first now, and in the afternoon we'll go look at the other two ponds. Watching the two of them walk toward the door, Uncle Song glanced over but said nothing. With him gone, no one would be competing with them for the fish. Ruan Yu took out the car and the two drove away. Xie Xingzhou held the steering wheel and said, it seems like there have been a lot more people around these past 2 days. When I went back last night, Tu Nan messaged that quite a few people have come to Cydia recently and told us to be careful. Ruan Yu frowned and said, maybe when Bai Cha and the others went back they spread news about us. With this weather, it's not safe to go out casually. Forget it, don't overthink it. Even if we go out now we might not find Ruan Yan, and you said it could get colder, we might get stuck on the road. It's better to stay put and see. Those people probably won't dare come in recklessly. If someone really is blind to what's going on, don't we still have plenty of ammo? Ruan Yu nodded and said, you're right. Not everyone coming here has bad intentions. Only a few more people are likely to come in the next couple of days. It's just that they haven't seen so many people in a long time, so they're a bit worried. Even if all these people really went to the city, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between the zombies' teeth. But with so many people suddenly arriving, Ruan Yu thought it best to stay on guard. Otherwise, when her brother comes looking for her, it would probably be like last time. After thinking for a while, she spoke again. Check around for people when we go back today. Be on guard for the next few days, better safe than sorry. They lived in the city center, which already had the most zombies. If someone else moved in like they had, the intent would be obvious. Better to clear it out sooner rather than later. Alright, then let's head back early. Xie Xingzhou had been driving for almost an hour. The two of them arrived at a new fish pond that looked as if nobody had been there before. Xie Xingzhou parked the car, and Ruan Yu took out 2 portions of homestyle dishes. Let's eat first. A little extra time won't hurt. Maybe because this place was more open, Ruan Yu couldn't help shivering. Aren't you cold? Xie Xingzhou glanced at what she was wearing. I have fire-type abilities, so I don't seem to be that afraid of the cold. But judging by how you look, has the temperature dropped again? Ruan Yu gave him a look. When I put the coat on this morning I didn't really feel cold anymore. Now this coat seems to serve no purpose. Besides, haven't you noticed the food is getting cold pretty fast? Xie Xingzhou picked up a piece of greens and put it in his mouth. It was cool, with almost no warmth. He frowned and replied, eat quickly. If we don't it'll be frozen by the time we get to it. Not that bad. The two of them quickened their pace, finished eating in a few bites, and headed toward the interior of the fishery. They walked side by side. Xie Xingzhou glanced at Ruan Yu and asked, are we still going to that Tunan trading market? Of course. Now that you mention it, I think the reason so many people came here is because of that market. Of all the nearby towns, this is the only place where people can exchange goods, so it's normal that more people come. We do have quite a lot of supplies, but not necessarily everything. It's good to go and take a look. Xie Xingzhou didn't argue. He thought that if the temperature suddenly dropped, no matter why people had come here, most would be stuck here, and once it warmed up again that would be a big problem. Better they cause trouble now and get it settled early. As the two of them reached the mouth of the fish pond, Tu Nan called out from afar, Brother Xie, sister-in-law, are you two here to catch fish too? Ruan Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. What was going on? If they turned and left, would the next fish pond also have people? If it weren't for her, she should go home. Brother Tu, how long have you been here? Caught a lot of fish. Xie Xingzhou hadn't expected to run into Tu Nan so soon again. Such a troublesome fate. Been here quite a while. Didn't you open a market? These things are hot commodities. I'm planning to catch more. Then sell when it cools down in a bit. Right now everyone can fish for themselves, so you can't get a good price. Tu Nan didn't hide it either. He'd already thought this through when the heavy rain hit. Merchants always try to maximize their profits. Brother Tu, you're pretty good at doing business. Xie smiled as he replied. The two chatted casually for a few moments, then Tunan suddenly said, "How about we change places and talk for a bit?" He then lowered his voice and said, "I've obtained a few mutated fruits elsewhere. Brother Xie, are you interested?" At the mention of mutated fruits, Ruan Yu's eyes lit up. They probably weren't enough to break through his ability yet, but they could be stockpiled. By the time they found more mutated fruits on their next outing, the breakthrough would naturally follow. The two followed Tunan's footsteps toward a small shed. Inside were a few simple tables and chairs, all wiped clean and dust-free, standing out somewhat incongruously against the surrounding haze. "Please make do for a bit, it won't be long, we just need to do it quickly. Brother Tu, you're too polite. We're not bothered by such superficial things." After the three sat down, Tunan took 3 red fruits from his small backpack, each about the size of a small apple. "I only managed to trade for 3, and they're all from the same tree." Xie and Ruan Yu exchanged a glance before he spoke. "I wonder what Brother Tu wants to trade for?" Tunan shouldn't be short on crystal cores, and they've already traded for quite a few mutated fruits. They don't want any more. Swapping several from the same tree doesn't have much meaning. They used to treat the fruits from that big tree in the botanical garden as snacks, or else give them to Heiyao as treats. As for supplies, Tunan should have stockpiled quite a lot by now, and he only traded some yesterday. Tunan smiled. "Let me be clear. I didn't investigate what happened with you before. It was all Bai Cha who told me she wanted to change vehicles before she left. He had wanted to ask yesterday, but he only had crystal cores, so it wasn't easy to bring up. Last night those several mutated fruits were just delivered. He kept 3, thinking those 3 might be able to be traded for other things. Just say it straight, Brother Tuesday. We don't have any secrets left now." Ruan Yu said casually that Bai Cha certainly couldn't reveal anything about the space. It could only be about supplies. "It's like this. Bai Cha said that junior sister-in-law's ability awakened at the very start of the apocalypse. Someone as powerful as our junior sister-in-law must have stockpiled quite a lot of fruits and vegetables, right?" Tunan studied the two of them carefully and spoke cautiously. Seeing that their expressions were normal, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it really came to a fight, he felt his few hundred followers wouldn't be able to protect him. "Brother Tu wants to trade for fresh vegetables and fruits?" "That's right, that's what I mean. Brother Tu shouldn't be short of wood-type ability users over there, right?" Ruan Yu looked at him with a face full of ambiguous meaning. She wasn't the only one who had stocked up when the apocalypse first began. After 4 or 5 years into the last apocalypse, people were still pulling out the fruits and vegetables they'd stored. This had only been going on for a short time. It wasn't likely he wanted to trade for those things. This induced growth is definitely not the same as what actually grows in the ground, and we didn't collect any seeds. These few fruits are mine personally, unrelated to the Qinglong society. Sister-in-law, could you trade a little for me? Chapter 99. Has the antitoxin research been successful? Xie said disapprovingly. Brother Tu, if you trade these, can you guarantee that people won't come knocking on us one after another? This is natural. Even though many people have come, none of them know where you live. I purposely arranged for people to lead quite a few zombies to a number of places. Most of the people went to the trading market to swap for things. Tunan promised earnestly. He wasn't exaggerating. He wasn't stupid. More people on one side doesn't mean they're right, but after doing the proper work, it's normal to secure some benefits for yourself. Xie thought for a long moment. We can trade you some seeds. How about that? Ruan Yu didn't argue. She was thinking the same. Even if others found out about the seeds, it wouldn't be a big problem. People who can't even feed themselves wouldn't be thinking about farming. That works. Seeing that Xie and the others really weren't keen to trade, Tunan had no choice but to agree. Some things were indeed better not shown. Seeds would do. But I'd like soybeans. Is green bean seed okay? Tunan looked at Ruan Yu expectantly. Bean sprouts don't need forcing, just add some water. They'd actually grow into vegetables. Okay. Ruan Yu put both kinds of seeds into a small bowl, poured them into an opaque bag, thought for a moment and added a few large plums, then handed it to Tunan, partly to test him. If Tunan exposed what they had, they'd just have to find someone else who could keep a secret. Knowing something is one thing, saying it out loud is another. Tunan took the bag, opened it and brightened at the sight of the plums, but it was only for a moment before his expression immediately returned to normal. It looks like he'll need to gather a lot more information. Otherwise he'd be letting down these two gods of wealth and might risk his life. Well, I have some information over here, but I can't vouch for its reliability, so I'm not really daring to tell you. Tunan hesitated for a long moment before he spoke. Ruan Yu looked over curiously. Normally the Qinglong Society's information wouldn't be wrong. How could there be unreliable info? Brother Tu, tell us? We only heard it too. Qingqing base apparently developed an antidote for the zombie virus, but it's still in the trial stage. We couldn't find out anything else. After Tu Nan finished speaking, he looked at Ruan Yu. If they really had made it, why would they still be chasing healer-type ability users? Maybe the side effects are too many, or it's only supplied to the powerful and influential, and healer-type ability users can't be used by them, so they just have to be destroyed? The more Tu Nan thought about it, the more alarmed he felt. No wonder the boss had risen to the top within the base and had resolutely led the brothers to leave. We also inquired about Brother Xia and those comrades. We only know they're still alive. The rest fled too quickly for us to find their whereabouts. Thanks for letting us know, Brother Tuesday. It was what the men below found out. Think of it as mutual benefit. Just don't go missing on us unexpectedly. If Brother Xia has nothing else to do, I'll go watch the fish. Oh, and I'm keeping an eye on those mutated trees too. Brother Xia, just stay alert for any news. Tu Nan finished speaking and then walked out, feeling quite pleased. He had shared so much information. Though it cost him a bit, his level of trust had increased. Even swapped for fruit. Even if it was just a probe, it still showed they trusted him. In any case, he didn't have much faith in the base. As for other people who couldn't tell right from wrong and died, what did that have to do with him? All he needed was to cling to the rich man's thigh. Seeing Tu Nan walk out, Xie asked, "What do you think? Do you think the Qingqing base can develop a cure for the zombie virus?" Hard to say. I always thought they'd already developed one, but the side effects were severe. Even if they had, they wouldn't make it public. Xie thought of his experiences in the laboratory and had no goodwill toward the Qingqing base. A cure for the zombie virus might truly be just a tool for them to vie for power and profit. After thinking for a moment, he looked toward Tu Nan and continued. It seems Shang Zhe used to be a senior at Dawn base. Later, after getting closer ties with Qingqing base, he took his brothers and left. The exact reason is unknown. Ruan Yu kept her head down, thinking, if Qingqing base had already developed an antidote long ago, then the experiments they performed on her in her previous life could be explained. The threat of the virus had been neutralized, and what was needed to seize power was strength. In a world changed by abilities, improving one's power is what grants a voice. Ultimately, even without Bai Cha, she probably would have been captured. It's just that Bai Cha drained her of value and used her to gain benefits from Qingqing base. We don't need that antidote either. If they really develop it, we can promote it for them for free. As for Shang Zhe, if we run into him, we can ask him about it. After speaking, Ruan Yu stood up and continued. For now it's enough to know my brother and the others are okay. We can't handle everything else. Xie nodded. Then let's not worry about it for now. Since we're here, let's go catch some fish first. The two walked to the fish pond and saw Tu Nan directing people to haul in a net brimming with fish, several hundred of them, big and small. Ruan Yu and Xie exchanged a glance, both looking a bit heartbroken. Why could others catch fish so easily with a net while they barely hauled up a few? Ruan Yu took out 2 cigarettes and handed them to Xie. Shall we let Tu Nan have some? Xie took the cigarettes and walked over to Tu Nan. Big brother Tu, are you busy? Could you help us pull a few up too? As he spoke, he placed the 2 cigarettes into Tu Nan's hand and looked at him with a face full of sincerity. Refusing was something Tu Nan naturally couldn't bring himself to do. He just had such a difficult request, and Ruan Yu had quietly agreed to it. He couldn't refuse this small favor. Brother Xia has already spoken, so of course it's no problem. Tu Nan took the 2 cigarettes and tucked them under his arm, pointing at the net that had just been pulled up. This amount, how about doing it twice? Fine, then thanks in advance, Big Brother Tuesday. Xie quickly replied. He had been thinking Tu Nan would just help them net the fish once. He hadn't expected this pleasant surprise. It was true that doing good deeds often paid off. Hearing Tu Nan's words, Ruan Yu also looked delighted. With so many fish they wouldn't need to go to another pond. It would be such a waste of gas if they ran into other people again. Brother Tu is generous as always. After Tu Nan finished packing up the fishing nets, he cast them twice more in succession. Ruan Yu took out several large buckets, and Tu Nan directly commanded a few underlings to load the fish. This show of generosity made Ruan Yu a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, she handed over 2 more packs of cigarettes. After all, these things were useless to her. There was no way they could trade them to the base, so it was better to give them to Tu Nan, hardly a loss. Tu Nan naturally accepted the gifts offered at his door. It was just a bit of work for him. Once the fishing here was done, they could move elsewhere. Not worth fretting over this catch. After collecting the fish, Ruan Yu and the others prepared to leave. Xie greeted Tu Nan. Well, Brother Tu, we won't bother you any longer. Tu Nan waved dismissively. Go on, don't worry about me. Chapter 100, The Snake Swarm. After greeting Tu Nan, the two turned and left. They had already collected so many fish. It was just as well to head back early. There were still quite a few houses around them, and checking them all would take time. Although most of the houses had zombies squatting in them, it felt safer to inspect them all. Ruan Yu habitually sat in the front passenger seat, tilted her head and looked at Xie. It's still early. Let's go back and check all the houses around. Xie nodded in agreement. If there really were people with so much water on the ground, anyone running would be seen. It's better to clear out a few more ill-intentioned people now so there will be fewer threats later. Alright, split up or together? Let's decide after we get back. They drove for more than half an hour when a van came speeding toward them. Ruan Yu quickly took out a pair of binoculars to look. She was startled when she saw who was coming and what was behind the vehicle, and immediately said, "Turn around quickly. There are snakes." Hearing Ruan Yu, Xie reacted swiftly and without asking questions, turned the wheel, floored the accelerator, and hurriedly drove back. Only after putting a good distance between them and the van did Xie turn and ask, "Is that the family squad from before?" Ruan Yu nodded faintly, still shaken. It was them. There were a lot of snakes following behind. After saying it, she still found it hard to believe. Aren't these snakes supposed to be preparing to hibernate now? How are they out and about? Are these a group of reticulated pythons? Surely those people didn't actually drain all the water, did they? A city has indeed had quite a few reticulated pythons before, so snakes aren't surprising, but so many gathered together. Are they getting ready to hibernate? Xie didn't find it scary. They'd seen plenty of that when carrying out missions before. Maybe water in winter can actually be warmer below the surface, and draining it would definitely have provoked someone. Now that you say it, that actually makes some sense. Wouldn't Tu Nan's side have the same thing? Xie suddenly asked. Animals in the apocalypse are generally pretty smart and would likely divide territories, right? Ruan Yu held the binoculars, looking aggrieved. You could talk less. Tu Nanchao ran over to our side. And there's a bunch of snakes behind him too. Counting like that, we were really lucky yesterday. Xie chuckled lightly, steering the wheel to turn. There were snakes both ahead and behind, so they could only head toward the city. You're still laughing, and you don't even know if those snakes have mutated. Two groups like this are terrifying to look at. Xie said nothing, only pressed the accelerator hard. They soon reached a spot where the water was too deep for the car to pass. Ruan Yu quickly pulled out the assault boat and while at it, packed up the car as well. Find a taller building and get up there to see how they're handling it. We can't take the snake into the city center. Xie said while steering the assault boat. Then go left. I see some office buildings over there we can climb. Ruan Yu pointed the way with binoculars, and the two hurried toward the office buildings. Tu Nan saw from afar the vehicle in which Ruan Yu and the others were speeding and guessed immediately that something was also chasing them. Quick, catch up to that Hummer. Yes, boss. The driver floored the accelerator and didn't dare to look in the rearview mirror. The dense mass of snakes was genuinely terrifying. Tu Nan couldn't help but sigh. What rotten luck. They'd netted a few extra fish, only to find the bottom of the pond crawling with pythons. If they hadn't come up earlier it would have been fine, but just when they were hauling in their catch a whole group suddenly surfaced, and they didn't get to take many fish with them. The more I thought about it, the more unlucky it seemed. It was just that those two household gods of his were lucky, they happened to leave a little earlier. Watching Xie walk toward the office building, Tu Nan and the others followed. Ruan Yu held a telescope. There were fewer zombies here, but there were still a few inside the office building. Ruan Yu picked the building with the fewest zombies, and used vines to harvest the zombies. The two of them stowed the assault boat and headed upstairs. As soon as they reached the rooftop, they saw Tu Nan had also followed in an assault boat. Was this Tu Nan following us the whole way? Isn't that obvious? But judging by how panicked he looks, he probably didn't take many of those fish. Ruan Yu was silent for a moment, then said a little pityingly, well, he's really out of luck. It wasn't long before Tu Nan came up with his subordinates. Including Tu Nan, there were 11 of them. The chubby man had just climbed so many stairs and came up panting heavily, out of breath. He looked at Ruan Yu and the other. Thanks, Brother Xia, little sister-in-law, we meet again. Brother Tu, don't speak yet, catch your breath first. Ruan Yu watched him, genuinely afraid he wouldn't recover his breath. After a while Tu Nan finally came around. Brother Xia, you two sure ran fast. You have no idea how scared we were when we hauled up a net full of snakes. We were already half dead from fright, and snakes kept crawling out of the water. Just luck. Brother Tu. Didn't you manage to escape too? Xie replied awkwardly. Though he wasn't scared, seeing that dense mass still made his scalp tingle. He seemed to understand why Ruan Yu had reacted so strongly. I escaped, but I'm traumatized. Those snakes could have stayed put, couldn't they? Why come out to scare people? Tu Nan said, still visibly shaken. He swore he'd never go fishing again. Xie and the others exchanged a look. They didn't want to go either, it was scary. Maybe we disturbed their hibernation. someone said. Tu Nan froze for a moment. "Yeah, what you said actually makes some sense. The temperature difference between this morning and afternoon was pretty big. Even with all this fat on me, I felt a bit cold. Now that I think about it, the water python really should be preparing to hibernate." Originally he found it odd, but suddenly realizing he'd probably disturbed someone's hibernation, Tu Nan felt the chase wasn't entirely unjust, though could they please return his fish? Ruan Yu raised the binoculars and looked down. The people from that van had come from another direction. Perhaps there were no zombies in this building, because the 7 of them ran in without hesitation. "More people have come." Ruan Yu suddenly spoke up to warn them. "The people in that van?" Tu Nan asked, mainly because he had seen them too, but judging by their speed they shouldn't be able to catch up to him. "Yes, they came from the other direction." Afraid someone might suddenly jump out, Tu Nan fell silent, huddling with a few subordinates. To bring back more fish, the space users hadn't brought much, and it was indeed a bit cold now. If Brother Two is cold, go check those offices to see if there are any small blankets or something. Make do with that. Tu Nan's eyes lit up. Why hadn't he thought of that? Oh, maybe he had never sat in an office before. He raised his hand and pointed at 5 men. "You 5 go. Move together, don't split up, don't go far. If there's danger, run back up quickly." 5 black-clad henchmen went downstairs in response and ran straight into the 7-man squad. They exchanged a few glances without saying anything, then went up to the rooftop and found a spot to stay together. Uncle Song looked at Xiexingzhou and greeted him with a smile. "Young man, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon." Chapter 101. Internal conflict in the Song family team. "I really didn't expect you would actually drain all the water," Xiexingzhou said offhandedly, asking curiously. He was genuinely curious. If the water had been completely pumped out, these people probably wouldn't have been able to run that fast. Uncle Song said a little awkwardly. "No, we only pumped out half. When we saw a snake come out, we ran away right away." Luckily he reacted quickly, otherwise he would really have been left there. "Well, you guys were pretty lucky then. Were you chased by snakes too?" Xiexingzhou gave him a speechless look. "The snakes you brought got caught in the middle and could only run away. There was nothing blocking the rooftop." Uncle Song shivered in his t-shirt, took a deep breath and said, "Well, we didn't expect this either." He even began to wonder whether the man knew there was something in the water and was deliberately not telling them, but that seemed unlikely. Otherwise, could those two really be leisurely fishing there? It was really a bit cold. Song Yu took out a thicker coat and put it on. Seeing this, Mrs. Song opened her mouth and asked, "Xiaoya, do you have any more clothes?" Without looking up, Song Yu said, "Yes, but not yours or sister-in-law's, only mine and Dad's and my brother's." Then she took out the others' clothes and handed them over. Xiaolin shivered and looked up at Song Yu. "Xiaoya, we're about the same size. Can you lend your clothes to Mom and me to wear for now?" Originally Song Yu had taken their clothes, but at that time her ability hadn't upgraded and her space wasn't big enough. To fit more food, she had to throw away her and Mom's clothes along with some other things. In their eyes, she and Mom had contributed the least and were disposable. "No. Water is so scarce right now, what if you get them dirty? You don't take care of your own clothes. Why are you always thinking about other people's things?" Song Yu quickly waved her hand to refuse. These were her favorite clothes. How could she just let someone else wear them? Besides, it wasn't that cold. Couldn't she just endure it for a while? "You!" Xiaolan was both angry and helpless, and could only settle for a compromise. "Take out 2 of your brother's clothes." Before Song Yu could speak, Song Yi immediately interrupted. "No, I only have a few pieces of clothing and it's not that cold. Can't you hold on for a bit?" The remaining 3 quickly averted their gazes and avoided eye contact with Xiaolan. Even Uncle Song wore an expression that said he knew nothing and didn't want to get involved. Xiaolan exchanged a glance with Song's mother, let out a bitter laugh, and curled up together with her. Ruan Yu looked at them with a face full of gossip. Among the 7 people, only Little Yu's mother and her sister-in-law were still in summer clothes, while the others were bundled in thick coats. It's not like they don't have clothes, was that really necessary? He turned to look at Tu Nan. Would these 2 just follow him? At least Tu Nan wouldn't squeeze people like that. After a short while Tu Nan's few henchmen came up carrying blankets. They handed the largest one to Tu Nan. "Big brother, we searched 3 floors. This is the biggest. We really couldn't find a bigger one." Tu Nan took the blanket and gave him a glare. "Knowing is enough, why say it out loud? Doesn't he have any pride?" The henchman seemed to realize he'd misspoken and slipped away quickly, distributing the blankets to the other brothers. Wrapped in the small blanket, it was still a bit cold but much better. Xiaolan and Song Mama got up when they saw that and prepared to go downstairs to look. You can't rely on your own family, so you can't count on others either. "Mom, where are you going?" Seeing the 2 of them walk to the door, Song Yu hurriedly asked. Actually, anyone with a normal mind would know what they were going to do, but some people just pretend to be stupid. Go look for any clothes. We don't have space to put things, so we'll have to make do with what's available. Mother Song replied coldly. This is what she gave birth to. You could really say she deserves the surname Song. Out of 7 people, only she and Xiaolan are not of the Song family. Wouldn't they seize the chance to pick on them? Oh, and while you're at it, help me find one too. And those snakes are chasing after us. Hurry up and look. If the snakes come up here, we won't dare to go rescue you. Song Mama was too lazy to pay attention, so Xiaolan went straight downstairs. Tu Nan watched them with interest. From just a few people he could already see a hierarchy. The 2 who went down earlier were clearly at the bottom of the food chain, and the one speaking now was probably at the top of it. It looked like a spatial ability user, only able to put things down, yet unexpectedly being praised so highly. It seems like that group of snakes is getting ready to go upstairs. Hearing that, Tu Nan and the Song family squad lay against the railing and looked down the building. Song Yu glanced at the binoculars in Ruan Yu's hand and said directly, "Hey, let me see your binoculars." Tu Nan stared at Song Yu in horror. Was this person really that brave? Song Yu didn't care about his looks at all. She felt that the only reason the woman had been sarcastic before was because she had been too polite the first time. If she were a bit more forceful, she was sure the woman wouldn't dare insult her again. Ruan Yu didn't even lift an eyelid, too lazy to pay her any attention. Seeing that Ruan Yu ignored her, Xie Xingzhou also pretended not to hear. And Tu Nan silently walked a little farther away. Did you not hear me? Do you think those snakes can crawl up to the rooftop? Ruan Yu asked, watching the snakes moving upward and turning his head. They probably can. Xie Xingzhou replied softly, looking up at another building not far away. The 2 of them should be able to get across. As for the others, it didn't seem so easy. Fortunately, the office building had smooth glass windows, and the snakes fell into the water after crawling a short distance. But that doesn't rule out that some of those snakes were just pretending outside while actually crawling up from inside the office building. Are you deaf or something? Seeing Ruan Yu outright ignore her, Song Yu suddenly leaned in behind Ruan Yu and shouted. They were standing too close. Ruan Yu reacted instinctively and kicked out. Ah! Are you sick or what? Accompanied by cries, Song Yu was kicked a fair distance away, clutching her chest and breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain. The Song family hurried over to look at Song Yu. Song Mama and the other woman also wrapped themselves in blankets and came up, casting a cold glance at Song Yu lying on the ground. Ruan Yu awkwardly rubbed her nose. She really didn't mean to. Sorry about that. I thought someone was trying to sneak up on me from behind, so I couldn't stop myself. You won't mind, will you? Song Yu was in so much pain he could barely speak, staring at Ruan Yu with a furious face, his eyes nearly shooting flames. I think you ignored me on purpose, waiting for me to come over so you could take revenge on me. Uncle Song nervously held Song Yu's shoulder. Xiaoya, where does it hurt? Quickly get the medicine. He turned to look at Song Mama. Are you two wooden? Why aren't you coming over to help check? The Song brothers, unable to help, stood in front of Ruan Yu with fierce expressions, afraid the culprit would run away. Xiaolin thought for a moment and walked over, took Song Yu from Uncle Song's hands and examined her. She used to be a surgeon so she could do a simple check. The originally slender fair hand, now with some blisters and calluses, slowly moved across Song Yu's abdomen. When it reached Song Yu's injured spot, it pressed down hard, and with an innocent look asked, "Does it hurt here?" "Ah, you did that on purpose." Song Yu cried out and slapped Xiaolan hard. Suddenly struck, Xiaolan looked wronged and said in a low voice, "The rib is broken. The bone needs to be set back in place and then rested properly." Uncle Song hurriedly asked, "Can you reconnect it?" "No, I'm a surgeon, I don't do that. Even if I could, I mustn't do it now." Uncle Song could only shift his gaze to the culprit. The young lady injured someone. It's not too much to ask for some compensation, right? Not excessive, but once you say it out loud it feels excessive. Chapter 102. Want to jump and I'll watch? Seeing Ruan Yu looking completely unafraid, Uncle Song said, somewhat flustered. "What do you mean? Today you will pay compensation whether you want to or not. If you don't blame us for being rude." "Uncle, I haven't asked you for compensation yet. How can you speak like that? What was that ability user thinking, sneaking up behind me like that? The railing on this rooftop is only this high. If she gave it a shove, I reckon she'd fall right off." Ruan Yu looked coldly at the people of the Song family, her tone icy. Would she strike so hard if the person weren't malicious? Song Yu felt a pang of guilt at Ruan Yu's words and lowered her head, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. She had had the thought, but hadn't she not acted on it yet? That person clearly kicked her on purpose. Uncle Song turned his head to look at Song Yu and immediately knew Ruan Yu was right. "But you still protect your own people. Besides, Xiao Yu hadn't started anything. What I saw was you injuring my daughter, but my daughter did not strike anyone. Even if you try to call black white, that doesn't change the fact." Uncle Song's tone was firm as he directly laid out Ruan Yu's crime. Tu Nan watched Uncle Song with the expression of someone enjoying a show. His position was perfect, just in time to see that young girl reach out. I had been about to warn Ruan Yu, but she reacted so fast that before I could speak she was already kicked flying. If you keep this up, you'll not only see me injure your daughter, you'll see me injure your son, and you too. Ruan Yu leaned against the railing, speaking casually and carelessly, disdain evident in her eyes. Is she really that easy to take advantage of? It's the end of the world. Reason is no match for a fist, especially against a group of people who don't play by the rules. She was just giving them a way out, yet these people really thought she had accidentally kicked someone flying. Heh. These days you can't get away with bullying and expect to profit from it. What do you mean? Who's making trouble? It was you who attacked without distinguishing right from wrong. What's wrong with taking some money for medical expenses? The other two Song brothers chimed in agreement. Ruan Yu didn't even bother to look. Didn't they know what kind of people their own family were? Uncle Song turned his gaze to Tu Nan. You over there, you judge this, whose fault is it? Having said that, he didn't wait for a rebuttal and turned to look at Ruan Yu. Young miss, I'm not going to argue with you. Let outsiders judge and see what they have to say. Tu Nan was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this person? Dragging him into it because he couldn't win the argument. Still, lying was definitely wrong, so he had no choice but to tell the truth. What is your surname, uncle? My surname is Song. That is my daughter, Song Yu. Tu Nan rolled his eyes inwardly. How rude of you. He glanced at Ruan Yu and then at Song Yu lying on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, and said with a righteously indignant expression. All right, I'll be blunt. I just saw Song Yu run up behind this young lady and try to push her. Even though it was attempted murder and I was kicked nearly to death myself, wrong is wrong. You can compensate this young lady with some payment for emotional damages. I don't think they're the type to haggle over every penny. Once you pay up, everything's settled and we can move on. We should stick together. Those snakes might come crawling up any minute. After Tu Nan finished speaking, Ruan Yu looked at the Song family with a half-smile. Uncle, do you have any more excuses? You two went up first, you must have known each other a long time. He'll definitely be on your side. Uncle Song said indignantly. He'd already given such obvious signals with his eyes. How could that fat guy not have picked up on them at all? Oh, I forgot to mention one more thing, uncle. Are your eyes twitching? Why do you keep winking at me? After saying that, Tu Nan put on a look of sudden realization. Uncle, you wouldn't be trying to hint that I'm lying, would you? Oh dear, why didn't my brain react sooner and just say it outright? Uncle Song wanted to strangle Tu Nan right away. Was this man sick? Could he please shut up? The rooftop is windy. You must have mistaken it. No matter what you say, my daughter is the victim here, and I'm not the one who should be paying. Watching Uncle Song act as if he were perfectly justified, Ruan Yu seemed to understand why Madame Song and the Song family daughter-in-law were bullied so badly. Some things just come down to family genes. I was just about to say something when I saw a head poke out from the stairwell on the rooftop, constantly sticking its tongue out. That still shouldn't be my problem. It's not like I was the one who brought you up here. Go find those snakes that brought you up. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have had to kick your daughter. And you don't have to look for them now, they've come up to find you. Ruan Yu looked at the snake's head, shrugged, and said indifferently that she would definitely find a way to escape. Ah, a snake. Mrs. Song was so frightened when she saw the snake that she hurried to run over to where Ruan Yu and the others were. Song Yu lay alone on the ground. Dad, pull me up quickly. He didn't know what he was thinking. The person who had originally run to the side suddenly turned and ran toward Song Yu. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. Hold on and get up. Those snakes haven't come up yet. Seeing the snakes climbing up, Uncle Song couldn't spare any concern for Ruan Yu. He only thought about escaping to save his life. Supplies are important, but life is more important. Ruan Yu looked at Uncle Song with some surprise. Was this man so doting on his daughter? It hadn't been obvious before. Aside from extorting her for compensation, there had been no sign of it. Sister-in-law, is there any way? Tu Nan rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, moved closer to Ruan Yu, and asked in a low voice. Right now it looked like just one snake. God knows how many more will come up soon. The stairs downstairs were full of snakes too. There really wasn't a bit of chance to survive. Ruan Yu turned to look at Xie. Have you thought of anything? Xie was using binoculars to watch the snakes, which kept climbing up and then falling into the water. He was caught off guard by the question and paused for a moment. The snakes have already come up this fast? Ruan Yu pointed at the newly emerged snake heads. Why don't you ask them how they climbed up so fast? That's unnecessary. That building isn't far from us. We can jump across. Xie glanced at the two snake heads and looked up to signal Ruan Yu to look at the office building on the left. Want you to jump so I can watch? Ruan Yu rolled his eyes and pointed to the office building at least 5 meters away from them. Xie Xingzhou chuckled softly. I have wind-based powers. Using the wind to jump over shouldn't be a problem. I can try to take you across. No, I value my life. I can get across myself. Ruan Yu quickly refused. She still had her vines, right? That short distance was perfectly bridgeable, but if she built a bridge so quickly, wouldn't that give others an excuse to morally coerce her? At this moment they definitely needed to first see how Song family's squad would respond. How could the snakes they brought force her hand? Song Yu clenched against the pane, weakly asking, Dad, what should we do? Uncle Song looked around. With so many people there was no way they could jump to that building. Seeing that the 2 snakes that had gone up first didn't attack them, Uncle Song scanned the rooftop, noticed there were no swarms of snakes on the building's backside, brightened and turned back. Xiaoya, do you still have the climbing rope you collected earlier in your space? Chapter 103 Vine Bridge. Song Yu looked up at Song Dad with a puzzled expression. There are, but only 5. She didn't like those things anyway and hadn't planned on collecting more. Wouldn't a few be enough? Uncle Song didn't hesitate. That's enough. Then he supported Song Yu and signaled the Song brothers to walk to the back of the office building. There are no snakes back here. We'll secure the rope, then slide down directly. The Song brothers' eyes lit up. Their dad's second uncle was clever after all. Song Yi looked at Song Yu and suddenly said, What about Xiao Yu? She's in the middle. You and I will hold her and ease her down slowly. Seeing that their father and brothers had taken care of her, Song Yu finally took out all the ropes. Everyone instinctively ignored Song Mom and Xiaolan. Tu Nan looked at Xiaolan. He had just heard that doctors were in shortest supply in the apocalypse, so he couldn't let the opportunity pass. Miss, I heard you're a doctor? Yes, a surgeon. Xiaolan nodded in response. That's perfect. I'm short on medical staff. Why not come back with me? Like before the apocalypse, I'll pay you a salary, material crystal cores are fine, and provide room and board. The food is the same for everyone. If you want better meals you'll have to trade for them yourself. Xiaolan was silent for a long moment. Given the situation now, whether she could escape was still in question. If she agreed, this person could take her away. It wouldn't hurt to have a look. Anything would be better than being watched by those from the Song family. She glanced at Mrs. Song. Seeing her face full of support, she nodded. All right. When Xiaolan agreed, Tu Nan turned to Mrs. Song. Auntie, you should come too. Where else am I short of cooks? The dyer will definitely be a bit worse than a doctor's. Do you think you want to go? Tu Nan wasn't wrong either. Over there it's all young men. Anyone who can cook rice is considered skilled. Bringing someone who can cook back would be nice. Besides, since they were already taking along one dependent, one more wouldn't matter. Song Mama naturally had no objections. After all she knew how to do was cook, so it would be the same anywhere. She never wanted to run into any of the Song family again. Tu Nan walked over and saw the 5 members of the Song family tied to ropes and slowly sliding down, then turned to look at Ruan Yu and the others. That brother Xie, sister-in-law, take us with you, will you? I still have mutated fruits here. As he spoke, Tu Nan took 3 more mutated fruits out of his small bag. They looked to be the same variety as the ones traded earlier. Seeing the 2 of them showing no reaction, Tu Nan awkwardly added, That's all I have right now, but the mutated fruits I traded for elsewhere tonight have arrived. How about I bring them to you later? Ruan Yu looked at the mutated fruit and nodded. Okay. After speaking, he raised his hand to control the vines and took the mutated fruit from Tu Nan, then turned and walked to the spot closest to the nearby building, directing the vines to extend over. The tendrils anchored firmly into the wall and ground. In a few minutes, a vine bridge inlaid with roses was completed. All right, who wants to go first? Tu Nan felt a pang of envy. Why was Ruan Yu's wood-type ability so useful? All his own buddies could do was accelerate growth. I'll go. Out of trust in Ruan Yu, Tu Nan stepped forward. Seeing Tu Nan's plump figure, Ruan Yu glanced at the thick vine wrapping his thigh and nodded inwardly. Fortunately, her ability had upgraded. Otherwise, she really couldn't have controlled so many stout vines. Tu Nan stepped onto the vine bridge. Because there were no supports, the bridge swayed, and he hurriedly grabbed the vines serving as a handrail. As Tu Nan walked, the bridge swayed even more violently, and he forced himself onward, heart pounding the whole way. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he stepped onto the rooftop on the other side. No problem, everyone come over. Seeing Tu Nan was fine, the underlings crossed one after another, and looked at Ruan Yu with expressions of gratitude. If it weren't for Ruan Yu and the others, they'd probably have been dealt with here. Running couldn't outrun them. If they went into the water, there would be no escape at all. Finally it was Song Mama and Xiaolan's turn. Quite a few snakes had already come up onto the roof, and both women's legs were shaking. Ruan Yu felt a bit of his scalp prickle looking at so many snakes. Anyone without trypophobia would be bound to have a reaction in this situation. Maybe because they had companions, the snakes felt emboldened and leaped to attack the two of them. Xie immediately cast a wall of fire. Several snakes smashed into it and fell to the ground, twisting like braided ropes. Your wall of fire is pretty powerful. Of course. I've yet to see many creatures that aren't afraid of fire. Xie looked at the snakes twisted like braids with some regret. If they were lightning-type abilities, those snakes probably wouldn't have dared to chase up. Your ability is already enviable. Even lightning users might not be able to electrocute so many snakes to death. Ruan Yu pouted. Was this person being ungrateful after getting a bargain? All the people have gone over, it's our turn now. Xie didn't even look back. You go ahead. Once I leave, this firewall won't hold for long. Alright, then be careful. Ruan Yu turned and climbed onto the vine bridge. If she hesitated here, it would only waste Xie ability. It was better to cross sooner. After all, it wasn't far, and her ability could still reach the snake swarm. Ruan Yu hurriedly walked to the other side. I'm here, hurry over. Seeing more and more snakes and the firewall about to fail, Xie turned and leaped onto the vine bridge, running across in a few strides. Ruan Yu kept his eyes on Xie. The moment he landed, he immediately retracted all the vines. A few of the faster snakes fell directly from the upper floor. Good thing I was quick. What do we do now? Those snakes definitely won't leave so soon. Ruan Yu suddenly thought of the 5 Song family members and secretly despised herself. How could she have expected the Songs to lead the snake swarm away? Let's wait and see for a bit. Maybe those snakes will leave on their own? Xie smiled and didn't explain. Sometimes the side that seems safe often hides greater danger. Ruan Yu instinctively felt it had something to do with the Song family, but Xie had been by her side the whole time and hadn't had contact with the Song family people. Damn, that many snakes? Those people are really pathetic. Hearing Tu Nan's exclamation, Ruan Yu hurried over and took out a telescope to look. He saw the 5 members of the Song family sitting in an assault boat moving forward rapidly, with a dense swarm of snakes following behind them. Some of the snakes leaped up to attack people. The Song brothers reacted quickly, continuously calling out fireballs and ice blades. It wasn't until Ruan Yu saw a purple supernatural orb thrown into the water that the speed of that group of snakes slowed down a bit. After only a few minutes it came back again. Ruan Yu turned to Xie. Isn't that an electric-type power? That doesn't mean it's that strong. No matter how strong the power is, it still depends on the user. Watching the snake being electrocuted, Ruan Yu said thoughtfully, if those snakes still don't leave in a bit, I have an idea. I had the same idea. When Xie saw Ruan Yu's expression, he knew what she wanted to say. The lightning-type ability wouldn't last long, but they had generators. Now it was a question of whether that group of snakes was sensible enough. Otherwise they'd just get electrocuted. Ruan Yu checked the time, 3:30 p.m. Give them an hour, otherwise we'll be back too late. Tu Nan, wearing a dazed, sullen face, came over. Sister-in-law, what are you two talking about? Talking about ways to deal with that group of snakes. Then why didn't you drive them away just now? I didn't think of a way just now. Chapter 104. The Snake Pack Scatters. Tu Nan felt speechless, but given the situation he could only silently gripe in his mind. Ruan Yu picked up the binoculars and continued watching the 5 people. The assault boat sped away, but the snake swarm behind it gave chase without yielding. Occasionally a few snakes were cut in two, but that didn't slow the group down. The snake swarm gathered downstairs had been reduced by more than half, the remainder still encircling the office building from before. In the already murky water, dense hordes of snakes surfaced, making people break out in goosebumps. Seeing Tu Nan's anxious expression, Ruan Yu spoke to comfort him. Brother Tu, don't be so anxious. Wait a bit. If the snake swarm still won't leave, then we'll fight our way out. Although there was a way to deal with the snakes, Ruan Yu didn't want to slaughter them indiscriminately unless it was necessary. I'm not anxious. Just watch and wait, sister-in-law. The group waited on the rooftop for an hour. The snake swarm below had thinned out considerably, and many of the snakes were gradually making their way back. The swarm seems a lot smaller now. If we wait a bit longer it should break up. Xie stepped forward. Looks like we won't need to use dirty tricks after all. Ruan Bai gave him a sidelong look. What did he mean by dirty tricks? Wasn't that a last resort? Even with powerful abilities, who could take on that many snakes? If those snakes were a bit prettier, maybe she could store them like she did the crab before, but they're so terrifying. Putting them into a space would mean getting scared several times a day, especially in the morning. You open your eyes and it's all snakes. Just thinking about it is frightening. Watching the snake swarm thin out considerably, Tu Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ruan Yu said there was a way, he still felt it was better to use those methods sparingly. I wonder what happened to those 5 people just now? Xiaolan and Mrs. Song took it in stride. Everyone has their fate. Maybe they managed to get away already. For those who directly abandoned them, the two were still fairly rational. Feelings are worn away bit by bit, and now they're just scraping off the last little bit. Ruan Yu smiled indifferently. Can you tell me why those snakes kept chasing you? Xiaolan fell silent for a moment before speaking. Just like Uncle Song said earlier, using water-type powers to siphon away about half the water. I was the first to see a snake coming out, so I suggested we leave first. But only one snake came up initially, and they didn't take it seriously. They used a power and killed it outright. After that, a whole group of snakes came up and kept chasing us. Ruan Yu nodded knowingly. I see, no wonder those snakes could chase us so far. After waiting for a while longer and seeing that there were almost no snakes left at the base of the building, the group slowly began to go down. When they were nearly at the water-flooded floor, Xie suddenly asked, Brother 2, do you have any lightning-type psychics on your side? Yes, Biaozi, come over. Tu Nan called out to a henchman who came over. The henchman named Biaozi didn't waste words. He immediately gathered a purple power orb in his hand. Xie nodded. The snake group seemed to have left, but who knew whether the snakes were hiding under the water, waiting for them to go out. The group soon reached downstairs and stopped on the floor above the one that was flooded. Xie smashed a window straight away. That tough guy, right? Go throw a few lightning balls down there. The man glanced at Tu Nan, and only after Tu Nan nodded did he step forward and throw several lightning balls down in succession. After a short while, a few snakes suddenly rose up from the water where the lightning balls had hit, writhed a couple of times, then dove back under. These snakes are pretty clever, huh? Ruan Yu looked at those snakes and said with a face full of surprise, I didn't expect these snakes to have evolved brains. Tu Nan, on the other hand, felt like he had survived a catastrophe. If he had seen the snakes leave, he probably would have been driving the assault boat and heading off immediately. It turned out those snakes really knew how to play games. You think they've gone, but they were just hiding, trying to lure you down. Xie spread his hands. Looks like we'll have to use dirty tricks. Ruan Yu nodded helplessly. It has to be this way. Having said that, Ruan Yu took out a generator and a long power strip. Tu Nan's brows twitched as he watched the setup. Indeed, a pretty dirty trick. No wonder he was doing so poorly. It turned out he just wasn't unscrupulous enough. Xie adjusted the generator a few times, added gasoline, then started it and threw a power cord into the water. In no time, turbid water kept spurting out snakes. The unluckier ones twitched a few times and went stiff. The less affected snakes kept fleeing outward. Watching the snakes constantly surfacing, Ruan Yu said with satisfaction, This trick works pretty well. I reckon there won't be any snakes around here after a while. After waiting for about half an hour and seeing that no snakes came out of the water, Xie finally stopped the generator, and Ruan Yu casually retracted the space. Those snakes have probably all run off now. Let's go. Brother 2, remember to come and deliver the mutated fruits. They were about to split up. Xie of course didn't forget the mutated fruits Tu Nan had promised earlier. Don't worry, Brother Xie, I won't forget this. A few of them went downstairs. Looking at the snakes floating on the water still made them a bit scared. They were afraid even from a distance, and now being so close, what if those snakes played dead and then came back when they got on the assault boat? Tu Nan swung his stick and struck several snakes in a row, making sure they were all dead before turning to have his men bring out the assault boat. Ruan Yu and the other had already traveled a good distance in the assault boat. Hurry up and go. What if that group of snakes comes back? Don't worry, they definitely won't come back this soon. Besides, the temperature has dropped so fast that the snakes must have sensed something and gathered at the bottom of the fish pond. Now they've all dispersed, there's no need for them to come back. The water here isn't as deep as the fish pond. Xie explained while steering the speedboat. If it really keeps getting colder, the water here might totally freeze, but the fish pond's water might not, so the snakes would think about themselves and wouldn't run back here. You're right about that, but it's safer to head back early. If it weren't for Tu Nan and the others being here, I'd want to let some crabs loose to see which ones are tougher. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. Actually, that's what she thought when she first saw the snakes, but if she let them out, wouldn't that expose the fact that her space can hold living creatures? So she could only think of some mean tricks. After all, she had given the snake group a chance to leave. Who knew they wouldn't treasure it? You can't blame her for that. This idea of yours is pretty good. Maybe there will be a chance to try it later. Xie smiled. He had almost forgotten that Ruan Yu's space still contained a large group of crabs. Using crabs to deal with the snakes is a method too, but he'd be worried that if they united against them it would really not be worth it. After more than an hour, the two finally arrived downstairs at their building. Ruan Yu took out a pair of binoculars and looked. Let's check whether the traps we set have been tampered with. Xie nodded. Ruan Yu stepped forward to control the assault dinghy, and the two slowly approached the ground floor apartments. Seeing the well-secured grenade and the cotton thread on the window, Xie Xingzhou turned his head and said, "No one. Let's go. First, check every unit building in the complex." Okay. Chapter 105. A sharp drop in temperature. Neither of them mentioned splitting up. They walked together toward the nearest apartment building. They divided the tasks. Ruan Yu drove the assault boat and waited below while Xie Xingzhou went upstairs to inspect. At the next building, Xie Xingzhou stayed downstairs while Ruan Yu went up to check. More than 2 hours passed before the two of them finished checking the 2 nearby residential complexes and the shops. They kept going up and down the stairs without stopping. Both of them felt somewhat exhausted. After getting home, Ruan Yu collapsed directly onto the sofa. "Let's skip sparring tonight. We're too tired, take the night off." Xie Xingzhou had a bit more stamina but didn't want to move either. He nodded in agreement. Okay. He reached out and rubbed the belly that had started to hum the tune of the empty city scheme, then looked toward Ruan Yu and said, "What should we eat tonight? I'm so hungry." Ruan Yu was hungry too, but he was too tired to move. After resting for a while, Ruan Yu took the dishes out. Braised pork, sauerkraut fish, stir-fried pork, crispy fried pork and stir-fried hollow heart greens. Each served in a portion, and finally he took out a bowl of sliced meat soup. "I'm exhausted today. Let's eat something good." Ruan Yu put the dishes on the table, then remembered the rabbit still in the space and after a moment's thought said, "Handle the rabbit tomorrow and also cook the bamboo shoots." Xie Xingzhou lowered his head and ate voraciously, replying indistinctly, "Okay." The two of them ate like a gust of wind sweeping away the clouds. Before long, the dishes on the table had been cleared away. Ruan Yu rubbed his stomach and felt even less inclined to move, looking at Xie Xingzhou who was likewise slumped on the sofa. "Let's leave it at that for today. We'll take care of the bowls and chopsticks tomorrow." Xie Xingzhou nodded in agreement, and seeing Ruan Yu return to the room, he dragged his tired body back to his room as well. They were probably truly exhausted. The two of them collapsed onto their beds and fell into a deep sleep. At 3:30 a.m., Ruan Yu was woken up by Heiyao and Iniwe, 2 fluffy creatures pawing at him. He shivered as soon as he woke. Seeing Ruan Yu awake, Heiyao ran off immediately, apparently to go wake Xie Xingzhou. He tucked Iniwe into the quilt, then wrapped himself in a thick comforter and went to the living room. Coincidentally, Xie Xingzhou had come over with Heiyao. Seeing someone bundled up so tightly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't cold enough to freeze someone quickly, seeing that the person was fine still made him relax instinctively. "Why didn't you light the fireplace?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Xingzhou walked over, picked up some logs, and by striking them a few times he had the fireplace lit. When he saw someone working, Ruan Yu sank directly into the sofa and eyed Xie Xingzhou's clothing. "You're dressed so lightly, aren't you cold?" "I'm not afraid of the cold. I have fire-type abilities. Besides, my constitution isn't that sensitive to cold." Feeling the fireplace begin to emit warmth, Xie Xingzhou went to close the doors and windows properly. He hadn't used the fireplace before, so when he shut the windows he left a small gap. "That means your constitution is pretty good," Ruan Yu said, looking over with some envy. "Zombies don't bite you and you're not afraid of the cold. That's basically an end-of-the-world essential." Xie Xingzhou smiled and said nothing, took out a thermometer and checked the temperature. -20 degrees. Already -20 degrees so quickly? Ruan Yu was a little surprised. At this rate, the temperature would drop another 10 degrees at least. Last time there had been a gradual period to adapt as the temperature fell. This time it unexpectedly dropped straight below zero. Even if the temperature had fallen a bit in the afternoon, it wasn't yet time to wear down jackets, and probably few people paid it any mind. This sudden drop in temperature really took everyone off guard. "Here, take a look yourself." Xie Xingzhou handed over the thermometer. Ruan Yu glanced at it. "Is it snowing outside?" "Yes, there's snow piled up in some places. It must have been snowing for a while." After a moment, Xie Xingzhou added, "Don't go out these next few days. Wait until the ice downstairs gets firmer before going out for a walk. I'll tell Tu Nan over there in a bit to wait until the ice is solid before bringing the mutant fruit." Watching Xie Xingzhou having basically taken care of everything, Ruan Yu nodded. "Okay. It's so late. Do you want to go back and sleep some more?" Seeing Ruan Yu looking drowsy, Xie Xingzhou said nothing and turned to head back to his room. With the fireplace going, everything around was warm. Ruan Yu pulled the quilt over and lay down directly on the sofa. Whether the room had a fireplace or not, using the air conditioner would waste electricity and gas, so it was still more convenient to sleep in the living room. Xie Xingzhou returned to the room, lit the fireplace as well, pulled up the quilt, and also slept on the sofa. The next morning, Xie Xingzhou woke up early. Thinking of how exhausted they both had been the night before and how they had wasted a good while in the middle of the night, he lay back down. After all, Ruan Yu definitely wouldn't wake up so early. Ruan Yu really wouldn't wake up this early, but Heiyao could, and could even nudge Ruan Yu awake. "Heiyao, Can't you sleep a little longer? Ruan Yu dragged a begrudging Heiyao up, filled both pets' bowls to the brim, and then curled back up on the sofa to sleep. Sure enough, when Xie Xingzhou arrived, he saw Ruan Yu sound asleep on the sofa under a blanket, and the two dumplings Heiyao and Inue curled up there too. Xie Xingzhou chuckled softly and quietly cleared away last night's dishes. By the time he finished washing and came back, Ruan Yu was already awake and had even put breakfast on the table. Why didn't you call me? You were too tired yesterday, wanted you to sleep a bit longer. Alright, let's eat first. Afterward, we'll deal with the rabbit. Ruan Yu was too lazy to think so much. When she took her breakfast she glanced at the rabbit again, and now all she could think about was how to cook it. Okay. After finishing breakfast, Ruan Yu walked onto the balcony, looked out at the vast expanse of white and sighed. She hadn't expected the world to have been like this for so long. She turned, took out several plump rabbits, and handed them to Xie Xingzhou. Kill these fat ones first. Xie Xingzhou took the rabbits. How do you want to eat them? Ruan Yu thought for a while. Let's try making a portion braised in soy sauce first. As for roasted rabbit, it's too cold to roast. Let's make some cold rabbit to eat. You decide what to do with the rest. I don't really know all the ways to prepare rabbit. It wasn't something they ate often, and Ruan Yu honestly couldn't think of many preparations. How many delicious ways could there be to make rabbit? How about I try making 3-cup rabbit first? I rarely make it, but I remember a few methods. Xie Xingzhou held the rabbit, slit its throat, eviscerated it, then began to skin it. Soon a skinned rabbit lay quietly on the cutting board. The remaining ones were done the same way. There was no heating in the kitchen, but fortunately there was electricity, so they mostly used warm water to clean them. Ruan Yu helped prepare the seasonings inside vegetables, washing and cutting everything. Seeing there was nothing else to help with, she returned to the living room to wait. A bit bored, Ruan Yu took out a tablet, selected a movie to watch, and now and then went to the kitchen to check if Xie Xingzhou needed any help. On the first day of the big cold snap, the two of them spent the day so leisurely. She didn't know how Bai Cha was doing now. She had a feeling that the next time they met there could only be one of them left alive. Since they were both protagonists, there would inevitably be a victor. Chapter 106, Tu Nan's Arrival. A week later, the water downstairs had frozen into solid blocks of ice. Two people inside were processing the small fish they'd previously put away, preparing to make fried fish snacks. Through the window they vaguely saw something approaching. Ruan Yu pointed toward it. Looks like someone's coming. After washing his hands, Ruan Yu took out a pair of binoculars and looked. It's Tu Nan. They're probably here to deliver mutated fruit. Speaking of which, we still haven't gone to the market to take a look. How about we go this afternoon? Okay. Xie Xingzhou agreed without looking up, recognizing the small fry he was handling. Seeing Tu Nan was almost at the bottom of the building, Ruan Yu and the other person only then walked down. After waiting a moment, Tu Nan finally came over. There was no choice. The icy surface made driving hard to control, so they had to walk over, afraid the car would lose control. Big brother Tu, long time no see. Seeing him approach, Ruan Yu finally spoke to greet him. Tu Nan looked at the two thick winter coats they wore with a pang of envy, touched the sable coat on his own body, and thought to himself that his wasn't bad either. It has been a few days. I originally planned to deliver the mutated fruit the next day, but I didn't expect it to change all of a sudden. Brother Tu, what are you saying? This isn't something you can decide. But since Brother Tu came in person, do you want to trade for something again? Xie Xingzhou replied. Seeing Tu Nan like this, he guessed it was another request to exchange supplies. Brother Xie, you really understand me. Then I won't hide it. Having said that, Tu Nan directly took out 6 mutated fruits. They all looked similar, as if they came from the same tree. 3 of these are the payment we talked about earlier. As for the others, Brother Xie knows I didn't take any of those fish that day, so they were all regulars, and Xie Xingzhou couldn't be bothered with small talk. Brother Tu, just say how many you want to trade for. The day before, he and Ruan Yu had already swept this area again and found no living people. To be safe, he had even tied up a lot of zombies and hidden them in the nearby houses. It was only yesterday that I discovered those zombies freeze up when the temperature drops, but when you walk up to them, you can't help but feel they're just pretending. Tu Nan didn't waste words either. He handed the mutated fruit to Xie Xingzhou and said directly, I won't ask for much of that. Just for the 2 times I helped spread the net last time. Give me the fish from one haul. There were quite a lot of fish last time. Mutated fruits are rare, but trading 3 of them for that many fish doesn't seem realistic. Tu Nan knew his bargaining chips weren't enough. He called a henchman over and handed over 2 more bags of crystal cores, all 4th tier, probably around 200 in total. If he only wanted to trade for fish, there would be even more of these things. That sister-in-law can just look at them. I don't have any preferences. Seeing Ruan Yu frown, Tu Nan hurriedly spoke up. He had done a lot of preparation before and wasn't exactly short of supplies, but stockpiling goods was always necessary. If there were things he could trade for more of, Tu Nan wouldn't let them go. Earlier Ruan Yu had roughly guessed Tu Nan would come to trade supplies, so he had killed a lot of fish ahead of time. With the sudden drop in temperature they had frozen into blocks of fish, and now that Tu Nan wanted them, he simply brought them out. The fish is here. As for the rest, Brother Tu might as well say it out loud. Ruan Yu took out the fish and just looked at Tu Nan, telling her to take it herself. She felt she'd be shortchanged otherwise. Better that Tu Nan say it so she could compare. Sister-in-law, you know with this weather nothing will grow in the fields, so could you trade for some vegetables? As they spoke, Tu Nan had a younger brother bring out about 100 fourth-tier crystal cores. Ruan Yu thought for a long time. The vegetables she and Mao Rui had bought at the market were still in her space. Her space could grow produce, and before the apocalypse she'd bought a lot of vegetables. The ones that had gone limp she had simply ignored. Now giving them to Tu Nan would be appropriate, but giving so many certainly wouldn't work. Under Tu Nan's expectant gaze, Ruan Yu took out 2 large winter melons and a few jean of slightly yellowing greens. It looked a bit like too little, so Ruan Yu brought out 2 large pumpkins as well. Brother Tu, what do you think of these? Okay, these are all good things. Tu Nan nodded repeatedly. Although these weren't what he had imagined, they could still be considered vegetables. Seeing Tu Nan look a bit reluctant, she roughly understood that these things hadn't met his expectations. After all, they'd been cooperating for so long, it wouldn't be right to let him take such a loss. Ruan Yu then took out 4 or 5 bamboo shoots and an admittedly thin rabbit. She felt the rabbit had been scared to death and was unlucky, so she decided to give it to Tu Nan. Tu Nan's eyes lit up when he saw the rabbit, and he quickly reached out to take it. Still generous, sister-in-law. After both sides had put their things away, Tu Nan spoke again. The trading market I set up is still open. There are still quite a few good things inside. Sister-in-law, you can go have a look when you have time. After saying that, Tu Nan prepared to leave. Before he went, he spoke again. That sister-in-law, a few days ago someone named Mao Rui was asking about you. From the way they looked, they don't seem to have good intentions. Lately they've been hanging around the trading market. Alright, thanks, Big Brother Tuesday. Ruan Yu casually handed Tu Nan 2 packs of cigarettes. Watching him walk away, the two of them turned and went upstairs. Who's Mao Rui? Walking to the stairwell, Xie suddenly asked. We met at the very beginning of the apocalypse, teamed up once to kill zombies, then they went to the base and we lost contact. Ruan Yu explained. She hadn't expected Mao Rui and the others to come here. It looked like they headed this way once the rain stopped. What's wrong? Seeing Ruan Yu's expression was unchanged, Xie roughly understood that her connection with them was limited to acquaintance, nothing more. Not much, just asking. It's better for people in the apocalypse to stay a bit more guarded. I know. Alright, hurry back and finish frying the little dried fish. Meanwhile, Qingsheng base. Yanzhi and Bai Cha wrapped themselves in thick, old cotton coats. In winter the indoors in the south were always cooler than outside. Bai Cha shivered from the cold, but there was nothing to be done. Although Fenglan had brought them and their lodging was free, everything else had to be exchanged for supplies. Otherwise they could work at the base and use points to trade. As newcomers, being able to get some warm clothes already meant they were doing quite well. With Fenglan's help, they were comparatively better off than the grassroots personnel. Fortunately, on the way to the Qingqing base they had killed a 4th tier undead, which happened to be fire-aligned, and her ability had just leveled up to 4th tier. But she couldn't keep using her powers to stay warm forever. She still needed to go out on missions, otherwise there would be no food. Bai Cha Yanzhi, are you ready? It's time to depart. It was Chu Jing's voice. Bai Cha quickly replied, Ready, Brother Chu, we'll come down right away. Chu Jing and Fenglan exchanged a glance in the cold wind. They had originally thought they'd surely be severely punished when they returned, so they had reported Bai Cha's situation immediately. They hadn't expected to be assigned to watch Bai Cha directly. Helpless, the two could only team up with Bai Cha and keep an eye on him at all times. As for the precognition ability, the base said it still needed to be assessed. To avoid punishment, the two could only bring Bai Cha and Yanzhi along. Chapter 107, Going to the Trading Market. Before long, Bai Cha and Yanzhi went downstairs. Looking at the two from Jing, Bai Cha forced a wry smile. Brother Chu, are we going over there this time to look for supplies? Let's check near the city. Several teams have hauled back a lot of stuff before. At this, Bai Cha nodded, then glanced at the few people behind Fenglan. Who are they? Space ability users. The more we bring, the less often we'll have to go out scavenging. It's been surprisingly cold. Seeing Bai Cha, there wasn't much to say. She didn't want to go out either, but she had to eat. She and Yanzhi alone couldn't survive. They had no choice but to team up and go out to scavenge supplies. Working for the base never crossed her mind. She originally knew nothing, And now that she was a 4th-tier ability user, if she stayed holed up in the base and didn't go out, she'd be ridiculed by who knows how many people. Her initial contact with Su Yanzhi was simply because he was the male lead. Who would have thought that after he left Ruan Yu, he would show none of the traits of a leading man? She had thought lightning-type abilities were rare at first and that he had a bit of the protagonist's bearing, but after coming to this base she discovered there were plenty of them. It's just a matter of who's more skilled. Su Yanzhi's ability here could only be considered average, and her fire-based power was about the same. The two of them simply didn't dare to go outside. The zombies outside for some reason suddenly rose to 4th tier. Dealing with 4th-tier zombies usually requires 3 power wielders of the same level. That way you maximize the chance of not getting scratched by a zombie. She had originally planned to drink the potion that boosts powers, but a voice suddenly appeared in her head telling her not to, the same voice as the one from her earlier dream. She later learned those things all had side effects. The powers would increase, but the upper limit would remain the same. Then what's the difference between drinking it and waiting to die? Can she still stand a chance against Ruan Yu? Cha, what are you thinking about? Seeing Bai Cha silent, Su Yanzhi reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Only then did Bai Cha come back from her thoughts. Nothing, I was thinking about whether there are any food processing plants nearby that are closer. If Ruan Yu were here, she wouldn't have risked coming out in such cold weather to look for supplies. If she had spatial abilities, would she need to go through so much trouble finding things to trade for daily necessities? Of course not. She could have stored all those items in her space from the start. She would only need to raise her ability level to comfortably get through the apocalypse. In the end, it's all Ruan Yu's fault. What's wrong with the female lead keeping a little bit of fortune for herself? How selfish. She deserves to have even the heavens turn against her. We're leaving. Get in the car quickly. You can think about it on the way. Bai Cha nodded and got into the car with Su Yanzhi. At noon, Ruan Yu and Xiexingzhou finished lunch and were about to go out. As usual, Heya was on guard. At this moment the surroundings were all ice, and the zombies were hiding inside the houses. As long as they didn't enter, the zombies were too lazy to attack people. Xiexingzhou suggested, how about tying some zombies in the 2 lower floors and placing them in the rooms? They won't want to move anyway, so leaving them there to scare people would be perfect. Ruan Yu nodded. Okay. After speaking, Ruan Yu went straight to a house with a lot of zombies, controlled the vines to drag a dozen or so zombies back. Xiexingzhou also dragged several zombies over from another direction, looking at Ruan Yu's vines with envy and saying, your superpower really is more convenient. Can attack and defend and can do chores too. A household essential. But I haven't heard of any other wood-type ability users like this. It must be a unique vine. After all, a vine that can eat so many crystal cores, most people couldn't afford to raise it. Tunan had traded so many crystal cores, giving them all to the vine. Although the vine's strength grew, there's no denying how voracious it is. Not bad, just a so-so, Ruan Yu said with a proud smile. Although the vine devoured the crystal cores, it fed back to her. In just a few days her ability advanced from early to late stage. All the mutated fruit was given to Xiexingzhou to eat, but his ability didn't seem to have upgraded. It looks like we still need to find more mutated trees. While the two were talking they dragged the zombies into the house to the window, and to the foot of the stairs by the door. After securing the zombies, Ruan Yu controlled the vines to loosen the bindings, then finally left at ease. Looking at the solid ice, Xiexingzhou turned to Ruan Yu and said, do we have any tools? How long are we going to keep walking like this? They live in the city center. Tunan's trading market is in the suburbs, and even by car it takes over an hour at best. Ruan Yu tossed him a pair of roller skates. Here, can you use these? Seeing the somewhat dangerous look in Ruan Yu's eyes, Xiexingzhou nodded instinctively. I can. That's good. Ruan Yu couldn't be bothered to care about much else. She certainly could, and she was very good at it. She and her brother had known how to do them since childhood, so when she was reborn she put all those things away. Things that let you walk on ice are very useful. Unfortunately they're rarely sold in the south, otherwise she could have stocked up and sold some to Tunan. Watching Xiexingzhou skillfully skate a lap, Ruan Yu finished dressing and skated over. Let's go, no more playing. There's plenty of time to play when we get back. Got it. I'm just getting familiar with it, aren't I? Cut the nonsense, hurry up and go. The two of them skated quickly across the ice. They were quite far apart and skated for a long while before reaching a road where they could drive. Occasionally someone would see such complete equipment and cast an envious glance. Seeing the two of them dressed so neatly, she didn't feel like robbing them. It's been the end of the world for so long. Anyone who can dress this well must be capable, and they weren't foolish enough to deliver groceries to someone's door. Ruan Yu immediately took out the car keys, turned to Xiexingzhou and said, drive slower. I don't want to get into an accident here. Am I that stupid? Xiexingzhou replied, a little speechless. He wasn't foolish enough to drive at normal speed on these roads. Who knows? Ruan Yu shrugged indifferently. She was just giving a reminder for safety. After getting in the car, Xie drove to the location Tunan had described. There were quite a few people out on the road scavenging for supplies. Of course, many people had also been killed by the zombies inside the houses. Who would have thought that although outside looked not much different from a pre-apocalypse winter, those houses would be full of zombies. The zombies were motionless. At a glance you might think they were frozen stiff, but when someone got close they were still the same biting zombies, their reaction speed in no way slow. These zombies are pretty clever. They're just too stupid. Seeing zombies and doing nothing, your first reaction should obviously be to kill them. Yet they actually got close to the zombies. Isn't that just feeding the food straight into the mouth? Xie watched those people who had been bitten by zombies with some speechlessness. Could it be the weather was so cold it froze their brains? Maybe it's too cold. Their brains can't think straight, Ruan Yu said coldly as he looked at those trying to stop the vehicle. After so long in the apocalypse, how could they still be thinking of asking others for help? Are we almost there? Chapter 108 Material Exchange. Ruan Yu held a telescope and saw a place ahead where a shed had been erected. Xie looked around, nodded and said, "That's up ahead. Tunan really knows how to set things up. This place looks pretty big," Ruan Yu said admiringly, holding the telescope. In the end times, being able to run such a large market was already quite impressive. You have to understand that in the previous life many bases had no places to exchange goods. Only a few large bases did. People in many small bases, if they needed something, could only go find it themselves or go to the large trading market that Shangzi had set up. But the distance was too great, so most people still chose to find things themselves or to ask around and trade with others. I didn't expect Tunan to set up a market so quickly this time. He's definitely a man with some skill. He has to feed so many people. He has to think of something. Those stall holders will probably have to pay a small fee for their spots. You're not wrong, but the stall fee is about meeting each other's needs. Charging it appropriately isn't wrong either. After talking for a few sentences, the car pulled up at the entrance of the trading market. Ruan Yu took out 2 masks. They had been wearing hats the whole time, so they only needed to cover their faces. After putting the car away, the 2 of them walked in. No sooner had they entered than someone came over to strike up a conversation. "You two look a bit unfamiliar, first time here? Are there any rules here?" The man smiled. "There aren't really rules, just no fighting. The stuff here is of varying quality. It all depends on your own judgment, so that's why we have that rule." Xie nodded. In other words, there weren't any rules at first. As more people started fighting, Tunan certainly didn't want to deal with it, so he simply set the rule. "Thanks for the reminder." "You're welcome. I'm the administrator here. If either of you needs anything, come find me." After speaking, the man turned and left. Not far off was a small shed, precisely where he was posted. Ruan Yu and the other person exchanged a glance and walked straight inside. They hadn't gone far before reaching the supplies exchange area. Various items were displayed on the stalls lining both sides of the road. As soon as those people saw Ruan Yu and her companion, their eyes lit up. At a glance you could tell they were big shots, wealthy people. "Miss, take a look. These are all antiques passed down through the generations." Ruan Yu followed the vendors' voices and looked over. Vases, calligraphy and paintings, jade ornaments. Indeed, they all looked like antiques. But her space didn't need to absorb such things, so there was no need to trade. "No, thank you." Along the way were things that had been especially valuable before the apocalypse, but now could only be found at street stalls. Many of the stalls had jewelry, a few had clothes, but they were all for spring or autumn. Seems like there's nothing much. Looking around at the surroundings, Ruan Yu looked noticeably unenthusiastic. Xie smiled at her. "There's still such a big place we haven't toured yet? Why be in such a hurry?" True, the outermost areas are probably filled with things that are hard to sell. Sure enough, as they walked a bit further in, the items on the stalls got a little better, mostly blades and the like, all kinds of kitchen knives, small knives, daggers. "Beautiful lady, take a look, these are all name brand knives. Before the end of the world each one cost over 10,000. Yours won't do. Miss, look at mine, these machetes can cut zombies. They're a lot better than those flashy but useless brand name knives. Miss, look over here, this is an antique dagger. And mine, this is a tang sword I spent more than $1 million on." Hearing this, Ruan Yu became excited. The tang dao was indeed practical, though not very useful now, and she couldn't use it for vines either, but it wouldn't be unacceptable to keep it in her collection. Xie, seeing her expression, knew she wanted it, so he asked, "How do you want to trade for this tang dao?" At Xie words, Ruan Yu immediately reverted to that expression of utter disdain. Seeing Ruan Yu like that, the vendor inwardly thought this was bad, hesitated a moment, then said, "How about 5 gene of noodles?" The other nearby vendors immediately started jeering. "Old Li, I told you really are asking for the moon. Exactly, just that one knife and you dare to ask for 5 gene of grain. Miss, why not take a look at mine? This dagger of mine is pretty good, it's bronze too, not worse than a tang sword. Ruan Yu said nothing, glanced at the dagger, it was a so-so, the tang sword still looked cooler. Once she found her brother, she could give it to him. Do you think that's reasonable? Xie Xingzhou said with a frown. At the start of the apocalypse that knife might have been usable, but now it can't cut through zombies at all. It's just something to leave at home. Either find a metal type ability user to reinforce it, but given their situation we don't need to consider that option. Old Li was silent. The sword looked cool, but right now it really wasn't very useful. If he went to a metal type ability user for reinforcement, who knew how much he'd have to give up? And besides, this wasn't his only Tang Dao, this was just the nicest looking one. 3-2 Gene, how's that? Okay. Hearing Xie Xingzhou bargain the price, Ruan Yu finally turned back and searched around in the space. There happened to be the 1-pound packs of dried noodles, and Ruan Yu took out 2 handfuls. Here. He took the Tang Dao and stowed it in his space. The two continued onward. He looked around, everything else was knives, until his eyes lit up at the several large iron cauldrons in the corner. The pots found in supermarkets could never compare to these traditional large iron cauldrons. He reached out and tugged Xie Xingzhou. There are cast iron pots over there, let's swap a few to take back. Looking at the hefty cast iron pots, Xie Xingzhou nodded in agreement. Let's go. The vendor selling the cast iron pots was a somewhat older man. When he saw people approaching he immediately sat up. Uncle, how much are your cast iron pots? Those 2 smaller packs of instant noodles, and the 3 bigger packs. Ruan Yu looked over. 2 small iron pots, 3 large iron pots, they could all be taken. She then turned to signal Xie Xingzhou to haggle. She didn't need the items, but if they didn't bargain they'd be obvious overpayers, and later when trading again everyone would ask for exorbitant prices. Xie Xingzhou instantly read Ruan Yu's expression. Can't you give us a bit of a discount, uncle? We'll take all these pots. How about 10 packs of instant noodles? The uncle was silent for a long moment, then took a deep breath. All right, you can all take them. Seeing this, Ruan Yu took out 10 packs of instant noodles, handed them to the uncle, and immediately collected all the pots. With the uncle's space emptied and 10 packs of instant noodles in his hands, the people around cast envious looks. Old Zhang, did you just stumble into a windfall today? Just lucky. Watching the iron pot vanish from the stall, everyone around looked unfazed. No wonder they were so generous. That explained the spatial ability. When the apocalypse first began, spatial ability users were nothing but a burden, useless except for storing a few things. Only after time passed did people suddenly realize how precious spatial ability users were. But at the start everyone could barely survive themselves, so who would bother protecting someone else? Chapter 109 Re-encounter with Maurice. Having switched to what she wanted, Ruan Yu felt much better. I wonder if anyone here would trade food. They hadn't gone far before they turned onto another street, this one lined entirely with household goods. Body wash, shampoo, toothpaste and toothbrushes, things like that, but she wasn't short on any of them. Just as she was about to keep walking, Xie Xingzhou suddenly grabbed her and pointed at a stall. Aren't you stocking up a bit? Ruan Yu looked over. It was several boxes of sanitary pads. No need, I still have quite a few. She had so many of those scarce goods that they would last her 2 lifetimes. Better to leave them for people who needed them. From the way Ruan Yu looked, Xie Xingzhou didn't say much either. As long as the adults understood, that was enough. There wasn't much to browse in household goods, so the 2 of them turned left and right before reaching the food section. All the stalls along this lane sold food, vegetables, meats, and quite a few mushrooms. The vegetables clearly looked artificially ripened, the meat was probably from recently hunted small animals, but the mushrooms actually looked pretty good. Ruan Yu certainly wouldn't believe they were fresh from the mountain. So she pulled Xie Xingzhou over and asked, "What do you mushrooms want to trade for?" The stall owner was a relatively young man. Hearing the voice, he looked up and sized up Ruan Yu and the other. A cotton-padded jacket. Ruan Yu was taken aback, then noticed the man was still in autumn clothes, wearing 3 layers of outerwear, the exposed skin tinged with bluish-purple. You can't trade those things for a cotton jacket. Xie Xingzhou also took a look before speaking. What do you want to trade for? The young man wasn't surprised. He merely asked back. He knew how precious a cotton-padded jacket was now. His few possessions surely wouldn't be enough to trade for one, so he might as well ask what the people in front of him wanted. Many people came here, and there were others dressed like them. He'd asked quite a few, but none had what he wanted. That remark did catch Xie Xingzhou off guard. Ruan Yu lacked nothing, and he, a freeloader, didn't really need anything. He glanced at the things on the stall. Aren't you a wood-type ability user? No. These mushrooms were all traded to me by others. As for where they got them, I don't know. I know a place with mutated trees. I can take you there. Can this be exchanged for a cotton coat? Ruan Yu and the other exchanged a glance. If there was a mutated tree, that meant there were mutated fruits, but the fact that this person said it so casually indicated that quite a few people knew. But he also said he would take them there, which meant the mutated fruits were still there. If so many people hadn't picked them, how formidable must that tree be? Seeing that the two remained silent, the youth continued, I can lead you there first. These mushrooms will count too. Okay. Before long the three appeared at the entrance of the trading market. Xie asked, the mutated tree is over there? Ruan Yu took out the vehicle, helped the young man into it, and they set off. After driving for nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. Many cars were parked nearby, and groups of people were standing around talking in low voices. This is the place, the young man said. The mutant trees here were discovered a few days ago, but they're a bit hard to harvest. Ruan Yu put the bike away and asked curiously, what's the bad way to pick it? There's a mutated dog under the tree, very high level. The shrubs around the big tree will attack people. As soon as anyone approaches, they attack. People have tried to lure the dog away before, but they all failed. Some of those small shrubs are poisonous, so those people can only stand around and wait for someone else to figure it out. 说到后面青年还有些不好意思，这个消息大部分人都知道，说出来换东西实在有些不够。阮玉看了看，这个距离他的藤蔓刚好可以够到，不过果子就5个，要是摘了，那不是成功敌了吗？阮玉还在想要不要摘。青年拿出菌菇，一脸期待地看着阮玉。那个云山那边也有变异树，两位也可以过去看看。Do you think you could give me the padded jacket? Ruan Yu thought for a moment, then decided to give it, so she searched through the space and handed the youth the one that looked the ugliest. The youth didn't mind. He took the padded jacket and put it on. Can I go now? Seeing that neither of them spoke and only nodded, the youth took the hint and left. Sister Ruan? Hearing the voice, Ruan Yu turned back and raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was Mao Rui. Not a single person from his party was missing. Their ranks looked high, so they'd done well for themselves. She wondered how Mao Rui had recognized her when she was bundled up like a bear. It's you guys, long time no see. Ruan Yu greeted kindly. Ruan Jia, you haven't been staying in city this whole time, have you? Mao Rui looked around, led the two of them to the side and lowered his voice as he said. Ruan Yu looked at him with an expressionless face. What do you want to say? Well, we looked for you for a long time. Not long ago a mother and daughter returned to the base. They said you were here and that you used your ability to heal her husband, but they were unlucky and encountered zombies again on the way back, and her husband was infected once more. They also said you had a lot of supplies, and that your ability level wasn't high. After her husband threatened you, you were so scared you immediately stepped in to save him. So a lot of people from the base have come here. Maurice immediately spoke up to explain, and Li Tian and the others stood outside, surrounding the three of them in the middle. Ruan Yu thought for a moment, then remembered the mother and daughter she had let go. Then why did you tell me? Ruan Yu looked at him curiously. Wouldn't it be better to be standing with most people at a time like this? Although she had guessed this outcome when she let the mother and daughter go, this was exactly what she wanted. Most of the enemies from her previous life were concentrated at the BC city base. She definitely wouldn't go after them. Letting two people go to bring the news back would naturally draw others to come looking. Maurice touched his head and said awkwardly, we didn't plan that far ahead either, but I'm well aware that if we hadn't met Sister Ruan at the start, our journey wouldn't have gone so smoothly. On the way to the base back then, if it hadn't been for our ruthless zombie slaying, we probably would have become zombies ourselves. The people traveling with him screamed at the sight of zombies and were useless. If he didn't rescue someone, they'd start morally shaming him. If he didn't save people quickly enough, they'd complain. Sometimes he really wanted to kill them. When they arrived at the base, the first thing was to hand over all supplies, and he had been cautious. He listed the team's spatial ability user as an ordinary person. Otherwise, they'd all have starved to death at the base. Supplied materials must be handed over for the use of the entire base. When someone goes out to fetch supplies and returns, those supplies are distributed just like they are for people who stayed at the base. The supplies he had risked his life to retrieve were still all turned in. They hadn't been there long before some wanted to leave, not expecting that leaving was impossible. Every time someone went out, a group would follow, impossible to shake off. This time he had finally seized an opportunity to escape. Seeing their condition, Ruan Yu knew they couldn't tolerate the base's system. Some things, if you haven't experienced them, a few words from her won't do any good. So you've completely left the base now? Chapter 110. The Mutated Tree on Yunshan. Mao Rui nodded and said, we left some time ago. A lot of squads that were with us left too. Maybe attrition was too severe. The base's regulations improved afterward, but not many went back. Those capable have built their own bases. People like us just wander around looking for supplies. That's fine too. How long have you been over here? Ruan Yu asked curiously. If they'd come earlier, Tu Nan would probably have told her already. Mao Rui looked up a little embarrassed and said, "Not long really. The day before the temperature dropped, when we went to the base we brought our own clothes. We figured we'd stock up on supplies while everyone else was busy finding clothes. If only they had known Sister Ruan was staying here, they should have told her sooner." Ruan Yu didn't really care much. He glanced at the mutated tree not far off and asked, "How long have you been here? Has anyone picked any fruit?" It wasn't long before people said no one had ever picked one. Mao Ruiru said truthfully. Xie Xingzhou glanced at the people around him and interjected, "Forget it, with so many people and only a few mutated fruits, let's go check over by Yunshan first." Mao Rui and the others glanced at Xie Xingzhou and being tactful didn't ask. Along the way they had still heard quite a bit of news. "Yes, that's what I think too." After speaking, Ruan Yu turned to look at Mao Rui and the others. "Do you want to come with us?" Mao Rui and the others' eyes lit up. "May we?" Ruan Yu nodded, got into the car with Xie Xingzhou, and motioned for the others to follow. A group of people in 2 cars departed under everyone's watchful eyes. Sensing that Xie Xingzhou's mood had dipped a bit, Ruan Yu turned to ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just didn't realize you're quite popular," Xie Xingzhou said indifferently, his tone betraying no emotion. Ruan Yu looked at him puzzled. "Has your brain frozen? I'm not going to team up with them forever. It's not like I ran into them and they brought news for me. They invited us to check out the mutated tree together. It's just reciprocation." Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xie Xingzhou's expression relaxed considerably. After driving for more than an hour, the group reached the foot of Yun Mountain. There were far fewer people here. Maybe because it's quite remote and the news hadn't spread yet. They got out of the car. Mao Rui and the others secured the vehicle and stepped forward. "Sister Ruan, we haven't been here before and don't know the situation. I sent Li Tian to scout." "We haven't been here either, let's wait a moment." A few people stood around chatting casually. Occasionally passers-by glanced at their gear and looked back with some envy. Before long Li Tian ran back, panting a few breaths. "Big brother, Sister Ruan, I asked, the mutated fruit here can suppress the zombie virus. Quite a few people have picked them. As long as you hold the crystal core out to the mutated tree, it will take the core and hand you the fruit." Ruan Yu was a little surprised. Have these mutated trees all become so human-like? But if it were that simple, why were there still so many people gathered around? "Any other news?" Li Tian looked around and said quietly. These people nearby picked the fruits themselves, but felt it wasn't enough, so they voluntarily stayed behind hoping to rob those weaker teams. "I heard several teams have already succeeded a few times." Mao Rui asked curiously. "Then wouldn't they trade more times using the crystal cores?" "A mutated tree recognizes people. One person can only trade once. If you bring crystal cores again afterward, it will only take the cores and not the fruit," Li Tian explained in a low voice. He was somewhat incredulous as he spoke, but also thought it wasn't impossible. Those who burned or cut down trees were recognized by the mutated trees and were the only ones attacked, so it made sense that the trees could also recognize those who had already exchanged for fruit. This mutated tree is pretty smart. Generally, how many crystal cores do you need to exchange for a fruit? Li Tian thought for a moment. When he passed by earlier, someone was exchanging for fruits. "I saw people use 3 or 4 4th-tier crystal cores to get a fruit. That big tree has borne many fruits, at least a few hundred." Hearing such cheap mutated fruits, Ruan Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Had she put Tu Nan out by taking too many crystal cores before? She wasn't short on crystal cores. Although Little Rose ate quite a few, she generally kept around 100 or so crystal cores, and only then would give the rest entirely to Little Rose. "How many crystal cores do you have?" Maurice said awkwardly. "Only 7 or 8 4th-rank crystal cores. The others are all 2nd or 3rd rank. Their abilities had only just reached 4th rank, so many crystal cores had to be kept to stabilize their powers, which is why they could only spare so few." Ruan Yu felt that having come all this way she couldn't leave empty-handed, so she handed over 20 crystal cores. "Consider this a loan to you. Just pay me back once you have more cores." Mao Rui had been about to refuse, but when he saw Ruan Yu's expression he swallowed his words. "Then thank you, Sister Ruan. Don't worry, we'll go back and kill lots of zombies to gather the cores quickly." Ruan Yu waved her hand dismissively. "Enough talk. Go swap for the mutated fruit." Ruan Yu walked side by side with Xie Xingzhou. When she saw the few psychic squads preparing to rob them, her eyes darkened. What a narrow world for enemies to run into each other. Xie Xingzhou, who had been watching her, noticed immediately and asked softly, "Why do all these squads seem to have a grudge against you?" Kill them all then." Hearing Xie Xingzhou's casual words, Ruan Yu turned her head and looked at him in horror. "Has this guy lost his mind today? What kind of look is that?" Xie Xingzhou frowned slightly at Ruan Yu. He wasn't a murderous maniac. Did she have to look at him like that? Even if he were, he still couldn't beat her. Nothing, I just think you're acting strange today. Like you're possessed by something filthy. Ruan Yu said exactly what was on her mind. Xie Xingzhou sounded even more helpless. Haven't you already admitted those people have a grudge against you? Better to kill them sooner rather than later. You wouldn't want to wait for them to come looking for trouble, would you? Yes, you need a proper reason, Ruan Yu said somewhat seriously. The grudge was from the previous life. If she attacked someone for no reason now, they'd probably think she was off her rocker. Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment and felt she had a point. Then have your little rose go bother the mutated tree. Maybe it'll be like the mutated trees in the botanical garden. And just give you all the mutated fruit. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The two of them strolled over leisurely. Mao Rui and the others had already switched to the mutated fruit and walked out. Are there still people inside? Nothing left. Ruan Yu nodded exactly to her liking. It was all hers now. The squads outside might band together to rob us. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for us a while. When they heard this, Maori and the others' eyes lit up. How could there be someone as kind as Sister Ruan in this world? They had all been thinking about how to escape when they got out. They hadn't expected Ruan Yu to take the initiative to help them. Sister Ruan, please go inside quickly, we're not in a hurry. Chapter 111. Operation Light Tree. Then help me stop anyone trying to come in from behind. If they're strong, let them through, I will pay. After saying that, Ruan Yu pulled Xie Xingzhou and went inside. Li Tian looked puzzled and asked, Big brother, what does Sister Ruan mean by that? Mao Rui was also puzzled. But he remembered Sister Ruan seemed to have wood element abilities, so maybe she meant, just watch carefully and don't ask what you shouldn't. Mao Rui slapped him and scolded. Oh. Li Tian grabbed his head looking aggrieved. Ruan Yu and the other person had gone only a few steps when they saw the mutated tree. Its lush canopy was full of fruit, each about the size of a fist and bright red, quite festive in appearance. Around the big tree were some small shrubs, leaving a ring of clear ground around it. Ruan Yu walked to the canopy, released the little rose, and poured a cup of spring water from his space at the tree's roots. Seeing the big tree, he shook with excitement. Ruan Yu smiled in satisfaction, and the little rose clung directly to the tree trunk. Is this done? Xie Xingzhou asked in confusion. Probably, but it depends on how well little rose communicates. As long as the water in the space is useful to the big tree, taking those fruits won't be a big problem. Then give them to Tu Nan, let Tu Nan trade them away. Anyway, there aren't many good people coming out of the BC city base. It's fine to screw someone over a little. The two of them watched little Rose sway her 2 leaves now and then shake her flower, while the big tree also extended 2 branches and gestured. The two of them looked bewildered. It was probably little Rose haggling. After a round of gestures, little Rose returned to Van Yu and gestured again, using her branch to encircle a circle. Van Yu seemed to understand, took a pot about the size of the circle she had made, and filled it to the brim with water. Little Rose directly controlled her branch to take the water, poured it at the base of the big tree, then pointed at the pot and made a large circular gesture. Ruan Yu took out a larger container. The big tree swayed its canopy and controlled its branches to pick quite a few fruits and put them in. Little Rose handed the basin over again, and Ruan Yu filled it to the brim with water once more. After repeating this 3 times, the tree's canopy was finally bare, not a single fruit left. Ruan Yu immediately gathered up all the fruit, her eyes full of happiness. After waiting for little Rose and the big tree to finish their gestures, Ruan Yu finally pulled Xie Xingzhou and left. Maybe it was due to luck, but when the two of them went outside, the people there hadn't changed. It was still Mao Rui and the others in that squad waiting to rob them. Big Sister Ruan, you're out already? Ruan Yu smiled and handed him a bag. Inside were 20 fruits. These are for you. After eating 1 mutated fruit, the effect of subsequent ones is much weaker, so Ruan Yu didn't intend to give more. Mao Rui took the bag, opened it, and his eyes widened. Sister Ruan really was surprisingly talented. Those mutant trees looked formidable at a glance, and he hadn't expected Sister Ruan could pick so many fruits. Thanks, Sister Ruan. We didn't do much. If you need anything in the future, just tell us. We'll follow your orders and would never hesitate to go through fire and water. Mao Rui and the others solemnly promised. As for the rest, we'll deal with it later. Just leave directly in a bit. Don't worry about us. Seeing Ruan Yu's earnest expression, Mao Rui immediately understood. This was a personal grudge and it wasn't appropriate for them to stay. Okay, we'll listen to Sister Ruan. A group quickly walked onto the concrete road, and those few psychic squads swiftly surrounded them. Brother, how many mutated fruits did you trade for? Can you share some? Xie Xingzhou replied coldly and unpleasantly. Not a single one was traded, we can't share. The man's face darkened. I advise you to be sensible, it'll spare you some flesh wounds. We won't take much, 5 squads here, 1 per squad will do. There were 6 people on Marue's side, plus her and Xiexingzhou, so normally there would only be 8 mutated fruits. This time 5 of them were gone, and any sane person wouldn't like that. Xiexingzhou kicked straight at him. Let me give you a taste of physical pain first. What the hell, they still wanted to rob him. Those people didn't expect Xiexingzhou to act immediately and were momentarily stunned. Several of them got kicked. Watching those people seemed a bit chaotic, Ruan Yu turned to look at Mao Rui and the others. You should leave quickly. It's going to get bloody from here. You better not watch. They immediately recalled how Ruan Yu had chopped people before and turned to leave. Some kinds of excitement you don't join foolishly. Xiexingzhou threw a few punches and those people snapped back to attention. After all, they'd survived in the end times for so long. The necessary reflexes were still there. Everyone attacked together, hit him. I want to see how much ability he really has. Xiexingzhou was actually eager for them to all attack together. Most were 4th-tier ability users, so he could go all out. Wind blades and fireballs were continuously hurled out, and various colored ability spheres were being flung at him from all around. Seeing Xiexingzhou so excited, Ruan Yu couldn't be bothered to intervene and just watched from the side. If she saw anyone trying to strike underhandedly, she'd act first. It must be said the gap between 4th-tier and 5th-tier ability users was still considerable, and with those people already lacking unity, Xiexingzhou instead appeared completely at ease. With her occasionally dragging out those she disliked with vines to deal with them, after more than half an hour of fighting, only 5 people were still standing, though all of them were bruised. Xiexingzhou had also been a bit hurt. The 2 sides were facing off and Ruan Yu walked over. Feeling better now? Not bad. Would have been better if it had lasted a bit longer, Xiexingzhou said, a little excitedly. When sparring with Ruan Yu, both sides would instinctively hold back, making it hard to get fully into it. Later, when he saw Ruan Yu had learned enough, they took turns going out to fight zombies. Overall it was still pretty good, but zombies could never compare to humans in reflexes. Their enemies were still people, and naturally they preferred fighting people as that better tested themselves. Hearing Xiexingzhou's somewhat disdainful words, the 5 opponents' faces turned as black as could be. They were angry but dared not speak out about the gap in strength. Still not satisfied? Want us to suffer the flesh wounds for you? Xiexingzhou looked at the 5 people across from him with a face full of provocation. Looking at the corpses all around, someone who looked like a decent person spoke up and asked, "It seems like we didn't do anything heinous, did we? Was it really necessary for you 2 to go so all out? Bad people never think they're doing bad things, but we're good people and we're just doing good deeds now. When good people run into robbers, of course they need to be proactively cleaned up. Otherwise who knows how many more people will be robbed by you later, so what did we do wrong?" Ruan Yu replied with a smile. If he and Xiexingzhou had been no match for them, those people might not have spared their lives either. Originally her intention was to kill those people. If she could argue like that, why wouldn't she count as a good person? The 5 were so angry they could barely speak. We didn't do anything to you. Strength rules. What's wrong with those people showing their respect to us because they lack the strength? Ruan Yu looked at them with amusement. You yourselves said strength rules. Chapter 112. The zombies are all toasted. The 5 of them looked at Ruan Yu with expressions of suppressed anger. If they could, they would have strangled the woman. The man who had spoken first sized Xiexingzhou up. Then, recalling how many had been ambushed by the vines, he continued confidently, "If I'm not mistaken, your name is Ruan Yu, right? Oh, then you're wrong. Don't try to talk your way out of it. The one next to you, he's got both fire and wind. Definitely a half-zombie who escaped from Qingqing base. Continue. If you let us go, then we'll pretend we never saw anything today, how about that?" Ruan Yu scoffed. How could these people be so naive? Didn't they know only the dead could pretend they had never seen it? Not really, I prefer looking at corpses. As soon as the words fell, Xiexingzhou immediately released his power, while Ruan Yu used her water ability to separate the water from the person who had been speaking. Watching the person's pained expression, Ruan Yu nodded with satisfaction. She had experimented a few times before, and hadn't expected it to be so convenient to use on a living person. Xiexingzhou watched the corner of her mouth twitch and involuntarily shivered, looking at the curled-up person on the ground with pity. Why provoke her for no reason? I could have given you all a satisfying ending, but now I can only wait for her to experiment slowly. After a long while, when Ruan Yu was almost done playing, she finally gave that person a proper finish. Xiexingzhou efficiently destroyed the body and evidence. There, it's all burned clean. Then let's go. When they reached where the car was parked, Ruan Yu saw that Mao Rui and the others were still there. She raised an eyebrow. You haven't left yet? We don't have anything special to do, just seeing if anyone's coming by. Maurice scratched his head and said softly, Do you have a place to stay now? Ruan Yu asked. We occupied a villa in the suburbs. There are fewer zombies around and the power lines are more intact. so we plan to stay there for the time being. Mao Rui didn't hide anything either and explained everything in detail. Ruan Yu nodded. That's good. Don't go into the city unless you need to. If you want to reach me, have tune and send me a message. Let's go, everyone head home. After speaking, Ruan Yu turned and got into the car, waved, and Xie Xingzhou pressed the gas and drove the car far away. Mao Rui and the others looked at each other in silence. Big brother, is Sister Ruan not letting us follow? Mao Rui was silent for a long moment before saying, more or less. Maybe she's afraid of getting us involved. Have you forgotten who the people coming here are after? We're fine waiting outside. If there's news we can notify Sister Ruan promptly. Besides the city center, would you dare go? I wouldn't dare. It wasn't that he was a coward, he just valued his life. A 4th-tier ability user really couldn't defeat a 4th-tier zombie, unless they were a pervert. Let's go home. On the other side, Bai Cha and his group were searching everywhere for supplies. The car drove into the city, and Feng Lan thought that since everyone's abilities weren't bad, it would be better to split up to search separately. That would be faster and they'd get back to the base sooner. So she parked the car and said, how about we split into 2 groups and search separately, then meet back here in a while? Bai Cha immediately objected. No brother Feng, the zombies are so dangerous now. If we split up and one side gets trapped, that would be so risky, and we'd unnecessarily lose a spatial ability user. Zombies are evolving so quickly now. If they ran into a horde, one team with only 3 4th-tier ability users would still have to protect a spatial ability user. She's not Ruan Yu and can't contract the zombie virus, so wouldn't that be a one-way ticket to death? She might be willing to push someone in front of her to take the hit. If they died, that would be that, but if they survived, could she still stay at the base? Su Yanzhi had now fully accepted reality and chimed in. Cha-Cha makes a good point. If we run into 2 or 3 4th-tier zombies, wouldn't we essentially be delivering ourselves on a platter? No one else spoke, but they tacitly agreed with Bai Cha. They knew their own strength. Though splitting up was fastest, TV shows had taught them that going separately usually meant dying sooner. Seeing the situation, Feng Lan didn't have much to say either. Bai Cha hadn't been wrong. Then let's go together. Lin Yu, you put the car away. Watching the car disappear, the group headed for the nearest convenience store. Feng Lan, the quickest to react, and Su Yanzhi, the strongest in attack, went ahead. Not seeing a zombie didn't mean there wasn't one. Better to be cautious. Feng Lan pushed the door open. Su Yanzhi held up a purple ability orb and peered inside. A pair of dark black eyes immediately met a pair of pale bluish-white eyes within. Ah! Su Yanzhi was startled and slammed the psychic orb in several times for free. Feng Lan looked speechless. Although it was indeed a bit scary, wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Alright, stop throwing it. The zombie is already smeared. Realizing what he'd done, Su Yanzhi felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly staring at a zombie triggered a bit of an acute stress reaction. The people behind could of course only sneer inwardly. Outwardly they naturally said nothing but praise. It's fine, it would be the same with someone else. Yanzhi, it's good that you're okay. Being able to kill a 4th-tier zombie so quickly is really amazing. Yeah, thanks to your quick reaction. Otherwise the zombie might have come to its senses and attacked us. Feng Lan rolled her eyes. You might as well have said he'd always walk in front. Each of you are masters at brazenly lying. Although it was decided that the 6 of them would split into 3 groups and take turns walking in front, when someone volunteered to always lead, the others naturally wouldn't refuse. As for the 2 spatial ability users, they were like protected species and of course had to be surrounded in the middle for protection. Alright Lin Yu, you 2 hurry up and pack the supplies. 2 of them stayed outside to keep watch, and the rest all walked into the small convenience store. The convenience store had obviously been ransacked. There were only a few boxes of goods, and only a scattering of items remained on the wall shelves. Before long Lin Yu walked up to Feng Lan and said, Team Leader Feng, everything's been put away. Feng Lan took a look and they had already turned over those corners, confirming there was nothing. Then let's go, we'll try another place. The group once again strode inward in great numbers. They saw a hot pot restaurant. The others weren't stupid, liquefied gas and things like that were still in high demand. Most hot pot restaurants have glass windows, so you can see at a glance whether there's anything inside. And the group's sense of caution eased a bit. Inside it was exactly as they had seen, only tables and chairs. A few of them split up and pulled the gas canisters out from under the tables. They were working with high spirits when an unlucky guy walked to the back kitchen door. His back to the door. A zombie slipped out without a sound and lunged straight for his head. Shit, where did a zombie come from? Good thing I'm quick. The unlucky guy dodged the zombie by instinct and cast out a golden streak. Once he saw it was a zombie, he controlled the surrounding metal objects and hurled them at it. The others heard the noise and joined in attacking the zombie. Soon a 4th-tier zombie collapsed to the ground under their combined assault. Feng Lan whistled. Xingzi, quick reflexes, huh? Chapter 113. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Of course I practiced for this. The esper named Xingzi wore a face of confidence. Maybe because the weather was so cold, he didn't notice the streak of blood at the back of his neck, still showing a bluish-black tinge. You're done? Come on, let's move and continue somewhere else. Ruan Yu and the other person drove straight home, arriving at the spot where they had earlier left on rollerblades. Tu Nan and the others were cautiously driving the car out. Everyone inside barely dared to breathe, afraid that a single breath would make the car slip out of control. Seeing Ruan Yu, Tu Nan's eyes lit up. His younger brother had already informed him that Ruan Yu had gone to the mutated tree. Judging by the way the two gods of wealth look, they most likely made a big haul. Be careful, pull over to the side, don't scare our gods of wealth. The two vans cautiously pulled over to the side of the road. Tu Nan got out and walked straight toward the two men. Thanks, brothers. Do you and your sister-in-law do business? Looking at you too. I'm guessing you're here to do a big deal? Ruan Yu smiled but said nothing. Sometimes she really thought Tu Nan was dog-like. They had just swapped things that morning. They just picked the mutated fruits, and this guy immediately came sniffing around as if he'd found them. Brother Tu, do you still have crystal cores to trade? Xie Xingzhou replied. They had picked so many fruits. There was no way Tu Nan could eat them all. Tu Nan of course knew his limits, and besides, his crystal cores had been drained that morning. I certainly don't have many crystal cores left, but we can try a different approach. How do you mean, Brother Tu? At Tu Nan's words, Xie Xingzhou perked up, and Ruan Yu also looked at Tu Nan with curiosity. Tu Nan looked left and right, pointed to the nearby room and said, Shall we go in there first? We can talk slowly. The outside is getting a bit chilly. Okay. Xie Xingzhou went in first, glanced around and nodded to Ruan Yu. The three of them each found a bench in the room and sat down. Tu Nan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Sister-in-law, you must have picked quite a few fruits, right? There are a few. This is what I'm thinking. Haven't a lot of people come recently? I'll help the two of you sell mutated fruits, and you give me a 2-point cut each. How about that? The people coming from those bases, many of them are rich. Right now we can squeeze them for a bit. Ruan Yu and the other exchanged a glance. This method seemed to work, but they couldn't give away many, at most 20, and they'd have to sell them in batches. Scarcity marketing would rip off more people. Sell all the fruits first, then let Tu Nan leak a bit of her information, and then catch all those ill-intentioned people in one net. Avenging the Jing Core and reporting the pit for revenge, both won't be neglected. The method works, but Brother Tu, how many cores do you plan to sell at a time? Tu Nan thought for a moment. 3 to 5 at a time, sold bundled. Ruan Yu nodded, someone who could trick crystal cores. Then I'll give you 20 crystal cores. Brother Tu, do your best to perform and try to swindle as many cores as you can. Hearing about so many mutation fruits, Tu Nan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this his chance to get rich? Of course, no problem. Ruan Yu took out a bag containing 25 mutant fruits. Brother Tu, here are 25 mutant fruits. 5 of them are for you. These mutant fruits can cure the zombie virus this time. Brother Tu, you better make good use of them. What we have plenty of here are zombies. Hearing that 5 mutant fruits were offered, Tu Nan's eyes brightened. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll make sure to squeeze every last drop out of those people. 5 mutant fruits that cure the zombie virus are even more sought after than those that boost powers. Powers can kill zombies and improve, but infection with the virus isn't something you can cure just by killing zombies. Oh, by the way, the Mori that Brother Tu mentioned this morning, I happened to run into him, and this time we even picked some mutated fruit together. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. Brother Tu, think carefully about how you're going to screw people over. After speaking, the two stood up and walked out. Watching them go, Tu Nan finally realized that Ruan Yu was telling him she knew Mori and the others and was asking him to keep an eye on them. But those few people were competent, their leader wasn't stupid, and they didn't need his help. If there was any news, he just needed to notify them promptly. 5 mutated fruits. This little thing was of course no problem. Tu Nan stepped out, called to his men and drove off. Ruan Yu and the other person put on their roller skates and skated along. Halfway there, Ruan Yu noticed that a small team was actually searching for supplies by the roadside. Xie Xingzhou saw it too and lowered his head, saying, Shall we go look for supplies too? Okay. She had seen all of these people in her previous life. They were only a dozen or so kilometers from the city center now. It was better to deal with them all. After speaking, the two stepped aside to take off their shoes. Watching the squad enter a nearby room, they leisurely followed. These people aren't also enemies of yours, are they? Ruan Yu thought for a moment. There was some truth to it. The leader of that squad was the father of the kid who stabbed her in her previous life. Coincidentally, in that life this man had also been bitten by a zombie in City A, badly hurt, and only made it back to City B thanks to a mutated fruit, where she rescued him. Later, to thank her, he brought his squad to the Qingqing base with her. After settling in, he brought his wife and children over. Judging by the situation, he probably left his wife and children at the base. Understandable, this dangerous apocalypse. The base has many rules, but it's at least safer than the outside. Given their strength, they'd get some preferential treatment at the base. Mao Rui and the others were powerful but not a burden. With their personalities, they'd leave sooner or later, so the base would naturally exploit the situation while they still had numbers. Not now but later. So kill it while you can. Xie Xingzhou. Couldn't you have just said they bore a grudge against you in your previous life? But maybe you can't. Some things are better left known in your heart. Once spoken aloud, they lose something. Prepare the enemy. It's better to eliminate them early. Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou with a complicated expression. What on earth did prepare the enemy mean? Talk less and observe more. Hurry up and follow. When they reached the doorway, Ruan Yu looked up. By estimation, there were about 20-odd more floors. He naturally stopped in his tracks. It looks like a mixed residential and commercial building. Shall we wait for them downstairs? Sure. Xie Xingzhou agreed wholeheartedly. He didn't want to climb stairs either. Besides, before the cold spell hit, he and Ruan Yu had already scavenged the surrounding area pretty thoroughly. Buildings like this, to them, were useful only for killing time, nothing more. After so much rain, some places were flooded 5 or 6 floors deep, others 4 or 5. There weren't many places left where you could find food. There weren't many restaurants that could open on the upper floors to begin with, so there was naturally even less food. Of course, it's also possible those people came looking for warm clothes. Ruan Yu pulled Xie Xingzhou into a corner, took out 2 shoujuabing, handheld pancakes, and said after running for so long she was pretty exhausted. Here, I almost forgot there were still several of these left uneaten. Xie Xingzhou smiled and said, the smell is just right. Once those people come down, they'll probably come over to find you on their own. That was exactly the intended effect. Besides, she was genuinely hungry. Chapter 114. Brother. You're really enjoying that. The two of them huddled in the corner eating hand-grabbed pancakes. It wasn't quite satisfying, so Ruan Yu grabbed another portion of fried potatoes. After finishing, no one came down, so Ruan Yu grabbed a handful of deep-fried skewers. I've got to say, these unhealthy foods really smell good, and taste even better. Smells amazing. Haven't eaten like this in a long time, Ruan Yu said with feeling. When he stayed home, Xie Xingzhou cooked different dishes every day. It would have been a bit embarrassing to still be eating stuff like this. This is actually perfect. If there happen to be other people around, they might smell it and come over. It's okay, really. Just having a bite now and then is pretty good, Xie Xingzhou said, holding a potato in one hand and a fried skewer in the other, taking a big mouthful. Ruan Yu gave a sharp look and said, eat your fill, I see you're not eating any less. Perfect timing to go back and stock up on some fried skewers. After quite a while, the two were eating heartily when a squad entered the building from outside. The squad upstairs finished searching and came back down, and both squads turned on their bright flashlights and shone them at Ruan Yu and the others. Brother, you're really enjoying your meal. Not bad, just a so-so. With so many people watching, the two showed no embarrassment at all. They finished in a few bites and put their masks back on. Seeing the place was a bit narrow, the three parties tacitly moved to the doorway. A few people still stood behind them, so Ruan Yu and the other person silently stood aside, listening to the other two groups' polite greetings. Captain Qin just came downstairs. It looks like he did pretty well. Forestry leader greeted with a smile. Captain Lin came over so quickly. It probably won't be far off, right? Nothing special. I wonder if Captain Qin has any thoughts. Linya sized up Ruan Yu and the other, replying with a smile. That depends on what Captain Lin thinks. Qin Ran smiled meaningfully, and each read the other's expression. After more back-and-forth pleasantries, they reached an agreement. These two were big players and had to be taken down together, otherwise neither would get anything. Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou seriously played the part of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, silently watching the two groups of hunters. What a coincidence, all the enemies happened to gather here. Ruan Yu felt that although she was leveling up quickly, she had to admit that the two squads were indeed strong. If it were ordinary people, they could really discuss things like this right in front of others. But ordinary people aren't that foolish. With such a tempting smell in this spot, wouldn't it be easier to just run into the zombie horde if you wanted to die? But that was fine too. Maybe after they finished talking another group would come. The smell of something this greasy would drift for quite a distance. These two squads totaled 16 people. Normally a squad like this would include one space-powered individual. With two squads minus those two, there were 14 combatants left. Ruan Yu had checked earlier. They were all 4th-tier ability users. It was clear they were doing well here. It looked like 5th-tier zombies should be appearing soon. Qin Ran and Lin Yi turned their heads simultaneously to look at Ruan Yu and the other. Since that's the case, let's ask these two friends what they think. 16 people surrounded Ruan Yu and the other person. Some of them were rather lecherous. Even though Ruan Yu was bundled in thick cold-weather clothes, their gazes still roamed over her body. Only 4 or 5 of them were a bit more proper, but none of them had good intentions. Ruan Yu, a little scared, hid behind Xie Xingzhou. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, so no one could see her expression. "What do you want to ask?" Her voice was faint. If it weren't for the surrounding silence, no one would have heard her. But psychics naturally had sharp hearing. Xie Xingzhou wore an astonished look as he stared at her, reaching out as if to comfort her and patted her fuzzy hat. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Captains Qin Ran and Lin Yi glanced at each other. It looked like they could swindle even more. Who told them to be so guileless and sweet? After so long in the apocalypse, they still dared to eat something so pungent in a crowd. Those things smelled no different from before the apocalypse. Doesn't that mean the supplies they have are not only plentiful but also varied? "Little girl, don't be afraid. We're not bad people, we just want to ask where you got what you were just eating," Qin Ran said gently, his tone kind and friendly. Ruan Yu buried her face in Xie Xingzhou's clothes. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself from laughing. Luckily, Xie Xingzhou chimed in. "Those were given to us by a girl who's quite pretty. She's kind and has been handing these out for free in one place recently." Xie Xingzhou was still the one to speak. Seeing Lin Yi and the others look unconvinced, he continued, "If you don't believe me, I can take you there. She's been staying at the hospital. When I got hurt before, she was the one who gave me the anti-inflammatory medicine." Ruan Yu carefully avoided the others' gazes and handed half a tube of anti-inflammatory medicine to Xie Xingzhou. He took it, stuffed it into his pocket, then pulled it out again and held it up to hand it over. "Here, these are the anti-inflammatory pills she gave me." Lin Yi reached out to take them, then turned to discuss with Qin Ran. "Believe it? Of course not. But what if it's true? Even if it's fake, we have a dozen 4th-tier psychics here. Many small bases don't have that many. With a lineup like this, what is there to fear? Isn't the apocalypse all about gambling? If you win the bet, you get a lot of supplies. If you lose, these 2 alone can't do much to you. Besides, they've already checked around here. Hardly anyone comes. If those 2 had backing, they probably wouldn't come to places like this." The 2 of them exchanged a knowing look. "The food you eat can't be preserved well. Is the person who gives you the supplies a space-powered mutant? We don't know that. All we know is she always has an endless supply of food. Sometimes when we arrive early, we can even see her cooking." Qin Ran gave a low laugh. "You certainly speak convincingly, but how are we supposed to know you're not lying?" Xie Xingzhou's voice was laced with anger. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Now that you've asked, it's time to let us go." Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly tried to calm the situation. "Bro, don't get worked up. Isn't it that we were cheated and are scared? How about you come with us and make another trip? How to put it, no matter true or false, anyone would be curious enough to go look, right? This is the apocalypse. In peacetime, no one would dare send things like this. Who would dare do that, and it's a woman to boot?" Xie Xingzhou of course understood that, which is why he made up that story. If those people didn't go, he and Ruan Yu still could have killed them. But by luring them elsewhere, along the way they might even be able to draw others in. After all, it's all killing. Whether there are more or fewer people doesn't make a difference. Seeing Xie Xingzhou remain silent, Lin Yi began to provoke him. "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? You wouldn't be fooling us, would you?" Xie Xingzhou, as if truly enraged, immediately fired back with harsh words. "Fine, I'll go. Who cares if I fooled you? Whoever has ill intentions will meet a terrible end. Let's go, hurry up." Lin Yi and Qin Ran exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. Then they arranged for people to set off together, with Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yu sitting in the back giving directions. The 3 cars slowly drove off toward the direction Xie Xingzhou had indicated. Chapter 115 3 5th-tier Zombies. Although Ruan Yu was cooperating with Xie Xingzhou's plan, she really hadn't expected him to take the person straight to the psychiatric hospital. She reached out and wrote on Xie Xingzhou's palm. "What are you thinking?" She had mentioned before that psychotic Esper users and zombies would be stronger than ordinary people, but she wasn't sure that the psychiatric hospital would have powerful zombies. "Aren't you also curious about that psychiatric hospital? Wouldn't it be safer for us to take these people with us than go alone?" Xie Xingzhou said as he pulled over Ruan Yu's hand and explained in writing. People like courting death. As soon as Ruan Yu mentioned it, he was intrigued, eager for any chance to go check out the asylum. But any grade 4 or above becomes a zombie that will attack if it thinks it can win, and Ruan Yu also tends to attract zombies, so that idea had to be abandoned. This group arrived at the right moment. He thought that if Ruan Yu wanted to kill outright, fine. He hadn't expected Ruan Yu to actually hand over the opportunity, so it would be perfect to take them there. Seeing Ruan Yu cooperate like that, she definitely wanted to go too. The 2 of them had about the same knack for courting disaster. "You had it all planned already?" Wasn't it your opportunity that made me? Fortunately, the psychiatric hospital wasn't far, and even though the car went slowly, the group still arrived after half an hour. Because of the terrain, 2 floors of the psychiatric hospital remained unsubmerged, and the words Jingsun Bing stood out especially clearly. After the group got out of the car and looked at the conspicuous sign, they were all stunned. Brother, this is the place you meant? Do you guys live here too? Or have you always been living here? Xiexingzhou rolled his eyes, took a deep breath before replying. Do I look like I'm mentally ill? Besides, so what if I'm mentally ill? It's all zombies now. If you don't like them, kill them. Haven't you ever killed a zombie? If you're afraid, just turn around and go back. I'm not forcing you or stopping you. If you can't, then stay behind. Ruru, let's go. Get more food this time so we won't have to come out tomorrow. Those words were dripping with mockery, and they successfully riled up the 2 squads. 16 people, with the 2 space ability users folding up the vehicle, marched in grand procession following in the footsteps of Ruan Yu and the other. As soon as they left the sight of those people, Ruan Yu and the other disappeared. I just sensed it. There are 5th-rank zombies in here, Xiexingzhou said as soon as he entered the space. Then those people must be very excited, right? If there was only one, they'd definitely be excited, but there are 3 here and several 4th-level zombies. Then they'd probably be thrilled to death. You could see outside from the space. The 2 sat on the sofa. One was holding half a watermelon. This forestry response was pretty fast. Zombies showed up and were taken down immediately. He's a team leader and he didn't even react. Can he still lead the team? That makes sense. Qin Ran and Lin Ye's 2 small squads had just entered the hospital when a 4th-tier zombie charged at them. Lin Yi reacted quickly and slashed with an ice blade, and Qin Ran wasn't any less bold. He grabbed a greatsword and swung. The dim interior forced the group to keep moving with their flashlights on. Once they could see their surroundings, Qin Ran and Lin Yi both frowned. This place clearly hadn't been visited in a long time. Those 2 were really skilled and fearless to brazenly lie like that. Running so fast, looks like they do this often. The sound drew attention and a few more 4th-level zombies arrived. The 2 space psychics deftly slipped into the corners, and the remaining 14 people tacitly put aside their old grievances for the time being and attacked the zombies together. Colorful power spheres flew toward the zombies, and the zombies countered with their own colorful powers aimed at Lin Yi and the others. Outnumbered and with the ability users naturally being more cunning, the 5 zombies were quickly decapitated. Ruan Yu watched from the space with a face full of excitement. I have to say, these 2 squads are a lot better than Fenglan's 2 trashy ones. 5 4th-tier zombies, and not a single person here got hurt. But they all know we're lying, so why haven't they left? Xiexingzhou looked at her with an amused expression. A psychiatric hospital is still a hospital. Since we're already here, why not see if there are any medicines? Besides, medicines for treating mental illness are already scarce. In an apocalypse, who can say they're completely sane? Ruan Yu had thought about it, but which hospital would keep their medicines on the top floor? She had never been to a psychiatric hospital either. Who knew where the pharmacy would be? Have all the 4th-tier zombies come down? Only 3 5th-tier zombies left. I'm really looking forward to it. Ruan Yu munched on snacks and watched outside with anticipation. But this space only allowed him to see things within the line of sight at the spot where one entered the space. After upgrading, you no longer have to exit the space at the original spot, but you can only do so within a 10-meter radius of that spot. Still pretty good. After the 2 squads entered the room, they killed 6 zombies in total. Both captains were too lazy to discuss it, and the teammates had tacitly divided them already, 3 crystal cores per side. See if there are any more zombies. Don't go alone. Carefully look for any medicine. The group searched around but didn't find anything, so they continued upstairs. Seeing everyone else had gone up, Ruan Yu and the other person left the space as well and cautiously followed. They walked to the top of the stairwell and the 2 disappeared again. Linya frowned and said, "Why do I have the feeling someone is following us?" Qin Ran wasn't stupid either. If Linya could say it, he must have sensed something, so he took a few people and went to the stairwell to take a look around. Didn't see anyone. Could it be a zombie? No sooner had Qin Ran finished speaking than 3 zombies emerged from the 3 open-door wards. Before the others could react, the 2 captains decisively shouted, "Run!" If it had been a single 5th-rank zombie, they'd not have feared it. 2 would have been manageable, but facing 3 they had no choice but to flee. Zombies can be killed at any time, but not by throwing themselves away like this. They had only recently reached 4th rank and wanted to live a bit longer. The other team members also realized what was happening. The group quickly ran for the exit. The stairwell was too dark, so Lin Yi reacted fast and led people to smash a window and jump out. Hurry, jump out the window, get the cars out quickly. Whether jumping out windows or fleeing, everyone reacted extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, all 16 people were already out on the ice. But the 3 zombies were quick too, not a moment behind. Before the people could get into the cars, the zombies had already climbed onto the roofs. Ruan Yu and the other hurried out of the space and stood at the window watching. The other 2 zombies each used their powers to smash the car. The one standing on the roof was probably a strength type and had been bouncing on the car a few times. The car wasn't completely totaled, but it definitely couldn't be driven away. Qin Ran decided immediately and said, "Split up and run." Unfortunately, the zombies gave them no chance, 3 zombies in 3 directions, leaving no possible escape route. Moreover, compared with 4th-tier zombies, 5th-tier zombies' movement speed is on a completely different level. Go all out, everyone attack together. Lin Yi turned to Qin Ran. "I'll freeze their feet. You and the others take advantage of the opening to chop off their heads. If you can't reach the head, at least cut off the legs so they can't move." "Okay." Qin Ran immediately began organizing. "You guys handle that wood type one. The rest handle the water types. I'll take the powerhouse." Staring at the zombies hopping about, Lin Yi kept his eyes on them. As soon as the 6 feet touched the ice, he activated his ability, shouted, "Now go!" Chapter 116 Psychopathic Esper. The 3 zombies' feet were instantly frozen solid, and everyone activated their abilities to attack the zombies. But 5th-tier zombies aren't that easy to deal with. The moment the psychokinetic attack struck, one broke free from the ice on its feet and dodged to the side. The wooden and water zombies didn't forget to use their abilities against the people attacking them. "No, you can't freeze 3 zombies at once. Take them one at a time." Qin Ran reacted immediately, ushering the others to the side and warning them. "Then I'll control one first. You 3 watch for the right moment." "Okay. Everyone stick to the roles I just assigned. Keep the other 2 zombies occupied." Qin Ran arranged things in a few quick moves, watching the zombie Lin Yi had been focusing on, while several metal weapons were controlled behind him. Seeing the zombie dodging around, Qin Ran swung his broadsword. As the zombie's foot touched the ground, Lin Yi quickly froze the zombie's lower half. Qin Ran's metal weapons also arrived as expected. A few teammates nearby, seeing the zombie trapped, unleashed their powers without hesitation. After nearly half an hour, the first 5th-rank zombie was successfully dealt with. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them set their sights on another water-type zombie. Seeing one of their companions dead, the 2 zombies coordinated closely, staying side by side and refusing to be separated. Lin Yi frowned deeply. Think of a way to separate the 2 zombies. After so long, the psychic's powers were nearly exhausted, yet the zombies were still as vigorous as ever. Several teammates had been injured in succession, and Lin Yi and the others were anxious and helpless. Control the water spheres and smash them onto the zombies' bodies. I'll freeze them. While they're immobilized, you guys attack before they break free. Okay. Slammed several large water balloons onto the 2 zombies in succession. At the moment the zombies bounced and landed again, the 2 big water balloons struck them directly, and the water on their bodies immediately froze into ice. The exhausted team members burst with latent strength and kept attacking the zombies. After a while they saw the 2 zombies fall to the ground. The 14 people could no longer hold on and all lay on the ice. The 2 captains were a bit better and could still speak. Look each other over. Anyone injured? Quickly go get a mutation fruit. 2 spacetime ability users ran out from the side, checked them one by one, and fed a mutant fruit to anyone who was injured. 14 people, 10 injured. The first 2 were more seriously hurt and only recovered after eating 2 mutant fruits each. Ruan Yu and the others stood upstairs watching, feeling a bit moved. Having more people really does have advantages. 3 zombies only took a bit over an hour to defeat. Xie felt Ruan Yu seemed to be implying something. Those 3 zombies all had single-line abilities, they were just average, not even comparable to the ones we ran into before. You see, even though they killed the zombies, if another zombie showed up now, they probably wouldn't be able to resist. You're right. But aren't there still 2 spatial ability users standing guard? What's there to fear? Ruan Yu glanced at the 2 spatial ability users and said. She didn't believe those 2 hadn't killed zombies before. The 2 weren't foolishly standing idle either. They scanned around with binoculars, worried someone malicious or another zombie might suddenly appear. Ruan Yu looked at the group of people lying beneath and asked, curious. Do you think if we go down now they'll be so scared they'll just jump up? Xie held the binoculars and thought for a moment. Maybe, but no rush. I see someone walking over, very likely a psychic with a mental illness. Wearing blue and white striped clothes, he could only categorize him as mentally ill. Ruan Yu sighed. Looks like we're in luck today. The 2 spatial ability users downstairs also saw it and hurried over to their captain. Captain, someone's coming. They don't look like a good person. How many? 1. Lin Yi sat up. Rested well? You're up. Check if the car can still run. If it can't, bring out another one. Although Lin Yi thought it wasn't particularly dangerous for one person, They had just fought a major battle. At this moment, if a third or fourth tier esper showed up, they would all be severely wounded. If a fifth tier esper appeared, the power behind someone who had ascended to fifth tier would certainly be considerable. No one knew how many people might emerge behind him. Even if there were none, this was not the time to meet head-on. Qin Ran naturally understood this as well, and he called the team together. Captain, he's coming this way. The two spatial ability users, both a little frightened, moved closer to their captain. Everyone's gaze focused on the figure slowly appearing. The newcomer had nothing unusual about him except slightly wrinkled clothes. His face was normal and there was no blood on him. Lin Yi casually patted the space-powered person beside him and said, "He's just an ordinary ability user, what are you afraid of?" The man looked a bit aggrieved. "Captain, look at his cuffs, blue and white striped clothes, and he's coming this way. Are you just trying to say he's mentally ill?" Lin Yi had had things go fairly smoothly so far and clearly didn't realize how terrifying mentally ill ability users could be. "No, Captain. Normal people usually can't beat mentally ill people, and wouldn't that be the same for ability users?" Ruan Yu held the binoculars and watching the person walking over smiled. Wasn't this the lunatic she had spent half a lifetime killing in her previous life? She really hadn't expected him to show up so early this time. This lunatic already had the super male gene, and with persecutory delusions he assumed anyone he saw wanted to kill him. Most importantly, this person had awakened a power-type ability. Tearing zombies apart with his hands, ripping living people apart, he was truly incredibly skilled. The super male psychopath with awakened power. Those two teams are really lucky. Xie Xingzhou observed for a moment. Fortunately, this psychic's ability level wasn't high, or he would have been a little intimidated. So are we going to kill him? Kill him? Doesn't Tu Nan often hang around the city too? It'd be a real pain if he ran into him. Ruan Yu felt that cooperating with Tu Nan had been fairly pleasant. If suddenly a different person took his place, they didn't know whether they could still work together like this. The boss was the same person, but the people under him each had their own characteristics. All right, I'll go meet with him in a bit. Ruan Yu shrugged indifferently. If someone liked fighting, of course she had to indulge them. The mentally ill person stepped closer and looked clearly at the dozen or so people opposite him. Are you here to play with me? Lin Yi frowned. No, we're just passing by. The mentally ill person's expression changed. If you're not here to play with me, then you're here to kill me, right? Seeing an ordinary face suddenly become hideous, all 16 people instinctively took a step back. Watching the group step back, the mentally ill person's expression grew even more terrifying. Are you afraid of me? You are all bad people. Only bad people would be afraid of me. Bad people should all die. After saying this, the mentally ill person ran toward Lin Yi and the others. Maybe worried the clothes would hinder him, he took off his jacket as he ran. The jacket fell away, revealing the blue and white hospital gown underneath. Aside from the limbs, shoulders, and neck where the blue and white showed, the rest of it had been stained red with blood. Looking at the blood-covered man running over, Lin Ye's voice trembled somewhat. Qin ran quickly. Control your broadsword and cut him down first. Chapter 117 Two Insane Psychics. Qin Ran immediately controlled a broadsword and swung it. Having expended too much earlier, he could now only control one broadsword. The great sword rushed toward the lunatic at high speed, but as it got close it was punched into the ice by a person. The blade was half embedded. Qin Ran was a bit dazed. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. The others had already sprinted a fair distance away. Lin Yi looked at the stunned people and hurriedly shouted, "What are you spacing out for? Aren't you going to run?" The lunatic looked at the great sword welded into the ice, pulled it out with his hand, weighed it twice, and then raised the blade and chased after the group. The ice was already slippery, and especially in a situation of panic and losing one's way, an ability user who had been seriously injured before and hadn't fully recovered slipped and fell hard on the ice. Staring at the raised broadsword, sweat poured down. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The broadsword fell mercilessly. "Ah!" A shout rang through the sky. The broadsword came down at an angle, and the person on the ground had his entire arm, shoulder blade and all severed. All I can say is that a broadsword enhanced by a gene-type ability really is sharp. The others ran even faster. A spatial ability user put some distance between them and hurriedly took out a spare car from his space. Those who were nearby got in quickly. With a stomp on the gas, the car drove straight off the thick ice and into a nearby house, the body wedging itself solidly in place. As the shouts grew fainter, the person was literally cut into several pieces. Seeing the car was difficult to drive, the others immediately scattered and ran toward the high-rise buildings. After killing one person, the psychopath's expression became much more excited. He looked around with the knife and walked toward the stuck car. The people in the car panicked even more, repeatedly smashing the windows. As the madman was about to come in, all 4 people in the car climbed out. Seeing the bloody person approaching, the few of them quickly ran toward a nearby stairwell. Fortunately for them, they were lucky and had dashed into a residential building of over 20 floors. Ruan Yu, holding the telescope, couldn't see what was happening inside the house, so she began to chat idly. You can tell they really gave it their all when fighting those zombies. Shows they're pretty united, huh? Xie Xingzhou watched the people fleeing in all directions and offered a rather fair assessment. But if they hadn't gone all out, those 3 grade 5 zombies really wouldn't have been so easy to take down. To the point that now being chased around by a madman, occasionally unleashing a few psychic attacks that don't do much. Watching the madman walk into a house, a few people ran out from their hiding spots. Another space ability user brought out a car, and before they could get in, the madman suddenly ran over. Ruan Yu looked on in surprise. He didn't go upstairs? He's crazy, not stupid. If he went up, he'd only be able to cut down those few people. If he doesn't go up and instead cuts down the people outside, he can still go back and cut those others later. Anyway, they're definitely too scared to come down now. Xie Xingzhou looked somewhat surprised. People with brains really are harder to deal with. Seeing the suddenly leaping lunatic, those already panicked became even more terrified and turned to run. A few who had seen the other's gruesome state went weak in the knees and collapsed to the ground. They had killed quite a few zombies, but who wouldn't be afraid of someone who chops people like that? Having chopped once before, this time his technique was much more practiced. With a single swing the arm fell to the ground. The agonized screams made the madman with the big knife squint in enjoyment. He looked at the remaining people with fiery eyes. When the sound grew quieter, he raised the knife again and cut off another arm. After repeating it twice more, the people on the ground could make no sound. The madman raised the big knife again and chased after them. For a time the surroundings were filled with terrible screams. Ruan Yu frowned slightly. In his previous life no one had been so eager to hand over weapons, but now they were directly opening up a whole new world for others. Not only that, these screams even overlapped. Can you make them out? Xie Xingzhou nodded. I can, there are 2 places with screams. Hearing the screams shift from the lower floors to the upper ones, Lin Yi and Qin Ran stepped out from the side and got into the newly brought car. Just as they were about to start, a person suddenly appeared in front of them. His clothes were all blood red, and he looked at the 2 in the car with a very cheerful smile. Hee, I caught you. Come down and play with me. Although his face was smiling happily, to the 2 of them it was no different from the grim smile of death. Qin Ran immediately floored the gas. The car shot forward and the person who had appeared was slammed and thrown. But obviously you can't drive like that on the ice like the others before them. The 2 drove straight into the wall. They tried starting the car several times but it wouldn't move. Just as they were anxious, they saw in the rearview mirror the person who'd been knocked away get back up, and the 2 hurriedly got out and ran up the stairs. That lunatic sure takes a beating, got tossed aside and still seems fine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than there were more harrowing screams. Ruan Yu carefully counted 14 times. That meant there were only Lin Yi and Qin Ran left. Just as they were sighing, the madman carrying a broadsword came out and turned to look straight at Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu awkwardly scratched his nose. It seems like he's coming for us this time. To correct you, he's coming for you. Xie Xingzhou's voice came from below the windowsill. Ruan Yu glared at him and kicked. Didn't you say you'd deal with him? I specially lured him over for you. Aren't you going down? That big blade is kind of terrifying. I haven't thought of a way yet. Are you stupid? Don't you know how to burn things with fire? While they were talking, the man carrying the big blade had already reached the doorway. Ruan Yu felt like his eyes were shining when he looked at him. We're at the door. Wait until he goes up the stairs, then we'll jump down. She watched the person come in, but didn't hear any sound of footsteps upstairs at all. Ruan Yu fell silent for a moment and tossed 2 grenades to Xie Xingzhou. You've got to admit, they already guessed what you were thinking and just waited downstairs for you to jump. Xie Xingzhou couldn't help laughing. He took the grenades, walked over and shut the door, casually hooking a grenade on the doorknob. The 2 of them stood by the window until the other unarmed madman came over, and the man carrying the big knife slowly started upstairs. Ruan Yu felt like her intelligence had been ground into the dirt, so they had been waiting for them here. Hearing the ones carrying the broadsword coming up fast, the 2 jumped down immediately. Watching the bare-handed madman approach, as soon as Ruan Yu landed she used thigh-thick vines to bind him. Xie Xingzhou unleashed several wind blades in quick succession, and before the other could even speak his head had already fallen. Bang! At the same time an explosion sounded from behind. Ruan Yu withdrew the vines, and Xie Xingzhou launched a fireball to make sure the people behind them wouldn't rise from the dead. The 2 of them turned their heads together toward the window they had just been watching. After waiting for a while with no response, Xie Xingzhou tossed a fireball in. Ruan Yu turned his head and looked at him with contempt. Is this what you meant by going to see them? Don't interfere, I always do what I say. Ruan Yu. Who could be more of a dog than you? Chapter 118 Team Lin Shen. After the fireball was thrown in for quite a while, someone suddenly leapt out, his face covered in wounds, and his already tattered clothes now burning. He jumped straight onto the ice and began rolling on the ground as soon as he landed. You wouldn't believe it, this guy actually withstood a bomb, but why isn't he wielding a broadsword anymore? Ruan Yu watched the person rolling on the ground with keen interest. It was obvious that the fireball Xie Xingzhou had thrown really burned well. After rolling so many times, the flames hadn't diminished at all. You're really heartless. How long is this going to burn? That depends on how long it takes someone to come save him. The person's clothes were almost entirely burned away. It was impossible to tell what they had been wearing before. Xie Xingzhou looked around and seeing someone slowly approaching warned, "It seems like a good Samaritan has arrived. Look back. Do you want to give this person a good dose?" For some reason he had the feeling that the newcomer still held a grudge against Ruan Yu. Xie Xingzhou's voice came from behind. Ruan Yu turned to look and saw another 6-person squad approaching. Seeing the face clearly, Ruan Yu sighed again. Today really is a good day. Isn't this Captain Lin Shen one of Bai Cha's staunch supporters from the last life? He didn't come here in the previous life. Could it be that this time Bai Cha went to the Qingqing base? But one thing's for sure. He must have met Bai Cha before. His attitude clearly shows he's here for her. Especially when he saw the man on the ground who was burning. Lin Shen frowned and threw a large water ball over. The fire was put out and the person on the ground could still breathe. He hadn't fainted for the moment, but he had no strength to stand up and could only lie there quietly. A female team member behind Lin Shen quickly took out a thick coat and covered the mentally ill man. Seeing that the woman nodded at him, Lin Shen finally began to demand. I don't know what crime this person on the ground committed, but how could the two of you slaughter your fellow countrymen like this? Ruan Yu and the other exchanged a glance, confirming he was a big idiot. In an apocalypse, the worst thing is sticking your nose into other people's business. Right, in the last life this person was drawn to Bai Cha because she could save and heal people, but actually Bai Cha only opened her mouth while the rest was done by her. These people were like the blind, completely unable to see. Even if she saved someone right under their noses, it was useless. A blind person is just blind. She of course wouldn't stoop to argue with such blind people, but in the previous life this person went to the Qingqing base and, like the others, forced her to save people. There was a brief restoration of sight, and then they went blind again. Come to think of it, their reputation was pretty good because they liked meddling. Whenever they saw someone disadvantaged they would go in to help. At that thought Ruan Yu sneered. What mistake could he have made? Of course it's because he was alive. When Xie Xingzhou heard that tone he knew his hunch was right. This squad absolutely could not stay, so he quietly walked over to Ruan Yu's side. When Lin Shen heard Ruan Yu's words, his expression grew even angrier. And the teammates behind him did too. So you mean if we were alive too, that would also be a mistake? Ruan Yu nodded in strong agreement. There aren't many people with such self-awareness. You're the first I've ever met. Someone who rescues others so indiscriminately might as well die early. Although he hadn't been here in his last life, the person on the ground was indeed the one he had brought back to the B City base. Never mind the dead, this group of 4th-tier psychics simply shoved her, a 2nd-tier healing-type psychic, out front. Luckily, that lunatic in the previous life didn't pick up a big knife. Otherwise he wouldn't have had to endure the later hardships. She has a healing ability, but that doesn't mean she can regrow severed limbs. You're alive too, so why don't you kill yourself as well? Ruan Yu shrugged indifferently. If you could kill me, I wouldn't have anything to say either. What? You want to take this person away? Lin Shen was silent for a moment, then said in an unfriendly tone, there are only 2 of you, so don't be overconfident. This person on the ground, I'm definitely taking him with me today. Speak up, what are your terms? Ruan Yu glanced at the person on the ground. Going to try his luck at the B City base would do. Anyway, just don't come to a city anymore. That depends on how much you can offer. Lin Shen turned his head and whispered with the other team members. How many psychic fruits do we still have? Captain, we only have 6. We used all the crystal cores to trade for supplies. The rest are 2nd and 3rd tier crystal cores. That woman definitely won't agree to 2nd and 3rd tier crystal cores. If we follow the previous ransom method, it definitely won't work. Captain, why don't we try tricking them a bit? Look at them, 1 man and 1 woman. Who else would team up like that besides Ruan Yu? We can use that information to threaten them. No way. What if she changes her mind and decides to kill us all? What are you afraid of? Even if they're powerful, at most they're late 4th rank. Isn't our captain also late 4th rank, about to reach 5th? And we have several of us who are early to mid 4th rank psychics. Ruan Yu watched from the side. Their voices were indeed very quiet, but she was a 6th rank esper, and the sound was just within her hearing range. She glanced regretfully at the person on the ground, Seems they don't have the luck to go to the B city base. How long do you think they'll be discussing this? Xie Xingzhou gave her a helpless look. If you don't want to listen, just start fighting. No, I want to listen. I just like people who discuss how to deal with me right in front of me. Killing them really carries no psychological burden. So you only feel a psychological burden if they discuss it out of your sight? No. Xie Xingzhou touched his chin. These people's methods were really not bad. Among the 6 of them there was even a toxin-type ability user, though it could only induce hallucinations. If he really only had a 4th-tier ability, he would definitely have turned and run by now. Ruan Yu wore a face that said she'd learned something. Whether in her past life or this one, these people always used exceptionally high intelligence against her, each scheme more intricate than the last. Xie Xingzhou poked her. How about we go out and stroll around a few more times tomorrow? Ruan Yu replied without hesitation. Sure. Xie Xingzhou nodded. He felt that next time he ran into people like that he might as well just kill them outright. How could someone recklessly save one person and then use their vilest methods against the other? Is right and wrong really just what one sees? Listening to these words, Xie Xingzhou could hardly contain his murderous urge. Why don't you heal that person's wound? Don't you still have the Tang Dao? Lend it to him to use. Ruan Yu's eyes lit up. She really was too kind. Of course you're more ruthless, you could think of something like that. After whispering this, Ruan Yu walked straight over and pulled that female team member aside. Xie Xingzhou hurriedly dragged her away and threw her down next to Lin Shun. The female team member cried out immediately. What are you doing? Lin Shun and the others quickly looked over. Seeing Ruan Yu reach out, someone hurriedly spoke up. Stop, what are you doing? Ruan Yu, too lazy to look at him, patched up the person on the ground in a few moves, handed him a knife and even found a stimulant to inject into him. After doing this, Ruan Yu directly dragged Xie Xingzhou to one side. The man on the ground leaped up excitedly with the Tang sword in hand, looking at Lin Shun and the others with a perverted smile. Are you here to play with me too? Chapter 119. Why is the world so unfair? This abnormal remark and perverse laughter. Lin Shun understood instantly. Isn't this just a psycho? He glanced disdainfully at Ruan Yu and the others. They couldn't even handle one lunatic. What was the point of deliberating so long? Why not just rush in and seize him? Ding Ling, you go. He's only a 3rd-tier psychic. Didn't you just reach 4th tier? A good chance to practice. Ruan Yu and the other person stood to one side watching the female team member called Ding Ling step forward, casting a disdainful glance at that madwoman, as if a 3rd-rank esper had nothing to be feared for. Even if she's crazy, could she be stronger than a normal person like her? Ruan Yu sighed and shook his head. The biggest flaw of espers is their self-righteousness, thinking they're superior and that having power solves everything. Abilities can improve physical qualities, but if you're inherently a sick beauty, powers won't turn you into special forces material. Even if your physical qualities are enhanced if you don't train, once your powers are exhausted there's little difference from an ordinary person. Some are even worse than ordinary people. Ding Ling disdainfully controlled several fireballs to smash forward, which made that lunatic even more excited. Earlier he hadn't dodged and had been burned for so long. This time he was determined to kill this fire-using bad guy. The lunatic waved his Tang-style saber in a snake-like movement and charged at Ding Ling, perfectly avoiding the fireball she threw. Seeing this, Ding Ling launched several more fireballs in succession. Unfortunately, the stimulant-boosted lunatic was too fast. In a few strides he was in front of Ding Ling, raising his knife and ready to slash. Behind Lin Shan, a gold-type ability user saw this, hurriedly took control of the Tang Dao away from the mentally ill person's hands, and chopped toward the mentally ill person. The mentally ill person wasn't stupid either and quickly dodged. The Tang Dao plunged straight into the ice. Ding Ling turned and ran at the sight. The mentally ill person stared at his empty hands for a moment, caught up, and grabbed the back of Ding Ling's neck with his bare hand. Ah! Help, Captain, save me! With Ding Ling's scream, an arm was thrown aside. Seeing this, Lin Shen and the others didn't hold back. They immediately used their abilities to attack the mental patient. But the man wasn't stupid either. Holding a deathly pale Ding Ling with one hand, he dodged the attacks. During the dodge he still put on a show, tearing people apart with his bare hands. Before long Ding Ling's voice completely vanished, and the person more or less disappeared too, leaving fragments of Ding Ling all over the ground. Ruan Yu, however, wore a completely calm expression. After all, he'd seen this before in a past life. Looking at the two people standing there so calmly, Lin Shen couldn't help but shout, "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" Ruan Yu rolled his eyes outright. "So should I clap?" "Pa pa pa." Xie Xingzhou really did raise his hands and clap. Ruan Yu glanced at him and joined in. Lin Shan's face flushed green and purple. "We're all compatriots. It's one thing if you don't help, but to clap so cold-bloodedly, do you have any humanity at all?" Ruan Yu said, half regretful and half mocking. He was about to be burned to death for tearing people apart with his bare hands. I don't know what you were thinking saving him. Now you have to bear the consequences. What do you expect me to do but applaud? Collect her body? It's in pieces like this. Is there any point in collecting it? If you save someone, you should bear the consequences yourself. In the previous life you shoved her out and that was that. Now you want her to act again? No way. She's already not kicking someone when they're down. You. Captain, shall we run first? Get the car out, drive away quickly. At the words, the female team member from before hurriedly took out a car, and the others quickly ran up and sat down. The car started slowly, and the mentally ill person also chased after them rapidly. The people in the car opened the windows and kept attacking with their powers. Watching the car move at an unhurried pace, Xie Xingzhou cast several wind blades. All 4 tires immediately exploded, and the car could only come to a stop. Nice work. Not bad. These people have guessed who we are. We absolutely can't let them go. I never intended to let them go. You struck too fast. The madman rushed forward. Lin Shun and the others hurriedly got out of the vehicle, and the group surrounded the psychic and attacked. The madman was struck several times in succession, but he seemed unfazed by pain, his speed unchanged. He fixated on one person and kept chasing that one. Whatever the others did to attack was useless. This time it was a wind affinity user. The madman's body was covered in wounds from wind blades, but his running speed was in no way affected. That wind-type esper had almost exhausted his power, but the madman still kept chasing relentlessly. The consequence of not training is that when your power runs out you get caught. Without a knife in hand, the madman immediately starts tearing people apart with his bare hands again. Seeing this, Lin Shun and the others knew this wouldn't work. After so many consecutive attacks, the man didn't dodge ordinary strikes at all. Yet he evaded lethal attacks with incredible speed. Completely impossible to take down, not comparable to a zombie. After looking around, Lin Shun hurriedly commanded the others to run. Run toward those buildings. Ruan Yu watched the berserk psychopath who was tearing people apart. No wonder in the previous life he had caused a huge scene at the base and ripped apart many 4th-tier ability users. She remembered that when she killed this man back then, she had also had several chunks of flesh torn off. Meanwhile, Bai Cha and the others had searched several stores. Each shop didn't have much, but little by little it added up, and now they'd collected quite a bit. Lu Xing, the one whose neck had been scratched by a zombie, was already feeling unwell. His complexion began to pale, shifting toward a bluish purple. Feng Lan noticed first and hurriedly asked, Xingzi, what's wrong? Nothing, probably just too cold. Can't handle it very well. Lu Xing hurriedly waved his hand. Only he knew that his symptoms were similar to those of the people who had turned into zombies. But he couldn't figure out how he had been infected. There hadn't been that many zombies along the way. Feng Lan only saw Lu Xing's ashen face and said nothing. As long as it wasn't bruising, that was fine. If you feel unwell, tell us sooner. We can head back earlier. Of course Lu Xing was unwilling. If they turned back now, wouldn't everyone pin the blame for the missing supplies on him? He could still hold on. As long as he lasted a little longer, he could definitely make it to the base. The base had an antidote, though it had side effects, they were nothing compared to death. It's fine, let's hurry and look for supplies. The group found another food processing plant. Inside were cans of fruit, peaches, strawberries, oranges, and the like. They were purposeful in their search, only looking for sealed cans, even though they were now all frozen solid. But at least the sealed ones prove they can still be eaten. If they're frozen, we'll deal with them when we eat them. With the goods from this processing plant, the 2 space ability user spaces were almost full. Space users weren't high level to begin with, so their spaces weren't very large. Naturally, they suggested going back now. My space is almost full. Mine too. Even if Bai Cha wanted to look for more, he could only force a faint smile. Then let's hurry back. I didn't expect we'd fill the space so quickly. But what he thought was that these two were so useless. This little bit of stuff wasn't even enough to fill their gaps. Thinking of Ruan Yu's space, he grew even angrier. Why is the world so unfair? Chapter 120. Inciting internal strife. Cha-cha. What's wrong? Bai Cha came back to her senses and looked at Su Yanzhi. Time to get in the car. What were you thinking about just now? You were so lost in thought. Don't do that in the future, it's dangerous, Su Yanzhi said with concern. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt Bai Cha was staring off into space for longer and longer. Although he could get along very well on his own at the Qingqing base, during this time he also noticed that those people were clearly more interested in Bai Cha. He was merely incidental. And in this unfamiliar base, Bai Cha could only trust him. Perhaps it was their respective concerns that actually made the relationship between them more solid. Bai Cha habitually sat in the front passenger seat, Su Yanzhi drove, and the 2 spatial ability users sat in another car. Lu Xing and the other two teammates sat in the back. Along the way, Lu Xing's expression grew worse and worse, gradually turning toward a bluish-purple. Bai Cha was still looking down, lost in thought. She didn't know why she suddenly felt like she'd lost something. Surely it couldn't be that Lin Shen and his group had gotten into trouble? She had told Lin Shen before not to go to City A. They wouldn't be that foolish, would they? Just as she was deeply absorbed in thought, she suddenly heard a voice from behind. Xingzi, what's wrong? I am fine. Stop the car. The teammate's voice was much angrier. Fine? You're about to mutate and you say you're fine. If I hadn't found out, were you planning to have us go with you? Su Yan slammed on the brakes. The car came to an abrupt stop, and Feng Lan's car behind them stopped as well. What's going on? Two team members each grabbed one of Lu Xing's hands and pulled him down. Team leader Xingzi has been infected with the zombie virus. Lu Xing clenched his discomfort, his voice hoarse as he said, Captain, I'm fine. I can hold it. I can go back to base. Feng Lan looked coldly at him. Xingzi, can you guarantee you won't fully mutate on the way? It's still at least an hour to the base, and I have to ensure the safety of the others. If he hadn't been infected with the zombie virus, or if he'd been infected at the base, he could still treat Lu Xing like a brother, but now so far from the base, Lu Xing is a zombie, and he has to kill the zombie to protect his teammates. Captain! Lu Xing looked at Feng Lan in shock, disbelief written all over his face. He had never imagined the captain would be so cold-blooded. The team leader failed and returned alone. Many people wouldn't continue following him. Only he stepped forward without hesitation unexpectedly. Feng Lan didn't have that much emotion. His mission had failed, but no one else had succeeded either. Lu Xing pushed others to distance themselves from him, while acting all brotherly and respectful toward him, treating him with utmost courtesy. Wasn't that because he had his eyes on the Feng family behind him? Bringing him out this time was just to find an opportunity to get rid of him. Did they really think he didn't know what symptoms come with turning into a zombie? It's just as well he's dead now. He can grow up in the Feng family, and even if he can't match Xie Xingzhou, these people won't be able to scheme against him. Bai Cha was already numb watching this. If Ruan Yu were here, she could have had Ruan Yu save him and make him grateful to her. Now she could barely save herself. Lu Xing broke free wildly and lunged at Feng Lan, but Feng Lan struck back with an ability and wounded him. Seeing he couldn't hurt Feng Lan, he began attacking indiscriminately. If Bai Cha hadn't had fire-type abilities, she probably would have been infected. Bai Cha cursed angrily, wondering why her luck kept getting worse. Seeing Bai Cha unhurt, Feng Lan muttered, what a pity. She had hoped to dig out a few more secrets. Lin Shen and the others really ran off faster than usual. In no time there wasn't a trace of them. Ruan Yu watched them all run into a building and looked over with pity. Are they really stupid or just pretending? They were truly united, but no one would willingly go to their death. In the situation just now, if even one person had been willing to hold back that mentally ill person, it would have been fairly easy for the others to attack together and kill him. But the person who holds back the mentally ill one most likely won't survive. Sometimes a suicide-style assault, though brutal, is very effective. That's what I did in my last life. Otherwise I wouldn't have ended up half disabled. The psychotic person tore someone to pieces, got up and looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Xie Xingzhou. The two exchanged a glance and ran toward Lin Shen and the others' building. Whoever saved someone would have to deal with the mess. Wanting to play the saint but not take responsibility, there's no such thing as getting away with that. Ruan Yu and the other person ran only a few steps before entering Lin Shen and the others' building and went straight for the stairs, climbing up. Under the influence of stimulants, the psychotic zombies ran a bit too fast. Ruan Yu kept glancing back from time to time, afraid a hand would grow out of the back of his head. Watching them get close, he released vines to tie the people up, 2 thigh-thick vines. Not being able to break free was expected. After more than 10 minutes, Ruan Yu and the others met Lin Shen and his group on the rooftop. You're just going to wait here? Ruan Yu looked at the others, all of whom had disbelief in their eyes. Are these people really that stupid? Or was it that in her last life Bai Cha took her brain, and in this life she simply has no brain at all? If you had a way, would you have run up here? I ran up here because you were here, wasn't I? If you caused the mess yourself, of course you can only solve it yourselves. Ruan Yu shot them a speechless glance. She wasn't that embarrassed, okay? Lin Shen's face was full of displeasure. He thought that since Ruan Yu had the ability, why didn't she save more people and contribute more? If you have a way, why didn't you kill him? Did I kill him? You. Then why don't you kill them once more? Why must you watch 2 living people die before you? Ruan Yu snorted. If she had been a saint in her last life, then this person was a full-fledged holy father. She had been coerced, this person had acted willingly. Only that both people's retribution fell on her alone. Aren't there still 4 of you? If one of you rushes up to grab that person and the rest quickly attack with your abilities, Wouldn't killing a third-rank ability user be a piece of cake? But holding on to that psychotic esper would very likely mean death. Ruan Yu looked at Lin Shen with a half-smile. If karma should fall on him, he stops playing the saint, so why not step forward and take it himself? Is he afraid? You could have killed him again completely. Why insist on wasting a life? Lin Shen clearly couldn't understand that approach. What's wrong with reaching out to help someone weak? He wasn't in the wrong to begin with. You could all have used the method I mentioned to kill him. Why do you always rely on others? Are you incapable yourselves? After speaking, Ruan Yu had a sudden realization. For 4th-tier ability users being chased by a 3rd-tier lunatic, that really is pretty pathetic. You only need to sacrifice one teammate for the others to survive. Why not consider doing that? Do you want to live and die together? Chapter 121 Never Counted. Lin Shen looked furious. Do you think everyone is as cold-blooded as you? My teammates are my family. I would never do that. So you mean you'll go up yourself? Then you better seize the opportunity. The person is coming up right now. Lin Shen's 3 other teammates stood silently to the side. Captain, we will remember your sacrifices. Lin Shen. When did he say he would go up by himself? Lin Shen's teammates tacitly stepped back. If they were going to die together anyway, they wouldn't be the ones to volunteer to die. Seeing this, Ruan Yu nodded satisfactorily and, holding Xie Xingzhou's hand, walked to the corner of the rooftop. Watching Lin Shen's 3 teammates, she whispered, "You didn't bring ropes? While that lunatic runs upstairs, you can hurry and jump down." The other 3 brightened, only the space ability user looked a bit embarrassed. There were only 2 ropes, and she certainly wouldn't get one if they fought. So she simply took out only one. We brought one. How come there's only one? I only picked up one. Didn't the captain say it was useless and we didn't need to pick it up? It's good to have one. Lin Shen walked over. What do you mean by that? Captain, we don't want to die either. Bring the rope. Later we'll use the rope to tie up the mentally ill person and slowly attack them. Won't that work? The other 3 could only tacitly agree. What they were really thinking, only they knew. Ruan Yu looked at the thin rope and didn't know what to say. No matter whose hands you die in, it's still death. She actually found it kind of nice not to have to kill anyone herself. They hadn't spoken many words when the psychic with mental illness arrived right on schedule. Lin Shen immediately had teammates take ropes and circle around the mentally ill man. The space-type esper quietly took out a rope, tied it, and tested the knot a few times to make sure it held. Seeing this, Ruan Yu shouted, "You have a rope? Are you planning to go down? Aren't you going to take care of your teammates?" Those fighting the mentally ill man were thrown into a panic. The nearest person had been punched several times in succession. "Hurry, hold him." Lin Shen hurriedly attacked with his psychic power, and it looked like he was about to hit, but unexpectedly it was dodged. "Captain, I've obeyed you in everything for so long, but this time I won't. If I'm going to die, we'll all die together." After he said that, he slammed into the mental patient several times, completely enraging him. The mental patient tore off the person's head in front of him and hurled it at the 2 remaining people. They had already used up a lot of supernatural energy, and everyone was a bit exhausted. Within minutes Lin Shen was caught. The result, of course, was that he was turned into pieces. As for that spatial ability user, just after descending 1 level, Xie Xingzhou threw a small flame rope down. The rope broke after the man had only gone down a few levels. Looking at the pile of fragments, Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you going to deal with him? Turns out he had a thing for you." Sure enough, after tearing the man apart, the mentally ill person lunged straight at Xie Xingzhou. This time Xie didn't really use his powers. The 2 of them fought almost purely hand-to-hand. Ruan Yu watched on with keen interest. Pure hand-to-hand combat is rare these days. However, against a power-type ability user, Xie Xingzhou was at quite a disadvantage. They exchanged several punches. When their fists collided, Ruan Yu keenly heard the sound of bones cracking. Xie Xingzhou no longer wanted to fight. If it went on any longer, his hands would be ruined. All men, Xie Xingzhou fainted low, then somehow produced a dagger. After taking several punches, he drove the blade straight into the madman's neck. Not satisfied, he spun him around a few more times. Only when he saw the man completely lifeless did he let go. Ruan Yugong was about to walk over when he saw Xie Xingzhou lying there straight. Startled, Ruan Yu rushed over. "Is there any breath left?" "There's still 1 breath left. Why didn't you warn me?" With his strength, even a bull might not be able to beat him. Ruan Yu rolled her eyes at him and used her power to treat him. "I told you he's a strength-type ability user. Who knew you'd go for hand-to-hand? His movement speed is so fast, how could I dare use my ability? If I threw a fireball, it would have just enraged him." Xie Xingzhou said, "Wronged. He just meant someone who runs that fast surely doesn't only have strength abilities." Only when they fought did he realize the other also had speed abilities. How could he attack with his ability? The other person dodged with a flash and could counterattack. If his ability ran out and it became pure hand-to-hand, wouldn't he end up a meat pancake? The main thing is he already said not to let Ruan Yu step in. It would be embarrassing if they couldn't beat the monster. Alright, hurry up and get up. Ruan Yu rolled her eyes outright. She wouldn't believe Xie had absolutely no way out, always pretending. There was no way he'd collapse on the ground from such a minor injury. Seeing Ruan Yu remain silent and turn to leave, Xie sprang up like a fish and followed after her. Heading home now? How many enemies do you have, anyway? Why does it feel like they're everywhere? Xie asked as they walked, trying to make conversation. He really wanted to know why every time they ran into a somewhat capable squad, either their heads were fried or they held a grudge against Ruan Yu. Is there no normal squad at all? Mao Rui's group doesn't count. Haven't kept count. Ruan Yu thought for a long while before speaking. She couldn't possibly count so many people. When she ran into them, she'd deal with them first. Besides, these people weren't exactly normal, better dead, so they wouldn't harm others. Why didn't you just say there were too many to count? Ruan Yu drew a deep breath. I think you've fallen in love with the rooftop cement. Want me to send you back so you can keep lying up there? Xie hurriedly clamped his mouth shut. Isn't it just that she has a few more enemies? Why get so worked up? Who in the apocalypse doesn't have a few enemies? The two of them quickly went downstairs, put on roller skates, and sped toward the city center. Sure enough, the more zombies there were, the fewer people showed up. Apart from them, there was no one in the city center, which gave Ruan Yu a strong sense of security. By the time they got home, it was already completely dark. She hadn't expected such a short day to be so eventful. How about we go out tomorrow morning? Maybe we can run into a few more enemies, kill a few more now, and there'll be fewer enemies later, right? Xie looked at Ruan Yu as if to say, see? Isn't that reasonable? Ruan Yu was almost laughing with anger. Alright, you're right. We'll go out tomorrow morning. Ruan Yu reached out and pushed the door open. He opened it skillfully. He Yao had reverted to his original form and was lying on the sofa, his eyes fixed straight on the doorway. Inoue lay on top of it, both of their fluffy eyes the same, just staring at Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu, a little embarrassed, patted them and hurriedly refilled their food bowls. I was wrong. Next time I definitely won't come back so late. Then he picked up Inoue, and only then did He Yao walk over with a proud, sunder expression. Ruan Yu hurriedly smoothed He Yao's fur for a while, and only then did He Yao turn into a little kitten and nuzzle her hand. Meow. See if you dare come home this late again. After calming the two fluff balls, Ruan Yu went to wash her hands. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, you decide. Hearing Xie say that, Ruan Yu gave him a meaningful look. He brought out several dishes at once. Braised pork, twice cooked pork, spicy boiled sliced pork, meatball soup, and finally a plate of bok choy. You worked hard today, eat more. Chapter 122 White Tea's Bad Luck. Xie looked at the dishes on the table, glanced at Ruan Yu with curiosity, and sat down very calmly. You don't know that people in my particular profession receive training in this area? I do know. I just wanted to help you remember better, Ruan Yu said. Xie. After all the shattered pieces that afternoon, coming back at night and still eating this bright red meat, who was being tested they didn't know. But it was obvious neither of them were ordinary people. Before long, the plates were cleaned. Leave earlier tomorrow. Tu Nan took so many mutated fruits today. There will probably be a lot more people coming in tomorrow. Watching Xie wash the dishes, Ruan Yu said with a calm expression. She had thought of this when she gave Tu Nan the mutated fruits. She felt this was better. She couldn't just wait for those people to find out where she lived and come together to besiege her. Now everyone has their own means of survival and will certainly prioritize gathering more supplies, which is exactly the right time for her to slowly reap the heads. The feeling of killing has never been good, but the feeling of killing an enemy is still pretty satisfying. Weren't you thinking that from the start? Just rest earlier and stop dawdling in bed. At first he was puzzled why Ruan Yu had given away so many mutant fruits, but after encountering those 3 squads he roughly understood. With so many enemies, kill them slowly. Work hard now, and there will be less danger later. Once you're done packing, go back early. After saying that, Ruan Yu returned to the living room. The fireplace was in the living room, and of course it was more comfortable to sleep there. Just as she wrapped the quilt around herself, the 2 fluffy ones crawled in. Ruan Yu had no choice but to hold one and sleep. After Bai Cha and the others finished dealing with the already mutated Lu Xing, they got into the car to return to the base. Not sure if it was just bad luck, but at the moment Lin Shen died, Bai Cha happened to get into the car, and then his whole body fell right in. Ah! Su Yanzhi hurried forward to check. Cha-Cha, are you okay? After saying that he quickly helped Bai Cha up. Bai Cha clenched the pain on his face, his watery eyes this time showing no pretense, looking at Su Yanzhi beseechingly. Fine. Yanzhi, you should drive quickly. Don't waste time. Seeing that Bai Cha only had a big bump on her forehead and no other injuries, Su Yanzhi didn't ask further. There was no time to waste. If they returned to the base late, who knew what might happen on the road? Then Cha, hang on. Let's go to the hospital after we get back to the base. Bai Cha lightly touched the big bump on her forehead. Ouch! She bit back the pain, cursing inwardly. How had she been so unlucky? If I'd known, I would have gone back to the B City base. Nothing good has come from coming here. I can't persuade a single person. When Feng Lan came she sounded so reasonable, but now I really wish I could dig out all her secrets. Everything she said before was bullshit, completely useless. After this is over, I have to go back to B City first and take those people to empty out the granary. This is the best preserved granary mentioned in the book, one that took several bases cooperating to empty. If she gets there first, she might be able to seize control of the B City base. Then Ruan Yu won't be facing just her alone, but an entire base, or rather several bases. Now those bases basically haven't made a move against Ruan Yu, because the other bases are waiting to see. She only needs to take the initiative to propose it and envision the future, and plenty of bases will come to cooperate. Daydreaming all the way, Bai Cha and her group also arrived at the base without incident. Cha, are we there? Seeing the environment that looked fairly familiar, Bai Cha opened the car door and got out. To avoid falling again, she was especially careful. Feng Lan walked over. Let's go sort the supplies first. After saying that, Feng Lan went ahead, leading everyone back to his own villa. There was no choice, his house was the biggest and most spacious. Bai Cha had no choice but to follow, but there were so many supplies they couldn't move them all at once. They had to have the space ability users help, and then distribute some of it elsewhere. Feng Lan was surprisingly fair. After handing over 30% to the base, the rest of the items were divided equally among everyone. I'm fairly satisfied with this white tea. Everyone worked hard all the way. Splitting it evenly means we'll cooperate well next time. The next day, Xie arrived at Ruan Yu's place early and looked a bit surprised at those already up. You're up so early today? I get up early every day. Ruan Yu shot him an exasperated look. She had only overslept a few times before and left him hungry for a bit. How could he be so petty and hold a grudge for so long? Since they were going out to collect bounties today, Ruan Yu decided not to make a big deal of it. Hurry up and eat. As she spoke, Ruan Yu refilled the food bowls for the obsidians and the others, then added twice as much food as yesterday. She stroked a fluffy head with one hand. Keep a good eye on the house, don't eat it all at once. After breakfast, the two left early. Their dress was the same as before, with hats and masks both in place. It was over 30 degrees below zero. It was unbearably cold. Which direction are we going first today? Ruan Yu glanced left and right. They were all the zombies she and Xie had tied up to guard the house. After thinking for a while she said, let's still go in the direction we went yesterday. That yesterday, in just that short while, they had run into 3 squads, which meant that area was bustling. If they went today, maybe they'd be luckier and run into a few more squads. Xie naturally had no objections. He felt he was now a salaried worker without pay. Ruan Yu provided food and lodging, and he helped kill people to avenge them. He also had to help with the household chores, though that was his choice. Then hurry up and go. We might even get back early today. After speaking, the two of them put on their roller skates and slid out. They quickly arrived at the psychiatric hospital from yesterday. Seeing the fragments on the ground still neatly scattered, they didn't bother to look closely. When they went upstairs yesterday they had glanced around. These buildings hadn't been ransacked yet, and since they had nothing better to do now, they'd check each room one by one. Slowly the two of them walked for quite a distance. After scavenging an entire building, Ruan Yu said with a look of emotion, "What's going on today? It's been 2 hours and no one has come in. Maybe it's too early. Let's wait and see a bit longer." As they were speaking, they suddenly heard someone approaching and quickly hid. "Boss, we've searched several buildings already, there's nothing." Li Tian said bitterly. "Why is today so unlucky? I feel like everywhere we go someone always gets there first. This hasn't been long, keep looking around, so many people came here. It's normal for someone to have gotten here ahead of us." Mao Rui was also a bit helpless. Yesterday when he searched for things he always hit the mark. But today he'd been searching for 2 hours, sigh. Ruan Yu looked at them and couldn't help but exclaim that there were even people unluckier than she was. In any case, she would never admit that she had already scavenged everything nearby. After thinking for a moment, she still pulled Xie outside and politely asked, "What brings you all over here?" Hearing that suddenly everyone was startled. "Sister Ruan, why are you out here?" Ruan Yu looked baffled. Was she not allowed to come out? Chapter 123. The Enemy Go Sheng. Seeing Ruan Yu's expression, Mao Rui and the others immediately knew she didn't understand anything, and they hurriedly explained. Someone said you live in the city center, and now so many people have come here. A lot of them came because of your healing ability. Some are infected and are being suppressed with mutation fruit. Some are missing arms or legs and still came along. We couldn't find you either and thought you'd been hiding. Hearing this, Ruan Yu nodded, so that's why. Today, how many more heads could be harvested? Imagine all your enemies gathered together so you can take your time killing them. Kind of satisfying. We came partly to look for supplies anyway. After all, nobody knows how long this weather will last. Then you should go somewhere else. I've already searched around here. Seeing them like that, Ruan Yu tossed them a peach. Here, go check other places. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I'm over here. Mao Rui held the peach and looked at Ruan Yu with some horror. Sister Ruan Yu? Are you in or not? Of course we're in. Let's go now. After saying that, Mao Rui and the others didn't say another word and got up to leave. Boss, what do you think Sister Ruan meant by that? Don't worry about it. Do whatever Sister Ruan says. Mao Rui couldn't be bothered to explain. In any case, Sister Ruan certainly wouldn't make them work for nothing. Besides, those people weren't good to begin with. Sooner or later they'd run into Sister Ruan. It wouldn't hurt for them to speed things up a bit. Watching Mao Rui and the others act so decisively, Ruan Yu felt a little embarrassed. She hadn't even given anything yet. Oh well, she'll give more next time they meet. Let's go to the rooftop and take a look. If someone comes, we can prepare early. Xie Xingzhou looked through the binoculars and said, No need, a car is coming. Ruan Yuchen fell silent. That was really timely. Could they have followed Mao Rui and the others? It might not matter. Watch the people first. If they're enemies, take them out immediately. If they're not enemies but not good people, take them out anyway. The car quickly stopped at the entrance of the building where Ruan Yu and the others were. The two of them walked out with calm expressions. Seeing the people getting out of the car, Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. There's a grudge, huh? No need to be polite then. The car looks pretty new. Why not take it if it's free? Xie Xingzhou watched Ruan Yu's eyes fixed on the car and roughly understood that she had her eye on the vehicle. If there were no grudge, she'd at most glance a few more times. Her eyes were almost glued to it, which pretty much meant the car was hers now. Ruan Yu, long time no see, I didn't expect you're still alive. A girl wearing a pink down jacket waved at Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu found it strange. With her thick down jacket, hood and mask, how could anyone recognize her at a glance? Ruan Yu looked at the person, thought for a long time, and had no recollection. Do I know you? You're still alive too. There were 8 people in the squad. Ruan Yu only remembered that the leader was called Go Shang. In the previous life when she saw this man, he was lying half dead at the gate of the base. She was the one who saved him. She never expected that he would be so grateful to Bai Cha, practically ready to give himself to her. When they went out to scavenge supplies, this man often put her down and kept stealing her supplies for Bai Cha. Every time supplies were divided, he found all kinds of excuses to shortchange her, while putting on a self-righteous air. But he was rather unlucky. When Bai Cha wanted He Yao, this man directly grabbed for it, and was unexpectedly swatted to death by He Yao's paw. This time she didn't need He Yao. She could beat her up herself. Seeing that Ruan Yu didn't recognize her, the girl in the pink clothes said excitedly, Mimi Luofei, we're the best of friends. After saying that she looked wronged at Ruan Yu, you told me back then that we'd always be the best of friends, and now you've forgotten me. Ruan Yu had a puzzled look on her face. Would she say something so stupid? Then she turned to look at Xie Xingzhou. If she had a friend like that, she would certainly take them to meet her brother and their comrades. Xie Xingzhou was equally bewildered. How could he not know that Ruan Yu had a best friend? Wasn't she always completely hung up on Su Yanzhi before? The two stunned faces nodded at the same time, confirming they didn't know her. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself a bit? Why is it only me that you forgot? Why didn't you forget everyone else too? After speaking, Ruan Yu tried to pull Xie Xingzhou away, but Luofei hurriedly stopped them and said, Don't go, we're here to find you. Then what did you say you wanted to find me for? Luofei glanced at Ruan Yu, then turned to Go Shang and said quietly, I wanted to find you to treat an illness. I can't cure idiocy. She finished speaking and left without the slightest delay. She wanted to see what kind of head Go Shang had grown this time. Miss Ruan, please wait. It's like this, one of my team members was scratched by a zombie. Before Go Shang finished, Ruan Yu cut in. Scratched by a zombie? Then hurry up and kill him. Otherwise, are you keeping him for the new year? Suddenly interrupted, Go Shang's face darkened. Miss Ruan, could you show a bit of courtesy and let me finish? No. Go Shang. Is there something wrong with this woman? Ruan Yu, can you let Brother Shang finish what he's saying? Luofei pleaded, her tone meek. For some reason, hearing that tone made Ruan Yu inexplicably think of white tea. No wonder Go Shang liked white tea so much. Turns out he was just fond of that kind of vibe. If he wants to speak, let him speak. I didn't rip his mouth off, so why can't he talk? I've seen people near death who couldn't speak either. You should be prepared. After saying that, Ruan Yu looked at Luo Fei with a face full of regret. She really couldn't remember who this person was. With the way she spoke, there was no way they could be friends. Gou Shang's face turned as dark as it could. Ruan Yu, if you can't speak, then shut up. Ah, you can talk? I thought you were about to die and couldn't speak. Ruan Yu covered her mouth, looking at him in astonishment, her tone full of mockery. Ruan Yu, my brother was scratched by a zombie. Can you save him? Luo Fei interrupted again, putting on a pitiful look. Ruan Yu rolled her eyes. Isn't Tunan selling mutated fruit? If he got scratched, hurry up and buy some. He doesn't look like someone without supplies, yet he still wants a freebie. What's the deal? I can send him to heaven. If you're not satisfied, hell works too. Gou Shang shot a glance backward, and the remaining 6 team members spread out, surrounding Ruan Yu and the other man. You're saving someone today? Or we'll send you to hell. Xie Xingzhou looked at Gou Shang as if he were mentally ill. Do you weigh your abilities before you speak? Just a 4th-tier psychic, where does the confidence to say that come from? Is idiocy contagious? One can only cry, another can only talk big. If it were him, he'd definitely trample people underfoot first, then slowly boast. Seeing the posture, Luofei was extremely anxious and quickly started playing the sympathy card. Ruan Yu, can't you save my brother? Have you forgotten I once matched you with Su Yanzhi, and I even helped you chase him? Chapter 124. Killing the enemy again. The moment those words came out, Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou both turned to look at her. What did you say? Ruan Yu frowned, another one who knew her dark past. They were all looking for trouble. It seemed she needed to deal with them sooner rather than later. After speaking, she exchanged a glance with Xie Xingzhou and immediately unleashed her powers. Dense wind blades laced with droplets of water and barbed vines. Gou Shang and the others hadn't expected Ruan Yu to start fighting so decisively. They froze for a moment, then quickly recovered and began counterattacking with their own abilities. Gou Shang seized the moment, ran straight to Ruan Yu's side, and was lashed hard by the vines. Seeing Gou Shang's reaction speed, Ruan Yu was somewhat surprised. 5th level ability? Gou Shang adjusted his posture, looking arrogant. Good that you know. Why don't you surrender now? It will be better for everyone. Seeing this, Ruan Yu and the other 2 stopped toying with him and quickly dealt with the remaining 6 people. I think it's better for everyone now. What do you think? Originally Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou had been holding back their strikes, so Gou Shang hadn't noticed their ability levels. Now with them exploding out at once, Gou Shang was completely stunned. You are a 6th rank ability user? Good that you know. Do you want to die on your own? Or should I help you? Either way is better for everyone. Luo Fei burst out crying again. Ruan Yu, you can't kill him. You weren't like this before, how could you become like this now? I'm begging you, please don't kill him, okay? I know where Bai Cha is, please don't kill Brother Shang, okay? Ruan Yu frowned and directed his power at Gou Shang, but Gou Shang dodged. Xie Xingzhou stepped over and fought him, and before long had stomped him underfoot. I also know where Bai Cha is, so it's better to just kill him. After speaking, Xie Xingzhou unleashed a wind blade, and Gou Shang's whole head began to roll with the wind. Tell me, who exactly are you? I don't recall us ever meeting. Ruan Yu looked at Luo Fei with an unfriendly expression. That's not how you schmooze people, and besides, she couldn't remember him at all. And Gou Shang just died like that. He looked a bit pleased, probably had been trying to provoke her from the start. Luo Fei looked at how utterly dead Gou Shang was and smiling said, I'm Luo Fei. We were in the same department at university, though not the same class. Oh. That answer clearly didn't satisfy Ruan Yu, so he directly controlled the vines and lashed them toward Luofei. Before Luofei could react, he was already pulled to the ground. Ah. Are you sick? Ruan Yu smiled. Does that matter? The important thing now is for you to think about how to flatter me, so you can keep yourself alive. Of course Ruan Yu wouldn't say she hadn't considered leaving a survivor. Xie Xingzhou walked straight to the car, opened the back door, and pulled out a man who looked sickly. Ruan Yu looked over and immediately burst into laughter. What a stroke of luck. Isn't this the doctor who was very close to Bai Cha in the previous life? The research institute at Qingqing Base is the least short of doctors. This person was one of them. It seems that in the previous life, when Gou Shang was left all alone, it was caused by these 2. Sure enough, when luck comes it can't be stopped. What kind of good people get into the research institute, especially those who drew blood from her? With a glance, Xie Xingzhou directly hurled a large fireball at that person. Speak. What is your purpose? Luo Fei clenched his pain and hurried over. What are you doing? On what grounds do you kill people at will? As she spoke, she slapped at the flames on the man's body, but the supernatural fire was clearly not so easy to extinguish. Ruan Yu looked at the 2 of them with a half-smile, half-sneer. Have you never killed anyone? Luffy choked for a moment. Not only had she had killed many, and quite a few of them were children, but this was a world of survival of the fittest. If she killed, she killed. You not only killed, you slaughtered the innocent. As for me, at least I never killed anyone like you did. Ruan Yu said indifferently. After all, when she killed, she at least gave the victims a crime to pin on them, so by that account she was still a good person. Already feeble from illness, even being burned by fire, she had little strength to move. She looked at Luffy weakly. Fei Fei, you must go quickly. Don't worry about me. Go to Qingqing base and find Mayor Feng. He didn't say much before he stopped breathing. Luffy glared at Ruan Yu with a face full of anger. Are you satisfied now? About as satisfied as I'll ever be. Who told you could still breathe? After saying that, Ruan Yu resumed using his power to pull at Luffy. After being pulled several times, Luffy began to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. My ability is useful and can help you. My ability can slice the space of other spacers, but each user can only cut 3 times, and each cut can carve out at most 20 cubic meters. Hearing about this ability, Ruan Yu became interested. Does it give the cut space to other ability users? What are the consequences? It can be given to other people who have abilities. Ordinary people without abilities can't use it. For a space that's been cut and given away, the ability user will only be able to increase it by 10 cubic meters each time they level up afterward, and sometimes even less. Luffy looked at Ruan Yu's face and explained quietly that it was because of her ability that her brother had planned to take her to the Qingqing base, only to be captured by Go Shang. She and her brother had been looking for an opportunity, hoping to encounter a strong squad and provoke them so that she and her brother could take the chance to escape. As for Ruan Yu, she had heard a lot about her during university. Seeing the people around Ruan Yu, Suyen naturally knew how to provoke her. But she didn't expect Ruan Yu to be so decisive in killing people, and her brother's killing was just as decisive. However, her relationship with her brother wasn't that close either. Going to the base together was just each of them using their own abilities, and joining together would help them get by better. Her psychic ability wasn't particularly great, but the base still invited her over. After all, who wouldn't want an extra space? It's just that those spatial ability users are rather unlucky, but what does that have to do with her? Come to think of it, you're actually quite useful. After saying that, a flash of killing intent passed through Ruan Yu's eyes. It's better not to keep this kind of ability. There really aren't many offensive abilities. Support abilities are endlessly strange. Seeing Ruan Yu's expression, Luffy's face brightened. When she was previously captured, as long as she mentioned supernatural abilities, nothing usually happened. Even if Ruan Yu had spatial abilities, didn't she still have companions? Ruan Yu didn't speak. She just watched Luffy lost in thought, then directly used the vines to wrap around her neck, and before long the whole person stopped breathing. Xie sent a small fireball to the corpse on the ground. If we encounter this type of ability users in the future, just kill them. This kind of ability is set to allow only 3 cuts. For someone who has just awakened a spatial ability with this cutting method, would they still have any space left themselves? Add the side effects and those spatial ability users would probably be furious. And she surely wouldn't mention the side effects when cutting. Maybe those spatial ability users will only find out when they level up. I know. Last time we even ran into someone who could, the moment a spatial ability died, pull things out of that person's space. These abilities really are getting more and more twisted. Chapter 125 Continuous Harvesting. Xie nodded in agreement. That's true. While they talked, they finished checking the car. The corpses around had all been burned clean. Ruan Yu put the vehicle away, and the two of them went straight up to the rooftop. From up high they could see far. It had been delayed so long it was almost noon. Eating on the rooftop was safer, and the aroma could carry a bit farther. At noon we had a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup, and both of us ate our fill. After sitting and resting for a while, the two of us each took a pair of binoculars and scanned the surroundings. There are 2 cars coming from this direction, Xie suddenly said, turning back. I've got a car coming from my side too. Can you see their faces clearly? Ruan Yu asked. Maybe because she was closer, she could make out their faces, and at a glance knew they were coming to their deaths. Yes, I can see them clearly. Come over and take a look. At those words, Ruan Yu walked over to look as well. What a coincidence, they were all here to die. It seemed her luck was indeed good today. Ruan Yu took out quite a few bombs. Why don't you go downstairs and set up some traps? No problem. Xie took it without hesitation. His profession made him naturally prefer these firearms. They were powerful and convenient. So he happily went downstairs and, starting from the level closest to the ice, set up 5 levels in succession before he was satisfied and went back upstairs. Ruan Yu walked around the rooftop to help draw people's attention. She wasn't the only one with binoculars. The co-drivers in those cars each had one as well. Those people looked at the rooftop through their binoculars, their eyes lighting up. It seemed the squad hadn't lied. Ruan Yu was indeed here. It wasn't long before Xingzhou came up. The 5 floors below are all set with traps. Should we put one on the rooftop too? Ruan Yu glanced at the other building that was closer. Sure. Let those people get past the 5 floors of traps, come up here without any obstruction, and then bang, be surprised by another trap. That would be a sight. He handed Xingzhou several grenades and a submachine gun. With many people, firearms were more effective. Superpowered individuals weren't invulnerable to bullets. Once everything was set up, Ruan Yu and the other person quietly bent their heads and watched the 3 cars downstairs collide through their binoculars. Captain Su, Captain Zhao, long time no see. Li Jiao looked at the 2 cars across and hurriedly called out. Captain Li, I hope you've been well. Judging by how Captain Li looks, you've had quite a harvest. Li Jiao waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing special, you all surely aren't bad either. Since we're all here, I suppose we have the same goal. How about we cooperate? Captain Su and Zhao exchanged a glance and both looked at Li Jia. All right. Captain Li, how do you propose we cooperate? Naturally, we first subdue the people together, then split everything that comes afterward. How about that? They had heard before that Ruan Yu not only had healing abilities but also space powers. With such unique advantages, it seemed she lacked the least. After speaking, Li Jia pointed to someone behind him. I paid a lot to bring him here. His ability can cut open space, allowing people to take things out of a space user's domain. After cutting, he can also patch the space back up, but it has to be done while the person is conscious. Su and Zhao exchanged a glance. That ability was a valuable one, but they'd better keep an eye on their own space users, lest their homes get robbed. Captain Li said so of course we have no objections. The 3 squads thus reached a consensus, and amid jokes they prepared to walk into the stairwell. Then came a huge blast. The teammates farther back were fortunate enough. Though struck by the shock, they could still stand. But Li Jia, who was walking at the front, was unlucky, or rather all 3 captains were unlucky. Faced directly with the bomb's blast, even with abilities that had strengthened their bodies, there was no hope of survival now. Captain! They each helped their own captain up. Those who had been standing together now went their separate ways. The team members shouted for a long time, and had to accept reality. Their captain was gone. What do we do? Do we still go up? A group of people looked at me, I looked at you, not a single person spoke. Of course we keep going upstairs. Do you think you'll just die because the captain is dead? The special ability user spoke up. He had been counting on this job to make a fortune. Who would be willing to leave just like that? Think about how many supplies Ruan Yu might have, and Ruan Yu's ability. Many of you have internal injuries, right? Don't you want treatment and a few more years to live? Think about your families. How will they survive if you don't bring supplies back? After that bit of brainwashing, the team members were all convinced, shouting that they would avenge their captain. Led by a special ability user, the group went upstairs again. This time they were a bit smarter. They threw a few stones first, and only after finding nothing wrong did they proceed. As expected, several more people in the party were lost. Several explosions in succession left Ruan Yu and the other person numb. Are these people really that stupid? Xingzhou smiled. That just means my trap worked well. After the 5th explosion, the 2 listened carefully to the noise downstairs. Someone actually came back up? They've got some nerve. Is this the advantage of having numbers? Hearing the footsteps growing closer, the 2 raised their guns and aimed at the rooftop door. Another explosion sounded. Of the few people left, only one remained, trembling as he climbed onto the roof. Then he saw 2 death gods holding guns pointed at him. Don't kill me. I'm useful. So what use are you then? Ruan Yu said contemptuously, people are useful while they're alive. Even a waste can still waste air, can't it? My ability lets me steal items from a space user's dimension, taking them while the user is conscious, without damaging the space. Ruan Yu and the other exchanged a glance. Each ability sounded more ridiculous than the last. Taking someone's belongings while they're awake. Was that supposed to make them remember you, so they could take revenge later? I can help you get other Esper supplies. Before she finished speaking, Ruan Yu controlled a droplet of water and sent the person away. There was no need to waste bullets in this situation. She could find the supplies herself. Sneaking around to steal them wasn't her style anyway. Luckily it was her. If it had been Bai Cha, she would have been overjoyed. Able to cut through space and steal supplies. Isn't that exactly what Bai Cha needs? As usual, Xingzhou put a small fireball on him. They weren't good people, but they still needed to prevent those people from carrying viruses. The 2 of them went down the road, piled the bodies downstairs together and set them on fire. Ruan Yu looked at the 3 cars. Some still had quite a few instant noodles and biscuits inside, so they took the cars and the things in them. If it's free, why not? Cars and things are worth a lot nowadays. Let's go. Which building are we switching to this time? It's blown up a few times already. This building probably won't fool anyone into going up. Better to pick a nicer building that makes it easier to trick people into stepping into the trap. Ruan Yu looked around, pointed at the oldest building and said, "That one." Chapter 126 Continuing. After speaking, Ruan Yu was the first to walk toward that building. When he reached the stairwell, he skillfully took out several grenades and handed them to Xie Xingzhou. "Here, take them. Make sure this time is done better." Following the usual pattern, the people who come the second time tend to be a bit smarter, so Ruan Yu thought it would be more convenient to set things up better to fool them. No big deal. Xie Xingzhou took them and then expertly started setting them up, while Ruan Yu continued walking toward the rooftop. On the 2 floors near the rooftop, Ruan Yu waited for Xie Xingzhou for a moment. When he saw him come up, he handed over a few more grenades. Set up a few more traps. Okay. Meanwhile, Bai Cha sneezed several times in a row. Since the morning, bad luck had followed Bai Cha non-stop. Choked while eating, spluttered while drinking, even walked into walls. Now, wanting to drink again, sneezed repeatedly and wasted another cup of water. "Cha-cha, do you have a cold?" "No, it's just that I feel like something is missing," Bai Cha muttered, frowning. Since morning she had felt as if something had slipped away from her, and with this day being either unlucky or heading toward bad luck, she couldn't help but wonder if something had happened at the BC City base. "Yanzhi, could you help me ask Feng Lan about the situation at the BC City base?" Bai Cha looked at Su Yanzhi somewhat pleadingly. After all, they'd lived and died together, and it wasn't a big deal, so Su Yanzhi didn't refuse. "All right, then you get some good rest." After saying that, he walked out the door. Bai Cha watched Su Yanzhi leave. What on earth happened? No matter how powerful Ruan Yu is, she wouldn't be stupid enough to go straight to the base and kill people. Before, she could sense that she might be able to have a space, but that feeling has completely disappeared now. When the City B encountered that ability user who could slice space, there had been some disdain, thinking that bit of space couldn't compare to the space Ruan Yu had. Now, in hindsight, having it is better than having nothing. She was already this unlucky. She could only hope that person would by no means run into Ruan Yu. The book also mentioned that those who can cut space and steal things through space, when they meet Ruan Yu they all get killed. Although she also felt that those people's powers and methods were immoral. Only beneficiaries know that morality and self-interest are not comparable. After quite a while, Su Yanzhi finally returned, and Bai Cha couldn't wait to ask, "How was it?" Su Yanzhi frowned, not making a fuss, asked, "It's nothing, just a sudden drop in temperature caught them off guard, nothing else serious." "Has any psychic team gone out and not come back?" "That I don't know." Hearing this, Bai Cha's recently settled mind tightened again. Those fools must not go looking for Ruan Yu. After setting the trap, Ruan Yu and the other person were a bit bored on the rooftop. "Is anyone coming from your side?" "No. Nobody here either." Ruan Yu sighed helplessly. Why was no one coming? Could it be that the bait wasn't tempting enough? "How about we roast the rabbit? We caught so many rabbits last time, and it suddenly got cold so we never had time to roast them. Now's the perfect time." Seeing no one else around, Xie Xingzhou naturally wouldn't refuse. Having others around made it less risky. "Okay, take everything out." In no time she pulled out what was needed and handed it to Xie Xingzhou. "You hurry up and roast it, I'll keep watch." After saying that, she took the binoculars and moved to one side. Xie Xingzhou shook his head helplessly, fixed the prepared rabbit on the spit and got ready to start roasting. After a while the rabbit gave off a rich aroma. Ruan Yu sniffed. "Is it almost done?" "About." "Someone's coming?" Ruan Yu nodded. "Yeah, quite a few are here, 8 cars. Didn't expect this rabbit to be so lucrative." In just a short while it attracted 8 vehicles. Judging from the types of cars Ruan Yu roughly estimated, leaned close to Xie Xingzhou and stared at the rabbit. "About 50 people, I'd say." Xie Xingzhou was taken aback, surprised. "That many? What did this person do in their past life? So many enemies, they come in groups one after another. It's really impossible to count." "Many of them? Isn't that no fewer than your pursuing troops?" Xie Xingzhou. "They are fewer than his, but his don't come in dozens at one moment and dozens again the next. Counting it up, it's actually uncertain whose are more. There's fewer now, we won't know about later. Don't worry, it'll be a bit tough these 2 days. Once we finish killing them, won't there be no one left afterwards? Hurry up and refuel, don't worry about them." 10 minutes later, Ruan Yu and the other person each carried a hind leg in one hand and held a telescope with the other, watching the 8 cars downstairs. It turned out Ruan Yu had been conservative. The vans really could cram people in. 65 people got out of the 8 vehicles. Ruan Yu actually looked considerably more excited. These people have gotten smarter. They even formed a team to come. The people below were chattering. So delicious. Who's grilling meat? Looking around, a few people glanced up. Up there. It's Ruan Yu. The captain is saved. I didn't expect Mao Rue to be telling the truth. Who cares if she lied or not, as long as we found her? This time we have to capture Ruan Yu. Then no one will have to worry about getting hurt again. And make her hand over all the supplies. We already heard Ruan Yu has spatial powers. Just from that scent alone, it's clear it's not just empty talk. Okay, everyone quiet down. For a moment, everyone around fell silent and stared at that person. The person is right here, everyone saw them. The question now is how to get up there and grab them. As soon as the words left his mouth, those people quietly lowered their heads. They only do the physical work, leave the thinking to their captain. Several people who had gotten out of the vehicle to scout the area ran back. Captain, that building over there shows signs of an explosion. There are several floors in a row. When these words came out, everyone nearby inhaled sharply. Fortunately, none of them impulsively went upstairs. Regardless of who had the bombs, the fact that Ruan Yu could stand meant she had killed those people. Seeing it this way, they really had to think of a plan. The leader pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "How far apart are the nearest buildings from here?" "About 5 meters. Enough. We'll split into 2 teams. Half follow me to the other building, the other half go up from here. Go catch a few zombies and bring them here. Let them go in front." Ruan Yu and the other person had already started gnawing on the second leg. The group downstairs still hadn't come up, and they couldn't help but comment, "They're not scared, are they?" Xie Xingzhou looked around carefully. Just then a few people were bringing tied-up zombies over. They must be planning to split into 2 routes. Some will go upstairs using the zombies to scout ahead, while the others will come from that building. Ruan Yu looked in the direction Xie Xingzhou was pointing. "That building really is quite close to us." Xie Xingzhou looked at her with an inscrutable smile. "Is it that the building is close to us, or that those tall buildings only have these 2 closest to each other?" He must have thought this through from the start, just waiting for those clever asses to come up from the side. Same difference, doesn't matter. Those who go to the adjacent rooftop, won't our submachine guns come in handy? They're all living targets. He picked the perfect positions for them on purpose. Chapter 127, Instant Kill on Sight. Ruan Yu wore a nonchalant expression. Whoever came today was useless. All of them could just die for her. No matter what method they used to get up, they could all die. She and her brother had so many pursuers. Hers were even more numerous. With such a good opportunity, she had to kill a few more. Once things heated up, it would be less of a burden to go find her brother. She couldn't bring a tailing group to her brother. He was already annoyed by that bunch. Yes, you're right. Shall I go set up a few bombs on that rooftop over there?" Ruan Yu's eyes lit up. "Okay." After speaking, she controlled the vines to build a simple vine bridge, and gave Xie Xingzhou several bombs. "Go quickly." "Xie Xingzhou. No need to be so eager." Holding several bombs, Xie Xingzhou went over and dealt with 2 more levels before coming back, and Ruan Yu casually folded up the vine bridge. A bit tired of the roasted meat, Ruan Yu took out 2 slices of watermelon. Hearing the sudden explosions from downstairs, Ruan Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, finally willing to come up." The people downstairs said, "Damn, there really was a bomb. Good thing we let the zombies go first." People in the other building heard the explosions and looked vindicated. Traps are easy to set, but not everyone is foolish enough to trigger them. After several successive blasts, everyone was stunned. Who sets traps like that? Luckily, they had sent a few zombies out to test the way. Zombies that had once been whole were now torn to pieces, leaving the onlookers shivering with fear. The captain still has foresight. "Seems there are no bombs on this floor?" They threw the torn-apart zombies over, and seeing none exploded, one person cautiously reached forward to check. "No bombs. Few finally gone. Move so Ruan Yu doesn't get away." The group hurried up. Just as they neared the rooftop, there was another explosion. The 2 people in front were blown to pieces, and several others were hit by the blast. "Damn, that old Lu set the trap." "Shut up. Look at those who are hurt. Help them up. There's 1 more floor. Want to go up?" Everyone hesitated. No one wanted to go up. Who knew if there might be a bomb? Hearing the explosion, the group in the other building, who had been about to go up another floor, suddenly came to a halt. "Go grab a few more zombies." For the sake of their lives, nobody naturally had any complaints. Seeing that no one else wanted to go, they had to send a few people to catch the zombies. The 2 groups met downstairs, exchanged a helpless glance, and set off to catch the zombies. Wealth comes from taking risks. If they could capture Ruan Yu, a bit of hardship now didn't matter. They could always earn it back later. As for whether Ruan Yu was willing, what did that have to do with them? It was the end of the world. Talk of conscience and morality was meaningless. Why isn't anyone coming up? The explosions were plainly close, yet he couldn't hear anyone ascending. Ruan Yu couldn't help but be curious. They wouldn't all have gone to catch zombies, would they? That's actually possible. They might have caught a few zombies when they came up. Xie replied while snacking. The two felt no urgency of being besieged at all. One hand on a watermelon, the other on roasted rabbit meat. They couldn't have been more comfortable. As expected, the people who came the second time have all evolved. With more people, their brains have grown, Ruan Yu said with a look of feeling, but it didn't matter, she could send them all away. After waiting for a while, they finally heard some heavy footsteps. The two were almost full, and Ruan Yu put everything away and leaned on the railing with Xie. Do you think they'll fall for the rooftop trap? Xie looked pensive. Probably. I didn't lock the rooftop door. That makes sense. The two of them just stood there with their guns aimed at the small door to the rooftop, as if all these people without guns were somehow beneath their notice. As the footsteps grew closer and they saw the wide-open door, the group relaxed their vigilance a bit. Bang! Bang! 2 successive explosions went off, and people in both buildings were injured by the blast. Seeing the bombs had already gone off, the group didn't care and simply walked straight up to the rooftop. Ruan Yu and the other stood to the side. Seeing several people come out, the two of them began firing in a sweeping pattern. Fall back quickly. Don't push, move aside quickly. Those who had gone up to the rooftop were lying on the ground from the bullet's impact. Seeing no one coming out, the two of them walked to the stairwell and sprayed a burst of gunfire, while tossing a few grenades over. When it looked about right, the two came out to confront the people in the other building. Without much talk, they opened fire first. Some of the people in the next building, failing to dodge in time, also fell to the ground. The leader was about ready to curse them to death in his heart. Who comes up and starts shooting like that? Can't they even speak? They all ducked and couldn't be hit anymore. Only Ruan Yu and the other lowered their guns. On the other side, is there anyone still breathing? If you don't want to breathe anymore, squeak once and I'll see you off. Xie looked speechless. If you shout that, would anyone dare squeak? I don't care about them. It's enough to be in charge of killing. Sure enough, when someone cautiously peeked out, Ruan Yu took them out in an instant, not giving them a chance to speak. Ruan Yu, we came to propose a collaboration, we mean no harm. Can you let me say a few words? Hearing the voice, Ruan Yu didn't hesitate and said, Fine, but I can't even see you like this. How am I supposed to trust what you say? The person's teeth were almost clenched to pieces. If I dared to stick my head out, would I have to speak like that? I had thought there were only 2 people on Ruan Yu's side, and no matter how quick they were, they couldn't be faster than so many of them. Who knew those 2 would just open fire immediately, not giving them any time to bullshit? Even supernatural powers aren't that fast. Our lives are in your hands now, I wouldn't dare lie. Ruan Yu nodded. It's that they don't dare, not that they can't. Better to pop your head up and get shot instantly. That's safer. The dead won't talk nonsense or try to trick anyone. Then you speak, I'm listening. Ruan Yu drew attention while using vines to build a vine bridge. The people didn't cross, but many vines did. When they encountered someone, the vines either tangled around their legs and dragged them out, or they fought with the person. Those people were naturally picked off by Xie. After all, his marksmanship was better. That way no bullets were wasted. Looking back at the dwindling number of people and the occasionally swaying roses, the man suddenly realized he'd been trapped. These 2 were killing machines who wouldn't listen to a single word of reason. Well, have you decided what you want to say? After a moment of silence, thinking along the lines of if we're going to die together, might as well tell the truth, the man directly exposed himself. We originally didn't plan to capture you. It was Mao Rui's squad that said you were here, so we came because of that. It wasn't just us. Quite a few squads came over after hearing Mao Rui and the others say so. Oh, so it wasn't that you wanted to come looking for me and asked around, and then happened to run into the squad that knew my location? While Ruan Yu spoke, he mentally praised Mao Rui and the others, working so hard they definitely deserved more to eat. Thinking this person probably wouldn't say anything good anyway, Ruan Yu simply killed him. Controlling the vines to pile the bodies together, Xie set them on fire to eliminate any chance of reanimation. On his way downstairs, he didn't forget to drag the corpses down, stack them at the doorway, and burn them again. One afternoon I moved through several buildings in succession. After finishing the last batch, I saw Mao Rui and 2 Nan walking over together. Sis, are you okay? Chapter 128, Change of Place. What could possibly be the matter with me? Ruan Yu had just dragged out the last corpse and said with a relaxed expression. 2 Nan and Mao Rui saw the still burning body, exchanged a glance and swallowed, relieved they hadn't done anything stupid. Why did you come over? Ruan Yu sized them up and asked curiously. It was only 5 o'clock now. Although it was getting dark quickly, it was still early at this hour. Well sis, we did our best. We just ran into these few people. The others couldn't be fooled. They're afraid of traps. Mao Rui looked miserable. After all this time at the end of the world, aside from those blinded by self-interest, most people were still very smart. They weren't the sort he could easily dupe. No problem. Your own safety comes first. Ruan Yu didn't care much. Killing so many people today was already pretty good. The remaining smart ones probably wouldn't be stupid enough to go to the city center, and besides, not everyone was fixated on her. There are already quite a lot of zombies here, and with the supplies around here having been almost completely scavenged, there's even less reason to come in and throw your life away. Brother Tu, what brings you here? After saying that, Ruan Yu looked at Tunan curiously. He had just gotten the supernatural fruit yesterday, and now it's already sold? My sister-in-law is joking. Of course I'm here to deliver the crystal core. When Tunan spoke, he signaled to one of his men behind him to bring out several bags of crystal cores, mostly 4th tier, with the occasional 5th tier core. Ruan Yu looked at him in astonishment and couldn't help but praise. Brother Tu, you're amazing. Ruan Yu didn't say much either. She put them away and handed several more psychic fruits to Tunan. After all, she could only treat them as snacks. Thank you so much for your hard work, Brother Tuesday. Tunan laughed so hard his eyes couldn't be seen. After a few pushes to refuse, he happily put it away. Ruan Yu turned to look at Mao Rui and the others. Can you cook? Mao Rui was still stunned that Tunan could produce so many crystal cores. Hearing Ruan Yu's question, he immediately came to his senses. A little. I can cook it thoroughly. Ruan Yu nodded, took out a whole pig, half for Tunan and half for Mao Rui. Thanks for your help this afternoon. The fact that these two groups came together shows that some people were actually brought here by Tunan. Relying on Mao Rui alone probably wouldn't have had the luck to encounter so many. You're too polite, sister-in-law. That said, Tunan's hands did not slow down at all. Mao Rui and the others nearly had their eyes glued to the pig. Thank you, Sister Ruan. Sister Ruan certainly didn't like polite remarks, and anyway, since she had given it, it showed she wasn't short of this kind of thing. Afraid someone might suddenly come over, the other spatial power users from both sides quickly stepped forward and put things away. Sister Ruan, shall we continue tomorrow? Tunan looked at Ruan Yu with the same question. If there's more work like this, give it to him. There's no other reason, he just simply likes it, especially that half-pig. Ruan Yu thought for a moment. About 300 people had come today in total. Subtracting the few waves of 100 or so who volunteered to die, the rest more or less had ties to Bai Cha. Doing the math, she realized she hadn't killed that many people. After a while, Ruan Yu spat out several names. Song Hui Hihua Xiangming Yirong Zhouzheng Hihuai. Tu Gu, help me find out about these people, or the squads that are particularly close to any of them. These people all had close ties to Bai Cha and had helped him, but helping Bai Cha inevitably meant trampling on her, so it was better to deal with them sooner rather than later. Just for the fact that in her previous life these people took turns going to the lab to see her, she had already sentenced them to death. These few left a deeper impression on her. The rest, though she remembered less clearly, could be dealt with later. After all, she was the one who was reborn. If it had been Bai Cha reborn, she guessed she would have been tied up and sent to the Qingqing base already. Lowering her eyes to recall for a moment, Ruan Yu continued. As for tomorrow, let's go somewhere else. I remember there's a shopping mall to the south. Let's check that place out tomorrow. Tunan's face showed immediate understanding. Sister-in-law, don't worry. If there's any news, I'll tell you right away. If we run into them, we'll definitely have them come looking for you. Sister, don't worry. We'll leave early tomorrow and bring more people. Mao Rui and the others said, their faces serious. They were already on Ruan Yu's side. As for the base, the more it talked, the angrier it got. If they weren't careful, they'd probably die at the base. Ruan Yu looked up at the sky. It's getting dark. Let's call it a day. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and since it was getting dark unusually early, they'd better go home and rest. What did she think of? Ruan Yu took out several intact organs and said, does anyone want to eat them? Take them with you. Ruan Yu said with a look of disgust. The pig even had these organs taken out and handed to them. She originally intended to give them to He Yao, but after that guy ate the roasted lamb, he now prefers roasted meat and despises offal terribly. Clearly in her previous life she liked them a lot. As expected, after she became rich, He Yao's palate became spoiled. She herself never liked these things and Xie Xingzhou didn't much either, so taking them out now was just right. We can't fix it. Mori hurriedly refused. They wouldn't be able to repair it even if they took it back. It might even get ruined. Better give it to Tunan. His family has a chef. As they thought about it, Mori and the others couldn't help but look at Tunan with some envy. Ruan Yu took it out, and Tunan naturally accepted it happily. Then thank you, brother-in-law and sister-in-law. After saying that, the group happily got into the car. Let's go. It's rare to receive so many good things. Of course we have to celebrate properly when we get back. And while we're at it, show off to the brothers in other places and try to gather some information. Give us more useful information next time, and the god of wealth might be even more generous. Ruan Yu looked at Mao Rui and the others, thought for a moment, then gave them a few jean of water spinach and said, "You should head back too." After speaking, she didn't look at their expressions, turned and took Xie Xingzhou by the arm, heading toward the city center. Watching the person walk away, Li Tian came closer and whispered, "Big brother, you don't think Sister Ruan still lives in the neighborhood, do you?" "Most likely." Mao Rui replied with some agreement. "There are only a few residential complexes in the city center. If you own a house, of course you live in your own home. Besides, with how Sister Ruan's place is decorated, ordinary people's homes can't compare. If it were him, he'd definitely choose to live in his own house. Thinking about it so much is useless. Better to think about how to eat meat tonight." So he turned and asked, "Whose turn is it to cook tonight?" "Not me, I cooked the day before yesterday." "I cooked yesterday." A few of them argued as they headed toward the suburbs. Given their current strength, living in the suburbs was a bit safer. Besides, Tunan wasn't far from them, so they could drop by when nothing was going on. Ruan Yu and the other walked for a while, then took out their roller skates and put them on. Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu and said, "The people you mentioned, have you met them before?" "Seen them in dreams. They don't look like good people, so be on guard early." The roller skates sped them along, and before long the two of them were downstairs at their building. Xie Xingzhou suddenly said, "Do you think those people will come here?" "They probably will." Her intuition told her those people would definitely come, but she had no idea what their motive would be. And after killing so many people today, she clearly felt something returning to her body, though she didn't know if it was just a trick of her mind. It can't be that she killed off Bai Cha's fortunes, and those fortunes, unable to find their owner, came looking for her. Chapter 129. Take it slow. After thinking for a bit and coming up empty, Ruan Yu stopped trying. At the current rate, Bai Cha probably won't be able to make any waves anyway. Since she couldn't kill Bai Cha, killing off those sycophantic helpers of hers wouldn't be a bad idea either. Xie Xingzhou lowered his head, thinking. The names Ruan Yu mentioned sounded familiar. If they were ones she knew, then their abilities must not be weak. If he remembered correctly, those people all had some connection to the Qingqing base. They didn't live there permanently, but everyone knew which base they belonged to. There were quite a few such teams at Qingqing base, mainly tasked with gathering information on people with unusual powers and on special plants and animals. When they found something, they always tried to send it to Qingqing base, and the rewards were naturally unexpectedly generous. Those teams had been formed since the zombie outbreak began. Even without Bai Cha, Ruan Yu's ability couldn't stay hidden for long. Right now the situation is that the major bases are still watching from the sidelines, just waiting for Qingqing base to take people away so they can come and demand their share. As for whether anyone has acted in secret, everyone publicly pretends not to notice. The other bases are far away, so naturally few people have come over. The nearest BC city base, judging by the number of people killed today, has probably quietly issued a wanted order. Ruan Yu called out a few times with no answer, so she reached out and pinched Xie Xingzhou's face a few times. "What are you thinking about? I've called you several times." When she saw he reacted, Ruan Yu immediately withdrew her hand and looked over with righteous assurance. Seeing Ruan Yu like that, Xie Xingzhou curled a wicked smile and said sentimentally, "Thinking of you, you feel like Tang Sanzang right now, with demons and monsters everywhere trying to snatch him. It's just a question of who will get to eat Tang Sanzang's flesh. Have the people at the research institute all become this useless? They're actually thinking of using a healing ability to study how to solve a zombie virus. Other abilities are abilities and healing abilities are abilities too. Aren't they essentially all the same? Especially Song Ci and the others actually believe that the healing ability could change their constitutions. Even though he's dead now, just thinking that he said Ruan Yu's flesh and blood could restore them to normal makes him feel that person is probably crazy, and seriously so. It's hard to believe they fell for such an obvious scam. It's like saying eating Tang Sang's meat grants immortality. Who's ever eaten it? No one has, but the rumor still spread. Since he met Ruan Yu, other than him, Ruan Yu had only used his ability to treat that mental patient. If Ruan Yu didn't have a healing ability, probably no one would have believed it. If Ruan Yu really was captured and those people found out he truly had no healing power, would they let people go? His intuition told him otherwise, so Ruan Yu now killed in advance those who would pose a threat to her in the future. What reason would he have to oppose that? Even if some of those people had previously worked with him, times had changed, and of course he would join in killing them. Ruan Yu glared at him directly. "What nonsense are you thinking? Hurry up and cook." He secretly agreed with Xie Xingzhou's remark to some extent. Weren't there monsters and demons everywhere now who wanted to eat her? Fortunately, Tang Sung would survive until the end. So Bai Cha is just a yokai with a certain background, it really takes a bit more time to defeat. "Got it. What do you want to eat?" Xie resignedly said. He was increasingly turning into a domestic cook. Sigh. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and then said, make some sweet and sour fish. Didn't we fry a lot of fish the other day when we made crispy pork and didn't eat them? All right. Then hurry up and go, you can rest early today. The two of them hurried upstairs. Perhaps because they had come back earlier than usual, there was still food left in He Yao and Yin Yu's bowls. Seeing them return so early, He Yao leapt into Ruan Yu's arms and rubbed against him vigorously. Ruan Yu reached out to stroke He Yao, smoothing its fur for a while. Why so affectionate today? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Obsidian felt a little guilty and rubbed his head again. Seeing Silver Moon come closer, Ruan Yu also pulled it in to pet. The two fluffy ones obediently let Ruan Yu knead them. Xie came out of the kitchen holding a pot, and his mouth twitched as he looked at the two fluff balls in Ruan Yu's arms. Ruan Yu looked up at Xie. What's wrong? Xie didn't say anything. He just lifted the pot and stared at Ruan Yu across it. Looking at the big hole in the bottom of the pot, Ruan Yu fell silent. No wonder the two who usually barely paid attention to her were so enthusiastic today. She had thought it was because they came back earlier than usual. Then he grabbed the nape of one of them, eyes narrowing slightly. Who did this? The two, their fates seized by the nape, immediately gave up and lay still without moving. Meow. I didn't mean to. Ruan Yushin took a deep breath and squeezed the two fluffy ones hard before letting them go. Keep them, just in case we find someone who can mend pots. They can be used in a pinch. Saying that, he took the pot with the hole and fetched another one. Luckily he had swapped out several iron pots back then. Although they were all just frying the vegetables until cooked, those stir-fried in this iron wok somehow smelled a bit better. Xie didn't say anything, took the pan and went back to the kitchen to continue working. Before, Ruan Yu had been helping out by chopping vegetables, but she didn't want to do it every day, so she prepared a half-month's worth of side ingredients and put them in storage. When Xie cooked, he would just take a bit out. So now it turned into Ruan Yu watching Xie cook. The next day, the two of them left early again. They glided along and arrived at the shopping plaza that Ruan Yu had mentioned yesterday. Just at the entrance, Mao Rui and the others ran out from a nearby building. Sis, you're here. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. How long have you been here? If I remember correctly, Mao Rui and the others' place is a bit farther from here than her home. We've only been here for a little while too. Mao Rui rubbed his head and said sheepishly that they really had just arrived. Ruan Yu thought for a moment, searched her space and took out the several fifth-rank crystal cores Tu Nan had given her. I can't use these crystal cores either, you can have them. She glanced at the others. They were all fourth rank. Mao Rui looked a bit better, appearing to be in the late fourth rank, so a fifth-rank crystal core would be just right for him. Seeing that Mao Rui and the others wanted to refuse, Ruan Yu continued. If you want to thank me, bring more people over today. Mao Rui had no choice but to take it and only then said, then Sister Ruan and I will set off first, go and get familiar with the place early. Actually, they also pick and choose. For some teams, even if they told them Sister Ruan's location, those people wouldn't be interested. Not everyone is looking to curry favor from others. Okay, you all be careful. Watching Mao Rui and the others walk away, Xie said enigmatically, you are quite good to them. Okay. Good, much better than me. For some reason Ruan Yu heard a trace of grievance in that sentence. It must have been her imagination. You're overthinking it. You shouldn't compare like that, right? And you're not the same as them either. They're friends, you. Anyway, you're different. After speaking, Ruan Yu walked toward the adjacent room. Xie chuckled lightly. Is it not the same? It seems the recent efforts were not in vain. There's still plenty of time, so take it slowly. Watching the receding figure, Xie sighed and hurried to catch up. Chapter 130 Song Hui Hi Hua. Still setting traps like yesterday? Xie hurriedly caught up to Ruan Yu and asked curiously. Judging by what those people did yesterday, even if they set traps they were just wasting them by having zombies step on them, and there was no one around them yesterday but he still felt like someone was watching them. If someone were watching them from afar through a telescope it's not impossible, but people this clever probably wouldn't expose themselves so easily. Of course not. Ruan Yu immediately responded. She was heartbroken about wasting so many bombs yesterday, and definitely wasn't going to do that again today. After thinking for a while, Ruan Yu continued, set 2 traps in the middle 2 levels, and then 1 on the rooftop. She didn't believe it. She couldn't imagine the people who came today would be so careful on every floor. Xie smiled. I like the way you think. The whole way was clear and unobstructed, but halfway through 2 traps suddenly appeared. Ordinary people probably wouldn't have expected that. Same as before. Xie set the traps. Ruan Yu went upstairs and looted the rooms as she passed. After all, even a mosquito is meat. You can't waste it. Ching base. Cha-cha, wake up. Su Yanzhi shook Bai Cha, who was still in bed. They hadn't gone out to look for supplies. With nothing else to do and the weather so cold, they mostly stayed tucked under the covers. He hadn't wanted to get up either, but the bed collapsed. Without any warning, it just sank. Bai Cha groggily opened his eyes, his gaze heavy with sleep. What's wrong? The bed collapsed, Su Yanzhi said, a little embarrassed. Bai Cha? Question mark. Last night it was so intense and it didn't collapse, but it collapsed this morning? Her groggy mind instantly cleared. She sat up wrapped in the quilt and found that, just as Su Yanzhi had said, the bed had collapsed, and she was still stuck in the middle where it had caved in. Bai Cha was about to get up and moved a few times, then the entire bed fell apart. Both of them were stunned. Cha-cha, get up first, I'll go find someone to replace it with a new one. Su Yanzhi spoke to break the awkward atmosphere. No one had encountered a situation like this. Hearing this, Bai Cha also went along, bundled up in thick clothes and walked toward the sofa, and had just sat down. Crunch! Bai Cha! As expected, the sofa broke too and Bai Cha was stuck fast. Without caring about anything else, Bai Cha hurriedly shouted, Yanzhi, I think I'm stuck. Su Yanzhi also quickly put the quilt he was holding in place, walked over, tripped on the table, and then the wooden table fell apart. Su Yanzhi! What an extraordinary run of bad luck are they having today? Just like that, in such a short time, their already shabby house had become even more dilapidated, and half the furniture was gone. He helped Bai Cha up. The two of them looked at each other, both with helplessness in their eyes. They would have to go out to find supplies again, otherwise they'd have to sleep on the floor. Why don't we make do for today and go out tomorrow? Su Yanzhi suggested. Back when they had the old items they could exchange things at will, but now they had no space ability, and what they found outside was hard to bring back. Hiring someone with space abilities also cost money, and those at the base were even more expensive. Bai Cha said nothing, quietly nodding. She didn't want to go out either. She had always had good luck. How could it be so bad now? What had Ruan Yu done this time? Aside from Ruan Yu, she couldn't think of anyone else who could have worsened her luck. Even the heroine couldn't be stealing someone else's fortune. Ruan Yu and the other early on finished setting the traps and waited on the rooftop for quite a while, but no one came by. Feeling bored, Ruan Yu suggested, why don't we go look around? We can set up more traps while we're at it. Okay. So the two quickly went downstairs and headed toward the adjacent building. Let's start searching from the top floor and work our way down. That'll make setting traps easier, Xie Xingzhou said as he glanced at the neighboring building. It looked like the area had already been ransacked, but they weren't short on supplies anyway. They were just passing the time. Of course, finding anything useful by chance would be even better. Ruan Yu didn't really mind. It was all about the same to him. Searching from top to bottom was indeed more convenient for them. All right, then let's get moving. Although the buildings had all been ransacked, each person focused on different things. After searching 2 buildings, Ruan Yu and his companion still managed to find some small snacks and the like, so it wasn't a total loss. Planting bombs was more random. If 2 groups happened to come by at the same time, hearing an explosion ahead would make them avoid the trap, and being careless might even yield unexpected surprises. As expected, when Ruan Yu and the others reached the rooftop of Building 5, an explosion came from a building ahead. So soon someone fell into the trap? Ruan Yu and the others took out binoculars and looked in the direction of the explosion. How did this bomb end up on the first floor? Looking at the site of the blast, Ruan Yu asked Xie Xingzhou in puzzlement. You told me to do it however I want it, didn't you? I just made it a bit casual. Xie Xingzhou said somewhat awkwardly. He hadn't expected the only bomb placed on the first floor to be stepped on so soon. On which floors did you put the other bombs? Somewhere in the middle to upper floors anyway. I didn't remember the exact details. Fine. After the explosion, Ruan Yu and the others saw more than a dozen people quickly retreat from that building. Song Hui, Xie Xingzhou said with some surprise. Ruan Yu hurriedly looked over and said with some delight. It really is Song Hui, and the girl beside him is He Hua. I only mentioned them yesterday. I didn't expect to run into them today. I thought we'd have to wait a couple more days. Then Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou with some puzzlement. You know Song Hui too? They're in the same squad attached to the Qingqing base. It's normal that I know them, Xie Xingzhou explained naturally. He really hadn't expected Song Hui to arrive so quickly. So you know each other? No, we don't know each other personally, but we should be aware of one another. Oh. Ruan Yu wasn't surprised either. Qingqing base is so big that well-known people know each other, but it's normal not to recognize everyone. After downstairs, Song Hui ran out and quickly called, All right, check if there are any casualties. Captain, the 2 people who went in front haven't come out. Okay, got it. Song Hui waved his hand dismissively. If he hasn't come out, it's probably because he can't get out. They're not doctors, they can't help. Team leader Song, I told you to be careful, you didn't listen before. Do you believe me now? Hihua leaned in and said with schadenfreude. When she met with Song Hui to discuss cooperation, she had warned him that Ruan Yu had bombs, and that they must be careful when searching the house. He didn't take it seriously, saying he'd already observed them and that Ruan Yu and the others had planted their bombs on the middle and upper floors, not on the ground floor. Now it's fine, a direct slap in the face. Luckily she and her team were following behind, so they were basically unhurt. As for Song Hui's side, not only were they short 2 people, but several others were also slightly injured by the blast shockwave. Song Hui was angry too. He'd watched from a distance with binoculars yesterday. Those low-level bombs had all been stepped on by zombies, so logically they shouldn't be this stupid today. Who knew they'd actually be foolish enough to do it again today? Chapter 131. Sitting in wait. When Song Huijing was sulking, another explosion came from a nearby building, and the group hurried over. This was the proper operation after learning from yesterday's lessons. Who could it be this time? Ruan Yu's face was full of surprise. She really hadn't expected 2 groups of people to arrive at the same time today. Won't we know in a moment? By the way, they're all standing below. If we spray them with guns, wouldn't that give us a big advantage? Xie Xingzhou looked thoughtful. Do these people have no sense of caution at all? See if anyone comes down after that explosion in the back. If they do, we'll deal with them together. Coincidentally, Ruan Yu had the same thought, so she took 2 submachine guns out of the space and handed one to Xie Xingzhou. Song Hui and his group soon arrived at the base of the newly exploded building, and after waiting a while they finally saw someone come down. Ruan Yu looked at those people. They seemed a bit familiar, as if she had seen them at the Qingqing base. The group running down were somewhat surprised to see Song Hui. Captain Song, you're over here too? They're all after the same target, so spare the niceties. Has Captain Song seen anyone? He saw them earlier with a telescope. They aren't visible now. Probably inside one of the buildings. Seeing that those people had started talking openly, Ruan Yu and the other quietly approached with their guns. Hihua seemed to sense something and hurriedly signaled the team members to hide, but before they could, gunshots rang out. Quick, hide. The psychics reacted quickly, but not as fast as the guns. Over 20 people were immediately halved, and the remaining half ran into the house to hide. Ruan Yu and the other person held their guns and slowly approached. Whenever they encountered someone they just opened fire, no nonsense. Captain Song, won't you come out to talk? Seeing there was no one else around, Xie Xingzhou hurriedly called out to Song Hui. Song Hui also looked speechless. Weren't they killing people on the rooftop yesterday? How did the venue change today? Every time it caught him off guard. If I come out, do you think there will still be a chance to talk? Aren't you missing your chance by not coming out? Ruan Yu advanced while releasing vines. Hundreds of vines darted back and forth, and when they encountered people they dragged them out immediately. Xie Xingzhou opened fire at once. Some reacted in time and ran up the stairs, temporarily escaping the disaster. A few with metal-based powers even used controlled bullets to counterattack. Others imitated them, unleashing their abilities before running upstairs. Song Hui and the others followed as well. After all, the building's bomb had just exploded, so it should be safe now. Even if there were still bombs, those who went to the back wouldn't be affected. Ruan Yu and the other person also went into the house, following calmly and unhurriedly. Since they had come, they should be prepared to be buried here. Song Hui and his group quickly went upstairs, the explosion sounding again. Ruan Yu smiled. This feeling of chasing people was really quite satisfying. Song Hui, however, wasn't surprised. His group simply waited on that floor for Ruan Yu to come up. I remember your ability is poison type, right? Song looked over at one of Hihua's teammates and said. The man glanced at Hihua, and when he saw her nod he answered, yes. Then go to the stairwell and release all the poison gas. What does Captain Song want to do? Hihua asked. Sitting there waiting to be killed wasn't her style, although this time they were indeed taken a bit by surprise. Hold Xie Xingzhou up for a bit. We'll jump out the window and go downstairs from here. After saying that he looked at Hihua as if she were stupid. You wouldn't really want to go up to the rooftop and wait for Xie Xingzhou and the others to come up, would you? If we don't come up with a plan now, what are you going to do if you actually run into them? Do you think you can beat them? Although his ability had just risen to the 5th tier, he still knew his limits. The fact that he could reach the 5th tier meant Xie Xingzhou had probably already been at the 5th tier for a long time. There was no way he could catch anyone on his own, which was why he dragged Hihua's team along to cooperate. He had originally planned to recruit the squad they had just bumped into as well, but before they could finish negotiating those people came over with guns. Could it be that everyone believes villains die from talking too much so no one speaks and they just rush in to fight? When Hahua heard Song Hui say that, she signaled for that person to leave. A 4th-rank poison-type ability could indeed hold them off for a while. Meanwhile, the people on Song Hui's side had already begun tying ropes. They looked experienced. Hahua nodded. No wonder Song Hui's mission completion rate was so high and the death rate so low. When he couldn't win, he ran, recruited help, and then came back to finish the job. The remaining squad naturally had no objections. He had come just to try his luck. Ruan Yu only had 2 people, his own squad had 10, and many of the people who came here were from other groups. Maybe they could take advantage of the chaos. It seems this water is too deep now. It's not something a shrimp like him can probe. They had only reached the 3rd floor when another explosion rang out above. Xie Xingzhou suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Don't go up. We'll wait downstairs. Ruan Yu. Song Hui isn't stupid. This building has exploded twice in a row. He probably thinks there are more bombs upstairs and certainly won't go up. Right now he's likely trying to run. Seeing Ruan Yu's puzzled face, Xie Xingzhou gave a light laugh. Of course he wouldn't give up on us. If he runs out now, he'll look to team up with other squads. After all, there are only the 2 of us, and this area is full of high-rise buildings. In numbers they'll still have the advantage. Ruan Yu understood. Song Hui was thinking of fleeing, then bringing people back to continue fighting the 2 of them. Then let's go downstairs and ambush them. So Ruan Yu and the other person turned back and went downstairs. They didn't leave the building, instead hiding beneath a ground floor window. If they went out now, they might just be seen. How terrible would that be? No sooner had they hidden than there were 2 more explosions in succession. Did we only rig bombs in 4 buildings? Yes. Why are so many people arriving all of a sudden? Ruan Yu was a bit speechless. Could it be that all these strangers had decided to cooperate? She was alone. Did they intend to tear her apart? Don't worry about that for now. Let's deal with this side first. Maybe there are people in the other buildings too. We just haven't set bombs there, so we don't know yet. Xie Xingzhou also felt it was a bit strange. How did those people happen to arrive all at once? Having more people here certainly was an advantage. But yesterday they were able to kill so many people gradually. Today it's just that the time was shortened. It's all the same. You're right. Let's deal with the immediate situation first. When Song Hui and his group heard the explosion, their eyes lit up. More people have arrived again. We can join forces and take on Xie Xingzhou and the others. The rope secured, Song and the 2 teammates over there went first, sliding down along the rope. They looked around for a while longer. Fortunately, Ruan Yu reacted quickly and pulled Xie Xingzhou into the space, so they weren't discovered. Seeing no one else nearby, they tugged the rope to signal the others to come down. Soon several more ropes were added, and before long the whole group had slid down. Ruan Yu and the other person watched from inside the space. After seeing Song return and them preparing to leave, the 2 of them only then exited the space. Holding the gun, there was a frenzy of automatic fire. No cover and the distance was too close, and in an instant more than half of the dozen or so people were gone. Hihua reacted quickly and erected a psychic wall, which barely protected the remaining people. 2 gold-type psychic users hurriedly activated their powers, attempting to control those bullets for a counterattack. Chapter 132: A new round of suppressive fire. Seeing that the bullets couldn't penetrate the psychic wall, Ruan Yu and the other person switched to psychic attacks. With the psychic wall about to break, the others joined in and counterattacked with their abilities. Ruan Yu put the gun away. The vines and water droplets attacked at the same time, and the psychic wall couldn't withstand it and shattered. Hihua was also knocked to the ground by the vines. Xie Xingzhou seized the opportunity and swept again with his gun, while Ruan Yu used psychic powers to attack the 2 metal-type psychics from earlier. Soon the remaining people all fell to the ground as well. Seeing Hihua still breathing, Xie Xingzhou stepped forward and finished her with another wind blade. As expected, beyond 7 steps the spear is fast. Within 7 steps it's both fast and accurate. They didn't leave any useless words behind. Looking at the pile of bodies on the ground, Ruan Yu said with feeling. As he spoke, he didn't forget to pile up the corpses to make it easier for Xie Xingzhou to set them on fire. Beheading them one by one would be too much trouble. Burning them was faster. Alright, let's go quickly. Those people might surround us and ambush us any moment. After setting the fire, Xie Xingzhou grabbed Ruan Yu and ran toward another building. I know, but they're all hiding inside the building. Do you expect me to go knocking on each door? Maybe. It's just the 2 of us. I expect quite a few will try to take advantage of the chaos. The 2 of them climbed the stairs while talking, and Ruan Yu had the gun in his hand again. It's still better to use a gun to kill people. Those with more supernatural abilities are more suited to killing zombies. After all, zombies need their heads chopped off to die, people don't necessarily. It feels like playing cat and mouse. Let's go. Maybe someone upstairs is waiting for us to come up. Ruan Yu suddenly fell silent. The 2 of them quietly crept upstairs, and when they reached the middle level they indeed heard voices. First a woman's voice. Captain, are we still going to look for Ruan Yu and the others? Another team member quickly replied. We're already here. Even if we don't go, she probably won't let us off. We can't just wait here for her to come find us, can we? Let's go up to the rooftop and take a look. Don't we still have a helicopter? We'll leave directly from there. Then isn't the captain waiting for the others? Didn't he say on the way here that we'd cooperate together? Cooperate only if we're alive to do it. Didn't you see just now? Song Hui is a 5th-tier ability user, and his team members were all 4th tier. And now? He's no fool. He captured Ruan Yu only because those bases were offering rich rewards, and Ruan Yu herself is a spatial ability user so they could all profit. But if that squad is now in danger of not surviving, what good are those rewards compared to staying alive? We follow the captain. Hearing the voice, Ruan Yu and the other exchanged a glance. Kill them or not? It seemed these people hadn't really done anything wrong, but if the two of them were at a disadvantage, would these people have left so decisively? If not, then killing them didn't seem to be such a big problem, right? If they would, then why did those people come over? Shouldn't they have stayed out of it and not gotten involved? Hearing their footsteps going upstairs, Ruan Yu and the other kept their distance and followed. Soon those people reached the rooftop and took out a helicopter, but they didn't board immediately. Instead, they started chatting with the people already on the adjacent rooftop. Brother, your gear is pretty complete. In such a hurry to leave, are you scared or something? Yeah, even a 5th-tier Esper died. My team is all 4th-tier Espers. How could we not be afraid? That captain didn't bother with pretense. Afraid is afraid. Who isn't afraid of dying? They just had bad luck. A group of people all staying together. Isn't that a perfect bullseye? Look at the other buildings, those are all people like us. Over 100 people and we're still afraid of just these two? Why not cooperate together? I've already checked with the other squads. They all agreed to cooperate. Hearing this, the captain fell silent. He had intended to pick up the scraps himself. If so many people cooperated, they could make a real attempt. But how could he be sure this person wasn't lying to him? And he even revealed his trump card, the helicopter. Even if he cooperates, he's the one who stands to lose the most. So he turned to the other team members. What do you think? Should we cooperate? Captain, why don't we stay and watch for a while? I think we should leave as soon as possible. Ruan Yu and the others have guns, and bullets don't get divided out. I also think it's better to stay. Fortune favors the bold. Even if it's dangerous, we can leave quickly. Most agreed to stay and cooperate, a few suggested leaving, and in the end the captain decided to stay and see. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yu and the other immediately took up their guns and went forward. After all, they had chosen to stay themselves, and she had given them the chance. What a coincidence. Since you want to stay, I won't be polite. Those people hadn't reacted yet when the shots rang out. As for supernatural powers, nothing is faster than a gun. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun her. Level suppression isn't just talk. After a burst of gunfire, Ruan Yu looked toward the adjacent rooftop. There was no one left. They ran pretty fast. Xie climbed onto the helicopter to take a look. This helicopter's not bad, it's been well preserved. Ruan Yu walked over and put it away immediately. What do we do now? Ruan Yu took out a telescope and started watching. He saw several cars drive over and several cars drive away. Search slowly. Those people who know we have guns probably aren't stupid enough to walk right into our hands. After delaying for so long, the two had a simple lunch and then set off toward the next building. The ones who left didn't bother. Those who were willing to stay naturally kept people there forever. Perhaps because of the morning's events, in the afternoon the two hardly used their guns and fought mostly with their abilities. So there were no more squads coming and going in the afternoon. Those who saw the two wanted to come try, or to pull other squads along to try together. The two of them finally ended the afternoon surrounded by non-stop fighting. If not for the fruit in Ruan Yu's space restoring their superpowers, they might really have fallen. Sure enough, as soon as a 5th-tier zombie appeared, 5th-tier psychics showed up by the handful. After finally taking care of the last squad, the sky had completely darkened, and Ruan Yu collapsed directly into a chair. At last it's over. These people really have no self-awareness, knowing full well our ability levels are higher than theirs, and still dragging a few more people over to die. Xie sat on the ground, his upper body leaning against Ruan Yu's chair. Who knows? It's getting dark. Probably no one else will come tonight, right? Killing people was exhausting, it turned out, and the key was those guys really weren't afraid to die. After a short while, Mao Rui and the others drove over. Seeing the two of them, they hurriedly called out, "Sister, nobody's coming from behind anymore. I don't think anyone will be coming by for the next couple of days." Ruan Yu was a little surprised. What happened? There aren't that many people who came to City A. Most came to exchange for supplies. With so many dying yesterday, there really aren't many left. Mao Rui explained in a low voice. He couldn't exactly say that this afternoon several squads had told people they had guns and bombs, and would shoot anyone they saw without giving them a chance to speak. so they ran as soon as they were spotted from afar. Those who had been wavering simply started their cars and drove off. Chapter 133. Letting things slide for a day. Hearing that, Ruan Yu wasn't surprised. It's fine if they don't come, she's tired too. Aren't you living fine? Why insist on coming to grab her? Haven't so many people already failed? Do they think they'll succeed? Alright. Thanks for your hard work today. After saying that, Ruan Yu didn't hold back. She took a few clean fish and some side dishes, and also brought out a few pounds of the other vegetables. Head home early. Thank you, Sister Ruan. Well then, Sister Ruan will be going first. Mao Rui couldn't be bothered to refuse either. Sister Ruan had handed everything to them. Why not accept? After putting their things away, the few of them prepared to leave, just as Tu Nan's car was driving up. The two cars passed each other and parked. Tu Nan got out and walked over. Brother Tu, any news? No news. Of the people sister-in-law mentioned yesterday, I could only ask about two of them. Sister-in-law should have met them, right? I'm still asking about the rest. Listening to Tu Nan, Ruan Yu took out several mutated fruits and also a quarter of the pig. Tu Nan didn't refuse. He signaled his men to put them away and then continued. I also found out where there are mutated trees. I wonder if sister-in-law is interested. Brother Tu, you're joking. How could I not be interested? Xie Xingzhou also interjected. That tree might be a bit far, right? Tu Nan nodded. Brother Xie is right, that tree is indeed a bit far. At the place where we first met before. First meeting, Ruan Yu thought for a moment. Isn't that the time she blew up the white tea? So far away and still by the roadside. Quite a few people must be going, right? Indeed quite a few, but the fruit isn't ripe yet. We'll have to wait a few more days. So are you going? Yes. Ruan Yu and the others spoke in unison. Alright, I'll call you then. After saying that, Tu Nan drove off. Ruan Yu put the chair away and the two of them put on their roller skates and went home. Stay home for the next couple of days and wait for the mutated fruit to ripen. Okay. He hoped his supernatural ability could level up. It had been stuck for a long time without upgrading. The two of them hurried home, casually finished dinner, and Ruan Yu went straight to bed. The afternoon's exertion had been too great. Even if her ability could recover quickly, she was still exhausted. She wanted to sleep a whole night before going back home. Xie Xingzhou, however, cleaned up the dishes before returning to his room to sleep. He wondered whether Ruan Yan had come out yet. If he'd known, he would have gone to hide in the forest too. Having people coming and going here all the time was nearly wearing him out. After this snow season they should be able to meet, right? I wonder what Ruan Yu plans to do. How can they get her over to the granary? When they parted ways, they intended to rendezvous at the granary. They didn't expect the sudden downpour and then the snow season. He had learned about it earlier from Ruan Yu's words, but there was no way to get the message through. They wanted to go to the granary because they figured the people at Qingqing base would surely go there. If those people got so much grain, they'd be well fed with nothing to do and might start causing trouble for others. For their own safety they naturally couldn't let that happen. Even if they did give it to them, those at the bottom wouldn't get any, so it's better to get it into their own hands. So I ask again in a few days, maybe Ruan Yu also wants to go there. Meanwhile, Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi teamed up with Feng Lan to go out looking for supplies again. They thought yesterday morning that losing the furniture was already unlucky enough. They didn't expect the entire building they were in to collapse that very night. It was still early. Everyone from the other rooms had gone out to work and look for supplies, so only the two of them were there, and the two of them were buried right away. Although they weren't badly hurt, most of their supplies were gone, and that night they were staying at Feng Lan's house. Even knowing Feng Lan had ill intentions, Bai Cha had no choice. Su Yanzhi, are you two ready yet? Hurry up and leave. All right. Su Yanzhi hurriedly pulled Bai Cha into the car. In weather this cold, no one wanted to go out looking for supplies, but nobody had a choice. Everyone wanted to stay alive. Su Yanzhi drove, Bai Cha sat in the passenger seat. Watching the car slowly start, Bai Cha turned and quickly asked, Brother Feng, where are we going to look today? These nearby places have probably been searched several times. They're afraid they won't find anything. Go somewhere farther. We left early today. A round trip will definitely be possible. Hearing that, Bai Cha Song let out a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't the one sent to look for any mutated fruits. Although she did crave them, she seemed to clash with plants. Those mutated plants just didn't like her. They wouldn't attack proactively, but they also wouldn't give her any mutated fruit. Once might be a coincidence, but she'd encountered it 3 or 4 times already. It was always like this. She didn't know why she was so unlucky. She didn't do anything wrong. The next day, Ruan Yu woke up around noon. Worried that He Yao would bother her, she had deliberately filled all of their food bowls to the top the night before. Xie Xingzhou's breakfast was also in the fridge, So this time he wasn't disturbed and slept especially well. Ruan Yu opened his eyes, saw the fireplace still fully stocked with wood, and turned his head to find Xie Xingzhou sitting nearby. Awake. How long have you been here? I put breakfast in the fridge for you. Not long. I'm just curious. How do you manage not to use your phone at night and still sleep straight through until noon? If he hadn't watched Ruan Yu fall asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow last night, he would have really suspected Ruan Yu of going out to do something at night. Don't worry about it. Ruan Yu took a few dishes to Xie Xingzhou, then went to wash up. Xie Xingzhou took them and went into the kitchen to start cooking. Days without being disturbed are really nice. At least I can sleep until I wake up naturally. Ruan Yu finished washing up and walked out looking completely content, casually scooping up a furry ball and rubbing it against her chest. Xie Xingzhou looked at her speechlessly. Can't you be a little more disciplined? As long as I'm comfortable, why be disciplined? By the way, do you have something you wanted to ask me? Ruan Yu held Inu at the kitchen doorway, looking like she'd hurriedly ask whatever she wanted to ask. Xie Xingzhou's hand holding the knife paused for a moment. It's nothing much. Just wanted to ask where you plan to go after the snow season. You're not going to stay here forever, are you? Oh, I know the location of a granary. I plan to head there. Any other questions? Nothing left. Ruan Yu hugged the silver moon and turned back to the living room, not bothering to think too much. The most important thing right now was that mutated tree. She also wanted to upgrade her special ability, but she was currently mid-6th tier. Even if she ate it, she couldn't reach the 7th tier, so let Xie Xingzhou upgrade first. Before long, a delicious aroma came from the kitchen. Ruan Yu washed her hands and went to carry the plates. 1 dish of shredded pork with potatoes, 1 pot of sliced meat soup, plus twice cooked pork and stir-fried green beans. A simple 3 dishes and 1 soup that looked very appetizing. Xie Xingzhou suddenly asked, "What are you planning to do this afternoon? You aren't going to lie around at home all day, are you? Is that not allowed?" Ruan Yu answered back directly. What's wrong with slacking off for 1 day after working hard for 2? Just asking, that's all. If you can't sit still, go catch some more zombies and put them in the surrounding neighborhoods. Chapter 134 Departure. That afternoon, Ruan Yuzhen spent the whole day at home lying around, drinking milk tea and watching movies, living a life of delight. Xie Xingzhou, meanwhile, went out to catch zombies and release them around. He thought it would be better to take a Boydian when he went to pick mutated fruit, but then no one would be home to watch the play, so he decided to bring in more zombies while he could. That way there generally wouldn't be any idiots coming near, especially since he'd also caught a few 5th-tier zombies and placed them around. Watching Xie Xingzhou being so proactive, Yuan Yu felt a bit embarrassed and took on the responsibility of cooking. After a day of slacking off, Yuan Yu joined the zombie hunting operation. Around the whole residential complex, one could sense the danger from afar, and only then did the two of them feel relieved. A week passed like that, and Tu Nan finally sent word that the mutated fruits were almost ripe, so the two of them went out cradling the 2 little dumplings. They drove a good distance before running into Tu Nan. Ruan Yu looked at him curiously. "Brother Tu, how did you get in here? Why would this person personally bring news? Is there another problem with the mutated trees?" "It's not a big deal. It's about those people you asked me to look into earlier. One of them, called He Huai, is also over by the mutated trees. There aren't many of those mutated trees to begin with. Over the past few days there have been more than 200 people gathered there. Several squads have some connection to He Huai. Weren't some squads on the run before? They're all over there this time." Ruan Yu fell silent. So there was even an ambush set up against her. Then Brother Tu doesn't plan to go? She also didn't recommend Tu Nan go. What if he accidentally hurt someone? That would be terrible. Tu Nan laughed. "Sister-in-law, look, I've got so many people depending on me. If I went and something happened, wouldn't that be awful?" Just as she was speaking, Mao Rui and the others drove up and were waving from a distance. "Sis, are you heading out? Can we come along with you?" Ruan Yu thought for a moment before saying, "Better not. You should stay put this time. I'll pick it and bring it back for you." It was rare to have a squad so firmly on her side. She couldn't afford to harm them by mistake. "Is Big Brother Tu going?" Tu Nan quickly waved his hand. "I'm not going either. You'd better not go and make trouble." "All right, then we'll stay here and help Sister Ruan guard the place," Mao Rui said after a moment's thought. He felt awkward taking things for nothing. "Fine, but don't get too close. It's full of zombies in there." A few people talked for a while, then each drove off. Mao Rui and the others continued further in, but sensing danger inside they stopped and hid in a nearby house. Tu Nan followed Ruan Yu's car, but they parted ways at the intersection. Only Ruan Yu and one other drove toward the mutated tree. On the other side, at the foot of the mountain where the mutated tree stood 7 or 8, a dozen people were sitting in a circle. "Huaiga, are we really going to deal with Ruan Yu?" He Huai leaned against a tree, wearing a thick cotton coat, a black and white checkered scarf, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. When someone called his name he looked up. I never said I was going to deal with her. I just want to send her to where she belongs. A deep voice spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, and a gleam of sharpness flashed in the eyes behind the lenses. Isn't that the same thing? Didn't you see it yesterday too? How many people did she kill? Sending her to the Qingqing base could save how many lives? He Huai walked up to the young man, reached out and patted his shoulder. Seeing the youth still hesitated, he continued. Don't you want to end the apocalypse? With a healing ability we can research ways to suppress the zombie virus, and we wouldn't have to live in constant fear like this. You also saw how Ruan Yu was killing people without distinguishing right from wrong yesterday. We're doing something good here, so don't feel guilty. After speaking, He Huai turned and left. When he reached the other teams he exchanged a few more polite words. He didn't want to do this either, but his family was still at the Qingqing base, and if he couldn't bring Ruan Yu back he didn't know what the consequences would be. Besides, after so long in this end times there are all kinds of abilities, and only this one person awakened the healing ability. If that's the case, why hasn't that person stepped forward to save people? Yesterday he had seen from a distance that not only did Ruan Yu refuse to help people, she had killed quite a few. What was the point of giving her the healing ability? Was it so people would seek her out and she could kill them? If she was unwilling, then he would have to use other means to make her willing. He glanced at the nearly 200 people around them. The others who had come to pick the mutant fruit had been driven off. The remaining people all had the same goal. This time they had to capture Ruan Yu. Besides this place, there were also ambushes set along the route Ruan Yu would take back. This time they must succeed, failure was not an option. Ruan Yu and the other drove slowly toward the mutated tree, thinking there would be other vehicles on the road, but to their surprise it was only the two of them. Even the toll station at Tunan was deserted. A layer of ice had formed on the road, clearly showing that no vehicles had passed through. It seems this mutated tree makes it convenient for them to ambush me. They drove for a while when He Yao suddenly barked a few times, signaling Yuan Yu and the others to stop the car. Holding He Yao, Yuan Yu was also puzzled but still told Xie to park. Get out and take a look. Maybe He Yao smelled something. After they parked, the two got out and looked around but found nothing. Yuan Yu rubbed He Yao's head. Where is it? Obsidian reached out with its little claw and pointed in a direction. Ruan Yu followed the claw and looked. There was no road, just a big dirt slope. And it was the kind that would shed a heap of soil if blasted. If someone planted a bomb here it would perfectly block the road. Ruan Yu didn't climb up. Instead he controlled the vines to thoroughly search the area. The vines nimbly threaded through the dirt and unearthed several bombs in succession. In the distance 2 figures were visible. Xie hurriedly ran back and sent out 2 wind blades that struck the legs of those 2 people. Ruan Yu circled a few times with the vines, and only after letting He Yao sniff and confirming there was no bomb did he walk over. Are you waiting for us to get over there so you can light the bomb and block the road? The two of them, upon seeing Ruan Yu, remembered how they had looked yesterday holding their guns like gods of death and shivered uneasily. No, we were just playing around, wanted to test the power. Really? Xie frowned. These two didn't look weak either. Why did he feel a bit afraid of them? You could test your power somewhere else, why do it by the roadside, what's the point? Ruan Yu looked strangely at the 2 people on the ground. Are you very afraid of me? Are superpowered people really this timid now? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, the 2 regained their composure, looking self-righteous. Who's afraid of you? You think you are someone important. Let us go now, or you'll regret it. Ruan Yu smiled. Oh? Then I'll be waiting. Chapter 135 Threat. From their expressions it was obvious they wouldn't get anything out of them, so Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines and bound them. Xie struck a match, turned and said, Let's go. Ruan Yu took out 2 fruits and handed them to He Yao. Well done. Fortunately, this time he had brought He Yao along. After getting in the car, Xie thought for a moment and asked, Still going? Of course, Ruan Yu said casually. Don't you want your ability to level up? If they don't go, those people will think of other ways to capture her next time, better to go now. At least the news about the mutant fruit came from Tu Nan, which means it's true. Judging by the current situation, those squads that only wanted to pick the mutant fruit were probably driven off by these people. Xie nodded, kept driving and thought that after resting for several days, he still needed to get more exercise. Ruan Yu held He Yao and they chatted casually, half listening to each other. Not long after the 2 left, several more cars arrived at the same spot. Looking at the overturned soil, the group took out bombs and buried them. From appearances they were homemade petrol bombs. Seeing the direction Ruan Yu and the others had walked off in, the man shook his head. Even if they dug them up, what could they do? They could keep coming, but since they'd taken all the pets with them, wouldn't the place they lived be left unguarded? Then the man took out a walkie-talkie. Captain, Ruan Yu brought that black cat out too. There probably isn't anyone guarding her place. Why don't we go over there and grab a few bombs? Judging by Ruan Yu's appearance, there must be plenty of valuables at her home. Since that's the case, it wouldn't hurt for them to take some. Even if Ruan Yu managed to escape back and open the door, it would just be another trap. She'd still be at their mercy. The walkie-talkie replied quickly, "All right, you keep an eye on that place. When it's time I'll let you know. I'll handle the rest." After speaking, the other end of the walkie-talkie cut off. They drove for almost another hour before Ruan Yu and the other finally arrived not far from the mutated tree. Both sides of the road were filled with parked cars. People stood in small groups talking. When they saw Ruan Yu and the other approach, they only glanced over and then looked away, showing no interest in the two. Ruan Yu scanned them and counted roughly 200 people, almost all 4th-tier Esper users with 5 or 6 5th-tier Espers among them. Maybe due to his aura, Ruan Yu spotted Hehuai in the crowd at a glance. As in his previous life, he looked somewhat melancholic and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, standing out among the others. Ruan Yu glanced once and looked away, then scanned the surroundings again, all familiar faces. He wondered how Hehuai had managed to gather them all. A squad from Qingqing base, how could they drag so many squads from other bases over? That really takes some skill. Ruan Yu poked Xie. "Look, do you know anyone? Why, are you trying to get chummy?" Xie looked at her speechlessly. "With so many people, aren't you at all afraid?" "No, I was just curious. Hehuai is also from Qingqing base, don't you know him?" Xie thought for a long moment before saying, "I don't know him. Qingqing base has almost 100,000 people. I can't possibly know that many." "All right." Seeing that the people around them were still standing fine, Ruan Yu thought maybe the mutated fruit wasn't ripe yet, so she took out a telescope and looked around. They might start fighting any moment, so it's still necessary to study the terrain carefully. But why were these people gathered at the foot of the mutated tree's summit? Could they be afraid of accidentally injuring the mutated tree? Hehuai stood on high ground and saw Ruan Yu and the others at once. Seeing them in person, he instinctively relaxed. He had spent days arranging things waiting for Ruan Yu to come. If she didn't show up, wouldn't he have owed so many people for nothing? "Brother Huai, Ruan Yu and the others are here. When do we make our move?" The boy from before asked softly. Actually, he was still a little hesitant, but so many people were about to arrest Ruan Yu. Surely not all of them could be wrong. And they were only going to study his supernatural ability. It shouldn't do any harm, right? He still didn't understand why Ruan Yu was unwilling. Isn't it right to save someone within the limits of what you can do? Hehuai was about to answer when he saw the two of them drive on, but they were stopped by someone, so Hehuai hurriedly got out and went down. Ruan Yu sat in the car, staring at the people in front with a look of speechless disbelief. "Move aside. Now that both of you are here, then wait together for the mutated fruit to ripen. What urgent matter could be more important than this mutated fruit?" The people in front spoke gently to persuade them, but the bodies blocking the car showed no intention of giving way. "So you mean we can't leave now, right?" "I never said that, but if you want to go over us." About 10 people blocked the front of the car, not giving an inch. In fact, Ruan Yu was simply too bored and thought to go take a look at that small village before. But who knew these people would be so impatient and start blocking the road outright? Xie looked at the people ahead, felt that since they'd said that, it would be rude not to indulge them a bit, and pressed the accelerator. Except for the 2 people who were knocked away recently, the others had already hurried to the side when the car started moving. Ruan Yu stuck out his head and grinned at them. "I've met your demands, no need to thank me." No sooner had he finished speaking than the car, which had been driving normally, suddenly stopped. Ruan Yu turned to look at Xie. "Why did it stop? There are nails ahead." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the car was surrounded. Both of them looked furious, and Hehuai finally walked over. "What's wrong?" Ruan Yu and the others all looked at Hehuai, and the rest quickly began to explain. "Brother Huai, these two hit our brothers with their car, and we're here to demand an explanation." Hehuai frowned at Ruan Yu. "Gentlemen, there's no grudge between us. Isn't this going too far?" Ruan Yu forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes and explained. "They said that if we wanted to pass, we had to go through them. We went past. What's the problem? How are we supposed to know what we did wrong? Can you point it out? You know we have no grievances with them. What do they think they're doing blocking her like that with so many people?" "Hehuai. Who told you to be so obedient? Someone says something and you actually dare to do it. That's not how you put it. That was clearly said in anger. How can you take it seriously? Don't you think so?" Ruan Yu looked thoughtful. "You mean words said in anger aren't real words, so when he spoke in anger he wasn't a person, right? So if someone hit a person, how can they blatantly lie like that? Don't you think so?" Hehuai was about to say something, but Ruan Yu pulled out an assault rifle and aimed it at him. Which is faster, you saying it or my gun? He Huai smiled without the slightest fear. I'm a metal-type esper, so that threat is useless against me. Ruan Yu also smiled. Is that so? No sooner had she finished speaking than Ruan Yu fired her gun. Xie Xingzhou drove backward, not forgetting to toss out several grenades. Chapter 136 He Huai's Death. They backed up a long distance before Ruan Yu and the other person got out of the car. Without a single useless word, they immediately started fighting with their powers. They naturally put the gun away. At close range the metal-based ability is of course not faster than a firearm, but at a bit more distance it's still better to be cautious. Watching He Huai hiding, Ruan Yu smiled. Since there's no threat, why are you hiding? Are you scared? Seeing Ruan Yu start fighting, the others gathered around without being told and attacked together with their powers. Fearing collateral damage, Ruan Yu put Inoue and the car into the space. Heiyao ran straight out and clawed anyone he saw. Countless droplets and vines attacked the group. Wind blades and fireballs fell as well. Looking at the densely packed people, Ruan Yu thought for a moment and threw out a large cluster of crabs. Half-meter-wide crabs fell from the sky, and many people were directly crushed and injured. They were all outsiders, clearly unaware of how dangerous the crabs were. A group of them paid no attention and continued to unleash their abilities to attack Ruan Yu and the others. The crabs dropped to the ground, saw people everywhere, and immediately raised their claws to snap. If one wasn't enough, several would gang up on a single person. The crab shells were too hard. Many of the ability attacks were useless. He Huai was the first to react, calling to the others, "Stay away from those crabs. Aim for the joints of their pincers." Unfortunately there were too many crabs, and with Ruan Yu and the other person watching like hawks nearby, whoever got hurt was finished off at once. For a while the casualties on He Huai's side were severe. He Huai clearly didn't want to give up. He told the spatial ability users to fetch a lot of gasoline, scattering it where the crabs were thickest, and the fire ability users hurled fireballs at them. Ruan Yu glanced over, and since the mutated tree hadn't been burned, he couldn't be bothered to care. So he controlled the vines to grab people and threw them straight into the fire. After fighting for more than 2 hours straight, of nearly 200 people only He Huai and one other boy were still alive. The two of them leaned against each other, weak and breathless. Ruan Yu and the other walked over, looking down on them from above. "We don't seem to have any grudge either. Why must you catch me?" He Huai looked at Ruan Yu with nothing but unwillingness in his eyes. Both of them were surviving the apocalypse. Why could Ruan Yu awaken so many different powers? He had seen many people with 2 different powers, but never heard of anyone with 3 or 4. This time he finally understood what it meant to have truly exceptional conditions. You have so many powers and your levels are so high, why don't you go save those weaker people? With your healing ability you could keep so many alive. Do you know how many people have died from infection by the zombie virus? Why don't you go save them? Ruan Yu sneered, "Save people? Why would I save anyone? I'm not a savior. If you want to save people, that's your own choice. You can save people yourself, why drag so many others to force me? Your so-called saving is just threatening me to save people. A lot of people have died from the zombie virus, but what does that have to do with me? I didn't create the zombie virus." He Huai still looked unconvinced. If Ruan Yu had that ability, then she should be the one to save people. But the Qingqing base could use your power to research an antidote for the zombie virus. Why won't you go to Qingqing base? Ruan Yu looked at him with a dazed expression. No wonder in the last life he chased after Bai Cha, turns out his brain was already full of bubbles. Did you just arrive in the apocalypse? Am I the only one whose ability can cure the zombie virus? The boy beside He Huai said softly, "Huai, the fruit of the mutated trees can also neutralize the toxin. Why doesn't Qingqing base study those fruits instead of studying humans?" He Huai was silent for a long moment. "That's different. Those mutated fruits are rare to begin with. They'll definitely be given first to people who need them. But your ability won't disappear. Why not use a bit for research?" Xie Xingzhou only came over after burning all those bodies and just heard this sentence. "You mean she has to willingly sacrifice herself for research? Those people who were going to die anyway can't willingly take out the mutated fruit for study? Why is she a person and you all aren't? Besides, how do you know the Qingqing base didn't develop an antidote? Those infected with the zombie virus, which ones died and which ones didn't? Can't you see?" He Huai sank into complete silence. He remembered that at first he also thought of giving the mutated fruit to the Institute for research. When did his mind start focusing only on using Ruan Yu's ability for experiments? He clearly remembered that test subjects brought into the research institute were rarely treated well. Being able to survive was already fortunate. How could he have forgotten that? If they really dragged Ruan Yu in, would the people at the research institute let her go? His family was also in the research institute. Were they really still alive? That's not it. I only wanted you to save people." "Huaiga, what's wrong with you? Ruan Yu glanced over. He's gone mad. Then why did you come here? Did you come because you listened to your brother Huaiga? Yes. I don't even know whether what they did was right, but Huaiga saved me, and I can't bring myself to disobey him. Ruan Yu waved her hand indifferently. There are plenty of people with understandable reasons. Who has ever tried to stand in her shoes? Even if only 1 in 10 humans survives, could she save them all? Those who bring disaster on themselves, should she save them or not? If she saves them and they keep recklessly wasting away, should she keep saving them and wasting resources? She'd heard those "why didn't you save him" accusations countless times in her last life. After her healing ability is exhausted, what it consumes is her life. She has sacrificed herself once already. Why should she have to die again this time? Then you too will have company. Ruan Yugong was about to use his supernatural ability when Xiexingzhou had already killed the man first. A full service package from killing to arson. After finishing, he hauled Ruan Yu away. Don't overthink it. It was their own choice, nothing to do with you. If you calculate it strictly, his half-zombie body should probably be handed over to the Institute for research. If the Institute were really working on a cure for the zombie virus, he wouldn't be planning to run away. I didn't think much about it. Maybe the mutated fruit is about to ripen. After speaking, Ruan Yu seemed to remember something. Where's He Yao? I didn't see him a moment ago. He probably ran off toward the mutated tree. The two of them hurried up the mountain and soon reached the mutated tree. Sure enough, they saw He Yao sitting under the tree, his eyes fixed on the mutated fruit. Seeing Ruan Yu rush over, he quickly rubbed himself against Ruan Yu. Stop rubbing. I'll give you an extra share later. Meow. All right. And then He Yao obediently sat to one side and watched. Xiexingzhou looked at He Yao with an amused expression. For food, he sure knew how to act cute. Ruan Yu looked up and saw there weren't many fruits, only about 20 odd. If they split a few each, the rest would probably only be enough for Xiexingzhou to level up. Zai, life is hard. Looking at the bright red fruits, Ruan Yu took out more than 20 crystal cores. He Yao obediently grabbed them in his mouth, dug a hole and buried the crystal cores. Chapter 137 Stolen Home. Watching He Yao finish burying the crystal cores, Ruan Yu carried over a large basin of water and poured it onto the roots of the mutated tree. The mutated tree happily shook its branches, and a large swath of snow fell from the canopy. Ruan Yu standing under the basin wasn't much affected, but He Yao was half buried in snow. Ran over to Ruan Yu's side whimpering for comfort. Good boy, I'll give you more meat in a bit. The mutated tree shook for a while, then directly picked all the fruits and placed them into Ruan Yu's water basin. Ruan Yu counted 28 in total, took 2 slightly smaller ones for He Yao, and stored the rest in his space. Then he buried a few crystal cores under the mutated tree before descending the mountain. Let's go back a different way. Sitting in the car, Ruan Yu suddenly said he had an uneasy feeling that returning the same way would lead to trouble. All right, and we can stop by that village you mentioned? Okay. Seeing the flame that He Huai had lit earlier still burning, Ruan Yu released a large water sphere to douse it, and left the remaining crabs alone. Xiexingzhou swept the nails on the ground to one side, and the two of them walked straight toward the bridge. Do you still have crabs in your space? Yes, I haven't released half of them yet. Xiexingzhou nodded. That's good, if next time there are more people they can do the same. Otherwise those two of them might not have lasted so long. They might have been caught. After driving for nearly another 2 hours, they saw the broken bridge and the river surface already frozen in the distance, glanced at the two of them, and turned onto another road. They hadn't driven long before Ruan Yu saw the familiar small hill, piled high with cars. Xiexingzhou raised an eyebrow. Piled that high, you must have used up a lot of strength. They put the cart away, crawled over, then took the cart back out and continued on. Just the small path up ahead. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xiexingzhou steered the cart and turned in. They rode for a while before they saw some houses, and only then did the two of them get off the vehicle. I didn't expect this place not to be flooded, but since it's so flat here water can't accumulate. They walked around. The houses were all covered with a thick layer of dust, showing at a glance that no one lived there. Let's go check the back hill. I picked quite a few mutated fruits there before. Xiexingzhou followed behind Ruan Yu, winding up the mountain. The mutated tree sensed Ruan Yu and its crown trembled. Ruan Yu poured a cup of water onto its roots, then walked a few circles with Xiexingzhou. After making sure no one was around, the two of them finally left. Shortly after they left, a person came out of the cellar. After confirming they wouldn't return, he turned and went back. Leave, everyone come out now. A dozen or so people emerged from the cellar one after another. I told you not to stay in the house, we almost got discovered. For some unknown reason, the village was now full of women. There wasn't a single man. Don't worry about it as long as they don't bother us. After walking a short distance, Xie Xingzhou asked curiously, "Aren't we going back to ambush them?" "You want to go back? I'm listening to you." Ruan Yu Bai rolled his eyes at him. "We don't even know them, there's no need to go back." The whole journey was unusually smooth, and no one stopped them. But the group that had planted the bomb had been waiting a long time with no one returning, and they couldn't help grumbling. "Why hasn't anyone come? Did the car break down, stall? Boss, should we send someone to go check?" "Fine, you go with 2 more brothers and take a look." On the other side, Mao Rui and the others were playing Do Diju with score stickers. Although Mao Rui was the team leader, he couldn't stop his teammates from ganging up on him. There was almost no room left on his face to put another sticker. They were so absorbed in the game that they suddenly heard a commotion downstairs. Over 30 people had gotten off the vehicle and were standing below. Li Tian saw someone and hurried back. "Big brother, someone's coming." Mao Rui and the others quickly tossed their cards and walked to the window. "Those people from that route, why are there so many of them? Could they be trying to take advantage and steal Sister Ruan's place?" The 2 leading the group are still 5th tier ability users. "Among us, only you just reached 5th tier, we can't beat them." Mao Rui slapped his palm down. "If you can't beat them, can't you use strategy? Didn't Sister Ruan say there are zombies all around? We can just watch. If the zombies can't handle them, then we step in." They had all quietly looked around before. There were several 5th-rank zombies inside the building, and those 30-plus people might not be able to win. Mao Rui and the others watched from upstairs as the 30-plus people split into groups and headed toward the apartment building. Seeing them march so grandly did look impressive, and Mao Rui and the others felt a moment of tension. But before long, a whole crowd came running out, each chased by a few zombies, mostly 4th rank with a few lucky ones being chased by 2 5th-rank zombies. "Ha ha ha, you idiot. Sister Ruan would never give you the chance to raid the house. A 5th-tier zombie, good luck to you." Ruan Yu and the other person drove for another 2+ hours before they reached the suburbs. Tunan didn't know whether they were waiting for them, but in any case they ran into them. "Sister-in-law and brother-in-law, you'd better go back quickly. Over 30 people drove in there, probably trying to steal from your place. It's been almost an hour now." After speaking, Tunan stepped aside at once. Now was definitely not the time to mutate the fruit. Ruan Yu and the other didn't waste words either and headed straight for the city center. Even on the ice, Xie Xingzhou tried his best to drive a little faster. "Someone really is stealing houses, huh? Which gang is this now?" Ruan Yu looked helpless. Why did everyone always focus on her, huh? The ice was really not good for speeding. When they got close to downtown, Ruan Yu simply put the car away, and the 2 of them changed into rollerblades and skated quickly. As for He Yao, he tossed space aside and kept Silver Moon company. From a distance he saw a few people still using their abilities to attack. Ruan Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached. It seemed no one had gone up. Moving closer he discovered 2 corpses of 5th-rank zombies on the ground. Mao Rui and the others were still fighting someone, all of them showing signs of injury. Seeing Ruan Yu and the other approach, their eyes lit up. "Ruan sister, you're finally back." They were fine at first, but maybe they laughed too loudly because that group directly lured the zombies toward them. Now they had no choice but to act. They could distinguish friend from foe, but the zombies couldn't, so in the end they had to join forces to kill the zombies first. Although they were already trying hard to slack off while killing the zombies, they couldn't withstand the enemy's numbers. They had also fought desperately to hold on for so long. Seeing Mao Rui and the others looking so miserable, Ruan Yu felt a bit guilty. If they hadn't taken the detour, would they have gotten home earlier, and Mao Rui and the others wouldn't be in such a sorry state? The people who had been looting the house were startled when they saw the 2 of them. Hadn't Ruan Yu not come back? They had come only after making sure. It's all those people's fault. It's not even their house, so why stop them? It has nothing to do with them. Xie Xingzhou looked at the 20 or so people still standing, said nothing and attacked at once, directly using his special ability. Ruan Yu controlled the water droplets to join in, and before long the group was dealt with and lying on the ground. Ruan Yu ignored the rest, walked over to Mao Rui and the others, and seeing that one of them looked unwell, asked, "What's wrong with him? Was he grabbed by a zombie?" Mao Rui and the others lowered their heads embarrassedly. He had actually recovered after eating the mutant fruit, but then he got grabbed again. "We gave him several doses and could only keep it suppressed." "Where are you hurt?" Several people quickly pulled his arm out. Seeing the deep scratch down to the bone, Ruan Yu reached out toward the wound and activated her special power. Before long the wound had crusted over. The man's complexion visibly improved. "Thank you, Sister Ruan. And you all? If you're injured, speak up. Once we pass this village there won't be another shop like this." The few people left looked left and right, all shaking their heads. Li Tian glanced at the others, scratched his head, and sheepishly reached out his hand. "Does this count as an injury?" There was a shallow cut on the back of his hand, a bluish-black color. Ruan Yu smiled. Yes. She healed it on the spot. Don't hide your wounds. Even small cuts can turn into zombies if left untreated. A few of them checked each other's clothes again, flipping collars and cuffs to make sure there was nothing. Then together they shook their heads at Ruan Yu. Watching Xiexingzhou finish packing, Ruan Yu took out 6 mutant fruits and handed them to Mao Rui. Here, I brought these for you. Head home early. After speaking, Ruan Yu went upstairs with Xiexingzhou close behind. Chapter 138. Bai Cha is injured. Watching Ruan Yu and the others leave, Mao Rui looked left and right. When did the floor get so clean? Let's go too. Don't cause Sister Ruan any trouble. After Ruan Yu and the other went upstairs, as soon as they entered the room they hauled He Yao and Yin Yu out, filled the food bowls and gave He Yao an extra large piece of meat. Are you going to upgrade your ability first or eat first? Eat first. They already had the mutated fruit in hand. A little delay like this wouldn't matter. Given how exhausting the big fight this afternoon had been, Ruan Yu didn't want Xiexingzhou to cook, so she took some food out of the space. Braised pork, boiled sliced meat in spicy broth, pickled cabbage fish, and stir-fried water spinach with chili, plus 2 bowls of rice. After setting everything on the dining table, she invited Xiexingzhou to sit down. There shouldn't be anyone coming in these next few days, so we can really relax. Xiexingzhou didn't respond. He just nodded. After eating and tidying up the dishes, Ruan Yu led Xiexingzhou into the space. Find a spot yourself. I'll go check the vegetables in the field. Okay. Ruan Yu tossed the mutated fruit to Xiexingzhou and then walked off. She hadn't entered the space for several days. Now she was staring intently at the vegetable plot. Why are the yard-long beans, cabbage, and lettuce all growing so fast? As she spoke, Ruan Yu harvested and put them aside, then began sowing new seeds. The previously planted corn was ready to eat, so Ruan Yu picked it all and set it aside. She chopped down the stalks and left them unattended. It took her almost an hour to finish tidying up. Seeing Xiexingzhou still absorbing, she turned and went into the small bamboo house. There was hot water inside. After washing up, Ruan Yu wrapped her hair and left the space. There was no way to use electricity in the space, and she had no idea where the hot water had come from. But the space was basically a bug anyway, so Ruan Yu didn't think much of it. After drying her hair, it was only 8:30. Ruan Yu took out her tablet, watched a movie, and waited for Xiexingzhou to wake up. After driving for 4 or 5 hours, Bai Cha and the others finally saw a small town ahead in the distance. Seeing the relatively dense houses, Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief. If they couldn't find supplies, she felt they might not be able to return tonight. Brother Feng, there should be supplies ahead. Let's go down and take a look. Okay. Feng Lan had no objections, he had spent nights outdoors before. But Bai Cha's secret was something that needed to be properly uncovered. The town was small. The streets could be seen to the end at a glance, but there were still a few small supermarkets. The group headed straight for the supermarket. Su Yanzhi walked at the front, purple light flashing from his hands, so they could react quickly if there were zombies. Su Yanzhi walked in slowly, a ball of lightning coalescing in his hand. Through the purple glow he could see there wasn't a single person inside. The little supermarket had only 2 aisles, both now crooked. Unopened snack packets were scattered all over the floor. There were almost no full boxes left. White Tea and the others didn't disdain it. They picked up the items on the floor and packed them for the space ability user. It took a while before they finished scavenging the small supermarket. Nothing left. Let's move to another place. Maybe it was luck. White Tea walked in front this time, a fireball forming in his hand. Seeing the neat shelves of the small supermarket packed with supplies, he rejoiced and rushed forward. Su Yanzhi hadn't had time to say anything from behind when she saw a zombie rush out. Cha-cha, be careful. Bai Cha was startled and reflexively threw the fireball in her hand. Maybe because it was too close, Bai Cha was still scratched by the zombie. Feng Lan came in and happened to see the scene, and attacked the zombie without showing emotion. The 4th-tier zombie was dealt with quickly. Bai Cha felt the wound on her hand but still said nothing. She just tugged at her sleeve to hide the cut. Feng Lan gave her a meaningful glance but remained silent. Brother Feng, none of the supplies here have been touched. Once we finish loading, can we go back? Bai Cha looked at Feng Lan and asked cautiously, did anyone see me get scratched just now? We're all here, so we definitely have to check out the whole town. Besides, with just a few things and 8 of us, how much would each person even get? Feng Lan spoke reasonably. Wanting to leave so soon was out of the question. Helpless, Bai Cha could only keep scavenging supplies. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt the zombie virus didn't affect her much. 阮玉看了1个多小时的电影，察觉到谢行舟醒过来，直接就把人拉了出来。Xiexingzhou froze. How had he blinked and suddenly ended up somewhere else? Then he recovered and gave Ruan Yu a helpless look. Upgraded. I've advanced to 6th rank. Ruan Yu nodded. Her strength on this side had increased again. Alright then, if there's nothing else, go back to sleep for now. We'll talk about anything else tomorrow. Ruan Yu put away the tablet, wrapped herself in the quilt, and immediately closed her eyes. Xie Xingzhou glanced once and turned back to his own room. The next day Ruan Yu didn't sleep in either. At least by the time Xie Xingzhou came over, Ruan Yu had already finished washing up. Today I'll keep slacking off and wait for Tunan to come. While eating breakfast, Ruan Yu outlined his plan for the day. Anyway, nobody reckless would show up in the next few days. After thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu suddenly asked, "Last time you asked me where I wanted to go. Where were you originally planning to go?" Xie Xingzhou said without thinking. "You're going to the granary too. Are you going alone? Or is everyone else going as well? Like my brother and the others, they're going too, right?" Yuan Yu stared at Xie Xingzhou as she spoke. For some reason, looking at Ruan Yu's expression made Xie Xingzhou feel inexplicably guilty. "We had agreed to meet up over there. So you know where my brother is?" "I really don't know that." "Then you were just fooling me before." "Then I didn't know you were so easy to fool." "Ruan Yu, you don't think reaching 6th rank in abilities is enough to beat me, do you?" Seeing Ruan Yu's expression growing more dangerous, Xie Xingzhou swallowed. "I'm just afraid you'll act rashly. Isn't it fine now? After the snowy season, we can go check out the granary together." Ruan Yu wasn't actually angry. She looked at Xie Xingzhou with a puzzled glance. "Are we talking about the same place? The closest one from here, and the one least likely to be flooded, is just one granary. Which granary are you talking about?" "Fine, I'll trust you one more time." After breakfast, Ruan Yu and the others went up to the rooftop to take a look, and from afar they saw Tunan and his group driving over. "Let's go, Tunan is here, hurry and come downstairs." When she saw Tunan, Ruan Yu suddenly remembered that she hadn't checked how many mutated fruits were left. So she took out the basin, looked at the fruits inside and counted. "How are there still 14? She looked at Xie Xingzhou with nothing but confusion. "You ate 6 yesterday?" Chapter 139, Giving Mutant Fruit to Tunan. Xie Xingzhou naturally nodded. "Yeah, what's up? Did you forget last time you ate so many peaches and still didn't reach level 6? Maybe the timing wasn't right." Seeing this, Ruan Yu also didn't know what to say. In any case, he couldn't figure it out. "There are 28 in total, gave 2 to Heiyao, 6 to Maorui, Xie Xingzhou ate 6, leaving 14. How many should be given to Tunan?" He poked Xie Xingzhou twice. "How many do you think should be given to Tunan? How many did you give Maorui and the others?" 6. "Give Tunan 6 as well." Ruan Yu nodded. That left 8. She wouldn't need that many even after reaching late 6th rank, and could give 2 to Heiyao Inue. "Alright, let's do that." The two walked a short distance out of the neighborhood to wait for Tunan and the others. Seeing Ruan Yu and the others, Tunan began waving from afar. After parking, Tunan hurriedly got out. "Thanks, brother, sister-in-law, are you all right?" "We're fine, everything's okay." "That's good. I was worried someone had broken into your place." "That would never be that easy." After a few polite exchanges, Tunan rubbed his hands and looked at Ruan Yu. "That sister-in-law should have picked the mutant fruits this time, right?" Ruan Yu took out 6 and handed them over. Looking at the 6 mutant fruits, Tunan's mouth almost split to the back of his ears. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Last night I sent people to check around and sent out several more teams. I estimate no one will come to bother you for a while. If anyone comes over, I'll notify you immediately." "Alright, please thank brother too for me." They stood for a while, then Tunan lowered his voice and said, "About the sister-in-law you had me ask about earlier, I got some brothers from other places to help look into it. No news for now, when there is, we'll come to find you." After saying that, Tunan got into the car. The two watched the vehicle drive off before going home. Ruan Yu wasn't surprised either. 6 people had gone in and 3 were already dead, so the remaining 3 probably wouldn't come out for a while. Although the remaining 3 weren't from Qingqing base, they weren't on bad terms with the people there. Thinking of the previous village in Qingqing base, Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou. "Yuanqi, do you know him? I heard he's a senior figure at Qingqing base." When he heard the name, Xie Xingzhou didn't react at once. After a moment he remembered, "There used to be such a high-up, but I killed him." "How do you know him?" "I don't know him. I once killed someone named Yanzhi." He said his brother was one of the leaders of the Qingqing base, so it suddenly occurred to me to ask. Ruan Yu spoke frankly. She was curious why Xie Xingzhou had killed Yuanqi. Wasn't he a senior at the Qingqing base? Could he really be taken out that easily? Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment before saying, "By that time when his brother ran into you, he was already dead beyond resurrection." Who told the man he had bad luck? On the very day they were planning to escape he showed up to jeer. The other man lost his temper, broke free of his restraints and punched him, thinking that since he'd already hit him he might as well finish him off with a knife. Ruan Yu nodded inwardly. Good thing she had killed him outright back then, otherwise it would have been a disaster. After thinking for a while, she finally voiced the question that had been nagging her. Why did you kill him? He was rather unlucky. He happened to run into us just as we were preparing to escape. In the moment he couldn't be controlled, he died. Ruan Yu. They were both brothers in misfortune. Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi had been searching for supplies ahead, while Fenglan kept watching Bai Cha. Seeing Bai Cha acting like nothing had happened, she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He must not have been mistaken. Although it was a bit far away and the light was rather dim, that zombie did indeed reach toward Bai Cha's hand. Forget it. Just be more careful and mention it if anything unusual happens. Then he fell in step with Bai Cha. They wandered for a while until Fenglan, sharp-eyed, noticed that a lot of people had gathered on a small hill not far away and suggested, let's go over there and take a look. There are so many people. Even if there's something good, we wouldn't get any if we go. We might as well head back, Bai Cha said softly. With so many people, it was obvious there were mutant fruits. One tree only bears that few. Even if they went, they wouldn't get a turn. Better to return earlier. She also wanted to go back and check what was up with that wound. She clearly didn't have healing powers. So why did the zombie virus seem ineffective on her? This must never be discovered. Otherwise, wouldn't she just become a substitute for Ruan Yu? She still hasn't wrested control of Ruan Yu's space, hasn't gone to empty the granary, and no matter what, she can't be taken for research. How would you know unless you go check? What if I'm lucky and there are more fruits? Then I'd be getting a huge bargain. Fenglan immediately objected. He wasn't stupid. Encountering mutated fruit was rare. How could he not go see? What if he found out who had a large amount of mutated fruit? If he didn't dare to grab it, could his Feng family not go seize it? It's not the first time we've snatched things. Once you get used to it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are only so many items. First come, first served. You can't blame him. Bai Cha could only chuckle dryly. Brother Feng is right. Then let's go over and take a look too. Fenglan smiled. That's more like it. Who hides when they see something good? Su Yanzhi didn't dare interrupt. He could only follow where the crowd was thicker. Those who had seen Fenglan and the others paid them no more mind. Chu Jing was among them, and upon seeing Fenglan's group he called out and went over. Outside, they still presented themselves as from the same base. At least they needed to appear somewhat united. How long have you been here? Fenglan hurried over and asked. We've been here for a while. Did you come looking for supplies? Yes. Is there any supplies in that town over there? A little. The mutant fruit isn't ripe yet. It'll probably take another 2 days. Looking at the mutated tree, Chu Jing said helplessly. When Bai Cha heard this, her eyes widened. 2 more days here, that would be the death of her, right? So she looked at Fenglan with a tender expression, her voice faint. We have to wait that long? How about we go back first and come back in a couple of days? What do you think, Brother Feng? Fenglan smiled. If we come back in a couple of days, there might not even be a tree left. Since we're here, we might as well wait. Don't you want a mutation fruit? Bai Cha glanced at the 100 or so fruits on the mutated tree. Of course she wanted one, but the tree wasn't giving her any. Waiting wouldn't do any good. Then just listen to Brother Feng. Bai Cha felt resentful. Was Fenglan sick today? Why did he always contradict her and go against her every time? If in a little while she says that town isn't far and they'll go sleep over there tonight, wouldn't that person also insist on staying right by her, sleeping right here? Sounds like he's sick with snow everywhere. How wouldn't it freeze him to death? With no one bothering them, Ruan Yu and the other didn't really give up. After resting a bit in the afternoon, they took out rice, flour, and vegetables and kept cooking. Anyway, food stored in the space won't spoil, so they cooked more when they had time and ate ready-made meals when they didn't feel like moving. Then I still need to find my brother. The food consumption will certainly be greater than for 2 people, so stocking up a bit more can't hurt. Chapter 140. The snow stops. So Ruan Yu and I began our routine of cooking and stocking food. Occasionally some short-sighted people came looking for trouble, and the 2 of us handled them easily. 3 months later, Ruan Yu and the other person were frying crispy pork on the rooftop. It seems the snow has gotten a bit lighter. Ruan Yu was eating heartily. Hearing that, he looked more closely. Looks like it's a bit less than yesterday. Seems like it's about to stop. They had originally been doing it at home, but Xiexingzhou felt the space at home was a bit restrictive. After discussing it, the 2 of them set up a simple canopy on the rooftop and started doing their regular barbecues up there. With the better view, they could always keep an eye on the surroundings, and they gradually grew used to it. When the ice melts, we'll set off? Xiexingzhou looked at Ruan Yu and asked. He thought that since they were going to seize the granary, they should strike first. The sooner the better. Yeah, if we're late someone might have already taken it. Ruan Yu replied seriously for once. If they left too late, Bai Cha might seize the chance and get there before her. Besides, this place was quite far away. Before the end of the world it took a full day and night to drive. Now with torrential rains and heavy snow, who knew if those roads would even be passable? Naturally, the earlier they set out, the better. They agreed. Then the two of them continued frying the crispy pork. Another half-month passed. Seeing the ice downstairs had all melted into water, Ruan Yu suggested setting out, and the two were packing up the house. They didn't know what they might encounter on the road, and with the warming weather pests usually appeared. In the previous life she had suffered several insect plagues, with bugs the size of fists, so the two of them packed up everything they could again, even taking down the fireplace and storing it in the space. After going downstairs, Ruan Yu took out the assault boat and was about to set off when Mao Rui and the others waved from a distance. "Sister, wait." Ruan Yu was a bit puzzled but waited a moment, watching the approaching group, and asked, "Are you here for something?" No sooner had they stopped than Mao Rui asked excitedly, "Sister, are you planning to go get supplies?" Ruan Yu nodded. "Yeah, how about you?" Mao Rui reached up and scratched his head twice, saying sheepishly, "We just wanted to get out and train a bit too. Staying here all the time won't raise our strength, so we thought we'd come say goodbye. Luckily we arrived early. And they couldn't follow Sister Ruan forever. Getting a little advantage was enough, they shouldn't cling on." "That's good. In this day and age, strength really matters more." After thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu took 2 lotus pods out from the space and handed them to Mao Rui. "Here. Consider this a gift from me to you." Mao Rui awkwardly accepted them. He really had only come to bid Sister Ruan farewell. We didn't mean anything by coming. Sister Ruan, if you need us for anything, have Tunan contact us. We'll definitely rush over as soon as possible. There are so many of Tunan's brothers, they wouldn't go to those hidden corners, and it wouldn't be hard to get in touch." Ruan Yu smiled. "Okay, I will." After saying a few more words, Mao Rui and the others left. Watching them go, Ruan Yu and the other two got into the assault boat and departed. Fortunately, Tunan had been told a couple of days ago, so there was no need to inform him this time. They rode in the assault boat for more than an hour before the two of them reached a place where they could drive, took out the Hummer and headed north. "Your agreement with my brother was to meet at the granary, right?" Xie Xingzhou looked helpless. Ruan Yu had asked this several times already. "Yes, that's right. You've already asked several times. I'm just double-checking. I haven't seen my brother in so long, can't you understand?" Ruan Yu hugged Heiyao and Inua, her face full of excitement. She would be seeing her brother very soon. It would be best to meet after she had dealt with Bai Cha, that way there wouldn't be any oblivious troublemakers causing problems. Elsewhere, Bai Cha took Su Yanzhi back to the B City base at the first moment the snow melted. Feng Lan naturally kept up. Ever since he discovered that Bai Cha wouldn't mutate, even after being bitten by zombies, he had been following him, hoping to dig up more secrets. Although Bai Cha had said roughly when the heavy snow would stop, it was only an approximate time, roughly the same as the Research Institute's prediction. So he was sure Bai Cha must have other secrets. Besides the half-zombie body, those who don't turn into zombies include healing-type supernatural users. He couldn't think of any other constitution. Since the Institute was also somewhat interested, he certainly wouldn't let it go. "Bai Cha, are you leaving now?" The joy of leaving the Qingqing base made Bai Cha temporarily forget that Feng Lan also had ulterior motives, so he said excitedly, "Big brother Feng, we want to go back to City B to take a look. After all, it was the first base we stayed at, and we still have a lot of friends over there." Feng Lan thought for a moment, tilting his head with a pensive look. "Is that so? You two are too vulnerable to go alone. How about I come with you and Xujing as well? It just so happens we're all heading back together." Xujing also happened to walk over with 6 people. "There are a lot of people out now, Cheng Wuzi, aren't you afraid of being robbed? It's especially dangerous for girls. With us protecting you, wouldn't it be a bit safer? It just so happens we have business in City B too, so we can go together since it's on the way." Hearing Xujing's words, Bai Cha realized she couldn't easily refuse and could only say tactfully, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" No, we're all friends. Helping each other out is fine." Su Yanzhi naturally hoped someone would join them. He was also curious why Bai Cha was in such a hurry to return to City B. There were a few friends there, and if he remembered correctly, those people seemed to be fond of Bai Cha. Although none of them showed it, the man's intuition told him he hadn't remembered wrong. "Cha-cha, let's go together. We don't have spatial powers and B City is so far. If we run into danger at least someone can watch our backs, right?" Even Su Yanzhi said so Bai Cha could only force a fake smile. "Then we'll trouble Brother Feng. Leave right now, can Brother Feng make it? Do you need to go back to pack?" Bai Cha smiled gently, but in her heart she glared resentfully at Feng Lan and the others. "Better go back and pack up, don't follow me, so annoying." "No need, we've all packed up. Let's go." "All right." Ruan Yu had been half asleep and dizzy, and when Xie Xingzhou slammed on the brakes and swerved, Ruan Yu slammed into the car door. Meeting Ruan Yu's murderous glare, Xie Xingzhou reached up to rub his nose and, a little embarrassed, pointed ahead. A car suddenly came out in the middle of the road. I panicked for a moment and almost couldn't stop in time. Ruan Yu touched his forehead and looked ahead. A black SUV was stopped across the road, and 5 people dressed all in black got out, each holding a baseball bat. Ruan Yu frowned. Didn't we just leave a city? You remembered correctly, but this is the north. Tunan's forces are basically in the south. Ruan Yuchen was silent for a moment. The 5 men had already come over and surrounded the 2 people's car. The man in charge knocked on the car window. Xie Xingzhou put on a forced smile and rolled down the window. Brothers, have we offended you? Chapter 141 Granary. Who's your boss? Pay the toll. The man looked fierce. One of his underlings handed over a placard. Ruan Yu glanced at it. Toll. 100 jin of coarse grain, 50 jin of fine grain, 30 liters of gasoline. He was about to ask why they weren't just robbing them, then suddenly realized, wasn't this exactly robbery? The man tapped the toll sign. The snow just stopped, so we won't take much. You can pick one thing yourselves or have one person stay behind. We don't mind who stays. As he spoke, he cast a scheming glance at Xie Xingzhou. The fake smile on Xie Xingzhou's face vanished at once. Looking timid, he got out of the car and said cautiously, "We'll give you food. It's in the trunk, I'll get it for you." As soon as the words fell, the car door slammed shut with a bang. Xie Xingzhou raised his hand. His fist, the size of a sandbag, landed squarely on the man's face. He grabbed the nearby baseball bat and proceeded to beat them senseless. A group of people were beaten so badly they almost forgot they were ability users. Just as they tried to use their powers, Xie Xingzhou kicked one of them and launched another round of brutal beating. After finishing, Xie Xingzhou turned the car that was blocking the road around and casually tossed the keys onto the face of the man leading them. "Don't let me see you again. Next time it won't be just a beating. Tell your boss, next time I hear my name Su Yanzhi or Bai Cha's name, he'd better stay far away, or else he'll regret it." Xie Xingzhou perfectly embodied what it meant to be arrogant, then drove off in triumph. After a while, Ruan Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, when did you change your name? What if Bai Cha and the others don't come this way? Wouldn't your efforts be wasted? Ha ha ha." Xie Xingzhou put on a very serious expression. "Is it that funny?" After a long while, Ruan Yu's laughter finally stopped. "No, it's just that I didn't expect you to do that." Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou with curiosity. She thought he was already unethical enough, but she hadn't realized she was still so superficial. Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu silently. "Isn't this normal procedure? Even if he didn't come, he still got to beat someone up and vent, so it wasn't a loss. Besides, in the past 3 months Ruan Yu had let a lot of things slip, and especially that Bai Cha would come here too, so it wasn't wrong for him to try to slow them down. Do you think Bai Cha will go directly from the Qingqing base? Or will she come after returning to City B?" Hearing this, Ruan Yu paused. Of course it would be best to go directly, but Bai Cha probably has no connections at the Qingqing base and wouldn't know her way around. She'll probably go back to City B to check on things and then come over. But she should have set off already, right? If she returns to City B first, she'll definitely be a step behind us. Isn't that perfect? If she doesn't go back, she certainly won't say what she's up to and naturally won't bring many people. Even if she's faster than us, we'll still be the ones to pick up the leftovers in the end. Xie Xingzhou analyzed with a smile. To grab things now, the most needed ability is spatial powers. But the location of the granary was originally classified. Even if Bai Cha knew it, he wouldn't dare reveal it. By the time the Qingqing base thought of it, several days would have already passed. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, you're right. Anyway, no matter what, this time we have to take care of Bai Cha, otherwise I have a bad feeling there will be big trouble. So what about my brother? When is he arriving?" "How would I know? We'll just wait and see." "Aren't you the captain? How do you not know anything?" Ruan Yu said to him, looking at him with a face full of disdain. Xie Xingzhou took a deep breath. Calm down, don't stoop to her level." So he changed the subject. "There's a house ahead. Let's go rest there for a while and have lunch." Ruan Yu glanced at the time. It was around mealtime. "Okay." Bai Cha and the others barely stopped along the way, but the snow had only just melted, and even moving quickly it still took them a whole day to reach City B. By the time they arrived it was already night, and they didn't want to bother anyone, so they had to find a place to rest first. At dawn the next day, Bai Cha dragged Su Yanzhi to the residences of those friends to look for them. He knocked on the door, and seeing the unfamiliar faces Bai Cha froze for a moment. "Who are you looking for?" "Excuse me, is Lin Shen still living here?" "He left a long time ago, said he went to City A to look for supplies." Hearing City at Bai Cha felt a chill down to the bone. They told him not to go, yet he went anyway. Seeing Bai Cha looking down and saying nothing, Su Yanji offered comfort. Maybe they think City A is better. Go look for others there. Bai Cha glanced at him. A city had to have a base. Who besides Ruan Yu would live there? She hoped only that single squad had gone. The two of them went on to check several more addresses in succession. Gosheng, Qin Ran, Lin Yi, Song Hui. Bai Cha asked about anyone she was even slightly familiar with, and all of them had gone to a city. Some went looking for supplies, some went looking for Ruan Yu. In any case, none of them returned. After asking around for quite a while, Bai Cha finally found a mother and daughter who had come back from the A city side. Both Bai Cha and the other person looked defensive. What are you doing here? Lingjia, I just came to see you. I heard you'd met Ruan Yu. Bai Cha didn't mind their guarded expressions at all, still wearing that gentle look on her face. See me? What's there to see? I only remember that Ruan Yu didn't save my husband because I introduced you to him. Seeing Bai Cha like that, Xiaoling showed no kindness at all. If it weren't for that woman egging him on, her husband wouldn't have gone to find Ruan Yu. Why is it that only her husband died? And everyone says they're going after Ruan Yu. She only added fuel to the fire. As for why he didn't come back, what does that have to do with her? Whether she said it or not, those people would have gone anyway. It's just that more people went after she said it. Sister Ling, you should know she's only trying to sow discord. Aren't you the same? You've been involved with so many people. How can you pretend to be so innocent? You say Ruan Yu has a healing ability, who's ever seen it? But you come here and gossip about others. Why are you so jealous? I'm not blind either. She's much prettier than you, and she's much better at picking men. If you have time, you'd better think about how to explain to the families of those who died, since it was because you went to Sidia that none of them came back. Xiaoling held an in with a calm expression. She wasn't doing well. These people weren't going to be okay either. Now everyone was the same, no one should look down on anyone. Sister Bai, Dad died because he listened to you. Are you here to pay for his life? Anan looked at Bai Cha with an innocent expression, eyes full of naivety. Several children outside were all watching Bai Cha. Although they hadn't said a word, it felt frightening. Afraid of inciting the crowd's anger, Bai Cha could only grab Su Yanji and hurry away, and the group quickly drove off. Bai Cha, why are you in such a hurry? Is something wrong? Where are we going? I foresaw that Ruan Yu and the others would go to a place. There's a granary there, and this is the way to the granary. Bai Cha felt very uneasy as well. She no longer cared what might be exposed. Knowing was enough anyway, she just couldn't let Ruan Yu have it easy. Hearing this, Feng Lan was startled and quickly sent a message to the base. Fortunately, she had brought the base's special communication equipment when she came out. Chapter 142. The Giant Cockroach. Xie Xingzhou parked the car in front of that house. The two of them got out and looked around. An ordinary two-story self-built house. Judging by the color of the walls, it had apparently been submerged to some height. Things inside were in disarray. Clear signs it hadn't been lived in. They didn't care. Ruan Yu took out 2 portions of food, they ate simply, then got back in the car and continued on their way. The road was very quiet the whole way. Occasionally 1 or 2 cars would come toward them, looking quite urgent. Ruan Yu asked, puzzled. Shouldn't everyone be out looking for supplies now? Why does it feel like there aren't many people? And those cars we passed earlier, why did they look like they were fleeing for their lives? Xie Xingzhou kept his hands on the wheel and glanced at Ruan Yu with some agreement. Maybe there's something up ahead. After driving for about another hour, Ruan Yu looked through her binoculars and saw a service area in the distance. A few people rushed out of it in a panic and ran toward their car. There's a service area ahead. Several people came out and ran. Feels like something must be inside. After speaking, Ruan Yu continued to observe with the binoculars. Just after those cars drove away, a huge swarm of pitch-black things suddenly poured out of the service area, each about the size of a fist. Ruan Yu looked more closely, and after recognizing them he hurriedly urged Xie Xingzhou, quick, turn around, lots of cockroaches. Although Xie Xingzhou hadn't seen them, he still turned around quickly. Because they weren't far apart, the few cars that had rushed out of the service area also pursued. Ruan Yu looked back and, face full of worry, shouted, hurry, that bunch of cockroaches is coming after us. Xie Xingzhou glanced in the rearview mirror and only saw a dark mass on the ground steadily approaching them. Puzzled, he said, how are these cockroaches running so fast? There's a fork up ahead, why don't we turn that way? Okay. Ruan Yu hurriedly nodded. He already found cockroaches disgusting. The big ones were both disgusting and frightening. 1 or 2 were fine, but a whole swarm was genuinely terrifying. The other cars, seeing Xie Xingzhou turn onto a different road, followed suit. The vehicle sped up, the accelerator floored, but the swarm of cockroaches kept closing in. This cockroach has evolved a bit too far, hasn't it? Shut up and drive, hurry up. If they catch up later, I won't be able to kill this many. Ruan Yu glanced at Xie and kept urging him on. These cockroaches absolutely must not get into the space. It would ruin the appetite. Luckily they had filled the gas tank before leaving. Otherwise running out of fuel halfway would have been truly terrifying. Just as she thought that, Ruan Yu noticed a van that had been following them stop. Several psychics hurriedly got out and created a psychic wall. The fire-type psychic even formed flames on the wall, trying to buy time. Another person quickly took out gasoline and poured it into the tank. Before long, the one refueling grew anxious, and those holding off the cockroaches grew anxious too. The psychic wall grew thinner and thinner. Even with the fire, the cockroaches weren't afraid and kept surging forward, trampling over the corpses in front of them. The flames on the wall dwindled. As the psychic wall was about to break, the van finally started. The others scrambled aboard and opened the trunk. The fire-type psychic rekindled a wall of flames, then leapt into the trunk and pulled down the tailgate. The van shot off in an instant. With the psychic's transport gone, the firewall disappeared at once, and the group of cockroaches quickly closed in again. Ruan Yu watched the people in the vehicle thoughtfully and said, "Those people seem pretty united. They held off the cockroaches without fearing the driver would just drive off, and the last person to get on the vehicle didn't worry that the others would leave him behind. Shows they're all normal people." Ruan Yu nodded. "I suppose so. But I think we could try burning these cockroaches with fire. It's just that with so many of them it might be difficult." Xie examined the road ahead carefully while listening to Ruan Yu. Most creatures can be burned, but the route to the granary isn't the only one. The path we're on now also gets there. It's just 300 kilometers longer. Ruan Yu thought for a moment. If they didn't kill the cockroaches, the people who came later would run into them. Wouldn't that be Bai Cha's problem? Fine, a bit farther wouldn't hurt. They weren't short on gasoline. Fine, I'll follow your lead. They'd been driving for nearly an hour when Ruan Yu took out a telescope to look. That swarm of cockroaches had finally stopped, and everyone in the cars breathed a sigh of relief. The cockroaches didn't follow us. At that, Xie pulled the car to the side. "Let's take a break. If there are cockroaches over here too, we'll need energy to run." Ruan Yu glared at him. "Shut your crow mouth." The others in the cars got out too, glanced at each other a few times, said nothing, and gathered around their own vehicles. Ruan Yu squatted in front of her car, somewhat rueful. "Today really has been a day of disaster after disaster. Since when did I get so unlucky? Could it be that the heroine's luck from Bai Cha has transferred to her, and now she has to experience some of the misfortunes the heroine goes through? There were disasters, sure, but aren't you okay too? Stop thinking about all those pointless things." Xie looked at her speechless. She herself had said there would be big bugs after this, so isn't it normal to see them now? But the cockroaches are already out. There won't also be rats, will there? By that evolution standard, would the rats be half a meter long? Thinking this, Xie looked at Ruan Yu and asked curiously, "What if rats evolve the same way, how big would they be?" Ruan Yu pressed her lips together. She had just managed to forget the fist-sized cockroaches, and now he reminded her of them again. She took a deep breath and grinding her teeth said, "Haven't you seen crabs? These two look about the same size, so if they evolve they'd be about the same." Xie smiled broadly, suddenly enlightened and said, "Is that so? I've never seen a mouse as big as a crab. With your jinxed mouth it'll be soon." After a short break, the two got into the car. With an extra 300 kilometers to go, they naturally had to make good time. Just as Xie was about to start the car, he heard someone knocking on the window. After thinking for a moment, he still rolled down the car window and looked at that person, saying nothing, just staring. The man had prepared what to say, but didn't expect Xie not to ask a single question. After a brief awkward pause, he spoke, "Hey brother, are you guys also going to look for supplies?" "Yes. Can we follow behind you?" "I don't recommend you follow us." After speaking, Xie rolled up the car window and pressed the accelerator, steering the car away. Several teammates gathered around the man from earlier and pressed him with questions. Well, did they agree? No. Why wouldn't they agree? Our strength isn't that weak, is it? Then are we still taking this route? Chapter 143, paying double the toll. Of course we're going to follow. He won't let us come with him, but there's only one road. We're just going the same way. After saying that, the group got into their cars and followed behind Ruan Yu and the others. The other vehicles did the same. They thought there was only one junction leaving the service area. That Hummer must have seen the cockroach midway and turned back, then headed straight onto this road. That meant the other road was the one they had come from. If they didn't want to go back after passing it once, wouldn't that suggest that road was more dangerous? This way seemed a bit safer. Xie saw those cars following through the rearview mirror, turned his head and said, "They're following us. Should we deal with them?" "No need. It's just these two roads. Maybe they're just going the same way." Elsewhere, Qingqing base. When the Feng family received Fenglan's message, they immediately began arranging people to go to the granary. Although they didn't know the exact location, they would just follow after Fenglan. After 2 hours of heated discussion, they all agreed not to tell the other bases, so they sent out the most elite squad and most of the spatial psychics. However, they departed in batches. If they all left at once, it would be easy for the other bases to notice. Now the most important thing is the food. Whether the information is true or false, they must go and take a look. What if it's real? After 4 hours of driving, Bai Cha and his group finally arrived at the place where Xie Xingzhou had beaten someone earlier. Not surprisingly, they were surrounded by over a dozen people. Maybe the 5 who were beaten in the morning suffered so badly that in the afternoon they doubled the number. Stop the car. 3 cars sandwiched Bai Cha's 2 vehicles and forced them to stop. Then the men got out and surrounded them. This time they weren't holding baseball bats but large knives, looking more vicious. Startled to be surrounded by so many people, Bai Cha was taken aback. Su Yanzhi forced himself to stay calm and asked, "What do you want?" The man leading them had a big bald head. He smiled kindly. "Brother, don't be nervous. We're just collecting tolls, but you all saw our toll gate and still ran so fast, so the toll has to be doubled." Su Yan looked completely baffled. What toll gate? There hadn't been a single ghost on the road. If he'd seen one, could he have not stopped? It's easy to meet the king of hell but hard to deal with stubborn little ghosts. When you run into this sort, it's best not to offend them if you can avoid it. Then how much toll should we pay? Baldy thought for a moment and said directly, 150 jin of coarse grain, 80 jin of fine grain, and 50 liters of gasoline. Pick one of them and double it, but that's for one vehicle. You have 2 vehicles, so quadruple it. After speaking, Baldy looked at Su Yanzhi and Bai Cha with ill intent for a while. Bai Cha felt disgusted inwardly, but showed nothing on his face. Instead he raised a gentle smile and in a soft, weak tone said, "Big brother, we didn't notice the toll booth just now. Since this is our first offense, could you charge us a little less?" "Enough talk, even a little less will do. You stay, I'll let them go." Baldy finished speaking and let out a lecherous chuckle, then pointed at Su Yanzhi. "You can let him stay too." Feng Lan was at the back. Seeing it still unresolved, she walked over with the people from the car. Why hasn't Su Yanzhi been dealt with yet? Hearing that, the bald man looked over at Feng Lan. "You say his name is Su Yanzhi? And that woman is called Bai Cha?" "Yes, do you know them?" "Know them, of course I do." The bald man clenched his back teeth and said. That morning his younger brother had been beaten senseless by that person and couldn't get out of bed. He might spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. He hadn't expected to run into them so soon. "Brothers, grab your weapons, smash them for me." Su Yan was startled in his heart. When had he ever offended this person? But his body reacted faster and he unleashed his power. The group were all holding knives. They were electrocuted and couldn't get up. But powered individuals have tough bodies, and before long they were back on their feet using their abilities to attack Su Yan. Bai Cha wasn't stupid either. After a moment she realized she'd most likely been set up by Ruan Yu, and hurried out of the car to use her power against those people. These people's abilities were not weak, so they naturally struck first, beating everyone until they couldn't get up. Only then would they have a chance to talk sense into them. Feng Lan probably guessed this couldn't end well. She felt she had unintentionally poured fuel on the fire, so she called the others to join in. Luckily the ones he brought were all elites. Even though the opponents were a bit more numerous, they still had the upper hand. After a while they finally knocked down all 15 of them. Su Yanzhi grabbed the bald man's shirt and asked, "How do you know me?" The bald man looked at Su Yanzhi, his eyes full of anger. "Don't you know yourself? It was here this morning. You and Bai Cha beat up my brother, and you even said to tell our boss to keep his distance, or you'd beat him every time you saw him. My younger brother is only 20. His legs are ruined. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you?" Not only Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi, but Feng Lan and the others also looked bewildered. "Hey buddy, you must be mistaken. None of us left the B City base this morning. How could we have beaten your brother?" Bai Cha, however, had an expression of "I knew it." In the book, Ruan Yu went to the granary after the heavy snow. Although this is a bit earlier than what's written, it's not much different. And who else would play such a boring trick on her besides her? They must have been Ruan Yu and the others impersonating us. It looks like we need to hurry. Can't let Ruan Yu get ahead. After Bai Cha finished speaking, she looked at Feng Lan, the meaning clear. The other person is the one you want to capture, so hurry up and send more people over. Miraculously, Feng Lan understood Bai Cha's implication, and continued sending messages to the Qingqing base. This time they must catch Xie Xingzhou. It was all a misunderstanding. Su Yanzhi didn't want to kill, so the group got back into the car and kept going, ignoring the people on the ground. They had more important things to do. Once in the car, Bai Cha still felt uneasy. "Yanzhi, do you think Ruan Yu still likes you?" Su Yanzhi looked at Bai Cha with a face full of confusion. Cha-cha, do you know what you're saying? I'm just asking, want to see if you can fool Ruan Yu. Su Yanzhi fell silent. If before he could still say for sure that Ruan Yu liked him, but now, he felt Ruan Yu would probably stab him to death. Cha-cha, I think you should be able to see that. Bai Cha looked wronged, her voice trembling a little. Yanzhi, I didn't do it on purpose, I really had no choice. I think that Xie seems to like Ruan Yu quite a bit. Why don't we start from there? She just didn't believe it. If Xie knew about the things Ruan Yu had done for Su Yanzhi before, would he still protect her like this? Su Yanzhi didn't know what to say for a moment. Let's wait until we run into Ruan Yu and talk then. This road is the quickest route to the place you mentioned. If we drive a bit faster we should run into it. After saying that, Su Yanzhi drove seriously, while Bai Cha lowered her head to think. She definitely couldn't beat Ruan Yu in a fight now, so she had to start from another angle. And there was only Xie by Ruan Yu's side, so that's the only place she could begin. She also didn't know why Xie was so protective of Ruan Yu, and why Ruan Yu trusted him so much, even bringing him into the space. If it were her space that could admit living people, she would never let anyone else know. In this world, only oneself is the most reliable. Chapter 144 Big Cat. Ruan Yu and the other person drove for a long time again, passing several forks along the way. The few cars fleeing together were not sparse, following along the road. She woke and slept again along the way, sleeping and waking repeatedly, quite bored, so Ruan Yu took out a small bag of crisp fried meat and ate some, occasionally feeding a bite to Xie. Have these people latched onto us? Xie glanced at the rearview mirror. I guess so. Hope they don't regret it. Ruan Yu looked indifferent. If Bai Cha's fortune really transferred to her, then the road ahead would probably be even harder, but she certainly wouldn't die. Others, however, might not be so lucky. Xie didn't reply, but gestured for Ruan Yu to look ahead. There's a small town up ahead, and it's about to get dark. Let's make do there tonight. Ruan Yu glanced back. All right. Then she lowered her head to look at the two fluffy creatures in her arms. They seemed a bit conspicuous, so she placed them both into the space, controlled the food inside to fill their feeding bowls, and only then patted her hands together in satisfaction. Xie drove around the small town and only stopped the car at a tiny house on the outskirts. This town's pretty quiet. Ruan Yu took out the dinner and replied. No people, only zombies, of course it's quiet. I mean, we'll sleep in the car tonight, so we can get away quickly if anything happens. Oh, I know, let's eat first. Since there was no rush that night, Ruan Yu made the meal a bit more lavish. Boiled fish in chili oil, stir-fried corn kernels, meatball soup, and a serving of stir-fried water spinach. Xie looked it over, all homemade. Ruan Yu had basically never cooked before opening the space, so he felt a little owed. So he cooked an extra bowl of rice. At least all the food was made by Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu looked at him puzzled. What was he freaking out about now? Oh well, as long as he could take care of himself, she didn't bother with anything else. They were eating when the cars behind pulled over. The big brother who had questioned them earlier even parked his car in front of someone's storefront, though he wasn't foolish enough to lower the rolling shutter. After parking, they each got out and took out their dinners. Two of the cars had people eating ordinary stir-fries like Ruan Yu's group. Those two groups glanced at the people eating bread, cup noodles, and self-heating hot pots with an almost involuntary air of superiority. In the apocalypse, even 3 meals a day are a symbol of strength. When the two groups smelled Van Yu and the others cooking, they also felt a bit envious. No wonder those two dared to team up and go out. Just on the strength of that food they already put themselves to shame. Van Yu and the other two didn't care about their stares. After all, a couple more looks wouldn't take a bite of meat away. After dinner, Van Yu and the others stood for a while and then returned to the vehicle to rest. They slept for a while in the afternoon, letting Xie rest first while she kept watch. Anyway, she could catch up on sleep during the day, so sleeping a little less at night didn't matter. But being alone was indeed a bit boring, so she pulled the obsidian out. In the pitch-dark night she couldn't see it clearly, but she rubbed it to satisfy the urge. With the obsidian keeping watch, Ruan Yu felt a bit more at ease. Animals really are more sensitive than people. Ruan Yu took out a tablet and started watching a silent movie. Everything around was quiet. The people in the other cars, seeing that Ruan Yu and the others were sleeping in their vehicles, followed suit. Only a few groups with more people had taken 2 beds to sleep inside the house, though they had also arranged for someone to keep watch. On the other side of town, several large cats nearly 2 meters long lay quietly to one side, their bright eyes especially conspicuous in the dark. In front of the big cats was a 4th-tier zombie, slowly approaching the cats. The big cats stared intently at the zombie, rose silently, and pounced together while the zombie was unaware. Under the fierce attack of the big cats, the zombie was quickly torn into pieces, and the cats opened their mouths wide and began to gnaw rapidly. In no time, only the bones of the zombies remained. A few big cats were clearly still not full. They looked around with lingering appetite, cocking their heads to listen carefully to the sounds nearby. Unfortunately, there was nothing but silence. The town, once crowded with people, had all joined the ranks of the zombies when the apocalypse came, and now they too had been reduced to bones. The big cats listened for a while longer, each thinking about whether they should relocate their position. Ruan Yu was watching a movie in the car. Heiyao was already fast asleep, and a wisp of meat aroma drifted in through the slightly open car window. Heiyao immediately woke up. Ruan Yu rolled the window down a bit more, and the smell of meat grew stronger. Ruan Yu stuck her head out to look. Not far away, under a faint light, someone was gnawing on a rack of ribs. Tilting her head and thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu then remembered that spot was where one of the groups who, like them, ate stir-fried dishes was sitting. Maybe they were bored from standing watch at night. The other guards on duty also brought out food. Some had ham sausages, some had small buns. Another group of night watchers who had been eating stir-fry took out a pack of jerky to eat. A breeze blew by, carrying the aroma through the small town. A few of the cats that were about to leave sniffed carefully, then turned and trotted toward the direction of the scent. After Heiyao woke up, he sniffed for a while, slapped Xiexingzhou's thigh with a paw, then rubbed against Ruan Yu and pointed forward with his paw. Xiexingzhou's eyes immediately opened. He turned his head to look at Ruan Yu. What's wrong? Ruan Yu was a bit stunned too, but he recovered quickly. Heiyao told us to leave. Xiexingzhou reached out and pinched Heiyao. This favoritism was too obvious. He got just a paw, while Ruan Yu got to rub his face against him so gently. After the pinch, Heiyao resigned himself and started the car to leave. You still had to listen to what needed to be heard. Watching Ruan Yu and the others drive off, the few people on night watch hurriedly woke their teammates. Everyone was sleeping soundly and were a bit annoyed at being abruptly awakened, but they only grumbled a little. Those two groups who had eaten meat quickly got in their cars and chased after Ruan Yu and the others. The others, still groggy, tidied up and were somewhat irritable. Stop rushing. What kind of danger could there be? What I mean is they're just too timid. Haven't we already looked around this small town? There are no people, no zombies, just a lot more bones on the ground. Say less, let's get out of here quickly. Meow meow meow. A few gentle calls attracted several cat lovers. There's a kitty. Meow meow meow. The sound grew closer and softer. Seeing the people standing frozen, the teammates urged. Get in the car, hurry up, stop dawdling. Can a cat save your life? Move. All right. A few people naturally wanted to watch, but they also understood the situation, so they reluctantly headed back to the car. One of the teammates, seeing that they still weren't getting in, directly switched on a high-powered flashlight and shone it over. Several big cats nearly 2 meters long appeared right in front of them. There was quite a bit of blood on their bodies, and some still had strips of flesh hanging from their teeth. Fuck, what is that? What kind of cat is this? It's so big. Hurry, hurry. Get in the car. The big cats slowly approached the car, their mews growing ever gentler. Perhaps sensing the right distance, one leapt straight onto the roof. Chapter 145. 7 Big Cats. Hearing the sound on the roof, everyone in the car was startled. Shit, drive, hurry up. In the time it took to say that, another cat jumped onto the roof. The driver inside the cab panicked and fumbled to start the car. He hit the gas and the vehicle shot forward. The two cats on the roof were a bit slow to react and nearly fell off. Meow meow. Damn, Jiangsu, drive faster. That big cat is still on the roof. Jiangsu had the accelerator nearly floored, gripping the steering wheel with an impatient look. What are you rushing for? Don't you like cats? Go hold it and rub it now. If you hadn't wasted time, would you be yelling at me here? Liang muttered somewhat indignantly. How was I supposed to know this cat would grow this big? Are you an idiot? A cat that survived so long in a pile of zombies. Do you think it could be an ordinary cat? Jolie in the passenger seat hurriedly chimed in to help. Even loving a cat has its limits. Just now they'd been urged several times, and now he still had the nerve to complain. 3 cars sped along, followed by 5 large cats nearly 2 meters long. The big cat on Jiangsu's car roof had also begun attacking the vehicle, and from time to time its claws landed on the car windows. Jiangsu, hurry up. The cat started pawing at the car window. Jiangsu glanced back, his expression serious. Everyone stay seated. After he spoke, the van sped off, taking turns sharply, and before long it caught up with the 2 cars ahead. The 2 cars in front, seeing the 2 large cats tumble out of Jiangsu's vehicle, immediately started cursing, and their feet pressed down hard on the gas. They had just seen it and immediately got in the car and left, so they were one step ahead of Jiangsu and the others. They didn't expect that this little van would catch up so quickly, and it had 2 cats with it. The 2 big cats, after being thrown off, stared at the other 2 cars. One chased, and whenever it saw a chance it leapt up. Unexpectedly, when the car turned, both cats fell short. Meow meow. The big cats cried out twice in defiance and kept pouncing. One or two times was manageable, but after several attempts, the two people gripping the steering wheels were starting to have trouble holding on. Fuck. Can't you use your powers to hit those cats? They come and go like this. I can hold on, but the car can't. Although everyone relaxed a little at the sight of such a fierce big cat, they still wanted to try. Let's give it a try. After saying that, someone opened the car window a crack. Before they could release any power, a fluffy paw got stuck in it. Ah! Don't scream, hit it. Quick, burn its paw. The person in the back seat by the window was so frightened that they picked up the safety hammer and kept pounding the car window. Fortunately, they hit the paw. The big cat let go and temporarily fell. But the person holding the safety hammer kept banging on the car door, screaming non-stop, making everyone's head ache. Stop screaming. Are you crazy? Do you insist on everyone dying with you? Shut up. Finally, someone snatched the emergency hammer away and cursed harshly. Only then did that person fall completely silent and roll the car window up. Only no one noticed the crack on the window. I'm not doing it on purpose, I was just too scared, boo-hoo. Shut up, who isn't scared? It's just you who's scared. Scared of which window you'll open. The other person by the window fired back immediately. She had already planned to open the window. She didn't expect Wang Xiao to open it first. After opening it, he kept yelling like an idiot, and who knew if he'd even damaged the window. I was just trying to help everyone. If you keep quiet and act like a living Buddha, that's the best help you can give everyone. The driver got even more annoyed. All of you shut up, or I'll stop the car and you can get out and argue to your heart's content. The car finally fell silent, and under his control it sped along in an S-shaped path. Ruan Yu and the other person got out first. Since they didn't know what danger might be behind them, they acted normally, and through the rearview mirror they watched the two cars following them without saying anything. It wasn't until the three cars behind closed in quickly that Xie began to accelerate. How can they run so fast? After speaking, Ruan Yu took out a night vision binocular and looked back. Behind the three cars weaving in an S pattern, 7 big cats were chasing them. Ruan Yu's eyes widened. Such big cats. How big? Almost 2 meters long. Then catching a few half-meter-long rats would be easy, wouldn't it? Ruan Yu was momentarily stunned. It actually made sense. If there were half-meter-long rats, wouldn't a 2-meter-long cat be perfectly normal? But why hadn't she seen one in her previous life? But with so many mutated species, it's normal not to have seen them all. Drive properly. Look, they've all caught up. Knowing what was behind them, Ruan Yu wasn't scared and kept using the binoculars to observe ahead, fearing the front might be a zombie nest. No matter how tough the two of them were, facing a zombie nest they'd still chicken out first. Xie glanced in the rearview mirror and seeing the cars still some distance away, looked relaxed. Don't worry, they can't catch up. Keep your eyes on the road and don't lead me into somewhere more dangerous. Drive faster and see if you can shake them off. If the cats get thrown out later and they come up to cause trouble, I don't want to deal with it. Ruan Yu watched as he spoke. Those cats really could run. Their speed hadn't slowed at all. After walking for quite a while, Ruan Yu raised the telescope and saw a cluster of houses in the distance. It looked like a small town. Except there were a lot of zombies. The 2 streets stretching as far as he could see were filled with them. Take another route, that way is full of zombies. Staring at the dense mass of zombies, Ruan Yu swallowed. In his previous life he had never encountered such a concentrated nest of the undead. Xie glanced at Ruan Yu. Judging by the looks of it, are all the places you can step into inside zombies? Then there's no choice. This is the only road here. Otherwise we'd have to go up the mountain. Ruan Yu picked up the binoculars and scanned carefully. There wasn't a single side road. After a pause he said, then let's find a better spot to get up. After saying that, Xie slammed on the brakes and stopped. Stow the car and move quickly. Holding the obsidian, Ruan Yu, as soon as his foot touched the ground he put the car away, found a spot with a gentler slope and began climbing up. Just as he climbed up, 2 cars drove over. Looking at the dark mass ahead, they froze for a moment. One of them reacted and shouted, "Quick, stop the car. Run up the mountain." The people in both cars didn't ask questions. As soon as the vehicles stopped, they hurriedly ran toward the mountain opposite Ruan Yu. After a while the 3 cars behind caught up, heading straight ahead. Zhou in the front passenger seat sensed something was wrong and hurriedly warned, "Suju, something's off. Why aren't there any cars up ahead? Why do you care so much? Maybe they ran off ages ago," he shot back. Seizing the opportunity, Liang quickly snapped back without giving it a second thought. Zhou rolled her eyes, treating it like he had just farted. Jiangsu noticed the problem too, but they couldn't stop now, and knowing it wouldn't help. Don't worry about that for now, just get rid of the cat first. Chapter 146, High-fiving a zombie. Hearing Jiangsu's words, Zhou nodded. She was just giving a reminder. At least Jiangsu knew. and with that in mind he'd drive a bit more carefully. 3 vehicles, the van charging ahead like a horse, barreled straight toward the zombie town. Ruan Yu and Xiexingzhou stood atop the hill, holding binoculars and keeping their gaze fixed on the cars. Do you think they can break through? Ruan Yu climbed a fairly large tree, found a sturdy, flat crotch to sit in, wrapped the binoculars with a vine, and pulled out half a watermelon to eat while watching. Xiexingzhou rubbed his forehead. Has he gotten used to being a bystander? He thought for a moment, then climbed up and sat down beside Ruan Yu. Is there any more melon? Ruan Yu handed half a watermelon to Xiexingzhou, gave him a night vision telescope, and kept staring at the 3 cars. As for He Yao, too lazy to carry him, he was tossed into the space pocket when he climbed up. Xiexingzhou held a telescope in one hand and a melon in the other, glanced at Ruan Yu and then at himself, and prodded with his finger. Ruan Yu turned back. What now? Seeing Xiexingzhou's expression clearly, she used the vines to control and wrap the telescope from his hand as well, hanging it on a branch. After adjusting its direction, Xiexingzhou also joined the crowd snacking on the melon. The van was now struggling to make its way through a nest of zombies. The 2 cars behind looked at the zombies ahead, and then at the 7 big cats behind them, caught between advancing and retreating. What should we do? Should we just charge straight through? No, didn't you see that van is still in the middle of the zombie pile? Watching the approaching big truck, one of the cars steeled himself and drove straight into the zombie nest, but his positioning was clever. He charged in, skirted the outer edge and turned the car back around. Xiexingzhou bit off a big chunk of watermelon and looked at the car, raising an eyebrow. That white car is pretty smart. Ruan Yu glanced at the car, then at the big truck, and after thinking for a moment understood. They're having the big truck deal with the zombies so they can make a run for it. But isn't the car behind him a bit stupid? It hasn't reacted yet. What's the point of stopping in the middle? With this car here, the big cat probably won't go into the horde of zombies, right? After waiting a while, Xiexingzhou replied. The bones in that town before were probably left by these few cats. If that's the case, the cats eat zombies. But when given fresh meat versus zombies, wouldn't the big cat choose the fresh meat? Ruan Yu waved his hand. Who cares about that? Let's see how they try to get away first. A group of zombies kept pounding on the 2 cars. The other car hesitated for a moment, then rushed in too, following the first car's turn to reverse direction. The 7 big cats, seeing the large group of zombies, also leapt forward. All 3 cars tightly locked their windows. Watching the 7 big cats pounce into the zombie horde, the white car didn't speed off immediately either. It waited a moment, watched the cats move in, then seized the chance to pin down several zombies and burst out. The people in the van watched the white car drive off and hurriedly shouted, Jiangsu, quick, turn around. Look at that white car. Why didn't you turn around to get ready to run from the start? Jiangsu rolled his eyes, called them armchair quarterbacking crazy. Fine, next time you can do it. Despite his words, Jiangsu slowly steered the car into reverse, plowing into any zombies they met. The car had been strengthened by a gene-type ability user earlier, so it could take the hits. As for the other car, it had also been getting ready to leave. But the cracked window couldn't withstand the zombies' assault and finally shattered. Wang Xiao, you dumbass, useless at everything, always just making trouble. Can't beat the big cat, but a real master at smashing car windows. The girl who had been insulting people unleashed a psychic attack, while continuing to curse without restraint. As for Wang Xiao, she was nothing more than a broken record who only knew how to apologize, which made Fu Qian want to throw her out. They were all getting ready to follow the white car ahead and break out, but Wang Xiao, terrified by the zombies pounding on the window, started banging on the glass herself, then literally did a high five with a zombie. After that she reverted to being a broken record, and stubbornly kept her spot so they couldn't move her, making it hard for them to do anything, so they were stuck in that stalemate. They had already gone a fair distance, but now the zombies, sensing the scent, were running toward them, and several big cats sat on the roof of the car and refused to leave. Anyway, the more she looked at this person the angrier she got. She had already told them not to film the car window before, but it turned out they were someone who didn't listen. Now she finally understood how heart-wrenching it was to run into someone with mild intellectual disability. If she survived this time, she would kick this person out no matter what. After all, there was me, not her. Set it alight, quickly throw a fireball at the roof of the car, don't throw it too high. Keep driving straight ahead and ram through. Otherwise, the longer you wait, the more dangerous it will be. Wang Xiao, stay like a stone. Do not move and do not speak. After she finished speaking, under Fu Qian's direction the car smoothly moved forward a bit. Ruan Yu and the other person watched from the tree branch with great interest. That white car's pretty clever. But that car behind clearly wants to copy them. Why did it stop? Ruan Yu looked at the car behind with a face full of puzzlement and said, the van at the very back was almost backing out, so why did that car move a few times and then stop? The big cat zombie was also lunging that way. Maybe there's a retard in the car holding them back? Xie Xingzhou said with some feeling. When Ruan Yu heard that, she immediately smelled a story. Her eyes sparkled with gossip. Hurry up and tell me what happened? It's nothing much. We once served on a rescue team, went out with other squads, and at the time we rescued a van of people. One of them looked normal, but when she spoke it was like she was a spy. You couldn't understand her. She answered things that had nothing to do with the question. We told her not to open the car window. She would open it right in front of you with an innocent look. We told her not to make a sound, and she would scream like a banshee. He ended up smoothly pushing us into the pile of zombies. The other squad's leader had gotten 2 teammates killed. Everyone was furious, and they kicked her straight into the zombies. After that, we returned to the base without further trouble. After hearing that, Ruan Yu thought for a moment and still asked, was that leader punished? He was. Although no one reported it and we didn't say anything, he still took the initiative to admit his mistake to the higher-ups. Hearing the regret in Xie Xingzhou's tone, Ruan Yu continued, did he die? I don't know. In the end, we were the ones who got shoved into the zombie pile by the survivors. After a moment, Xie Xingzhou added, maybe they didn't want to soil their clothes. When our squad got cornered in the research facility, we actually applied for discharge, and it had already been approved. Ruan Yu didn't know what to say and stayed silent. Some things can't be let go just by saying a few words. Just then the van backed up to the edge of the horde. Ruan Yu quickly changed the subject. Look, the van should be able to get out. At the sound of that, Xie Xingzhou immediately composed himself and also stared at the van. The van moved extremely cautiously, as if afraid of startling the big cats, and very carefully made a U-turn. Seeing the big cat still surrounding the vehicle, Zhang Su hit the gas. The van sped away, and before long all that could be seen were tiny lights like fireflies. Ruan Yu and the others once again turned back to look at the car in the pile of zombies. Do you think they can get out? Xie Xingzhou glanced left and right through the car scope. It's a bit iffy. Judging by this, their car window is probably broken, and there's a good chance someone is injured. Otherwise these 4th-tier zombies wouldn't be acting so differently from the lower-tier ones. Chapter 147 Wang Zhao's Demise. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement while snacking, then continued staring at the car among the pile of zombies. Who knows whether a miracle might happen until the last moment. Maybe they'll just rush out. Under Fu Qian's forceful directions, the car inched forward again. Everyone inside guarded the windows with their lives, hammering hard whenever something came near. For a while, several big cats and zombies were at a loss and could only keep attacking. Seizing the opportunity, the driver also tried his best to move the car, slowly edging outward. Just as they were about to break through, someone accidentally bumped into Wang Xiao while attacking a zombie. Can't you see? You're not even looking at me when I'm this big. Wang Xiao asked angrily, clutching a piece of glass and slashing suddenly toward the man. Fortunately, the man reacted in time and dodged. But Wang Xiao, momentarily not paying attention, lunged forward and his hand pressed down on the broken glass. A streak of blood appeared and then fresh blood began to flow. Ah! Blood, I'm bleeding. It's all your fault, otherwise would I have been hurt? Then there was another burst of exclamations, frantically waving hands, and the surrounding zombies and big cats instantly became excited. Fu Qian suppressed the urge to kill. Are you an idiot? Wrap your hand up. Sniff, I'm bleeding, didn't you see? And you're defending him. Fu Qian rubbed her temples and said in a low, hard voice to the person in the middle, you swap places with me. The driver glanced back and being sensible unlocked the door, giving you a chance you don't appreciate, insisting on courting death. Wang Xiao kept questioning incessantly, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Do you know how deep this wound is? What if it gets infected? Will you compensate me? Can you afford to? The person in the last row finally understood why the other girls disliked Wang Xiao so much. He'd thought it was because of same-sex antipathy, but now he understood who would like an idiot. He then glanced at Fu Qian, whose expression had turned somewhat grim, and quickly looked away. Not my business, I see nothing. I'll pay you. A hoarse, murderous voice sounded beside Wang Xiao. When did you switch, Fu Qian? Wang Xiao was startled, his voice trembling. Fu Qian curled a cold sneer, reached out to open the car door, and kicked Wang Xiao hard. After watching him fly out, she immediately shut the door. Drive, get out of here. Don't ever take in an idiot again. The moment Wang Xiao landed, he instantly drew a number of zombies. A few big cats ran over as well, and before any cries for help could be uttered, his whole body was torn apart. Those inside the vehicle attacked the zombies while rushing out. With Wang Xiao drawing attention, they quickly broke free. The moment they burst out, everyone exhaled in relief, and the same thought occurred to them all. We really should have kicked the idiot out sooner. Fu Qian didn't let her guard down either and hurriedly said, check the blood on the car, clean it up, keep the speed up and don't stop. No problem. Qinjia, don't worry. The others divided up the tasks. Some watched the surroundings, some tidied the car, some checked whether any big cats had been following. The atmosphere instantly relaxed quite a bit. After running so long, the big cats naturally prioritized feeding on Wang Xiao. And with so many zombies around, they didn't bother to give chase. Ruan Yu watched excitedly from the tree and slapped Xie Xingzhou a few times. Look, they're coming out. I didn't expect a miracle could actually happen. Xie Xingzhou looked at her somewhat expressive little face and chuckled softly. I saw it. They were decisive. Pushing that idiot down to lure the zombies was a bit immoral, but it was the best method. Otherwise we might not have been able to get out. Survival of the fittest, that's how it is. She lasted this long, that's a win for her. We can't just let her keep causing trouble for others. Ruan Yu looked perfectly reasonable, thinking he might be incompetent himself, but anyone who's both incompetent and causes trouble should just go die. This isn't peacetime where people are so tolerant. You're right. Ruan Yu rolled his eyes at him, having enjoyed the show. He'd better find somewhere to sleep. He had meant to grab a tent, but after glancing around he instead used vines to rig a bed between two trees, spread a thick mattress on it, and lay down with a look of contentment. As expected, vines are the most convenient, a household essential. Xie Xingzhou looked envious, then gave a pitiful expression as he looked at Ruan Yu. What about me? After a moment of silence, Ruan Yu guided the vines to fashion another bed nearby and tossed over a mattress and a blanket. There, charge it to your supplies. Xie Xingzhou lay down with a look of contentment. Fine, charge it however you like. It was rare to be able to enjoy such comfort while spending the night on a mountain, so Xie Xingzhou didn't care about the cost. After all, Ruan Yu wouldn't let him starve. He was still quite capable of cooking. Ruan Yu was too lazy to bother with him, pulled the covers over her head and went to sleep. If she weren't afraid that someone from the mountain opposite might suddenly come over, she would have returned to the space to sleep long ago. Who would want to spend the night on this mountain anyway? They didn't speak a word all night, and the next morning both of them woke up early. After packing everything up, Ruan Yu took out breakfast. A bowl of porridge, 2 meat buns, and Xie Xingzhou had also given him an extra jianbing guozi. Hurry up and eat, finish quickly and we'll leave early. I don't even know if we can make it today. After saying that, Ruan Yu sighed. Given this streak of bad luck, she had no idea how many days it would take. But if she couldn't get there, neither could Bai Cha. Otherwise she would have dealt with the big cat last night. But whenever she thought of Bai Cha, she felt she had to leave her something. I'll try to drive faster. After breakfast, the two quickly walked to the roadside. Ruan Yu took out the car and drove toward the small town they had been to before. There had originally been a fork in the road, but after what happened last night they definitely couldn't take the cat that way, so now they could only back up a bit and go a different route. They drove for quite a while before Ruan Yu finally turned onto the correct route, and 2 more cars fell in behind them. Ruan Yu, exasperated, complained. Have they completely latched onto us now? Who knew what kind of creatures her bad luck would run into today? Just ignore them. I originally didn't want to bother, but after a while, the 2 cars at the back had once again become 5. This time Ruan Yu was too lazy to speak and simply closed his eyes to rest. The morning had been fairly lucky. There were no mutated creatures. Ruan Yu woke up at noon, and the car was parked by the roadside. Xie Xingzhou was leaning against the car door, seemingly lost in thought. Ruan Yu opened the car door and stepped out, yawning and looking half asleep. How long have we been here? Not long, about half an hour. Xie Xingzhou told the truth. He had thought about calling someone, but after considering it he didn't. Ruan Yu glanced at the rushing, wide river not far away. Why didn't you cross? Is the bridge broken again? Chapter 148. The giant cockroach is chasing people again. Several sections are broken. Xie Xingzhou nodded. For some reason, who knows what, the bridges always break wherever there's a river. Ruan Yu wasn't surprised. This was perfectly normal. When roads are blocked, it's the best chance to rob people. The 5 cars behind had also stopped not far away. Several people seemed to have walked back from the other side of the bridge, probably having gone to check the situation. Let's eat first. We'll go over and take a look later. With that, Ruan Yu walked to the car and brought out a few dishes and 2 bowls of rice. Anyway, they'll definitely be able to get across. A landing craft can handle a river like that no problem. And if worst comes to worst, they can fly a helicopter over. The helicopters in the space haven't been used, and they even picked one up after the last killings. It would be a shame if it didn't get to show off a bit. On the other side, Qingcheng Base's movements had still been noticed by the other bases, and the people at B City Base weren't stupid either. From Bai Cha and his group's route they could more or less guess what was going on, so they teamed up with some of the larger bases and sent people to follow behind. The people at Qingcheng Base knew it but couldn't do anything about it. If the location of the granary got leaked, no one would come out looking good. Splitting it among 7 or 8 bases for now was at least a bit of a bargain. And at Fenglan's speed she would definitely arrive first, so it would still be easy to snag a spot. At this time Bai Cha and the others continued on. Maybe it was just luck, but the car broke down halfway, delaying them for a long time before they could get back on the road, and it wasn't until the next day that they reached that cockroach service area. They were rather lucky though, there were no other vehicles along the way, only theirs. So thinking they might find something left behind, 10 people left one to watch the car, and the rest headed straight for the service area's supermarket. Ah! Cockroaches. So many cockroaches. First it was Bai Cha's voice shouting as he ran out, the others looked on contemptuously. What was there to be afraid of with a cockroach? Sure enough, girls are just timid. No sooner had I complained in my head than I turned and nearly had a close encounter with a cockroach on the shelf, then I saw the pitch-black floor. Shit! Run, there's a cockroach. It's just a cockroach. You're a grown man and you're scared. Damn, you should have said there was such a huge cockroach. Run. The floor is full of cockroaches the size of rats. No one dared to stay either. They hurried out, and just as they got into the car, swarms of cockroaches poured out. Damn. Drive. The person watching the car saw the dark mass and was startled. Seeing someone slam the gas, Yanzhi also stepped on the accelerator and followed closely. Bai Cha in the passenger seat looked frightened. Cockroaches, so many big cockroaches. Yanzhi, drive faster. Ah, the cockroaches are coming after us, hurry Yanzhi, drive faster. Through the rearview mirror Yanzhi also looked scared, but the pedal was already floored. Fortunately the cockroaches were still some distance away, which was a small comfort. So he spoke up to warn her. Cha-cha, snap out of it, the cockroaches can't catch up. Don't be afraid, they can't keep up with our speed. After a while Bai Cha finally recovered. Yanzhi didn't say anything. Bai Cha had always been afraid of cockroaches, and seeing so many so big all at once it was normal to be frightened. He was startled when he saw it too. He really hadn't expected that even he could be afraid of cockroaches. Don't say any more. Just take your time to calm down. Hearing that, Bai Cha could only close her eyes and try not to think about those cockroaches. She really needed to calm down properly. Feng Lan also looked pale with lingering fear in the car. I knew southern cockroaches were big, but no one said they could grow this large. Captain Feng, stop talking. I had just managed to forget that image, and now you've brought it back. A teammate up front looked at Feng Lan with a miserable expression. He was also a native of the north. Who would have thought that coming to the south he'd find everything bigger here besides the people? The key was these cockroaches looked mutated. Wasn't this straight out of a horror movie? Okay, I'll shut up. The others looked similarly shaken. They no longer mocked people who were afraid of cockroaches. They were afraid too and were still being chased by them. The group drove for a long time before they finally shook off the cockroaches, and some aftereffects showed up when they stopped to rest. Cha-cha, feeling any better? Yanzhi handed a bottle of water to Bai Cha, asking with a concerned expression. I'm fine, much better. A strained smile creased Bai Cha's ashen face. She felt she had truly done her utmost not to faint. Seeing Bai Cha like that, the others showed looks of sympathy and didn't bring up anything related to the cockroach, for fear it would remind themselves. Alright, we've been running so long, let's eat first and continue traveling this afternoon. Feng Lan said, no matter how many cockroaches there were, they wouldn't stop them from going to the granary to carry grain. The others naturally agreed. Yanzhi asked curiously, so are we still going that way? Aren't you going to take a different route? There's more than one way to get to the granary, Feng Lan said with righteous assurance. Although they didn't know the exact location of the granary, they could still infer a general direction. This is the direction. It's only a detour of 200 or 300 kilometers. We'll take this road this afternoon. After speaking, she bent her head and went back to eating. With space ability users around, their food had improved quite a bit. Bai Cha held her lunchbox, chewing slowly with her head down, lost in thought. She couldn't figure it out. Since they were delayed for so long yesterday, Ruan Yu must have already come this way. So why didn't she deal with those cockroaches? Isn't she the female lead? If she's the protagonist, why does she do nothing? Why doesn't she clean up these things when she encounters them? Did she also detour like this for 200 or 300 kilometers? But didn't the book say she cleared out the cockroaches before going to the granary? Otherwise she wouldn't have run straight into the service area. Cha-cha. Hurry up and eat. After we finish we'll have to keep on the road. Oh okay. Yanzhi had already gotten used to Bai Cha's reactions. It had been happening frequently lately, and he didn't know what she was thinking. After finishing their meal, Ruan Yu and the other person spent another half-hour digesting, then put the car away and walked toward the river. After walking for quite a while they reached the river via a small path. Ruan Yu took out a telescope and looked over. The bridge toward D-City was about the same. It had been broken into several sections, clearly done deliberately, though they couldn't tell by whom. They stood for a moment when a patrol boat drifted over the river. Seeing the two of them, it headed straight for them and the crew waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Would you like to cross the river?" "Not yet." Xie Xingzhou refused with a cold, indifferent expression. "So what are you standing here for?" Faced with such a blunt refusal, the man paused for a moment, then continued to ask. Looking at the scenery, the 5 people in those cars walked over and their eyes lit up when they saw the assault boat. Although they had endured a month of heavy rain, assault boats were not easy to find. Most of them used rubber dinghies. Using one in flooded areas is fine, but on a fast-flowing river the dinghies definitely won't do. What if it suddenly capsizes? Assault boats are also dangerous, but they're designed for emergency rescue, so they're inherently much safer. "Hello, we want to cross the river. How much do you charge?" There's no such thing as a free lunch. It never hurts to ask first. Chapter 149. The granary has arrived. A business delivered to their door. Of course the people on the assault boats wouldn't refuse, so he turned and replied warmly, 5 jin of grain per person. If 10 people sign up, you can bring 1 extra person. Hearing that, it didn't sound expensive. Compared to that previous gang that extorted tolls and robbed them, these people seemed much more conscientious. But Ruan Yu still felt something was off. The winter had just passed and with heavy snow blocking the roads, shouldn't these people be trying to squeeze every bit of profit they could? The two of them just stood there watching in silence. The others in the 5 carts figured that since they had come this far, Ruan Yu and the others would surely go on. After having traveled so long, it would be such a hassle to turn back now. So they all gathered to discuss it. For every 10 people they would bring 1 for free. Of course they had to figure out how to save money. After a short while they reached a plan. The assault boat was fairly large and could hold 20 people at a time. There were 40 of them in total. Subtracting the crew, 3 trips would be just right. Ruan Yu and the other used a telescope to watch as they went back and forth, each trip landing safely on the opposite side, as if there were no problem at all. Could she have been mistaken? That shouldn't be. On the last trip, the two of them still wouldn't give up and called to Ruan Yu and the others, "Hey, are you two sure you won't come over?" "No." Seeing this, the 2 men had nothing more to say and just drove the assault boat away. After all, they couldn't go ashore themselves to tie people up and take them across. Besides, there were so many people on the other side. It wouldn't be good if they were seen. The assault boat made it across smoothly. As the group had just landed, the boat quickly sped back to the middle of the river, and suddenly 40 or 50 people leapt out from around, surrounding those who had just crossed. Ruan Yu raised his eyebrows holding the binoculars. There really is a trap. You didn't guess it? In the apocalypse, people who are that kind aren't normal. Xie Xingzhou smiled and looked at Ruan Yu as he spoke. I don't even know how many of them there are. Better not meddle, just watch for a while. Ruan Yu shrugged, looking indifferent. After all, they chose this themselves. When they asked earlier, he'd already said it wasn't advisable to follow him, but they insisted on tagging along. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the 2 groups formally started fighting. Ruan Yu took out a packet of sunflower seeds and watched while eating. You'd be surprised, watching other people fight actually feels pretty good. As for the 2 people in the middle of the river, they stayed where they were and didn't dare come over to Ruan Yu's side. They were probably afraid they couldn't beat Ruan Yu and the others. Eating seeds, the 2 resumed casual chat. Which side do you think will win over there? Xie Xingzhou examined the situation of both sides carefully, then finally replied, the ones on those 5 vehicles. Their strength looks a bit higher. They must have been roaming around and picked up some good stuff, so their overall level is a bit higher. Ruan Yu nodded thoughtfully. He'd noticed before that most of them were 4th tier. Out of 40 people, 2 were 5th tier psychics, and the group that had surrounded them was mostly made up of 3rd and 4th tier psychics. But there should be more people behind that wave of attackers, right? 5th tier psychics aren't rare now. With so many of them out, how could there not be a 5th tier leader among them? Then it depends on their luck. Fight and then run, that shouldn't be a big problem. You're right. By the way, what's the best way for us to get over there? Ruan Yu turned to Xie Xingzhou and asked, since this person thinks ahead, it wouldn't hurt to ask for his opinion. Meeting Ruan Yu's gaze, Xie Xingzhou looked back and said, You want to fly over? Is that not allowed? After thinking for a while, Xie Xingzhou finally said, You can. Now whether this situation is exposed or not doesn't really matter. We could just fly over in a helicopter and avoid a lot of trouble. Ruan Yu then added, Or how about flying directly to the granary? First empty the granary, then deal with the remaining problems slowly. Maybe we could even set a trap for Bai Cha. After all, the crab in the space hasn't been returned to Bai Cha yet, so emptying the granary and putting the crab inside would be perfect. Shall we go now? Xie Xingzhou held the binoculars watching the opposite side, the outcome a single point away, and said with some anticipation that he hadn't flown a helicopter in a long time and finally had a chance to get his hands on it again. Saying that, the two walked out onto the road. Ruan Yu took out the helicopter. They checked it over carefully, filled the fuel tank, and only then climbed in satisfied. Xie sat in the cockpit with an excited look and said, "Sit tight, we're taking off." Before long, the people on the ground watched the olive-drab helicopter rise into the sky. The people in the 5 cars looked at the plane in the sky in silence. Although they had probably guessed there might be danger over here, they didn't expect those two to be so reckless. They flew straight over without even warning them. The helicopter flew on and Ruan Yu was also visibly excited. If he'd known it would be this comfortable, he would have pulled the helicopter out earlier. But it's not too late now. After nearly 4 hours of flying, and after landing once mid-flight to refuel aviation gasoline, the two finally arrived near the grain warehouse. They found a flat spot. Ruan Yu folded up the helicopter, took out the car, and drove toward the grain warehouse. Silos are usually built in places far from human activity, and with the end of the world there wasn't a single person on the only highway. Maybe they were just a step ahead. The whole trip went very smoothly. Ruan Yu pulled out He Yao again. Xie drove and she stroked the cat. With the sun tilting west and nightfall wrapping the land again, the two finally saw one towering, super-sized cylindrical silo after another springing up from the ground. Seeing the huge silos, Ruan Yu and the others couldn't contain their excitement. It's finally here. Xie steered the vehicle to a stop in front of a granary, and the two of them got out holding powerful flashlights. This granary isn't very big. 10 cylindrical silos, each with a capacity of 5,000 tons, it could indeed only be considered a small-scale granary. He muttered in astonishment, and Xie was about to open the granary before him. "Hey, don't go. If you want to die, don't take me with you." Ruan Yu, holding He Yao, hurried to stop him. He Yao also looked at Xie with a face of disgust. Xie looked puzzled. These granaries are usually managed mechanically. 1 person per granary is enough. Even if someone rushed out, the two of them wouldn't need to be scared. Besides, in the end times, whether those 10 people were still alive was itself a question. Ruan Yu pursed her lips and said nothing. Xie suddenly came to his senses again. It had been raining for a month. Nobody knew whether this place was affected. With no one guarding the granary, mice would surely appear easily. End times giant mice, packed tightly in a granary. Thinking this, Xie shuddered. He felt he probably suffered from trypophobia. Crabs, though large, are after all something for the table. If they don't eat people, he'd at least want to steam a few to try. Cockroaches and rats, just looking at them makes them unappealing. Ruan Yu looked at him and thought he must have guessed. As for her, she couldn't exactly say that in her previous life she had been so foolish as to open the granary, and then see it full of rats. Chapter 150 Brother has appeared. Have you come to your senses? Xie hurriedly nodded. He hadn't expected the granaries to be in danger. Looking at the obsidian in Ruan Yu's arms, he roughly understood why she had pulled it out. Ruan Yu, however, hadn't thought that far. She just wanted to pet the cat. She'd been here in a previous life, so she naturally knew the situation. Out of the 10 granaries, only 1 was actually intact. The others were either moldy or full of rats, so they headed straight for the last granary. They had only taken a few steps when 3 people suddenly came over from the staff dormitory not far away. "You arrived pretty quickly." Hearing the familiar voice, Ruan Yu was startled for a moment, threw the obsidian to Xie and ran over. "Brother." Ruan, it's me." When Xie looked over, Ruan Yu threw herself into Ruan Yan's arms, her body still trembling, as if she were venting the longing and grievances of all this time. Ruan Yan stroked the back of Ruan Yu's head with some pain in his heart. "All right, Soft, don't cry, I'm fine." After their parents died, Soft was the most precious person to him in this world. It was because he hadn't protected his sister that Soft was deceived by Su Yanji. When he learned that a zombie outbreak had broken out in City A, he wanted to rush over immediately, but unfortunately he was still in the laboratory, and it was Feng Lan who had deliberately brought the news to provoke him. Especially since later there were reports that his soft awakening healing ability had manifested, but he couldn't go look for her. Pursuers from the Qingqing base were still on his trail. At that time, he and Xie each stole half of the high-grade crystal cores from the Qingqing base. Those people kept pressing them relentlessly, so he could only lead her into the forest, the place where he was best at fighting. Ruan Yu's eyes were slightly red as she looked up at Ruan Yan, her voice trembling with sobs. "Then why didn't you come find me?" "I was afraid it would be dangerous for you to follow me. If I'd known earlier I would have come for you right away, thank goodness." Ruan Yan murmured soothingly. Thankfully Xie had come here, and fortunately they had agreed to come to the granary. If they had come here from the start, neither he nor Ruan would have worried about each other like this. But the Qingqing base people were just too troublesome, and Bai Cha should have driven her away earlier. The other two also moved over to chat with Xie. giving Ruan Yu and the others plenty of space. You're not leaving again now, are you? I won't. I'll definitely take you with me wherever I go. Ruan Yu nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. After chatting idly for a while longer, Xie Xingzhou came over. Hey, how long are you two going to keep talking? Aren't you going to collect the grain? Could you just shut up? Abruptly interrupted, Ruan Yu glared at Xie Xingzhou with a hostile expression. Seeing Ruan Yu so lively, Ruan Yen looked at Xie Xingzhou with some gratitude. Indeed, only when facing Xie Xingzhou would Ruan be this vivacious, although the captain was sometimes really a bit of a rascal. Then about Ruan we'll talk later. For now, let's finish gathering the granary. Hearing his brother, Ruan Yu could only shoot Xie Xingzhou a look. All right. Brother, how long have you been here? He reached out, picked Heiyao up and held him, and Ruan Yu asked curiously. You've been here 2 days already. We thought you'd come in a couple of days. We didn't expect you so soon. Then why didn't brother come pick me up? I didn't know which route you'd take. Besides, he had to guard this side. He couldn't let the people from Qingqing base take advantage of this again. Sensing that Ruan Yu was in a bad mood, she quickly changed the subject. Is this cat yours? Mentioning Heiyao instantly cheered Ruan Yu up. Although it eats a lot, it has really helped her a lot. Yeah, I specifically went to the zoo to trick it into coming back. Its name is Heiyao. She patted Heiyao, and Heiyao immediately jumped to the ground and transformed into a large black leopard. Qi Sang and Lu Yan were startled by the suddenly appearing big black leopard. Holy shit, sis, you raised this? How did you persuade your younger sister? Is there a tutorial? They were all acquaintances. Ruan Yusin was in a good mood and replied with a smile. Nope, and there's only this one. Qi Sang and Lu Yan looked envious. Because of their awareness of danger, they could naturally sense the power of this big black panther. Ruan Yan calmed his mind for a moment. Why did he feel that Ruan Ro needed Xie Xingzhou's protection? You already started tricking him as soon as you met the captain? Ruan Yu looked proud. Yeah. Hai spun around twice like that, then turned back into a black cat and jumped into Ruan Yu's arms. Let's go. Didn't you say we'd collect the provisions first? He glanced at the black cat in Ruan Yu's arms and thought that Ruan Ro must be doing very well, and since he didn't see Bai Cha or Su Yanzhi, maybe they were already dead. With that thought, Ruan Yan's mood brightened considerably. Come on, I'll take you. How big is your space? Could it hold a granary? Ruan Yu walked side by side with his brother. Of course a granary would fit. With Ruan Yu in tow, Ruan Yan headed straight for the last granary, completely ignoring Xie Xingzhou. Xie Xingzhou looked at the two ahead of him in helplessness. He's the captain. Is this how you're supposed to treat the captain? Once this is over, he'll definitely make Ruan Yan do extra training. Humph. Walking up to the granary, Ruan Yan stepped forward and opened it, saying, We looked around when we came. Only this granary is in good condition. The others are either moldy or have rats, and they're especially big. I was so startled when I saw them that I quickly shut the window again. Ruan Yu listened and found it a bit funny. Just like in her previous life, she shut it as soon as she saw the rats. Back then Bai Cha asked her why she closed it, and she somehow tricked Bai Cha into looking. Bai Cha was so frightened he immediately transformed into a screaming chicken. After that, Bai Cha's suitors only bullied him even more viciously. The granary opened to reveal it filled to the brim with grain. Ruan Yu was a little dazed. Brother, what do you plan to do with all this grain? Ruan Yan thought for a moment, turned to Xie Xingzhou and said, Captain, how do you think we should handle this? He had respected the captain up until now, but suddenly he found Xie Xingzhou a bit disagreeable. Although he knew Xie Xingzhou liked Ruan, as long as Ruan didn't reciprocate, they'd still be good brothers. Seeing the atmosphere between them improve so much this time, and the black cat in Ruan's arms, he'd seen Ruan casually toss it to Xie Xingzhou and then pull it back, made it obvious they'd spent a lot of time together and had grown used to it. Being picked up unexpectedly left Xie Xingzhou a little dazed, especially because of Ruan Yan's look, which made him even more bewildered. Gradually give them to those smaller bases with better reputations. Otherwise we won't be able to finish using them anyway. The Qingqing base was never popular to begin with, and especially now that their actions had been exposed, many of the more capable teams had left the base. After all, no one knew whether this might be their fate down the line. Those who stayed were naturally not good people either. The inability to leave was largely just an excuse. The real reason was they couldn't let go of the benefits. Let's talk about it later then. After speaking, Ruan Yu released his paranormal ability to sense the entire space. Ruan Yan stared without blinking, and in the blink of an eye the whole granary was empty. He wanted to ask but still didn't. The soft space clearly looked different from others, and the fewer people who knew, the less danger there would be. Still, seeing Xie Xingzhou's expression as if nothing surprising had happened, he felt an itch to act. Sure enough, the captain had not assigned positions with good intentions. Seeing the granary empty, Xie Xingzhou took the initiative to drag Qi Sang and Lu Yan away. Haven't seen you in a while, let me see what you two can do. Captain, this isn't right. Maybe next time. No, I can't wait, my hands are itching now. Ruan Yan watched the three of them walk away, turned to Ruan Yu and asked, what does Reborn Ruan want to do? Glancing at the granary, Ruan Yu pushed his brother back a bit, turned to the granary entrance and waved his hand, and all the crabs in the space were thrown out. The granary was instantly more than half filled. Ruan Yan stared dumbfounded at the still-moving crabs. After closing the granary, Ruan Yu patted Ruan Yan on the shoulder. Brother, let's go. Coming to his senses, Ruan Yan looked at Ruan Yu with a serious expression. Reborn Ruan, don't ever reveal this from now on. Chapter 151. Brother, want to watch the drama? I know. Ruan Yu nodded obediently. Not having seen her for a long time, Ruan Yan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. Have you had dinner? I'll take you to eat first. Saying that, she pulled him toward the employee dormitories. Ruan Yu glanced over at Xie Xingzhou and asked curiously, aren't we calling them to come along? Don't worry about them. They'll know to eat when they're hungry, Ruan Yan said. Hearing Ruan Yan say that, Ruan Yu didn't bother to argue. Besides, she still hadn't told her brother about the space. They hurried into the dormitory and she quickly asked, brother, which room do you stay in? Ruan Yan casually pointed, then was pulled into the room by Ruan Yu. Seeing the doors and windows closed, Ruan Yu led Ruan Yan straight into the space. I forgot to say earlier, I put away all of brother's collections, they're over there. Before Ruan Yan could come to his senses, Ruan Yu pulled him along again. As soon as He Yao entered the space, he went straight to find the Silver Moon Group. Looking at the abundant supplies inside the space, along with the vegetable patch, orchard, bamboo house and little stream, Ruan Yan took a while to regain his composure. Has Reborn Ruan ever brought anyone else in? No, only brother and Xie Xingzhou have come in. Ruan Yan nodded and said, don't let it be exposed again. His tone was serious. Such a space would probably cause more of a stir than a healing ability. Healing abilities in some mutated fruits can also cure the zombie toxin, but a space like this, even in novels, would be a one-of-a-kind existence. Although Qi Sang and Lu Yan wouldn't tell anyone either, the fewer people who know about Reborn Ruan, the less danger there is. I know. Ruan Yan smiled helplessly. As long as Reborn Ruan is doing well, that's enough. He'll take care of the remaining dangers. Let's go, get out first. The captain and the others should be back by now. As soon as she finished speaking, Ruan Yu came out with people, not forgetting to keep He Yao with her. After coming out of the room, Xie Xingzhou and the other two still hadn't returned, and Ruan Yu didn't bother about them either. She called to Ruan Yan, brother, let's eat first. After strolling around Ruan Yu's space, he also wanted to eat something nice. Although he hadn't eaten poorly on the journey, compared to others it felt a bit meager. Ruan Yu looked around and finally took out a large round table from the space. Fortunately, she had previously collected such a big table. Ruan Yan, knowing how to be polite, moved a stool and sat down. The empty table was soon filled with the dishes Ruan Yu had brought out. Braised pork, dry pot ribs, dry pot rabbit, pickled fish, sweet and sour pork, small crispy pork bites, spicy boiled sliced pork, shredded pork with potatoes, stir-fried shrimp tails, stir-fried water spinach and a meatball soup. Looking at this abundant spread, Ruan Yan swallowed hard. Brother, hurry and eat. Ruan Yu handed the bowls and chopsticks to Ruan Yan and sat down herself. She and Xie Xingzhou hadn't eaten much all afternoon and were quite hungry now. Ruan Yan picked up his bowl, took a forkful of vegetables, his eyes narrowing slightly, then took another forkful and said to Ruan Yu, did the captain make all of this? All of it was made by Xie Xingzhou. Ruan Yu hurriedly nodded. He cooks better than I do, so I let him make everything. Ruan Yan nodded, no wonder it was all made to your taste. Brother, what's your level now? Everyone fell silent. Unable to sense her brother's level, she could only ask. Late 5th tier. What about you and the captain? I'm late 6th tier, Xie Xingzhou is early 6th tier. He said, looking at Ruan Yan with a look asking for praise. Ruan Yan smiled indulgently. Stronger than your brother. From now on your brother will be relying on you to protect him. No problem. Qi Sangji, are Lu Yanji and the others also late 5th tier? Ruan Yan nodded. They're like me. But I leveled up a bit earlier than them. Big brother's still a bit more impressive. I only leveled up by relying on He Yao to find mutated fruits. As they spoke, Xie Xingzhou dragged in 2 bruised and battered men. Seeing Ruan Yu and the others already eating, he wasn't surprised. He walked over, picked up a bowl and dug in. Qi Sang and Lu Yan, who had looked completely dejected a moment ago, suddenly perked up. They'd smelled it earlier and guessed that Ruan Yu had brought out a lot of good food. Who would have thought the two of them couldn't out-eat the captain? I originally thought I was leveling up pretty fast, but I didn't expect the captain to still be a step ahead of them. Looking at the two with bruised faces, Yuan Yen feigned surprise. Softy specifically brought it. Come over and eat first. Thank you, sister. They grabbed their chopsticks and started fighting over the food. Luckily Yuan Yu had eaten early and was full, so she just sat to the side watching them scramble. Qi Sang popped a piece of food into his mouth and immediately made eyes at Xie Xingzhou. Captain, you didn't make all this yourself, did you? Lu Yinyi sighed beside him. In my lifetime I never thought I'd get to eat a dish made by the captain. Xie Xingzhou shot them a glare. Got itchy again? Want extra training? Remembering the unilateral drill from earlier, Qi Sang immediately backed down and turned to Ruan Yu. Sister, you tell us, does the captain treat you this fiercely too? Today, since Yanzhi is here, we'll stand up for you and teach him a lesson. Anyway, he and Lu Yen couldn't win. Bringing Ruan Yen along as that scheming dog of a strategist might make a difference. Judging by the looks of the captain and Ruan Yu, he didn't believe the captain would dare hit Ruan Yen. Besides, the captain used to tease Ruan Yu all the time. Getting beaten by Ruan Yen wasn't a loss. Ruan Yu thought it over carefully. Ever since meeting Xie Xingzhou, she seemed to be the fiercer one, and Xie Xingzhou had just put up with it. Glancing at the food on the table, Ruan Yu still felt a bit guilty. No, your captain has already turned over a new leaf. Ruan Yen raised an eyebrow. Does this mean she's taken a liking to Xie Xingzhou? Looks like I still need to find a chance to give him a beating. If he can't handle one person, aren't there two who just got roughed up? Sister, if you're being threatened, just blink. Lu Yen interjected. Does their captain ever reform? One moment he can be smiling and pleasant to you. The next he can trick you into doing his work. If you don't do it well, he'll take the opportunity to discipline you. Really, he's just itching to find a punching bag. Hey, you two brothers, why don't you start eating first? Ruan Yu thought that if she didn't remind them again, the meat on the table would probably be eaten up by Xie Xingzhou. Holy shit, Captain, can't you be a decent person? Exactly, our sister brought it for us to share. Why are you eating so much? By the time Qi Sang and the other person reacted, Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yen had already finished eating and were sitting elegantly to the side, watching the two of them fight over the remaining dishes. Seeing the looks they exchanged, for some reason Ruan Yu felt a whiff of gunpowder. Curious, she glanced left and right. Brother, you two flirting with each other. Are you trying to hide something from me again? Ruan Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at Ruan Yu speechlessly. He was supposed to be a top student, was this what flirting amounted to? As for Xie Xingzhou, he had long since grown used to it. After thinking for a moment, she took out a watermelon. Brother, do you want some watermelon? Chapter 152 Bai Cha wants to tame the big cat. Yes, we want some too. Sister, don't forget about us. Qi Sang and Lu Yen were fiercely fighting over the last piece of braised pork, their eyes never leaving the watermelon Ruan Yu had taken out. Ruan Yen helplessly rubbed his forehead, took the knife and melon handed over by Ruan Yu, and cut it into 4 pieces with 2 chops. 1 piece per person. Xie Xingzhou didn't get one. Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yen speechlessly, so stingy as if he hadn't eaten before. Glancing at the two of them, Ruan Yu hugged the melon and walked to the side. It was better for her to stay out of it. Qi Sang and Lu Yen quickly cradled the melon and moved aside. It would be terrible if any innocent person got hurt, and mainly they were afraid the captain would step in and grab it. There was no way they could stop him. After Bai Cha and the others dodged the cockroach, they felt they had wasted some time, so they decided to take turns driving through the night. However, the road sign had been turned around by Ruan Yu, and with the poor visibility at night, the group headed straight toward that zombie town. The town is a little better now. Although most of the zombies are 4th tier, they're not as dense, and compared to before there's now some ground to stand on. But those 7 big cats looked a bit stronger. Their bellies were all bulging, and even after being cleaned up there were no traces of blood on them. The 7 cats lay neatly in a row on the roof, looking lazy and inviting. Just seeing them made you want to go give them a few pets. Seeing the 7 big cats through a telescope from afar, Bai Cha felt the same way. Yanzhi, I see 7 mutated big cats, right in the town ahead. Let's hurry over. 7 big cats can't be worse than the 2 in Ruan Yu's hands. Su Yanzhi looked at Bai Cha's excited expression with some helplessness. Okay. Mutated animals are powerful, but taming them is what matters most. After all this time in the apocalypse, he'd only seen the Black Panther in Ruan Yu's arms behave obediently. As for other mutated animals, not attacking people on first sight was already being kind. Some of the mutated animals even eat zombie meat. When they see living people, their eyes glow green. A teammate in the back seat hurriedly spoke up to warn. Don't just look at those. Did you check whether the towns have zombies and how many? Did you look? Bai Cha helplessly picked up the binoculars again. There are zombies. He was silent for a long moment before continuing. A lot of zombies. With just the few of us, it will be hard to rush through. If you weren't afraid of the zombie virus, it'd be easy to rush over. But besides Ruan Yu, who isn't afraid of the zombie virus. Feng Lan in the rear also saw it through binoculars and quickly shouted loudly, "Stop the car!" After getting out of the car, she rushed straight to the window where Bai Cha was and demanded, "So many zombies, are you blind? You didn't see any of them?" Bai Cha looked wronged. "I didn't do it on purpose. I only saw some mutated animals over there and didn't notice the zombies." Feng Lan was taken aback for a moment. He had naturally heard from Bai Cha that Ruan Yu kept 2 mutated animals, and their strength was considerable. Ordinary psychics of the same level were no match for them. But he had never seen them himself. Who knew if Bai Cha had made the whole thing up? His opponent was Xie Xingzhou. As for Ruan Yu, he was just an objective to be dealt with, merely coincidentally mixed up with Xie Xingzhou. "Are you planning to tame the mutated animals?" Hearing that, Bai Cha was still a little incredulous. "Is that possible?" "Of course. I'm not some heartless person. We can go check the outskirts. But if you can't subdue it, then you'll owe us a favor. You must tell me everything you know about this year's events." There was a hard glint in Feng Lan's eyes. She didn't need to say more. And Bai Cha understood her meaning. She had to use her information to get Feng Lan and the others to accompany her. "Okay." Bai Cha nodded. She had no other options and had to try. What if she succeeded? After resting on the spot for a while, the 2 vehicles sped toward the zombie town. As they neared the edge, they deliberately turned around. Both cars then backed slowly toward the town. The zombies were actually a bit smarter this time. After glancing twice, they lost interest. Since they couldn't reach them anyway, they might as well wait for them to retreat into the town. The 7 big cats had long since caught the scent of living humans. That had to do with the fact that some members of Feng Lan's team were smokers, so the windows of both cars were open. The 7 big cats stood up side by side, all tilting their heads to watch the cars approaching the town. Having learned from the last time, they seemed especially harmless now. Slowly approaching, their voices nasal. Meow 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 meow. When the 7 big cats weren't eating people, they looked somewhat soft and cute. With their nasal voices, it was easy to let one's guard down. "Yanzhi, look, mutated cats are coming." Bai Cha looked at the 7 fluffy big cats, face full of delight. She had already thought out how she could show off in front of Ruan Yu by bringing the 7 mutated cats. Bai Cha was being foolish. Feng Lan wasn't that naive. When the big cats approached, the zombies actually moved aside from them willingly. This showed they were stronger than the zombies. How could they be so harmless unless it was an act? Su Yanzhi was also keeping a constant eye on the big cats. When he saw the big cat's hind legs crouched down, he immediately rolled up the car window. A yellow and white big cat charged straight at the car. "Meow! Ah!" Ignoring the startled Bai Cha, Su Yan floored the accelerator and the car shot forward a long way. The big cats were reluctant to give up and chased after them. Feng Lan's car was ahead. Seeing the big cats catching up, she swallowed nervously. Luckily she had been on guard against the big cats from the start. If everyone had been like Bai Cha, they probably would have been eaten by the big cats. "Cha-Cha, are you okay?" "I'm fine." She was just a bit dissatisfied. Why could Ruan Yu encounter a mutant animal she could tame while they couldn't? The only time they came across a mutant animal cub, it was snatched away by Ruan Yu right in front of them, and she even tricked them. Is this the fate of supporting characters doomed to be cannon fodder? But why? Ruan Yu didn't do anything either, did he? Ruan Yan and Xie Xingzhou stared at each other for a while. Seeing that Ruan Yu looked a bit sleepy, Xie Xingzhou admitted defeat first. Ruan Yan glared at him and snorted, "You've got sharp eyes. Brother, aren't you guys tired?" Ruan Yu, holding He Yao, really didn't want to stay up any longer, so she leaned over and said, "A little tired. I'll take you to a room to rest. I thought you'd come too, so I cleaned up an extra room. I'll take you there." He gave Xie Xingzhou a sidelong glance, then led Ruan Yu upstairs. Watching that wasn't lively, Qi Sang and Lu Yan each went back to their rooms to sleep. Xie Xingzhou hurried forward and grabbed the 2. "I'll sleep in Qi Sang's room. You 2 squeeze together." Qi Sang looked like he was angry but dared not speak. "Captain, you're a wind-type power user. Couldn't you tidy the room with a gust of wind? Why come to bully them like this?" Xie Xingzhou wanted to, of course, but Ruan Yu had been taken away, and he didn't have a quilt. He didn't want to use the quilts here, and following Ruan Yu had made him a little bit delicate too. "Take your expressions back. It's just a night of squeezing. It's not like I'm taking your lives." Qi Sang, Lu Yan. Oh. Chapter 153. Su Yanzhi begins to awaken. No one disturbed them that night, and having found her brother, Ruan Yu slept especially well. The next day when Ruan Yu went downstairs, Xie Xingzhou and the others had already made porridge. Seeing Ruan Yu, they quickly called him over. Ruan, hurry down. Our team leader just finished making the porridge." Hearing that, Ruan Yu looked over at Xie Xingzhou and saw he had panda eyes and was ladling porridge. He pinched his lips tight to keep from laughing out loud. After sitting down he said to Ruan Yen, "Brother, next time you guys go ahead and eat without me. You don't need to wait." Ruan Yen raised his eyebrows. "It's okay, we just got up too." Xie Xingzhou glanced at him. If he didn't have panda eyes, he almost would have believed him. He didn't know who had ambushed him so early. He shot a glare at the gloating Qi Sang and Lu Yen, then said, "Wait here for 2 days. Quite a few people from the bases should come over this time. Let's deal with them all at once." No one else objected. They nodded in agreement. Ruan Yu looked over. Was this creating an opportunity for her? With my brother's strength, life wouldn't be easy for anyone no matter where they were. After breakfast, Ruan Yu took out all kinds of different bombs and piled them on the floor. Qi Sang and the other person's eyes lit up. Chi looked at Ruan Yu. "Sister, where did you get these? So many good things." Ruan Yen also looked over curiously. He had wanted to ask about it last night. Xie Xingzhou reached out and knocked heavily on Qi Sang and Lu Yan's heads. "Put away that look like you've never seen the world and get to work. Since we have to wait 2 days, how could we not plant a few bombs?" Ruan Yu waved his hand. "They were taken from over by the D City Military District. I was pretty lucky. There was no one there when I went." After thinking for a moment he added, "I was over there too, and that's where I met your captain." After hearing that, both Qi Sang and Lu Yen looked at him with reproach in their eyes. Sure enough, the captain had acted out of selfishness. He said he'd hide it, but ended up going to City D himself. Ruan Yen also looked over with an inscrutable expression, his gaze falling brazenly on Xie Xingzhou. Everyone knew the truth, but that didn't stop him from blaming him. Mark it down now, and they would slowly make him pay back in a few days. Xie Xingzhou stood there completely unashamed. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get to work." In the end, Ruan Yu just lay on the chaise lounge watching the 4 of them plant the bombs. It wasn't that she wouldn't help. It was that her brothers wouldn't let her. Maybe the weapons were too plentiful. They didn't even spare the moldy granaries or the rat-infested storage rooms. Bombs and landmines were all arranged in the windowed fields. Instead, there was nothing at the entrance. It was just waiting for Bai Cha and the people from Qingqing base to arrive. Whether it was just an illusion or not, Ruan Yu kept feeling that the remaining 3 people would come with Bai Cha. Bai Cha and his group dodged the big cat and the zombies, and the car stopped beside an abandoned small building. A few cars came from afar. If Ruan Yu saw them, he'd be surprised. Aren't these the 3 people who were left? Xiangming, Yirong, and Zhou Zheng's 3 vans also stopped beside the small building where Bai Cha and the others were. Just recovering, Bai Cha's eyes lit up when he saw them. Feng Lan pursed her lips in exasperation. What rotten luck! How did people from the other base arrive so quickly? He was still smiling as he greeted them. "Long time no see, folks. Where are you heading to make your fortune this time?" "Captain Feng, you're joking. Wherever you go, we'll go too to make our fortune," Xiangming replied with a smile. After all, it was all no man's land now. Since the base sent them, it naturally meant the stuff there was fair game to grab. "In that case, why don't we go together?" Feng Lan didn't mind and directly invited. They were already a step behind Xie Xingzhou anyway. Maybe that place was full of traps waiting. Better to bring this bunch along. Xiangming and the others looked at each other, nodded in agreement and said, "Since Captain Feng says so, we'll have to obey. Anyway, if there's a trap, we'll all go in together. Don't expect us to be the ones to step on it. I heard Ruan Yu is also involved. If they manage to capture someone this time, they should be able to extract quite a few benefits from the Qingqing base." Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they unanimously agreed to cooperate. Bai Cha listened to their small talk and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Going together would be best. If they could catch Ruan Yu off guard and kill him, that would be even better. Su Yanzhi looked at these people and felt inexplicably uneasy. He glanced at Bai Cha, who was bowing her head in thought, and asked, "Cha, what are you thinking about? Do you know those people?" At the words, Bai Cha looked up at Su Yanzhi. "Yanzhi, you're overthinking. I don't know those people, but I saw in a dream that Ruan Yu killed them. Now that they're with us, that's the best option. Maybe this time we can kill Ruan Yu." Su Yanzhi frowned. Killed by Ruan Yu? No one would kill someone for no reason, right? Is it his fault? Or is it Bai Cha's problem? Since when did he start wanting to kill Ruan Yu? Why must he kill Ruan Yu? Ruan Yu didn't seem to have done anything wrong, did he? Even if Ruan Yu isn't Ruan Yu anymore, what does that have to do with him? That's something Ruan Yen needs to worry about. Cha, do I have to go?" Bai Cha looked at Su Yanzhi in some astonishment. "Yanzhi, what are you talking about? We're already this far and you want to turn back?" Even if she agreed, Feng Lan wouldn't possibly let her go. Sensing a gaze on her from behind, Su Yanzhi quickly corrected herself. "Nothing, Cha, you misheard." Feng Lan lay in the front passenger seat and slowly closed her eyes. "We're already this far and you still want to back out? Are you crazy?" Xie Xingzhou, along with Ruan Yen and the others, buried quite a few bombs. But the area was a bit large, so by the end of the morning they'd only buried just over half. After lunch they continued burying bombs. To avoid letting any slip through, Xie and Ruan Yu even ran a simulation to see which directions they'd head when they were blown up, and planted mines in those spots too. After a busy day, I finally checked everywhere. The four of them were completely exhausted. The moment Chisong saw Ruan Yu, he started complaining. "Sis, you don't know, our captain is inhuman. He treats us like workhorses all day." "Exactly, sis, you have to help us." Lu Yan quickly chimed in. Ruan Yu smiled without speaking. Xie stood up and gave a kick. "Shut up. Always ruining my reputation. Say another word and I'll bag you all tonight." Ruan Yu looked at them, couldn't help but smirk, turned her head and was caught by Xie, then righteously looked back. After the dishes were set out, the few of them seemed to come back to life, quickly sitting up properly, looking like well-behaved children waiting for a meal. Ruan Yu looked at them for a moment. "We're eating, why are you staring at me?" Compared to last night, this meal was particularly polite. Ruan Yu looked at the slightly bewildered Ruan Yu and said, Ruan, don't go out for the next couple of days, just stay in your room." Ruan Yu hastily nodded. "Okay." Chapter 154. Various parties gather. She wasn't stupid. She'd seen everything during the day, all the bombs. Most people wouldn't really remember their locations. Her brothers would probably have to think for a long time even if they went out themselves. Ruan Yu had eaten relatively little, and soon put down her chopsticks. In that instant, the remaining four immediately began fiercely fighting over it. Ruan Yu stared in astonishment. Had she triggered some switch? Last night she thought her brothers had just been so long without such a lavish meal that they grabbed everything. Now it looked like everything had been led astray by Xie. So her gaze toward Xie grew even stranger. But the captain is still the captain. Even if Qi Sang and Lu Yan teamed up, they couldn't snatch as much, while her brother always seized the opportunity to pick up the leftovers, so in the end Qi Sang and Lu Yan got the least meat. Watching her brother put down his chopsticks, Ruan Yu hurried over and asked, "Brother, do you all eat like this?" Ruan Yu was silent for a moment, glanced at Xie and then said, "More or less. This trains everyone's observational skills and reaction speed." Ruan Yu nodded dully. She felt like her brother was pulling her leg. Oh well, it didn't matter to her anyway. Seeing that most of it had been grabbed, they took out a watermelon as the post-meal fruit. Seeing she had some, Ruan Yu only gave Xie one piece this time, and it was the smallest piece. Xie didn't mind. As long as they got Ruan Yu away, nothing else mattered. After following Ruan Yu for so long, he'd eaten everything. This little bit made no difference. The next day, the five of them were free. Ruan Yu took out a rabbit, and they roasted it on the rooftop. "Ah, it smells so good. Little sister, amazing. Space powers really are the best." Qi Sang and Lu Yan were tending the barbecue, while Ruan Yu and the other two peered into the distance with telescopes, each watching a different direction. They turned their heads and sighed in unison. "Why hasn't anyone come over yet?" The three of them thought those people were hopeless. Such a short distance, they should have crawled here by now. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Yu moved closer to the rabbit. "Brother Qi Sang, is it almost ready?" "Almost. Wait a little longer so it soaks up more flavor and becomes more aromatic." Ruan Yu nodded. He really hadn't expected his brother's teammates to all be culinary masters. Xie and his brother were good at stir-frying and similar dishes. Brother Qi Sang was especially skilled at grilling meat. Lu Yan could make all kinds of steamed items. Xie swallowed. Indeed, these things had to be left to those who excelled at them. What he'd grilled with Ruan Yu before could only be called beginner level. This was truly master level. Ruan Yu took out several bottles of cola and handed one to each person. The rabbit gradually gave off a tempting aroma. Qi Sang finally spoke. "All right, dig in." As soon as he finished speaking, the two hind legs were passed to Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu quickly grabbed them and ran to the side, then watched the four of them start fighting over the rest again. It wasn't long before Xie came over happily carrying a front leg. "You're only eating one drumstick?" Xie nodded. "Eat it first, otherwise there might not be any drumsticks left later." Watching his brother and Qi Sang fiercely contesting the last drumstick, Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. Maybe after Xie finished, they'd still be fighting over it. Sometimes good things are only fun when you have to snatch them, and everyone follows Xie lead while working. As for other times, they're probably completely letting loose. After eating the rabbit, Ruan Yu brought out the recliners, one for each person. Everyone made contented sounds. "So comfortable. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed." As for the telescope, everyone took turns using it. After waiting a while and fearing they'd fall asleep, they also brought out a small table and set out some fruit and snacks. Half asleep and groggy, she was jolted awake by Lu Yan's surprised voice. They're coming, so many people. Feng Lan's little bastard is here too." The person in the lounge chair immediately turned over, grabbed the binoculars and looked. A large group had set up camp right there, showing no sign of moving forward. They clustered in 3s and 5s, gathered together. Are they not planning to come over tonight? Not necessarily. Maybe they're waiting for someone. Xie Xingzhou chimed in from the side. There really weren't many people at the Qingqing base. He only saw Feng Lan and Chu Jing, which meant others were still on the way. If they just showed up like this, Qingqing base would definitely be at the biggest disadvantage, and Feng Lan naturally wouldn't want that. Only this few people from Qingqing base? Who do they think they're looking down on? Qi Sang also complained through his binoculars, wondering what use these two lucky for their lives wastes thought they had coming. Ruan Yu held the telescope watching the others. When she saw 3 familiar faces, a hint of delight flashed in her eyes. It was effortless. The remaining 3 had come along with Bai Cha. She glanced at Xie Xingzhou, nodded, and Ruan Yan hurried over. Since when did you two get so close that you can read each other's eyes? Though she said that, her gaze remained fixed on Xie Xingzhou. Brother, you're overthinking. It's been almost half a year. It's only natural to be a bit more familiar. Now that you mention it, Ruan Yan's gaze turned even more hostile. Xie Xingzhou remained completely unfazed and continued staring at Feng Lan and her group. Xiang Ming and the others looked at Feng Lan and asked, Captain Feng, we're all here. If we don't hurry up and go over, who else are we waiting for? Feng Lan smiled. Captain Xiang is overthinking. We're just taking a break. You may not know Xie Xingzhou personally, but you've all heard of his great reputation, right? I don't know how much you realize, but he has a military district's firearms at his disposal. Wouldn't it be wise to take a break and be cautious? Zhou Zheng glanced at him with a meaningful look. Captain Feng must be waiting for the others from Qingqing base to arrive. So many people from other bases have come, and only Qingqing has just these 10 people. I suppose he's afraid of being at a disadvantage. But that was all said in passing. Naturally, Zhou Zheng wouldn't be foolish enough to go over first. With heavy weapons involved and with himself still being a top special ops soldier, it was only right to leave Feng Lan and the others to deal with it themselves. They're not stupid, why would they go stick their necks out? After all, everyone's here for roughly the same reason. They're the kind who want to take advantage. Danger is everywhere, but not every dangerous place has this much food. Feng Lan sized them up and said, Captain Zhou is clever, but if you don't want to wait, you can go ahead, we won't mind. No need for that. It's only a short wait, we can afford to wait. But I heard Ruan Yu is there too. I wonder how much Captain Feng knows. Yi Rong naturally picked up the conversation and immediately steered it back to Ruan Yu. Everyone else at the base heard that and wished they could have grown longer ears. Who wouldn't want someone at their base who can heal the zombie virus at any time? Even if there's no person, having an antidote would be just as good. Feng Lan rolled her eyes. How would I know that? If you want to know, you can ask Ruan Yu directly. Yi Rong squinted, smiling as he said, Captain Feng, you're joking. We're just curious. How did the person wanted by Qingqing base end up involved with that healing ability user? If I remember correctly, that healer hardly ever left City A. Yet for someone so reclusive, rumors about abilities are everywhere. Who was actually healed? Who heartlessly spread that around? Chapter 155. Finishing this job. Bai Cha gritted her teeth when she heard that. Who was that hint aimed at? Didn't she just let out a bit of news? Anyway, Ruan Yu is the protagonist. He's not going to die that soon. After speaking, Yi Rong shifted his gaze to Bai Cha. Miss Bai, you agree, right? I heard it was you who went to the B City base and said Ruan Yu has a healing ability. I didn't expect that at the 2 BC City bases. Several hundred people who went were all killed by Ruan Yu. I don't know if those people are really stupid. How can they believe you just because you said a few words? I've heard Miss Bai's ability is precognition. I wonder if she can tell us where Ruan Yu and the others will plant bombs this time. After Yi Rong finished speaking, everyone from the other bases turned their gaze to Bai Cha. Precognition? This is the first time I've heard of it. Isn't she just trying to fool us? Yi Rong smiled. No one knew that, but it didn't stop him from stirring trouble. If it weren't for Bai Cha, how would his brothers in City B have gone looking for Ruan Yu? In the end, the prime culprit faced no consequences. No one knew what the people at Qingqing base were thinking. This time they actually showed mercy and let such a major person go without study? How could that be? When I arrived, the leaders at our base specifically told me to watch out for that Bai Cha from Qingqing base. They said she can foresee things, and that the previous heavy rain and snow were all foreseen by her, so Qingqing base suffered little damage. Yi Rong spoke nonsense. In any case, Qingqing base had the least damage in this snowstorm, so naturally they had to pin more on Bai Cha. Watching Yi Rong get increasingly out of line, Feng Lan finally couldn't help but speak up. Captain Yi, we're all on the same side here. It's a bit inappropriate to sow discord now, isn't it? Bai Cha had no idea what to say. When they went to Qingqing base, she had indeed mentioned the heavy rain and blizzard. Now she could only play dead. No matter what, Fenglan couldn't just let her die here, could she? Ruan Yu and the others were getting a bit bored of waiting and couldn't help but complain. How long are they going to take? Useless people and so many problems. Xie Xingzhou turned his head to look at her and replied softly. Everyone's already this close, they're bound to come over. If anyone really dares to flee at the last moment, we'll run and detonate them over their heads. That would work too, but haven't you wasted all those bombs you buried for so long? If we leave, we can't all go. There's always going to be some unlucky soul who comes over. After thinking it over, Ruan Yu thought it made some sense and said nothing. After a while she moved closer to Ruan Yen and said, Brother, take care of them. Where are we going next? Where do you want to go? Ruan Yen raised his hand and put it on her head, rubbing it as he smiled and asked. I don't know, anywhere feels pretty dangerous. Xie Xingzhou suddenly came over and said, If you don't know where to go, let's just go home first. There aren't many usable people left at Qingqing base. After we wipe these people out this time, others will take care of the rest of the problems. We just need to look after ourselves. Ruan Yu lowered her head and pondered. In the last life, 6 years into the apocalypse, it ultimately became a struggle between the various bases. As a grassroots worker, she naturally had no idea whether they had actually developed an antidote for the zombie virus. But it was obvious that during her time at the research institute, the things injected into her were all meant to enhance abilities. Then did Qingqing base actually develop anything that can cure the zombie virus? This time Ruan Yen replied, They figured it out and it was a long time ago. Even Xie Xingzhou was a bit surprised now. How do you know so much? Encountered someone who should have died a long time ago. He can control zombies now. After saying that, Ruan Yen thought for a moment, probably trying to find the right adjective. He probably looks kind of like the zombie kings in novels now. At first those things were developed by the Qingqing Base Research Institute, but later they were discovered. We went on a mission to capture them, and after they were captured the people didn't kill the zombies. Instead they continued researching. Later, when the zombies fully broke out, those people still didn't produce an antidote. At first those drugs did have side effects, but after further development they basically had none. However, they still preferred to use those that had side effects. Ruan Yu asked curiously. They continued the research because someone awakened an ability, right? Ruan Yen nodded. Right, I just didn't expect the zombies to suddenly erupt afterward. After listening for a while, Xie Xingzhou nodded knowingly. Someone wanted to seize power and while they were at it, change the social system. Maybe. Ruan Yen helplessly rubbed his forehead, but had to admit they were the victims. Hearing this, Ruan Yu asked with some puzzlement, Is that person dead now? Dead, killed by that zombie king. Quite a few of the senior participants were killed, but the news has all been sealed off. Ruan Yu exhaled in relief. Good that he's dead. So it doesn't seem to have anything to do with us? When someone dies, a new person in power will appear. Who knows whether in the end zombies and humans might coexist a bit more peacefully. Killing all the zombies is really not easy, but killing all the people is unrealistic. After all, zombies aren't as smart as humans, and if my brother could get information from the zombie king, doesn't that mean the zombie king isn't all that different from a normal person? Then brother, what does the zombie king look like? There's no difference from a normal person. Besides, he's controlling the zombies to hide. He doesn't want to wipe them out. As long as no one provokes the zombies, they won't come out on their own. Ruan Yu nodded. In that case, after finishing this job, it seemed fine for them to just go home. So we only need to deal with the people who came to kill us. We don't need to get involved in anything else. You're the one in the most danger. Ruan Yen said softly. What he didn't say was that someone had already done that, and the antidote for the zombie virus would soon be made public. Xie Xingzhou didn't say anything. He was thinking the same. But would the zombie king be so easy to get to tell the truth? Could it be that Ruan Yen had set him up and then stepped in to save him, making it easy to extract information that way? Actually, the best outcome would be humans and zombies coexisting peacefully. There's an antidote, but those who have already turned into zombies definitely won't revert to human. Zombies that aren't at a high enough level seem to be starting to evolve. Maybe later they'll become more like humans. Ruan Yen looked at Ruan Yu and said in a low voice that as long as there were substitutes for the effect of curing supernatural abilities, not so many people would come looking for trouble. The three continued chatting idly. Qi Sang and the other two didn't join in, just staring at Fenglan and her group. After a long wait, night had fallen and the people from Qingqing base finally caught up. More people. Looks like they're from Qingqing base. Qi Sang hurriedly shouted to Xie Xingzhou. Captain, come take a look, these people seem familiar, but I can't quite place them. Captain, take a good look. Chapter 156 Visitors from Qingqing base. Startled by the shout, Xie Xingzhou rolled his eyes, walked over and gave Qi Sang a light kick. Stop screaming. He reached out, grabbed the binoculars and looked over. Seeing them clearly, He raised his eyebrows and looked at Chi-song with a face full of disbelief. Can you remember anything? Did you forget which people treated you like a monkey? Ah, these are the ones who treated us like monkeys. Why are all kinds of people showing up? Is this a fight to the death? Ruan Yu walked over, picked up the binoculars, and looked at Ruan Yen with some puzzlement. Brother, do you know the new group of people who just arrived? Ruan Yen looked over and explained, I guess so. Those people came to see me. They said that if the experiment on us succeeded, they would take some kind of evolution serum. I didn't expect we'd directly become half-zombie bodies. Judging by how those people looked, the evolution probably worked. It could also be that the serum successfully awakened some special abilities. Ruan Yu nodded silently. Well, as expected, anyone who could come here really wasn't a good person. Look at those small bases, none of them showed up. As for these large bases, they're idle all day. Everyone looks familiar, like I saw them all in my past life. Feng Lan looked a bit startled to see the newcomers and quickly stood up to walk over. How could it be you? The person leading them smiled and his gaze toward Feng Lan and the others revealed contempt. Something this important naturally can't be handed to trash. What about the one with precognitive abilities? Bai Cha looked cautiously at the leader. Here. Come on, foresee how high our success rate is this time. Bai Cha was completely puzzled. How would he know that? A voice suddenly appeared in his mind, and Bai Cha replied directly, 50%. After saying it, Bai Cha was a little stunned, but she was used to acting and her expression didn't change much. The leader sneered. You can't even say something nice and you call that foresight. Do you know the day you'll die? Bai Cha couldn't help rolling her eyes inwardly. Foresight can't predict things related to yourself. Besides, Xie Xingzhou has been on the run so long and hasn't been caught. I imagine everyone who went after him was as confident as you. But confidence doesn't seem to be a good thing. After all, most of them ended up dead. The two people with you seem to be the only ones who went after Xie Xingzhou and survived. But you're so formidable, yet you came out this early. Does that mean there's no one left at the base? I heard Xie Xingzhou still has 3 teammates. I don't know where they are. But you brought so many people over. Could those 3 also be here? By that reckoning, a 50% chance of victory. Wouldn't that be a good thing? The leader's face went ashen. His gaze at Bai Cha was so hateful it looked like he wanted to kill her. But he couldn't, she had to be brought back. After this is over, the institute would still be waiting for her, right? And he could then go to the institute like visiting a zoo to properly watch the monkeys there. What he didn't know was that everyone in Qingqing base who could speak up had been taken out. Otherwise, why wouldn't they have sent him a message for an entire day and night? Those senior officials with ill intentions were basically all done in by the zombies, and the research institute was gone too. But the few people who had developed the antidote to the zombie virus were still alive, continuing to make the antitoxin, although each vial had to be tasted by them first before the medicine could be released for use. Unfortunately, the most important scientist wasn't at Qingqing base. Otherwise they could have solved it together. As for the rest who hadn't committed major wrongs, the zombies simply skipped them. The creatures were there to help their leader get revenge. Not only the Qingqing base but those 7 or 8 larger bases had all been breached by zombies. The zombies killed selectively. After killing they left, leaving the base members staring at each other in silence. As expected, special ability users are different. Every sentence is so coherent. There's information even I didn't know. I didn't expect Miss Bai to be able to say it, so this ability must be real. But this 50% chance of success is a bit unlucky. Miss Bai should speak less. After speaking, the leader snorted and stepped aside. Over 200 followers behind him also stood off to one side. Bai Cha looked at Feng Lan and asked, "When are we going over?" Feng Lan glanced at the people beside her. "See how long these elite soldiers and fierce warriors will rest." Bai Cha glanced too and said, "I'm not making it up. Xie Xingzhou's 3 teammates really are on this side." That was the same voice from earlier in her head telling her. And it also said the granary was surrounded by bombs, so someone would definitely have to go in first to step on the bombs. Weren't these people supposed to be formidable? Good, they went. With such a dense crowd, those bombs weren't wasted. Now that they're here, it's only right to go early and come back early. It's just 4 or 5 people, isn't it? The leader still wore an air of superiority, looking at the others from the base with complete disdain. But numbers prevailed, and those people didn't make an issue of it. They only hoped this group would walk in front. Being mocked a couple of times was nothing, it didn't matter as long as they stayed alive. Ruan Yu and the others stared through the binoculars for a long time. They'd already eaten 2 watermelons before they finally saw a vehicle move, and everyone became excited. They're coming. You finally had the nerve to come looking for death. Not easy, wasting a whole day of our time. Seeing someone coming over, Ruan Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Her brother and the others had set up bombs all day, and finally someone came to step on them. Feng Lan followed behind them, not saying anything, with an expression of modest compliance. How are you planning to get through? The man looked at Feng Lan as if she were stupid. Just drive straight in. What, afraid of dying? No wonder only you two could survive in Xie hands. Feng Lan rolled her eyes inwardly. These people were formidable in some ways, but not very bright and poorly informed. Even after being told Xie had arms, they still barged in like idiots. If they died, they'd deserve it. Since they were rushing to their own deaths, he decided not to get involved and quickly moved to the back of the group. On Ruan Yu's side, everyone carried an assault rifle with a full magazine, just waiting for them to come. They weren't far off. The group strolled to the granary entrance, parked the vehicles, and prepared to go inside. The leader casually pulled someone out. You go to the door and take a look. One person quickly ran around the granary entrance and found nothing. Seeing this, Bai Cha was also stunned for a moment. That shouldn't be. Wasn't it said the ground was full of bombs? But he didn't say anything. It could be that there were no bombs at the entrance while the inside was full of them. Before Bai Cha and his group arrived, Ruan Yu and the others had already hidden on a nearby hill. Xie and Ruan Yan had even brought a sniper rifle, just waiting for them to walk in. The people from Qingqing base didn't hear an explosion, so they called for others to go in together. However, the people from the other bases kept a distance from them, and after thinking it over, that person also split off part of his team to slowly probe forward. Maybe it was luck, but that team didn't step on any bombs on the way. The people behind breathed a sigh of relief and then slowly followed. Bai Cha carefully moved to the rear, and the others from the bases followed Bai Cha and hid at the back. Bang bang bang. Chapter 157, Stepping on a Mine. After a short while, several explosions went off in succession, and Bai Cha and the others hurried to find somewhere to hide. The people in front also dodged to the side, and then another series of explosions rang out. Hearing the blasts, Bai Cha secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been afraid the bombs wouldn't explode until after she went in. A series of explosions rang out, and the group finally reached the granary. Looking at the 10 cylindrical silos, everyone instinctively swallowed. Although they knew Ruan Yu had spatial abilities, with each silo holding 5,000 tons, no matter how powerful that space power was, it couldn't hold it all. Seeing how heavily the Qingqing base people had been killed and wounded, they were somewhat gloating. Ah, Captain Feng, thanks to you. Otherwise we might not have been able to get in so quickly. Exactly, your Qingqing base was really generous to bring so many people to trigger the bombs. Feng Lan felt a secret joy, but since she was from the base, she still walked over and helped steady the man who was leading them as he looked among the severely dead and wounded elite. Didn't expect it, you've got quite a bit of luck. No wonder the base sent you. Did you know all along? The man looked at Feng Lan with an unfriendly expression, then scrutinized Bai Cha with assessing eyes. How can you say that? We did warn you, it's just that who could have guessed you'd use the fastest method like this? I actually admire you a bit. That person's choking hesitation reminded them of something. Nobody had mentioned that Xie had so many explosives on hand, and there weren't any in the middle of the road anyway. Most of the bombs were buried where they were taking cover. Who could have guarded against that? When they heard the explosion, who didn't instinctively dodge to the side? God knows all the bombs were in those hiding spots. Bai Cha walked over cautiously. Now is not the time for internal conflict. First open the granary and take a look. She only remembered that only one of the granaries here was usable, but she had forgotten which one. The leader snorted coldly, glanced at the people he had brought, already more than half lost, and shot Feng Lan a glare. Then why don't you go and open the granary? Xiang Ming and the others were also discussing. Their instincts told them there was a trap here too, but the space ability users couldn't carry away so much grain, so even if they knew, they would still have to step on it. But who would step on it first? Anyway, they're definitely not willing themselves. Yirong smiled slightly and stepped forward. Captain Feng, your Qingqing base contributed the most just now. We thought about it. There are 10 granaries here. You take half and we'll divide the rest among ourselves. What do you think? No one else spoke. Grain has to be seen before you can decide how to divide it. For now it was easy to talk. The man who arrived later from Qingqing base, unusually sober for once, said, No. This granary has never been opened. No one knows if the grain inside is still edible. The current distribution is unfair. I propose each side send a representative to open the granaries. Most of the bombs earlier were cleared by our base. We won't take part this time. You can't have all the benefits. Feng Lan just stood silently to the side. After being blown up once, he apparently got smarter. Yirong and the others hadn't expected him to say that and found it hard to refuse. Although Qingqing base lost many people, the survivors were still numerous. If a fight broke out, they'd be at a real disadvantage. Seeing that none of them spoke, the man continued. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Please leave now, or I'll have you escorted out. As soon as he finished speaking, The people behind him raised their guns and aimed them at the others in the base. Zhou and the other two had no choice but to confer again. All right, we agree. 10 people stepped out, each walking to a granary entrance, while the others all fell back a short distance. The 10 each took a look, then together used their abilities to attack the granary windows. Just in case there were still bombs, they might be able to avoid them. Bang bang bang. Another series of 10 explosions rang out. The 10 people immediately dropped to the ground, and in fact weren't badly hurt. Ruan Yu stood on the hill holding a telescope with a look of helplessness. Why are these people so slow? Everyone's scared of dying, cut them some slack. Xie Xingzhou aimed his gun at Bai Cha and said with a smile. Ruan Yin kept his muzzle trained on Su Yanzhi, waiting for the mouse crab to hurry out. Qi Sang and the other man crouched near the entrance with submachine guns, waiting for those people to rush out. When the explosion stopped, a number of large rats burst out of the 2 granaries, and a group of big crabs ran out of the last granary. White Tea was startled when she saw the big crabs. Didn't Ruan Yu take advantage of his spatial ability to collect some good stuff? Open fire. Run. What are you running for? Hurry up and attack with your abilities. Gunshots again, energy orbs again. A swarm of giant rats froze, not daring to leave the granary for the time being. When Feng Lan and the others saw the giant crab, they quietly backed away. The others at the base were all attacking the giant rats and the giant crab, so for the moment no one noticed them. Seeing them break away from the crowd, Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yin opened fire. Bang bang. Take cover. Seeing Su Yanzhi fall straight down, Bai Cha was startled and quickly hid. No one said Ruan Yu would hide and fire a shot from concealment. Ruan Yin glanced at Xie Xingzhou with contempt. Captain, your shooting has slipped a bit. Xie Xingzhou didn't mind. He'd encountered it once before and more or less knew he couldn't hit anyone. I'm an amateur, of course I can't compare to a professional like our Yanzhi. Ruan Yin gave him a disdainful look. Get lost. Who are you calling my brother? Then Ruan Yin fired another shot, aiming at Bai Cha but missed. Xie Xingzhou sneered again. Bro, your shooting's gone downhill too. Ruan Yenshin took a deep breath, too lazy to argue with him, and then resumed aiming at Feng Lan and the others. After 2 shots in succession, Bai Cha didn't dare move at all, afraid that if she popped her head up she'd end up like Su Yanzhi. Ruan Yu sighed. Bai Cha really had a lot of luck. She wouldn't doubt her brother's marksmanship. But it's still early. There will be other opportunities. The rats were driven back and couldn't come out. Big crabs aren't so easy to beat. In just a short while, the group had already retreated to the doorway. Feng Lan and the others quickly stood up and slipped in among them. Qi Sang and Lu Yan were bored. Seeing so many people rush out, they quickly opened fire. If you don't dodge in time, someone will start cursing. Damn, Xie Xingzhou, can you at least act like a human being? Got the guts? Come down and fight one-on-one. What kind of man pulls these little tricks? Qi Sang and the other person didn't care at all. They just kept firing. Compared to the crab, a group of people were still braving the gunfire and running everywhere. At this moment, getting into the car seemed even less safe. No spatial ability users were seen, and the car couldn't be brought out. The group scattered, watching the crab come toward them. Qi Sang and the other person hurriedly ran, chasing after the other base members. At this point they naturally shot at anyone they saw, not giving them a chance to react. Ruan Yu kept a close eye on Bai Cha's movements. When he saw someone run out, he hurriedly opened fire. Xie Xingzhou did the same, but neither hit their target. Seeing the situation, Ruan Yu had no choice but to run over. Xie Xingzhou immediately followed. Ruan Yin looked around. There were other people to deal with, so he silently made a mental note against Xie Xingzhou and went after the others. He hadn't run far when Bai Cha saw Ruan Yu come out. Chapter 158. Bai Cha dies. Bai Cha, long time no see. It's about time we settle the final account. Bai Cha's first instinct was to run in another direction, but she didn't expect a large black panther to be walking slowly behind her, so she could only continue to face Ruan Yu. Settle the score, I don't owe you anything. But you, if you hadn't taken all the food, Yanzhi and I wouldn't have had such a hard time. She couldn't leave anyway, so Bai Cha stopped caring. Ever since she found out Ruan Yu had arrived here first, she hadn't really wanted to come, but she seemed compelled to be here and didn't know why. Ruan Yu smiled, rolled his eyes, and directly attacked with his supernatural power. Vines, water droplets, not holding back at all. Under the continuous assault, Bai Cha was knocked flat. Living is already such a hardship. Won't it be better if I help you end that suffering now? The vines coiled tighter and tighter around Bai Cha, and the moisture in Bai Cha's body was being drawn away. Bai Cha's eyes were filled with hatred, but the vines tightening around her neck kept her from speaking. In a daze she saw Ruan Yu tied to the operating table, while she and Su Yanzhi stood beside him laughing, and then in Ruan Yu's final second of breath, Ruan Yen rushed in, along with that big black panther. Seeing so many people rush in, she naturally wanted to run, because Ruan Yu would never let her off. But she was very lucky. Even though the Qingqing base was breached, she still managed to escape. Not only that, she later collaborated with the scientist who developed the zombie virus and successfully counterattacked to retake the base. Although they didn't kill Ruan Yu and the others, they suppressed them enough that they dared not come out. After that, her era began. People were divided into ranks, and she stood at the very top. Those without special abilities could only be at the very bottom. Seeing this, Bai Cha smiled, enduring the pain in her body and lifting a brilliant smile. What did the protagonist amount to? He had been successfully pulled down by her. She was the victor, and Ruan Yu would forever be the loser. With that thought, Bai Cha slowly stopped breathing. The vines released her, and Xie casually set the fire. Watching Bai Cha turn to ash bit by bit, Ruan Yu didn't know what to feel for a moment. Was this how it ended? Flash images raced through her mind. They were scenes from after her death in her previous life. Her brother nearly collapsing as he clutched her corpse, He Yao pressing his head against her palm. Taking advantage of her brother's momentary distraction, Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi ran away. The vast Qingqing base was full of zombies. Yet these two were inexplicably lucky. There was also a stranger beside her brother who controlled those zombies. The people who had once spoken harshly to her all died by the zombies' mouths. But within a few days Bai Cha returned, bringing that scientist who studied the zombie virus. My brother and a group of zombies were no match and had to flee. The base returned to Bai Cha's control. And after that the whole world changed completely in Bai Cha's hands. The scientist continued to study the zombie virus. He believed it was a kind of evolution. At first it was ordinary people, then those with relatively low levels of abilities. When there weren't enough test subjects, those weaker small bases were taken and turned into experimental subjects. Later those small bases became the property of the larger bases. As long as you could pay the supplies, people and bases could be traded. Finally, it was only after her brothers risked their lives that they managed to kill that scientist. The scene changed again. This time her world didn't include Bai Cha. Although she was still infatuated with Su Yanzhi, when the apocalypse began and Su Yanzhi wanted her to use the supplies in his villa to help others, she immediately chased him away. She had a space and a healing ability. The freezer in the villa was stocked with supplies her brothers had prepared before they left. She never thought of going to the base and instead hid at home, and it wasn't long before Xie came looking for her. I followed Xie closely and we soon found my brother. This time we again encountered the person who could control the zombies. We worked together to find the scientist's laboratory, killed him and destroyed all his research. There was an antidote for the zombie virus in the laboratory. After we confirmed it was safe, it was released to the public, and the zombies were driven off and hidden by those controlling them. With those dangers gone, the major bases slowly resumed production and construction. A few of the more dangerous mutated animals were dealt with together by everyone during the rebuilding. Everything is fine. Unlike in my previous life, during the apocalypse's 6 years everyone is no longer struggling to survive. Xie reached out and waved his hand. Seeing Ruan Yu not respond, he poked him again. What are you thinking about? Ruan Yu came back to himself and brushed his hand away. Nothing. Where did my brother and the others go? Xie rolled his eyes, tossed it aside after using it, took a few steps to the side and said, "Keep up." Ruan Yu quietly followed. It turned out that in a world without Bai Cha, she would end up with Xie after all. And no matter which time it was, Xie always came looking for her. It was only the time when Bai Cha was there that they happened to miss each other. They hadn't gone far when they ran into others from the base and simply shot them to clear the way, not wasting any time as they pushed forward quickly, and soon caught up with Ruan Yu and the others. Ruan Yu and the other two split up and chased after the scattered crowds. Now that they were here, they naturally wouldn't let them go. Before coming they had already sent out word. Anyone who still came here would certainly not be shown mercy. Watching Ruan Yu take someone out, Ruan Yu called out from afar, "Brother!" Ruan Yu turned his head and immediately wiped the coldness from his face. "All taken care of?" The words were addressed to Ruan Yu, but the glance was actually aimed at Xie. Seeing him nod, she finally relaxed. Ruan Yu flopped into his arms and nuzzled, then looked up at Ruan Yu. "Brother! What's wrong?" Hearing something off in her voice, Ruan Yu glared unpleasantly at Xie. "What did you do this time?" Xie looked utterly speechless. Was he that kind of person? Besides, what could he possibly have done? He thought for a moment but still didn't ask. "It's nothing, I just missed you." Not knowing what to say, Ruan Yu could only soothe him by patting Ruan Yu's head. Xie poked his head out, looking at Ruan Yu with a baffled expression. "What's there to miss after being apart for just a little while? You never said you missed me before. What do you have to miss? You only know how to bully me. Sigh, have some conscience when you speak. Since I found you, when have I ever bullied you?" Those words left Ruan Yu gone silent. It seemed true that he hadn't, but Xie Xingzhou really had come looking for her. So why didn't her brother come instead? Don't you have any idea yourself? After saying that, she hid behind Ruan Yen and glanced at him challengingly. Anyway, in the life without Bai Cha, Xie Xingzhou was beaten by her brother many times while he was with her, and he could only dodge, not fight back. Before long, Qisang came over too. Hey Captain, why are you all here? Poor Lu Yan and I were almost dead tired. After speaking, Lu Yan also walked over looking half dead from exhaustion. Xie Xingzhou gave them a cold look. Cut the nonsense. No stragglers, right? No. No. Then let's wrap up for the day. The five of them walked to the roadside. Ruan Yu took out the car and habitually sat in the front passenger seat. Xie Xingzhou shoved Ruan Yen aside and took the driver's seat. Chapter 159 Going to Yangcheng. A black Hummer sped through the night. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and then asked, counting this was the third time, why was it always Xie Xingzhou who came to find her? Brother, why is it Xie Xingzhou who comes to see me? Why don't you come? Hearing this, Xie Xingzhou grinned smugly. Of course I'm more impressive. When the four of them split up there would definitely be tailing behind them, but he could certainly shake off a tail the fastest, so he hid a bit of selfishness when choosing the route. Ruan Yen tacitly agreed. If Ruan Yu hadn't emptied that military district back then, the people following him would have already been corpses. As for so many people at that time, of course they were there for Ruan Yu to practice on. In the apocalypse you can't go around killing people without reason, or so he thought. He underestimated things. Ruan Yu showed no mercy when he killed. Ruan Yu glanced at him speechlessly. I didn't ask you. Drive your car properly. Brother, is that so? Ruan Yen felt a bit helpless. Although he didn't much want to admit it, Xie Xingzhou really was a bit stronger than him. More or less. If it were me, I can't promise I'd be the only one. It's too dangerous for you. So even knowing Xie Xingzhou's intentions, when it came to strength, his sister's safety mattered more. See? I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Qisang interjected. Sister, I can vouch for this. Yan really did want to come find you himself. But well, our captain may be a bit of a jerk. His skills are still solid. Yes, I can vouch for that too. You can doubt the captain's character, but you can't question the captain's ability. Lu Yan hurriedly chimed in. There was no helping it. They couldn't beat the cheeky captain either. All right. Ruan Yen reached out from behind to pat Ruan Yu's head. All right, stop thinking those weird things. You've all been corrupted by the captain. Then he said to Xie Xingzhou, Captain, pull back a bit and find a place to rest for the night. Where else do you want to go? Hearing Xie Xingzhou's words, Ruan Yu looked at Ruan Yen with curiosity. In the scene she had seen when killing Bai Cha just now, there was a laboratory in Yangcheng not far from City A. The last two times it had been the place where that scientist met his end. But that had all been said by the person who could control the zombies. Since brother ran into him so early this time, he would probably go there too. Brother, do you want to go to Yangcheng? How did you know? Ruan Yen was a little surprised. He had planned to send Ruan Yu back and then go himself, but he didn't expect it to be found out so easily. Turning his body slightly to look back at Ruan Yan's expression, Ruan Yu was a bit displeased. Brother intended to send me back to City A and then go by himself, right? I remember you just said you wouldn't leave this time, and would take me with you wherever you go. Thinking of Ruan Yu's ability level in that space, Ruan Yen helplessly rubbed his forehead. It was my mistake. But how did you know? After poking Heiyao twice, Ruan Yu said very naturally. Oh, that's what Bai Cha said when he died just now. Xie Xingzhou looked over in surprise. Since when did he go deaf? But he didn't expose it. Ruan Yu didn't say anything. Naturally she wouldn't want to worry her brother, and he couldn't foolishly blurt it out either. But given Ruan Yan's temperament, he outwardly believed it while inwardly unsure what to think. After a moment's thought, Xie Xingzhou spoke. Let's go together tomorrow. Ruan Yu just asked whether you ditch her and go off on your own. Didn't expect you really would be thinking that. I said, can't you have a little self-awareness? Your level isn't higher than your sister's right now. Who's holding whom back isn't so certain. Hearing Xie Xingzhou's words, Yuan Yen let go of the doubts in his heart. But would Bai Cha be kind enough to say that? If Xie Xingzhou had forced it out of her with harsh methods, it wouldn't be impossible either. Rumor had it that Bai Cha's ability could foresee things. If that's the case, it's not surprising she'd know. After speaking, Xie Xingzhou glanced provocatively at Yuan Yu and added, You'd better hurry up and thank me. Otherwise your brother's suspicious nature will believe what you say. Don't get your hopes up. The car drove for nearly 2 hours before stopping in front of a 2-story self-built house. Xie Xingzhou got out of the car briskly and said, Let's make do here for tonight. I sensed just now there's no one around. Ruan Yu carried Heiyao out of the car in a drowsy haze, looked around and Heiyao curled up and fell asleep again. It seemed there was nothing unusual. Seeing Ruan Yu looking so dazed, Ruan Yin quickly reached out to support her. Be careful. After shaking her head, Ruan Yu came to, brought out a mattress and blankets, then fetched a small bed and collapsed onto it to sleep. Ruan Yin tucked her in a bit, then went to discuss keeping watch with the others. The next day Ruan Yu woke up fairly early. He Yao was sitting nearby licking his paws, not yet ready to rouse her. But she was still the last to wake up. Fortunately, because Xie Xingzhou had gotten up earlier, there were toiletries left in the car. When she walked out she happened to see her brothers washing up. Watching them as they were finishing, Ruan Yu took out the breakfast before going to wash. The big food basin for He Yao was also brought out and filled, and the silver moon in the space was not overlooked. After tidying up, Ruan Yu held a bun between her teeth and asked, "Bro, how long is the drive from here? Even if you rush it, it's about half a day, but with the road right now you can't be sure." "You made these buns?" "Yeah. How are they?" Seeing Ruan Yu wearing an expression looking for praise, Ruan Yin complimented. "Delicious. Our Ruan Rose cooking is the best." Lu Yan finished the 2 big meat buns in his hands and leaned in. "Sister, are there any more?" "Of course there is." Ruan Yu waved his hand and took out another 7 or 8. "Is that enough, brother Lu Yan?" Enough. Chi Sang hurriedly reached out. After a meal that left everyone full, they set off. Ruan Yu still sat in the front passenger seat, but this time Xie Xingzhou hadn't snatched Ruan Yin away and could only sit behind Ruan Yu. Because the city wasn't very far, some stretches of road overlapped with the route they had taken before, so in the afternoon they ran into the few cars that had been following Ruan Yu and the others. But this time they looked much more disheveled. The group had probably worked together a few times and despite everything, still stuck together. Ruan Yu and the others happened to stop to rest for a moment. After a quick glance they withdrew their looks. Ruan Yin glanced over and asked, "Do you know them?" "I don't know them. They were following us for a while," Ruan Yu explained. "You didn't come this way? You and the captain don't seem very familiar with each other." "We kind of came this way. We tried to take a shortcut, didn't expect a swarm of cockroaches to chase us here. Then we ran into a town full of zombies. The bridge was torn to pieces, and people were guarding it to rob travelers. Xie Xingzhou and I came in by helicopter." Ruan Yu briefly recounted what had happened on the way, sounding a bit helpless. By the count of it she'd been pretty unlucky, and anyone following her would be even unluckier, but meeting this group meant it wasn't total misfortune. At least there was still a chance to survive. "It's good that the person is fine." Just hearing that sounded dangerous. Zombies were one thing, they had healing abilities, but humans were another matter. Chapter 160 Bombing. After resting for a while, Ruan Yu and the others got back into the car and continued toward Yangcheng, completely ignoring that group of people. Maybe it was because they indulged their impatience. The journey went without incident, and by evening they had smoothly arrived in Yangcheng. After a day on the road, Ruan Yu was completely listless. "Brother, are we leaving tomorrow?" "Tomorrow. Rest well tonight." Xie Xingzhou happened to find a place to stop. After parking the car he said, "Here will do." The group got off the car in silence. Chi Sang and the other person went into the house first and wandered around for a bit. Then Ruan Yu went in, skillfully took out the table and the dinner. Thinking there was still a lot of barbecue in the space, Ruan Yu brought out more skewers, and the few of them sat around together. As usual, the moment Ruan Yu put down his chopsticks, Xie Xingzhou and the others started clashing chopsticks again. Although it was a bit exasperating, Ruan Yu quietly slid his stool back a little. Watching everyone had nearly finished eating, Ruan Yu finally asked, "Brother, did that person tell you the exact location?" "They told me it's under a psychiatric hospital, and we'll need to go check it ourselves." Ruan Yin hugged half a watermelon and said that, strictly speaking, they were all half zombies and should be on the scientist's side, but they had no desire for a life of constant fighting and killing. Finding a sparsely populated place and living well was what he wanted most. And what good outcome could there be for test subjects? On top of that, they were also eyeing Ruan Yu, which was even more unacceptable. Ruan Yu lowered his head and continued to think. The fact that this underground laboratory still existed after storms and heavy snowfall showed how carefully it had been constructed. And this was only one of the laboratories. If it weren't for the first 2 times when she saw that scientist die here, they might not even have been able to find him. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Who knew the scientist would hide in that lab? Then how did that person controlling the zombies know the scientist would be hiding here? Watching Ruan Yu with her head down, lost in thought, Ruan Yin finished the watermelon, wiped his hands and walked over. "What are you thinking about?" "Just overthinking." "Brother, you should rest early." After saying that, Ruan Yu walked away, found a room and went in to sleep. Watching Ruan Yu's back, Ruan Yin felt uneasy. He actually didn't want to take Ruan Yu, but now he had no choice. If Ruan Yu secretly followed them, it might be even more dangerous, so it was better to take him from the start. As long as they destroyed the lab here, He didn't know about those who would come later, but the current situation could be put to an end for a while. The line between genius and madman is thin, yet it is indeed rare to see someone so crazed as to experiment on their own child. He hoped that the Zombie King would truly do as promised, lead the zombies to hide away and stop bothering humans. In the dark night, in a brightly lit underground laboratory, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses stared at the specimen in front of him. Inside a transparent cylindrical glass was a child of about 10 years old. The whole body except the head was immersed in a pale green liquid, and thin tubes on the body connected to the nearby equipment. The man stared intently at the data on the instruments and muttered to himself, "It's almost successful, almost successful. This time not only will we control the zombies, we'll control people too. Only then will there be a steady stream of test subjects sent in." Glancing at the documents on the table, the man became even more frenzied. "As for Ruan Yu, her healing ability gives me the perfect opportunity to study how to maximize these powers, and to investigate whether humans can achieve immortality. Zombies are a form of evolution, only that they failed. If humans can awaken supernatural powers, they can awaken many more abilities. He just wanted to develop them earlier." He wasn't wrong. The ones at fault were those who didn't support him and instead tried to destroy his research. The next day, Ruan Yu's group split into two teams, she and Xiexingzhou, and her brother with Qi Sang. After breakfast they set out early and soon arrived at the psychiatric hospital, but after searching everywhere they found nothing unusual. Ruan Yu felt a bit exhausted. If she hadn't seen it herself, she would have doubted whether her brother had been deceived. There was no entrance, but a lot of zombies had appeared, mostly 5th-tier zombies. "Find Ruan Yan and discuss it. If we still can't find an entrance, just use a bomb." Xiexingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Since it's all going to be destroyed anyway, just blow it up. Otherwise the zombies will keep increasing and they'll be in even more danger. There were clearly no zombies here before, and now they're all running this way." Ruan Yu killed several zombies in quick succession and hurriedly agreed, "Okay, let's go meet up with my brother now." Ruan Yan was in the same situation. Zombies kept swarming in. Luckily they weren't afraid of the zombie virus, otherwise they really wouldn't dare stay here. Xiexingzhou ran over and hastily helped cut down the zombies. "We can't find the entrance, let's just use a bomb." "Good, I was just looking for you." After unanimous agreement, the 5 of them quickly ran out, found the nearest building and headed straight upstairs. Ruan Yu took out the military zone's WZ-10 helicopter. "Hurry up and get on, the zombies will rush back up any minute." Qi Sang and Lu Yan climbed on immediately. After watching the helicopter take off, Ruan Yu brought out a civilian helicopter. "Brother, which one of you is flying it?" Xiexingzhou and Ruan Yan exchanged a glance, and Ruan Yan walked up to the cockpit. The moment the helicopter took off, the zombies rushed onto the rooftop. Their ferocious looks showed they were being controlled. Qi Sang watched Ruan Yu and the others rise into the air and began dropping bombs. Both sides started throwing explosives at the psychiatric hospital. Before long the psychiatric hospital had been blown apart, and Ruan Yu and the others didn't stop. Many bombs were also tossed into the piles of surrounding zombies. The uncle in the underground laboratory heard the explosions and, far from being anxious, grew excited. "It's finally here, the cure ability, the half-zombie body. Don't run this time." They had studied half-zombie bodies for so long, yet the Qingcheng base let so many people get away, truly useless. And after all that time of research they still hadn't produced more half-zombie bodies. The uncle fiddled with the instrument a few times. The boy in the glass cylinder opened his eyes, his eerie green gaze marking him as extraordinary. If Ruan Yu were here, she would recognize that this was the boy who stabbed her in her past life. The uncle excitedly stepped aside. The green-eyed boy raised his hand, shattered the glass and leapt out, glanced around, and then strode straight toward a corridor. With his footsteps, all the doors in the corridor opened one after another, and before long they reached the surface. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu and the others were searching the surface ruins for the entrance to the laboratory. Ruan Yan was the first to spot the suddenly appearing figure. He immediately ran in front of Ruan Yu. "Careful, this is probably what that person developed most recently." Ruan Yu looked up and felt a sudden clarity. The grudges from her last life would, in this life as well, eventually demand repayment. Seeing him like this, doesn't that mean he had already become a test subject in his previous life? While Ruan Yu and the others were sizing up the green-eyed boy, the uncle scientist also came out. Seeing the 5 of them, he couldn't help but clap and say, "Wonderful, I didn't expect everyone to be here this time." Chapter 161, Bombs Are the True Gods Forever. He then looked at the person standing still and said, "Xiao Mu, go ahead. There's a reward if you capture them all." When Xiao Mu heard this, he tilted his head to think for a moment, looked up at the sky and let out a roar. Before long, the area was once again surrounded by zombies. Ruan Yu frowned. This situation was really hard to deal with. Luckily there were no 6th-tier zombies nearby. The uncle looked at Ruan Yu and the others with a look of triumph. Xie haven't seen you for a while. Why don't you just peacefully be my test subjects? Look, if Xiaomu had been you, he'd definitely be even stronger than him. But it's not a pity either, being my test subjects now is the same. This time I won't give you a chance to resist me. Otherwise you'll end up like my son, letting others deal with me. Ruan Yu was somewhat puzzled. Brother, his son wouldn't be the one you said can control zombies, would he? It was him. He went to destroy the other labs, so it's just the two of us here. Oh. Seeing Ruan Yu ignore him, the uncle looked a bit exasperated and turned to Ruan Yu, much like a teacher catching a student daydreaming in class. Ruan Yu, and you too, couldn't you obediently come to my lab? No. You're selfish. Do you know how special your ability is? If I could study it, I could surely figure out a way to advance human evolution further. It's all because you won't cooperate. Ruan Yu rolled his eyes. Then why don't you just go die? Don't you know that if you died, there would be no one continually creating chaos, humanity could return to peace, and it's precisely because you're selfish and refuse to cooperate and die that we suffer. A madman is a madman even when he appears normal. Not giving him another chance to speak, Ruan Yu immediately unleashed a supernatural attack. Others didn't fall behind. Xie windblade fireballs, Qi Sang and Lu Yan's earth spikes and lightning. And He Yao kept darting through the zombies. Seeing Ruan Yan controlling one, he went straight up and swiped with a claw. The man and the leopard worked together seamlessly. Ruan Yu fixed his gaze on Xiaomu. When he saw him move, he charged forward, and thick vines like thighs sprang up from the ground, continuously attacking Xiaomu. Xiaomu kept dodging, summoning zombies from other places, and from time to time unleashing psychic counterattacks. The scientist watched the scene and nodded with satisfaction, indeed his most satisfactory creation. While he was unprepared, Ruan Yu used the vines to throw a grenade, and seeing that the man was still breathing, he bound him with vines. The spreading vines drilled into the zombies' bodies to siphon energy, and droplets of water filled the air, constantly attacking Xiaomu. Ruan Yu also tried to separate the water from his body, but it didn't seem to have much effect. They had been fighting for nearly 2 hours straight. The surrounding zombies were mostly dealt with. Ruan Yu and Xiaomu had been in a standoff for nearly 2 hours as well. Neither could really do anything to the other. Mainly Ruan Yu was incapable, and Xiaomu for the most part only defended himself and did not attack proactively. Bro, are you guys okay? We're fine. Is that a person or a zombie? You've been fighting so long. Feels like he hasn't used his full strength. Ruan Yan looked at Ruan Yu, who was a bit battered, then at Xiaomu, who acted as if nothing had happened, and felt somewhat worried. Having spent the past 2 days together, he naturally knew that Ruan Yu had the strongest ability among them, but the fact that Ruan Yu hadn't managed to injure this person after so long was truly frightening. What kind of thing had this scientist created this time? Maybe the scientist had modified himself. He woke up leisurely in no time. Xiaomu walked over and simply reached out and tore off Ruan Yu's vine. Looking at the thick vine on the ground, the scientist stood up and snorted. Don't waste your effort. Wouldn't it be better to be my test subject? Don't you want the power Xiaomu has? Does Xie have a way? Ruan Yu asked anxiously. The last 2 times weren't this hard to kill. Why is it so difficult this time? Brother, didn't that person say there was any way? Xie thought for a moment. I think we still need firearms. No matter how tough he is, he's still flesh and blood. Blow him to pieces with a bomb and see how formidable he is. No, but what the captain suggested is worth a try. Ruan Yan shook his head. He felt that if this madman hadn't wanted to capture them alive, Xiaomu would probably have already beaten them all to death by now. Ruan Yu looked down and thought for a moment. A bomb would work, but not a grenade or some petty explosive. Something more powerful is needed, which also means they wouldn't have time to dodge. He felt ignored. The scientist was a bit angry. Have you decided? Be my test subject or die. Ruan Yu ignored him through several smoke bombs, and at the same time controlled the vines to entangle Qi Sang and Lu Yan, knocking them unconscious and putting them into the space. Ruan Yan and Xie hadn't reacted yet before they were pulled into the space. Ruan Yu also threw dozens of bombs and lobbed a bucket of gasoline over. Once he finished, he grabbed He Yao and hid in the space. As soon as they entered, they were met by Ruan Yan's deathly stare. Xie, looking like he was enjoying the show, watched her. He had guessed this might happen, just hadn't expected it so soon. Ruan Yu gave 2 awkward, forced laughs. Brother, desperate times call for desperate measures. You won't hold it against me, right? Of course I won't. I didn't know you'd gotten so resourceful. Locking me inside a space like that. You've learned a lot from the captain. Ruan Yan sneered and glared at Xie. It was all Xie fault for corrupting his softie. I thought he would say it and everyone would discuss it, but I didn't expect Ruan to be so reckless. She put them all into the space and finished throwing the bombs by herself before coming in. I was originally going to watch the show, but when I was suddenly brought up, Xie immediately protested. Hey, I can hear that. What do you mean learned from me? I never taught her. But you should still give her a good scolding. If next time she encounters danger and just tosses us into the space like that, and carries it alone, what will happen? Give her a proper lesson this time. Maybe next time she won't dare do it again. Ruan Yin nodded seriously. You're right. Ruan Yu glared at Xie. Brother, I can hear you too. I'm not stupid, I know I'm hiding in the space. If I don't bring you in with me first and I enter, what if you don't come in? Ruan Yin didn't listen at all. Then why did you throw the bomb before coming in? I was wrong. Ruan Yu admitted defeat outright. She'd definitely do the same thing next time. It's so much more convenient and quicker when she's alone. Brother, let's take a look outside first. Seeing the two getting more and more dangerous looks, Ruan Yu quickly changed the subject. He was the first to cast his eyes toward the ruined area outside. It had already been blasted to rubble, and now it was even worse, reduced to debris. After a long string of explosions, the gasoline Ruan Yu had thrown was ignited. The spot where the scientist had been standing was all on fire, and some limbs could be vaguely seen. The three stared outside for a long while and barely made out two people. Xie touched his chin and said, as expected, firearms are forever the gods. No matter how powerful, when they meet a bomb they still turn to scraps. Ruan Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good if they're dead. Otherwise the few of them would really just be here to deliver the dishes. Wait a little longer. If by chance they're not dead they'll definitely pop up, so it's safer to hide for now. Okay. Chapter 162. Destroying the laboratory. Ruan Yu and the other two found seats in the space, eating snacks and chatting idly. Ruan Yu had bound Qi and the other one with vines the whole time, ensuring they wouldn't wake up in the short term. After a while, Ruan Yu looked at the harvestable vegetable plot and the other half of the barren land, then glanced at Xie and Ruan Yin with some ill intent. Brother, are you two a bit bored? As soon as Xie heard it he knew what she wanted to say and quickly refused. I'm not bored. Seeing Xie face full of refusal, Ruan Yin looked at Ruan Yu with some curiosity. Ruan, is there something you need? Ruan Yu pointed to the vegetable patch not far away. If brother is bored he can go play there more. We'll rest a bit longer and then go out. She didn't really intend to make her brothers work at this moment, but since she had brought them along she couldn't let them idle. She gave a reminder, there would be plenty of chances later. Ruan Yin followed the direction Ruan Yu had indicated and looked over. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had seen it before and hadn't expected that Xie was really being made to do the work together. Judging by Xie expression, it probably wasn't just once or twice. Thinking that cheered him up considerably. Alright, once we finish sorting things out here, we'll have plenty of time to play later. Xie rolled his eyes. You'll know once you've planted before. If it weren't for making a living, who would enjoy farming? And that plot of land looks small, but when you farm it yourself you'll find it's actually a bit too big. Crops grow fast. Every few days you have to harvest. First it's fine, but after doing it so often it starts to feel like having a job. Who would like that? They had been in the space for almost an hour. There really wasn't any movement outside, so the three of them finally left the space. They then split up to take another look, gathering the severed limbs on the ground together. Only after confirming they belonged to the scientist and Little Mu did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ruan Yu then brought Qi and the other person out. Obsidian, transformed back into a little black cat, was also lifted out, and Tuamba was held by Ruan Yin. After waiting a while longer, Qi and Lu Yen woke up. They glanced at Ruan Yu and the others and being tactful, asked no questions. The five of them then headed toward the place where the scientist had come out earlier and very smoothly found the entrance to the laboratory. Once inside, Xie and Ruan Yin walked at the front, Qi and Lu Yen brought up the rear, and Ruan Yu was in the middle. As soon as they entered, the few of them were somewhat surprised. The snow-white walls, the bright lighting and various devices that looked precise, there was no sense of an apocalypse at all. Following the corridor, the five of them quickly arrived at the place where Xiao Mu had been earlier. The pale green liquid and shards of glass were still on the floor, and the nearby equipment was still glowing red and blue. Ruan Yu went over, picked up the documentation on the console and glanced through it. It was all sorts of data and the like. Out of habit he put it away. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand it now, keeping it might prove useful later. Then the five of them moved to another location. As usual, Ruan Yu put the documents away while Ruan Yen and the others found a spot to place the timed bombs. They went through several rooms in succession. Besides documents and potions there were all kinds of precise instruments. After a moment's thought, Ruan Yu still put those instruments into the space. Nothing unusual happened until they reached a room at the very back. In the dim light were five people who looked mentally unwell, chained to the walls by iron chains extending from the masonry. They were all people who had seen big scenes. Aside from a flicker of surprise in their eyes, there was basically no other change in expression. Among the 5 were 2 women. An, whom Ruan Yu had released earlier, and her mother. It looked like mother and daughter hadn't been doing well, but it was somewhat surprising that the B City base also had scientists. Seeing Ruan Yu, their eyes lit up. Sister, did you come to save me? Ruan Yu, is that you? Did you come to save us? The originally lifeless person saw Ruan Yu and immediately mustered the strength to shout, and the other 3 also stared at Ruan Yu. Like grasping a life-saving straw, they forced themselves to try to stand. When they found they couldn't, they used hands and feet to inch toward Ruan Yu, but the iron chain was too short. You have healing abilities, right? Hurry and save us, otherwise when we turn into zombies we won't spare you. Ruan Yu, we were wrong last time, but we didn't offend you this time. Please hurry and save us. Sister, we don't want to become zombies, that would surely hurt you. Sister, can you not let me become a zombie? Anen was a lot smarter this time. Compared to the other mentally unwell people, she was completely different. Ruan Yu still wore that indifferent expression, silently watching the people on the ground. She did not have a saintly heart. Ruan Yen listened to them with some displeasure, frowning, and pointed at an N and an An's mother. Ruan, do you know these 2? Or did they cause trouble for you before? After looking around, Ruan Yu then looked at Ruan Yen and explained. Not really, I don't know them, but they did come to me before, asking me to treat this child's father's injuries. I refused. Upon hearing Ruan Yu refuse, Ruan Yen didn't think anything was wrong. The hospital had no money and wouldn't save them. His family soft also naturally had the right to refuse. Looking at how they are, they probably won't survive. Kill them all. Xie Xingzhou said coldly. So they wouldn't turn into zombies and would require less effort to kill. Qi Sang and Lu Yan acted like it was none of their business. Anyway, with people already like this, they certainly wouldn't say to save them, only a fool would do that. Judging by their looks, that crazy scientist probably did a lot of experiments. They likely don't have the luck to be saved. If those test subjects turn into zombies, they'll definitely be harder to kill than the ones outside. Okay, you get moving. After speaking, Ruan Yu pulled his brother away, leaving Xie Xingzhou standing at the door. Watching their backs, Xie Xingzhou felt somewhat helpless. He sent out several wind blades to decapitate everyone in the room, set a fire on the side, and also placed a time bomb outside the room. Get these done and then catch up with Ruan Yu and the others. The group ran out quickly and reached the surface in just a few minutes. Ruan Yu tilted his head, thought for a moment and said, how about we fly up and observe from the air? Xie Xingzhou thought it made sense. Watching from the side was risky. If a horde of zombies rushed over after an explosion that would be bad, but in the air they wouldn't have to worry. A few people nodded and followed Ruan Yu to a flat area. Ruan Yu took out a helicopter, and they were soon ascending into the air. After 10 minutes, explosions began inside the laboratory. The blasts continued for a while before stopping, and part of the ground had collapsed. On the helicopter, Ruan Yu and the others used binoculars to observe the collapsed area. It looked normal, but Ruan Yu's sharp eyes noticed one spot that was moving. Brother, do you see that moving over there? Xie Xingzhou, you take a look too, Ruan Yu said, pointing with her finger, just in case she was mistaken. Having one more person could at least confirm she wasn't. Ruan Yen and Xie Xingzhou looked in that direction with their binoculars. After watching for a while, just as they were about to say maybe they were mistaken, they keenly noticed that the spot seemed to be being pushed upward by something. Chapter 163, Going Home. It's definitely moving, Ruan Yen said seriously. To still be alive after so many bombs, who knows what it could be. Xie Xingzhou stroked his chin and said with some ill intent, how about we throw 2 more grenades down there and see? You really are the meaner one, Ruan Yu said with some agreement. He casually pulled out a few grenades, and the 3 of them directly tossed them down, taking the chance to see who could throw the most accurately. Captain, want me to fly down a bit? Seeing none of the 3 hit the right spot, Qi Song's exasperated voice came from the cockpit. No need, this distance is fine. If there's any danger it's easier to run. Qi Sang had no choice but to shut up helplessly. The captain always had his reasons, but something that could survive like this probably dug underground long ago. Although Ruan Yu and the others' bomb didn't help much, that thing still came out smoothly. On the ground, a basketball-sized, dark green, blotched big head poked out, its mouth constantly flicking snake-like tongues. What the hell is that? Seeing what had crawled out, Ruan Yu was startled. Then the big head on the ground slowly rose into the air, and before long a more than 20-meter-long python lay on the ground. Qi Sang hurriedly steered the plane upward. Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yen remained relatively calm, watching the snake's intentions. This laboratory really does have quite a few surprises. I wonder if there are more things that will crawl out after this. Xie Xingzhou looked thoughtful. Such a large python bomb should be useful, But the python hadn't actively attacked them. Wouldn't it be a bit rude to throw a bomb as a greeting? Ruan Yu glared at him. Can't you just shut your crow mouth? Ruan Yen watched the python, which had already started moving outward, and made a rational suggestion. Let's follow it for now and see. At our height it can't reach us. If it's just looking for a new lair, there's no need to kill it. Brother, you're right. Let's watch first and decide later. But if it really wants to eat us, can we beat it? Bombs only work if you throw them into its mouth, right? Ruan Yu said somewhat worriedly. Mutated animals really aren't that easy to deal with. Especially when they've grown this big and still want to attack people. Better to kill it sooner rather than later. It'll only get harder to kill later. Don't think so much, there will always be a way. The giant python moved quickly, and before long it left Yangcheng. Ruan Yu and the others followed behind. They watched the python run to a large fish pond, where it seemed rather happy, coil itself like an incense spiral and slip into the water without coming back out. Ruan Yu watched in silence for a moment. So this was a big water python after all. She breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't the type to enjoy fighting and killing. She turned to Ruan Yen. Brother, is this considered taken care of now? We can go home. This place isn't far from City A. We should be able to fly straight back. Xie Xingzhou said after a look, then called toward the cockpit. Qi Sang, you hear me? Head to City A. Heard, Captain. Elsewhere, in a city full of zombies, a young man stood on a rooftop, sensing that some kind of connection on his body had been completely severed and murmured, Is it over? Father, did I win this time? You should take your dream of immortality and go peacefully. The youth was surrounded by zombies. Many could still barely speak, and their appearances were gradually evolving toward that of normal people. Aye we go. The youth smiled, put his hand to his mouth and said, Sure, don't make noise. Let's go somewhere without people. They were delayed for quite a long time, and by the time Ruan Yu and the others returned to City A it was already evening. I picked an empty villa at random in the suburbs and went inside. Ruan Yu took out dinner. The few of them ate and chatted leisurely. After so long they could finally relax properly this time. Brother, where should we go? Let's stay here for now. Once we find a place we want to go, we'll move there. After saying that, Ruan Yen looked at the others. Do you have any good places to recommend? No. Take your time. Xie Xingzhou raised an eyebrow and said, This matter can't be rushed. We definitely can't go live somewhere deserted right now. We still need to gather information. No one has seen that person who can control the zombies, so we don't know whether they'll follow through on their words. After the meal, everyone went to their own rooms to rest. Ruan Yu stood on the windowsill and Xie Xingzhou walked over. What are you thinking? Right now it's very likely there's no immediate danger, and Ruan Yen has been found. Isn't it time you considered other things? Xie Xingzhou thought it was better to be direct. He didn't believe Ruan Yu had no feelings for him at all. After living together so long, he wasn't stupid. Before it was hard to say, but now that the dust had settled, of course he had to ask. What other things? Ruan Yu asked with a smile, teasing back. So impatient, no wonder you got beaten by your brother. Xie Xingzhou stepped a little closer and looked down at her. The thing between us. I don't believe you have no feelings at all for someone as handsome and dashing as me. Ruan Yu said nothing and looked up at him. Under the moonlight the two of them simply stared at each other. What are you doing? Not sleeping at night and staring at each other so passionately. Ruan Yen walked over with a dark face and squeezed between them. Xie Xingzhou, if you're not sleeping, don't disturb my sister. Stand there by yourself. After saying that, he tried to pull Ruan Yu away, but Xie Xingzhou directly grabbed Ruan Yu's other hand. Caught in the middle, Ruan Yu just watched the two of them glare at each other. Ruan Yen helplessly turned away. He truly couldn't understand how these two could be attracted to one another. Xie Xingzhou was fine. He had noticed a sign earlier, but Ruan had previously looked down on Xie Xingzhou. Although his sister hadn't said anything this time she came back, the two of them clearly had issues with their chemistry. Watching Ruan Yan's gaze shift to himself, Ruan Yu chuckled twice. Brother, I've already graduated from university. Isn't dating a little reasonable? Hearing that, Xie Xingzhou's eyes lit up, and Ruan Yan's face grew even darker. It's not unreasonable, but as your brother, isn't it also reasonable for me to test your romantic partner a bit? Not excessive. Glancing at Xie Xingzhou, Ruan Yu felt it would be better to leave first. Then take your time testing, brother. I'll go back to sleep. After speaking, Ruan Yu quickly wrenched his hand free from Xie Xingzhou and hurried into a room, then shut the door. Ruan Yen clenched his fists. Then the two of them jumped down to the ground floor and began sparring. Qi Sang and Lu Yan at some point had gone out to the balcony and started shelling sunflower seeds. Ruan Yu hid on the apartment balcony, peeking quietly. As expected, it was still more comfortable to watch someone else get beaten. The end. Extra retirement life begins. After staying in City A for a while, Ruan Yu and the others found that the zombies had all hidden away, so they told Tunan and left. After many twists and turns they found a relatively remote small town, tidied up several fairly intact houses, and prepared to settle down. Xiexingzhou, hurry up and come clean, you're slacking off again. Because the wind type ability was assigned to sweeping up dust, Xiexingzhou had barely approached Yuan Yu when he was called away. Seeing Yuan Yan scowling, Xiexingzhou sighed helplessly. Yanzhi, we have to learn to face reality. Ruan Yan shot him a look. If you still haven't packed up the house, you might have to face the reality of not having dinner tonight. Ruan Yu looked at Xiexingzhou with an amused expression. Hurry up and work. Can't you see everyone else is busy packing? You're always trying to slack off. Not me, Xiexingzhou said, a bit speechless. Is this how his ability was supposed to be used? Wind type to sweep dust, fire type to clear trash. It really was making the best use of things. Ruan Yan used his own control type ability to help move things. The really heavy stuff was handled by Ruan Yu. As for Qi Sang and Lu Yan, one earth-aligned and one metal-aligned, they naturally handled the walls and railings. Each person's position was reasonable. But that didn't stop Xiexingzhou from occasionally trying to edge closer to Ruan Yu, though each time he was caught by Ruan Yan. The five moved quickly and efficiently, and soon finished clearing out 5 self-built houses and separated them with walls. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and added a ring of vines to the walls. In the evening everyone looked at their results with satisfied faces. The daily necessities all came from Ruan Yu's space. Bro, want to have some barbecue tonight? Sure sis, do you have beer? Qi Sang looked at Ruan Yu expectantly. Yes, but not a lot. That's fine, just let us have a taste. Seeing that Ruan Yan didn't object, Ruan Yu took out 2 barbecue racks, and Lu Yanqi and Sang each took one and began preparing. Using Ruan Yu's water element ability, the ingredients were washed together, and before long the aroma of barbecue began to waft out. A young man outside the village slowly approached, with no one behind him, following the scent in the air as he drew near to Ruan Yu and the others. Although Xiexingzhou and the others had relaxed, they hadn't forgotten to stay alert to their surroundings, and they spotted the youth the moment he neared their wall. Brother, do you know them? Is he the person I mentioned before? Seeing everyone on edge, the young man didn't mind and slowly said, May I come in? Ruan Yu and the others all looked at Ruan Yan. After all, he was the only one who had had contact with him. Ruan Yan looked around, certain that even if the youth gave his all he couldn't beat them, and since the youth didn't seem to be looking for trouble, he spoke. All right, we're making dinner, join us and eat a bit. A smile tugged at the youth's mouth as he slowly nodded. Okay. In fact, even if zombies return to looking like normal people, they still have no sense of taste, but he seemed to be luckier. He had a sense of taste and could feel pain, so he immediately agreed to Ruan Yan's invitation. My name is Shaoan, sorry to bother you. Qi Sang and Lu Yan watched for a while, then turned away to continue grilling things. Ruan Yu kept circling around the two of them to see whose would cook first. Shaoan just stood quietly to the side watching them. Ruan Yan didn't leave him standing alone. When some of the barbecue was done, he took a portion over and started talking with him. Shaoan put a skewer of vegetables into his mouth, his eyes half closed. It seemed he hadn't eaten food like this in a long time and had almost forgotten what food tasted like. In his memory, ever since his father discovered the zombie virus, he had proposed conducting experiments on people, but it was quickly rejected. Still, some saw the potential for profit and began funding and supporting the research. After so many consecutive failures, that support waned significantly. Without experimental subjects, his father quickly turned his attention to him. By calculation, he was actually the first real zombie in the true sense. But he didn't want endless experiments like that, so he tried every way to escape. Unfortunately, he was the experimental subject closest to success for his father, and thus he never managed to flee successfully. So he gave up, at least in his father's eyes he had. He also acted very convincingly in response to his father's words, and gradually his father let down his guard. When Ruan Yu was exposed as having a healing ability, my father thought he had found hope and ordered him to capture Ruan Yu. At the same time, the lab's supervision of Ruan Yan and the other half-zombie bodies had relaxed a bit, and they quickly seized the opportunity to escape. So I pretended I wanted to go catch Ruan Yan, and use him to threaten Ruan Yu, making Ruan Yu easier to control. Because I had been diligently doing things for him for a long time, my father agreed quickly. So I chased after Ruan Yan, following him all the way to the primeval forest. At first Ruan Yan didn't trust me. Perhaps as he gradually learned more information, he began to believe what I said. That's why Ruan Yan went to kill our father, while I led the zombie army to the base and slaughtered all those with crooked intentions. Turned out people really are different. After those corrupt people died, the base was quickly rebuilt under new administrators, and without the threat of zombies they began to recover and rebuild bit by bit. But aside from the zombie threat, there were other things. Humans split into ability users and regular people, And the plants and animals were naturally the same. How does it taste? Seeing Xiaoan take a bite, Qi Sang's voice floated over. It's delicious. Of course my technique is top-notch. Ruan Yen studied him closely. No place to go? What? Going to take me in? Ruan Yen didn't speak. He first turned to look at Xie Xingzhou, and happened to see him very close to Ruan Yu, almost pressed together. He glared for a long moment before Xie Xingzhou noticed. What's up? Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yen with a puzzled expression. Their eyes met, and they immediately understood each other's meaning. Xie Xingzhou nodded. Ruan Yankai turned his head to look at Xiaoan. Sure, we happen to be short one laborer. Xiaoan? ? And so Xiaoan smoothly stayed behind. Ruan Yu, although somewhat puzzled, said nothing about her brother's decision. After all, Xiaoan really did work quickly and without complaint. They managed to clear out a few houses smoothly, and still had time to do some renovations. Ruan Yu discussed with Xie Xingzhou, and they decided it would be better to do some planting outside. They dug out part of the soil from the space, mixed it with the outside soil, and with Ruan Yu's wood-type ability to accelerate growth, the things that grew, while not as good as those in the space, were still decent. After sorting out the basic necessities, the few of them started their retirement life, spending each day lazily lying on the balcony basking in the sun. They planted whatever they wanted to eat themselves, and if something was unavailable they traded for it with 2 nan. As for the grain they had previously collected, Ruan Yu and the others discussed it and distributed more than half, letting 2 nan exchange it for those small bases. Retirement life 2. Watching the sunrise. In the comfortable life, Ruan Yu habitually stayed in bed, but that morning Xie Xingzhou came over early to wake her. Ruan Yu, Ruan, it's time to get up. Xie Xingzhou called her softly while reaching out to pull back her blanket and get her up, but unfortunately Ruan Yu held the blanket tightly and wouldn't let go. It's not even dawn yet, why are you waking me up? She clung to the blanket and questioned Xie Xingzhou. She thought he was being strange. There was nothing to do, so why get up so early? Was he bored? Xie Xingzhou rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Didn't you say you wanted to get up to watch the sunrise? You told me to wake you earlier. You remember it wrong, that's impossible. Ruan Yu looked thoroughly self-righteous, flipped back the quilt and pulled it over his head, showing no intention of getting up. Xie Xingzhou took a deep breath and while Ruan Yu wasn't paying attention, yanked him up. We agreed we'd get up early to watch the sunrise today. Ruan, you can't go back on your word. After shaking Ruan Yu for more than half an hour, Ruan Yu finally stopped feeling sleepy and glared at Xie Xingzhou, clearly annoyed. Stop jostling me. Can't I get up by myself? You should have done this earlier. Xie Xingzhou quickly let go, but didn't forget to hold Ruan Yu's hand tightly, afraid she would suddenly slip back into her space to sleep. It had happened once before. They went to wake Ruan Yu but she wasn't there. They split up to search and couldn't find her. Only when he and Ruan Yen remembered did they realize Ruan Yu could also go into her space to sleep. When Ruan Yu came out, the two of them seized the chance to give her a lecture, forbidding her from entering the space to sleep without saying a word. What if there was danger and they didn't know? Ruan Yu drowsily changed clothes, then followed Xie Xingzhou. When they first settled here, they discovered that the hilltop views in this small town were very nice. Not as grand as tall mountains, but suitable for living and easy to go up to at any time. I don't want to move, carry me. Just the thought that Xie Xingzhou had disturbed her sleep put Ruan Yu in a bad mood. She too got grumpy when woken up. Alright, I'll carry you. Whether Xie Xingzhou had even calculated the timing or not, when the two of them reached the mountaintop it was exactly the moment the sun was rising. Xie Xingzhou pinched her cheek. Wake up, we're here. Well, still mad. The golden sun slowly climbed up from the horizon, its bright rays gradually expanding, driving away the lingering shadows of the night one by one. Humph. Who told you to wake me up so early? But since you're this good-looking, I won't make a fuss. The two stood side by side, and as the red light stretched across the sky, their silhouettes became clearer. Xie Xingzhou wore a gentle expression and looked down as Ruan Yu pressed a kiss to her forehead. Ruan Yu, can you give me a chance? For the rest of my life I want to walk hand in hand with you and watch the pale morning light. I don't know what you've been through, but from now on I want to share the burden with you. The sky is growing light. I think we should have a new beginning. Will you? Ruan Yu stared at him in a daze. Xie Xingzhou raised his hand, caught a bunch of roses drifting over from nearby, and handed them to Ruan Yu. The morning sunlight fell on the two of them, giving a sacred illusion. The roses stood quietly between them, as if waiting for someone to take them. After a long moment, Ruan Yu reached out and took the roses. The vivid red blooms flashed with specks of gold under the sun. Okay. On the way down the mountain, Ruan Yu looked at the roses and found them increasingly familiar. Where did you get these roses? Xie Xingzhou said awkwardly. Picked from the wall. Ruan Yu glared at him angrily then asked curiously. How did you pick them? She remembered these roses had a hypnotic effect, so why was he fine? I had Shaoan help me pick them. Ruan, don't mind those details. Why are we making such distinctions? At worst, if I marry you it'll be the same anyway. Xie Xingzhou smiled somewhat roguishly. Hadn't he been searching for a long time without finding flowers? He hadn't brought any before, and that wouldn't do now, so he had to set his sights on the roses on the wall. Let's go down the mountain quickly. By now they've probably already finished making breakfast. Ruan Yen finished making breakfast and was about to call Ruan Yu out of bed. He was just about to knock when he found the door hadn't been closed. A note drifted down through the crack. Brother, I took soft to see the sunrise. Don't wait for us. Ruan Yen took a deep breath, held back the urge to go grab them, and turned to go downstairs. Let's eat. The two of them have gone out. The others didn't think much of it either. Xie Xingzhou had taken Ruan Yu out to play before. And anyway there was no need to worry about the two of them's abilities, so everyone nodded and started eating. After the meal they checked the vegetables in the fields again. Seeing nothing wrong, they went back home to loaf around. When bored they went for walks in the mountains. If they were lucky they might catch a wild rabbit or something. When they were waiting for Ruan Yu and the others to return, they saw Ruan Yen waiting at the gate. Seeing Ruan Yu still holding flowers in her hand, there was nothing more to wonder about. He still didn't say anything after all. When Su Yanzhi was around before, he had been eager for Xie Xingzhou to go and trick Ruan Yu back. He hadn't expected the dream to actually come true now, but as Ruan Yu's only relative, watching his own cabbage being rooted by pigs would certainly put him in a bad mood, so of course he had no patience with Xie Xingzhou. Seeing Ruan Yan's look, Xie Xingzhou seemed not to notice anything strange and waved excitedly, calling out, "Brother, you don't need to wait for us to eat." "Yes we do, and we also need you to come back and wash the dishes." Shaoan couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, he'd successfully blended in with Ruan Yen and the others these days, so he naturally knew about these internal relationships. Ruan Yu walked over and spoke, "Brother." Interrupting the spellcasting directly, Ruan Yen helplessly patted her head. "Have you decided? If you regret it, just say so. Don't worry about him." Hearing that, Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu with a face full of grievance, like a big dog that had been wronged. "I've thought it through. Although I don't know what you went through while I was away, I believe you now have your own judgment. As long as you've thought it through, that's enough." Ruan Yen looked at Ruan Yu with indulgent affection. Although his younger sister had returned and had improved, he knew such a change wouldn't come for no reason. As for Xie Xingzhou, he might know part of it, but unless Ruan Yu spoke up, he felt Xie Xingzhou would certainly say he didn't know. It's fine as long as he's improved. If you keep asking, it's like making Ruan relive what happened to him before. He doesn't want that. His life is good now, there's no need to pry into those secrets. "Big brother, I know. If he bullies you, you must tell me." "Okay." Obsidian and Silver Moon also slowly leaned in, a bit arrogant in their posture, lying next to Ruan Yu and staring at Xie Xingzhou like that. "Xie Xingzhou? Question mark. Has he become the group's bully now? Extra. The big bad wolf at the wedding banquet." After the proposal succeeded, Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment and decided they still needed to hold a wedding banquet, so he went to discuss it with Ruan Yen. Ruan Yen looked at him with deep, faint eyes. "Is this the big matter you were talking about? You want me to take the initiative to hand Softy over to you, you pig? And you want me to throw a grand wedding banquet myself?" Qi Sang and Lu Yen were both nearly in stitches on the side, a rare sight to see their captain unable to retort. Xie Xingzhou didn't care in the least. After all, his skin was thick. "Yengu, how can you say that? It's not that I don't want to give Ruan Yuan a hard time. Although things are different now, how do you know Ruan Yuan wouldn't want it?" Ruan Yen thought about it and figured he had a point, but he still felt it was too easy on Xie Xingzhou, and there were only a few people in their circle anyway. If they were to host it, wouldn't it fall on them to do the work? While Ruan Yen was pondering, Xie Xingzhou continued, "I've already scoped out a place. There's a spot just outside town that's fairly flat and suitable for a banquet. Besides, there aren't many acquaintances left alive now, at most 4 or 5 tables worth, so that place would be just right. And when it comes to cooking, have Tunan bring a few people to help. He's coming anyway, so he can just take them back with him." "All right, as long as you've decided. Figure out how to invite those people yourself." Ruan Yen was successfully persuaded, then immediately pulled away to work. By the time Ruan Yu came out, there wasn't a single person to be seen. Seeing the two basking in the sun, she quickly waved. "Hey Yao! Where are they?" Obsidian lifted his head lazily, raised a paw and pointed in a direction. Following the road, Ruan Yu soon saw the figures of several people working. "Brother, what are you all doing?" Ruan Yen put down what he was holding and said irritably, "Well, isn't it because Xie Xingzhou said he wanted to hold a wedding banquet as a courtesy? We were lying down comfortably, and now we've all been dragged out to work." Ruan Yu shifted his gaze to Xie Xingzhou. Xie Xingzhou, what made you think of doing this? Although we don't have the conditions for it now, we still can't skip the proper steps. Just invite a few familiar people, and while we're at it, see if they're still alive. I also had Tunan help notify Mao Rui and the others. Seeing that Ruan Yu's expression didn't look like he would object, Xie Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He had planned to give a surprise, but he hadn't expected Ruan Ro to come straight over. He should have left someone at home to keep watch. On the other side, Mao Rui and his group had just killed an animal that was only infected with the zombie virus, and the whole group was sprawled on the ground. Big brother, shouldn't we head back? Li Tian asked softly, panting. They had traveled to many places on this journey. Perhaps it was bad luck, but they kept encountering animals and plants infected with the zombie virus. They had come through killing their way all the way here, but the gains were great. At least now those people looked at them with awe and a hint of ingratiation, all brought by strength. All right, let's rest a bit and then head back. Mao Rui nodded. They had indeed been out long enough. After a short rest, the group drove towards City A. They were originally from City A, and no matter how far they went they still liked returning there. Besides, along the way they had heard that the zombies had hidden away, so they felt even more at ease. Even if some plants or animals occasionally attacked them, with their strength they could easily counterkill them. They could even retire and live out their days. The few of them walked with stops and starts, and as they neared City A they happened to run into Tunan. Tunan hurriedly greeted them. Hey, what a coincidence, brothers. I was just about to look for you guys. Mao Rui was a bit puzzled. What did Tunan want with them? They weren't that close. He'd only mooched a few meals off them. What are you thinking? Miss Ruan is looking for you. She's with Brother Xia, and Brother Xia wants to hold a wedding banquet so everyone can have a good time. Since you're back, it saves me from having to send someone to find you. Seeing Mao Rui's expression, it was clear he was thinking too far ahead, so Tunan hurriedly said, Big brother, it's Sister Ruan who's getting married. Then are we going? Of course we're going, that's a given. Mao Rui was startled inwardly, but also thought it was only natural. When is Brother Tu going? Tomorrow. You just got back. Why don't you come to my place? We can go together tomorrow. Seeing the group looking weary and dusty, Tunan suggested. All right, then thanks Brother Tu in advance. Let's go, follow us. When he saw Mao Rui agree, Tunan didn't waste any words and immediately directed the vehicle to turn around. Going is fine, but what should we bring? Mori was very troubled. What are you all so excited about? Think about what we're going to bring tomorrow. He looked at the excited group and tossed the question out directly. They had a pretty good relationship with Ruan Yu. If they hadn't met Ruan Yu at the start, they would surely have taken a lot more detours. After that, they also got a lot of antidote fruit for the zombie virus from Ruan Yu. That's why they were so reckless when killing zombies, because they were confident and not afraid of the virus. And Ruan Yu had invited them anyway. Whether he had invited them or not they would have gone, but it was still not good to show up empty-handed. He was starting to suspect Tunan's intentions a bit now. Did Tunan not have something they were missing? He was definitely trying to trick them again this time. The question was thrown out, and the car went quiet for a moment before growing noisy again. So, big brother, what do you think would be a good gift? Mao Rui looked speechless. The question had been tossed back to him again. Big brother, I seem to have quite a few antique pieces of jewelry in my space. I picked them up when I passed by a museum before, thinking I might need them later, so I kept them. They're all antiques, so they should be suitable as gifts, right? Hearing that, Mao Rui's eyes brightened for a moment. Sister Ruan certainly lacked nothing, but girls should all like pretty things. The museum they had passed earlier displayed jewelry and the like. It seemed just right to give something from there to Ruan Yu now. Once we get there, we'll pick through them and choose the prettiest ones. Having decided what to give, a great weight lifted from Mao Rui's heart. As straight men, Mao Rui and the others knew the situation, so they asked Xiaolan for help, picked out some of the nicer-looking ones, included a phoenix coronet as well, and asked Tunan for a pretty box to pack everything together. Tunan looked at them with complicated eyes. He thought he could swindle them a bit? Miscalculation. So the group drove over to Ruan Yu and the others. As for Ruan Yu's side, it was just her and Xie Xingzhou greeting guests. With so few people on hand, they weren't particular. Everyone being happy was enough. Qi Sang and Lu Yan took charge of the cooking, borrowed a few people from Tunan to help out with the heavy work, and it seemed fine. Both Heiyao and Inua had been given big red bows tied around their necks by Xie Xingzhou, and were made to sit at the door as mascots. In short, everyone who could be used had been put to work by Xie Xingzhou. As for Gij and Shaoan, they were assigned to carry plates. Each person had a clear role. Ruan Yu poked him twice with a smiling face. Did you have it all planned out from the start? Of course, we've been thinking about it since we moved here. Thanks, brother, sister-in-law, congratulations. Before Ruan Yu could say more, Tunan and the others came over to greet them. The two of them smiled and went to meet them. Brother Two, you came pretty early, come on inside, come on inside. Mao Rui and the others also gathered around, setting the gift boxes down. Sister Ruan, congratulations. He then looked at Xie Xingzhou and said, hello, brother-in-law. Hearing that, Xie Xingzhou was overjoyed, and the more he looked at Mao Rui and the others, the more he liked them. Ruan Yu casually took the gift box, pointed inside and invited them in. Thanks, sit inside. Help yourselves to food and drink. Don't be polite. Don't worry, Sister Ruan, we won't be polite. After waiting for Maori and the others to go in, a few more groups arrived. They were Xie Xingzhou's comrades. Some people, including Ruan Yen, hadn't expected them to still be alive. They couldn't help but admire Tu Nan. He had only mentioned a few names, yet Tu Nan had found every one of them. They'd have to pour him more drinks later. There was no complicated ritual, just everyone drinking together. Xie Xingzhou was especially happy. Who knew how many drinks he'd been forced to take? He was completely buzzed. But he wasn't foolish enough to let go of Ruan Yu. He kept holding on. Seeing how excited he was, Ruan Yu just went along with it. The remaining finishing tasks were all handed over to Ruan Yen. She took people back to the room. The big bad wolf finally brought the little white rabbit home. Xie Xingzhou mumbled, lying on top of Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu didn't hear clearly and looked puzzled. She pinched Xie Xingzhou's cheek, but he fell asleep immediately. A smile curled at the corner of Xie Xingzhou's mouth as if he were having a pleasant dream. When he was little, the first time he went to Ruan Yu's house, he was captivated the moment he saw her in a little white rabbit onesie. He kept circling around her, and when it was time to leave, even wanted to carry her off. After going home, he changed all his pajamas to big gray wolf ones. He thought the little white rabbit would be carried off by the big bad wolf. Such an adorable little white rabbit. There was nothing wrong with him pretending to be the big bad wolf for a while. But he forgot the little white rabbit had an older brother. Ruan Yen seemed to be able to guess his thoughts. Every time he came to their house to play, Ruan Yen guarded against him like a thief. Later Uncle Ruan and the others had a car accident, and Ruan Yu seemed to change. Nobody knows why he ended up falling for a loser like Su Yanji. Luckily, in the end the little white rabbit was still carried back home by him. Extra, Su Yanji and white tea. Su Yanji's own account. The first time I saw Ruan Yu was when I went for an interview. My interview went very well. It was almost certain I would be hired. But I still got cut off by someone else, a person less capable than me. He wasn't even in the same major as I was. This position required skills he didn't have, but I knew he did it on purpose. Because their department's campus belle Bai Cha liked me. I actually didn't know what she liked about me, but having such a beautiful woman like you is actually quite enjoyable. He arrogantly showed off in front of me. I didn't dare argue. The company I was interviewing with was Xie Group, and his family was one of the minor shareholders. Though not powerful, they were not someone I could provoke. But I also didn't know why Ruan Yu appeared. Her arrival undoubtedly saved me. She came out of the elevator, stood for a moment to get a sense of the situation, then walked straight over and slapped the man. The guy, who had been cocky, immediately lost his arrogance when he saw her face and began apologizing profusely. At that moment I was undoubtedly attracted to her. I didn't know her, but I was admitted because of her. Later I asked around about Ruan Yu and learned that her parents had died in a car accident, and her brother had gone to serve in the military. The chairman of the Xie Group was helping to look after her. But a few years later the chairman also passed away. His son also went into the military and didn't want to run the company, so he hired a more professional team to manage it, and Ruan Yu would visit sometimes. I also asked about Ruan Yu's childhood. She was brought up very well but was a bit naive, to be blunt, easy to deceive, so I knew my chance had come. Having seen what power looks like, I naturally wanted to climb higher, and Ruan Yu was the best springboard for me. I deliberately staged several scenes of being down on my luck. I knew people like Ruan Yu were the most sympathetic, so she quickly took notice. Under my deliberate guidance, people gradually came to believe Ruan Yu was pursuing me, and those close to me knew I didn't like her. She had clung to me on purpose. Many of Ruan Yu's close friends saw it clearly, but under my deliberate psychological suggestion, Ruan Yu soon severed ties with them. But I don't understand. Even though they had cut ties, they were still secretly helping Ruan Yu and continued to look down on me. Because of Ruan Yu, whether at school or at the company, no one dared to show me up, but everyone's eyes always carried a bit of disdain. I really didn't like it, so I wanted to climb higher so they would look up to me. That way no one would dare look down on me. However, for some reason, even though Ruan Yu listened to me most of the time, when I offered to help manage Xie Corporation she refused, and even directly fired me. Because of this I left her hanging for several days. Every time she came to apologize I mentioned it, but she was always firmly opposed. She doesn't even want to run her own company. She's just helping out with someone else's. I wouldn't know what to do either, so I don't understand why Ruan Yu refuses. I thought she was too domineering, so I quickly got close to Bai Cha. Although we weren't together, anyone with eyes could see what I meant. We suppressed Ruan Yu while enjoying the status and money she brought. But no matter what we did, we could never blend into high society. We could only stay in a corner, neither high nor low. By contrast, Ruan Yu, even though both her parents had passed away, and the Xie family elders who cared for her also died one after another, and even though she lacked the knack for running a company, everyone was oddly polite to her. I didn't know why at the time. Later I learned that Ruan Yu's brother held a high rank in the military, at least outstanding among his peers. Besides her parents, her family included uncles and older male cousins. Though they didn't live in the same city, they were present across various fields. They weren't good at business, but in other industries they held very high positions. Only then did I suddenly realize this is the poise of the wealthy? But knowing this only made me despise Ruan Yu more. I only wanted to trample her under my feet. Women always understand women best, so I brought Bai Cha and her girlfriends. Under their assault, Ruan Yu kept getting beaten down, and I began to enjoy Bai Cha's flattery. I didn't know what she liked about me, but I liked the feeling. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse arrived, Ruan Yu seemed to awaken like an NPC, and it was us who suffered setback after setback. Just when I thought I was strong enough, I went to a new base and discovered that the strength I had been proud of was nothing but cabbage. But Ruan Yu was still uniquely herself. I wanted to keep suppressing her, but I no longer could. A bullet from Ruan Yen struck the center of his brow. I suppose he must have wanted it this way the moment he learned about me. A confession by Bai Cha. My name is Bai Cha. I crossed over from another world, and I knew this place would soon break out with zombies, so I quickly came up with a strategy. I had no money, so I set my sights on the wealthy Ruan Yu. I knew she would later become Su Yanji's cash cow, so I started courting Su Yanji. Two people from ordinary or even poor backgrounds naturally made for a lot of gossip. As in the book's plot, Ruan Yu spent lavishly for Su Yanji, but Su Yanji still played hard to get, keeping Ruan Yu dangling. She also often showed off with me in front of Ruan Yu. I naturally knew what Su Yanji wanted to do, so I played along and brought along that group of close girlfriends. With my friends maneuvering, Ruan Yu naturally made quite a fool of herself. I knew about the apocalypse, so I hinted to Su Yanji to have Ruan Yu stockpile supplies. Ruan Yu was really stupid. She actually followed Su Yanji's instructions. But what she didn't know was that my original plan was to kick her out. Before kicking her out, though, I wanted to snatch that ring with the space ability from her hand. Because that's what the book wrote. I thought if I wanted to gain benefits, I naturally had to seize the original female lead's opportunities. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, the original female lead wouldn't die that easily. Losing the space would just make her life a bit harder, but what did that have to do with me? But Ruan Yu actually regained consciousness. I failed to grab the space, and the things I had stockpiled before were gone, but I knew the subsequent plot, so I said I could foresee things. Because of that I lived fairly well, but I didn't want Ruan Yu to have it easy. I knew Ruan Yu would awaken a healing ability, and that ability could actually become a death sentence. The early days of the apocalypse were the most panicked. Everyone was terrified and took life and death very seriously, especially when people who could be saved died in front of them. So everyone quickly turned their attention to Ruan Yu. The healing ability was supposed to serve everyone. But what happens when the power is exhausted? How could one person save the whole world? Yet under the pursuit of so many people, Ruan Yu still managed to hide and survive. Instead, I kept suffering setbacks, and a consciousness appeared in my mind. I didn't know who it was, nor did I want to know. I only knew it would help me. Anyway, as long as Ruan Yu is still alive, I'll certainly die, so I must kill her first. But I couldn't kill her. Although all those bombs didn't blow me up, I could feel my luck getting worse. Especially after the squads that went to find Ruan Yu were wiped out. Later that voice reminded me again to go to the granary. I knew this time it would probably be the final showdown between me and Ruan Yu. A lot of people had come this time, but they were all dead. I saw Su Yanji collapsed in front of me, and there were several bullet holes next to my head. I knew they were fired by Ruan Yu's brother, but I also understood he couldn't kill me, only Ruan Yu could. My first instinct was to run, but I couldn't run at all. I had no strength to resist under Ruan Yu's hands. Before I died, I saw the scene of Ruan Yu being killed by me. I knew I should have succeeded originally, but Ruan Yu must have been transmigrated too, otherwise how did she suddenly awaken? But it doesn't matter. At least I succeeded once, and that's enough. At least this time the transmigration was worthwhile. Extra. The voice in Bai Cha's mind. When Ruan Yu beat Bai Cha severely, two spheres of light, one black and one white, instantly intertwined somewhere in the world. The black sphere of light is the voice in Bai Cha's mind. You could call it the Tao, or the consciousness within the book. The white one is the same. At the moment Bai Cha died, the white sphere suddenly grew larger, and even without a face the black sphere's displeasure was obvious. You cheated, I refused to accept it. I had already succeeded. It was you who used time reversal to revive Ruan Yu. I don't accept it. The white sphere summoned a prison cage to trap the black sphere. Its voice calm and rational. You were an outsider to begin with. Since you've come, you should follow the rules, not usurp the nest. Isn't the cheater you? Look at your own luck bearer. Her intentions are crooked. If she had used Ruan Yu's opportunity to end the apocalypse, I wouldn't care. But look at what she did, she almost caused the world to collapse. Now she's dead. Isn't that what she deserves? In the end, it's still his own fault. If he hadn't soft-heartedly taken in that black, filthy thing, none of these later events would have happened. It didn't occur to him that this black, murky thing would actually try to devour him, and even pulled in an outsider to suppress his world's chosen one. Even so, he wouldn't be afraid. His own chosen one isn't a fool. But unexpectedly, in order to devour him, this black murk actually interfered with the functioning of the world, forcibly dumbed down his chosen one. By the time he discovered it, it was already completely too late, so he could only force a restart of this world. In fact, he had also made a bet with this black murk, wagering that his chosen one would not, like that outsider, recklessly make the world worse in the name of revenge. It turned out that someone who could become a fate-bearer really wouldn't do that, but I didn't expect that this dark, murky thing would actually help the outsider that it had pulled over. Unfortunately, I myself am the consciousness here, or rather the way of heaven, so it cannot intervene. However, my strength has also recovered quite a bit. Though it cannot intervene, at least it won't let that thing go too far. In the final battle, the outsider had no strength to resist under my fate-bearer, and that thing began to be discontent, even wanting to interfere again. Unfortunately, it was stopped by me, and that outsider was smoothly killed. With the portion of fate she had seized gone, my strength was restored, and as for that dark, murky thing, it would be better if it vanished forever. So what? The world has always been ruled by the strong. If this world can't bear it, then change the world. If it weren't for your uselessness, would this world be so fragile? The black sphere of light had no idea what it had done wrong. The world is naturally about survival of the fittest, and people should be the same. Unfortunately, she had forgotten that her success as an outsider came from his secret assistance, not because she was strong. Obstinate. The white orb had no more patience for words and began devouring it directly. The black orb struggled and resisted continually, but before absolute power those struggles were nothing more than seasoning. The black orb in the prison gradually shrank, a basketball-sized light becoming palm-sized, then a tiny black dot, and finally vanishing entirely. After the black orb disappeared, the white orb let out a sigh of relief. It had been close, so close, that this world would have been devoured. Fortunately, it had discovered it in time. With the outsider gone, the world seemed to clear and return to serenity in that instant.